protagonist is pretending to sleep when his own teammate sneaks up on him. The guy lifts his weapon, ready to take him out. But he misses. Bjorn was already moving. He stands up like nothing happened. The guy is shocked. He can't believe he dodged that. Bjorn locks eyes on him. His look says it all. This guy is done for. Our protagonist rushes straight at the guy at full speed. One hit lands and it sends the guy flying. The guy can barely stand. He just found out the hard way what barbarians are. He tries to beg for mercy, but it's way too late for that. Bjorn smashes him with everything he's got. You see, this guy isn't just some random barbarian. He's actually a gamer who got stuck inside this body. This is a story about a guy who loved games ever since he was a kid. He was always stuck in the hospital, so gaming became his entire world. He took it seriously, always completely focused. But lately, the games were just frustrating. He lost again, yelling at the screen about how stupid the AI was. The thing is, you can get tired of anything if you do it for too long. He was just done with it. One day, he realized that games just weren't fun anymore. It didn't matter what kind he tried to play. The real problem was that every new game that came out each year was complete garbage. The systems were shallow with no real challenge. He just wanted to find something original to play. And that's when he found it, a game called Dungeon and Stone. The description said it was a sequel to an old-school game that forced players to do everything themselves. It was an indie RPG, a throwback to a much older style of gaming. The graphics were just 2D pixels, and it was only available in English. It didn't really look like his kind of game at all. But it was free, so he figured he might as well try it out. He started it up and was surprised to see a lot of different classes to choose from. He wasn't planning on playing for long, so he just picked one without thinking. The Barbarian. It was an old-school kind of game, the kind he hadn't played in a long time. He started exploring the dungeon, slowly figuring out how everything worked. At first, he was just casually playing, thinking the art was nice. But pretty soon, he was completely focused on the screen. He finally looked up at the clock and was shocked. He had no idea it had gotten so late. He was completely obsessed with Dungeon and Stone. He thought the game was the most fun he'd had in years. The game had some weird rules that were either cool or just plain awful. For starters, you were forced to have a computer-controlled teammate with you at all times. And the other big thing was, when you died in the game, you had to start all over from the very beginning. At first, he thought the challenge was fun. But after dying right near the end, he completely lost it and screamed in frustration. Turns out, he was in a hospital room, and a nurse had to rush over and tell him to be quiet. He quickly apologized, feeling a little embarrassed. But a second later, he was right back at it, already mapping out the dungeon in his head to avoid the traps. He was just too stubborn to quit. The game was a total failure, so there were no tutorials or guides online to help him. So he decided he'd just have to beat it on his own, no matter how long it took. His mind was made up. His obsession with the game started all the way back in the hospital, and it followed him through everything: public service, college, and even after he got a regular job. Through all those years, he just kept playing. No matter what, he just kept playing Dungeon and Stone. The game was unbelievably hard. He kept dying over and over, getting more and more frustrated each time. Didn't matter what level he was or what items he had. The result was always the same. 9 years passed, and after all that time, he finally did it. He'd finally reached the final boss room. There it was, the Gate of the Abyss. He threw his hands up, yelling at the screen. He was probably the only person on Earth who had ever made it this far. He was completely overwhelmed. He'd spent 9 years, his entire 20s, just to get to this one moment. The game asked him if he was ready to enter. There was no hesitation. Of course he was. But then a second message popped up. This one felt different. It warned him that if he went in, he might never come back. He just smirked. He figured the game was just being dramatic because it was the final boss. After everything he'd been through, there was no way he was turning back now. He clicked yes, and the screen started to load. He leaned back, already thinking about his strategy. He knew he probably wouldn't win on the first try. The real goal was to learn the boss's attack patterns and figure out its weaknesses. He laughed to himself, wondering what it would be like to just beat the boss in one go. That's when he noticed the loading was finished, but something felt off. The screen went black, a message appeared, it finally hit him. The 9 years he spent playing, that was just the tutorial. He stared at the screen, completely lost. Tutorial, what was that supposed to mean? Then he shot back from his desk. The text had switched to Korean. He couldn't believe it. He was sure Dungeon and Stone only supported English. He was furious. He'd spent almost a decade working so hard just to understand the English version. Suddenly, a new message flashed on the screen. User check complete. Before he could react, a blinding blue light shot out from his monitors. The light was everywhere, and an intense pain burned through his entire body. He screamed out as another message appeared, announcing the start of the transmission. And just like that, his chair was empty. And then everything went black. He was out cold. When he came to, the first thing he heard was a loud voice. It was congratulating a group of young warriors. He slowly came to, his head fuzzy. A loud voice was booming somewhere, talking about leaving a sacred place. He couldn't figure out who was being so loud. When he finally opened his eyes, he saw it. A massive crowd of warriors was gathered, and their leader was shouting that they would all become proper warriors today. He was completely stunned. He realized he'd been thrown into an unbelievable situation. He looked around, taking everything in. The place was lit by torches, not light bulbs, and he was surrounded by huge, muscular barbarians. At the front, an old warrior was giving a speech, telling everyone to pick a weapon that fit them. His mind was racing. He'd never heard this language before, so how could he understand it? And more importantly, why was he even here? He forced himself to calm down. Panicking wouldn't solve anything. He started thinking like a gamer. If this was the start of a really hard game, what was the first thing he should do? The answer was obvious. He needed to understand what was going on and get information. He started by checking his own body. It seemed fine at first, but then he looked at his hand and froze. These weren't his hands, they were rough, with thick muscles and strange tattoos he'd never seen before. He looked down and saw a body that was not his. He was a giant built like a mountain. His mind was screaming this couldn't be his body. He was still trying to figure out what was happening. But before he could, the old warrior's voice boomed out, calling for the chosen ones to come forward. He watched as another young man, a warrior named Karak, was called forward. Karak stood before the old warrior, who was in charge of the ceremony. He reached out and took hold of a weapon. It was a huge double-headed axe. The old warrior smiled, praising it as a great choice. He declared Karak an official warrior and then called out the next name, Einar. That's when it clicked, he knew this ceremony. This was the event from the game where young warriors chose their first weapons. He watched as Einar chose a sword, and another young man picked up a spear. The old warrior praised them both for their choices. The old warrior finished the ceremony, officially acknowledging all the new young warriors. He gave them a final blessing for the path ahead. Suddenly, an image of a huge city flashed in his mind. His eyes shot open, he knew exactly what this was. It was the title screen for the game he'd been playing, Dungeon and Stone. He remembered the character selection screen. He had picked the Barbarian, and this ceremony was the game's opening scene. This wasn't just a character anymore. He was now the Barbarian he had been playing just moments ago. The reality of it all was crushing. He had no idea how any of this was possible. He couldn't believe it, this just wasn't possible. But then he heard someone else muttering in fear. Another warrior was staring around, completely terrified, recognizing this place as the game Dungeon and Stone. The man was shaking, completely losing it as he tried to understand what was happening. Bjorn watched him carefully. The way he was acting, he was different from the other barbarians. And then it hit him, he wasn't the only one who had been pulled into the game. That warrior was another player. But his relief turned to ice when he realized someone had just spoken those thoughts out loud. Suddenly, a huge older warrior was standing right over them. His eyes were glowing with a dangerous light. He stared down at the new recruits, his voice low and threatening. He demanded to know who it was that just spoke. Bjorn immediately shouted back, denying it was him. He had to act fast to make sure no one suspected a thing. Bjorn was furious. This whole mess was because the other guy couldn't keep his mouth shut. The old warrior's attention shifted. He stared right at the panicking warrior, who could only stammer in fear. The old warrior pointed, his voice like thunder. He knew who had spoken. But the terrified man made a huge mistake. He asked if this place was really Dungeon and Stone. The old warrior started to ask what he meant by that. But he didn't need an answer. He swung his weapon with incredible speed. It was over in an instant. Bjorn could only watch in shock as the other player was just gone. He couldn't believe what he'd just seen. The old warrior stood over the body without a hint of emotion. Bjorn had to force himself to stay calm. He realized that if he showed any kind of reaction, he'd be next. The old warrior addressed the group. He announced that the man he just killed, Orm, had been possessed by an evil spirit. He ordered everyone to forget what the spirit had said. As the warrior announced the ceremony would continue, everything clicked for Bjorn. He finally understood the situation. The first rule was clear. People like him, players from another world, were considered evil spirits here. And the second rule was even simpler. If anyone found out, he would die. The third piece of information was the most important one. That could have easily been his head on the ground. He knew what he had to do. Get through this without anyone finding out who he really was. But there was a small problem. The old warrior called the next person forward, a man named Sarum. Bjorn stood silently in the line watching. The warrior kept calling out names, one after another. That's when the terrible truth hit him. He didn't know his own name. This was bad. How was he supposed to answer when he was called? He frantically tried to think of a way to find it, maybe a stat window or something. He knew the chances were low, but he had to try. It was the only idea he had. He came up with a crazy plan. He'd wait for name to be called, and if no one moved for 2 seconds, he'd just claim it. It was a long shot, but it was all he had. Just then the old warrior roared out the next name, Jandal's son Bjorn. The countdown began, 1 second passed. He scanned the crowd, 2 seconds, nobody moved an inch. The warrior looked over the silent group, his patience wearing thin. The time was up. That was his cue, he took a step forward. He decided right then and there that was his name now. Or at least he really hoped it was. He walked forward, stopping right in front of the old warrior. The old man's eyes seemed to glow as he stared down at him. Bjorn didn't flinch. He'd made his decision and there was no turning back. After a long moment, the old warrior finally spoke, calling him young warrior. Then his voice boomed across the area. He told Bjorn to pick his weapon, shouting that he'd hit the jackpot. It worked. The gamble paid off. The name echoed in his mind, Jandal's son Bjorn. A grin spread across his face. He'd survived the first test. That was his name now. But the relief didn't last long. He knew he had another huge decision to make right away. He thought about the Barbarian class. They had no magic, but their physical strength was incredible. Back when he was just playing the game, his plan was to make a character that did a ton of damage. But this wasn't a game anymore. He stepped forward. He knew it was the best possible decision he could make. He knew exactly what he needed to survive. The old warrior watched him, a questioning look on his face. Instead of a weapon for attacking, Bjorn picked up a shield. For his situation, he knew it was the best possible decision he could make. The old warrior's voice boomed, announcing that Bjorn, son of Jandal, had now officially become a warrior. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. The synchronization was complete. For a second, he saw an image of the empty desk where he used to play. The system confirmed his character information had been recorded. His new item level was 24. He was only level 1, but his stats were already solid. With his new gear, his overall combat power got a nice starting boost. He thought back to his time playing the game, specifically about the Barbarian class. When he first started, he picked a greatsword. He didn't have a strategy, he just thought it looked cool. The only problem was that choice got him killed a lot. He kept dying over and over again, getting more and more frustrated. He knew he had to figure out a better way to build his character if he wanted to survive. So he tried everything else, dual axes, giant hammers, flails. But no matter what weapon he used, every fight was a close call. He was always barely surviving and his strategy just wasn't reliable. And then one day an idea hit him. He'd been so focused on attacking, but barbarians had naturally high health and strength. He started to wonder, why did he have to play as a damage dealer at all? He knew that while a barbarian wasn't the best tank like a dwarf, the class still had the right stats for it. He didn't love the idea since this fighting style needed a lot of training. But he figured it would be a shame to waste all his research, so he decided to give it a go. The results were immediate. He stood his ground against a huge monster, shield up, ready to take whatever it could throw at him. He was stunned he'd actually cleared it. The combat log showed exactly what happened. The monster's attack just bounced off his shield and hit it back. He realized this build wasn't just good, it was completely broken. He smirked. This was the most logical choice he could make right now, and he knew he wouldn't regret it. A booming voice gave the order to open the gates. Huge chains groaned as they lifted, revealing a dark fortress. The new warriors could only stare up at it. The old warrior's voice echoed, explaining that every barbarian who passed the ceremony now had to enter the labyrinth. He told them they were being sent to a city that contained one of these labyrinths. He announced the name of the city was Raftonia. With that, he ordered the warriors to depart. He roared that their fate would be decided in that place. And with that, the entire group charged forward, a massive wave of warriors heading for the gate. Bjorn ran with them, but his mind was working. For now, his plan was simple, just follow the crowd. As Bjorn ran, a thought crossed his mind. Did any of these people actually know where they were going? Suddenly, a voice roared for everyone to stop. The entire group of warriors skidded to a halt. One of the warriors yelled out what everyone was starting to fear. He thought they were lost. He pointed at their leader, a man named Carrick, and accused him of leading them in the wrong direction. He shouted that Carrick wasn't fit to lead and had to take responsibility. Bjorn just watched, thinking they were all idiots for following him blindly anyway. Carrick couldn't argue. He admitted he wasn't qualified and agreed to step down as the leader. That's when a blonde warrior woman stepped forward. She announced that she would be the one to lead them now. The others immediately started cheering for her. They shouted that Einar was wise and would lead them down the right path. Bjorn just stared at her. A moment later, Einar turned to him and quietly admitted she was lost too. Einar stared at him completely shocked. His confession hit her hard. The other warriors started freaking out. They knew they were running out of time to get to the labyrinth. Immediately, the group turned on Einar. They started shouting that she wasn't fit to lead and began arguing over who should take her place. Bjorn watched the chaos unfold, thinking they were all acting like idiots. If this kept up, they'd never make it. He knew he could solve this, but he didn't want to draw any attention to himself just yet. But he knew he had to do something. He walked up to Einar and got her attention. Einar looked up at him, expecting the worst. She asked if he was just there to blame her like everyone else. Bjorn shook his head. He told her he wasn't there to blame her. He was there to tell her how to get to the labyrinth. He put a finger to his lips, signaling for her to keep it quiet. This information was just for her. Einar was stunned. She couldn't believe he actually knew the way and asked him how it was possible. Bjorn just pointed down the street at a group of fully armed adventurers. He told her all they had to do was follow those guys. Turns out the adventurers were complaining about all the barbarians nearby, calling them foolish savages. They were sure a bunch of brutes wouldn't be able to get anywhere this late at night. The plan clicked for Einar. Her eyes went wide as she realized what he meant, and she agreed to give it a try. She immediately ran back to the group and announced that she'd found the way to the labyrinth. The other barbarians erupted in cheers, calling her wise. Bjorn just watched as someone wondered if barbarians were really as brainless as everyone said. With Einar shouting for everyone to follow her, the whole group of barbarians charged through the city. And there it was, a massive crackling portal of purple energy. It was the entrance to the labyrinth. The warriors stared in awe, calling it the sacred dimension of battle. For Bjorn, seeing it with his own eyes made everything feel terrifyingly real. But standing before the portal, a wave of doubt hit Bjorn. Was going in really the right choice? He figured he could probably just leave right now. With everyone celebrating, no one would even notice he was gone. The thing is, back in his old life, he'd been sick. He spent most of his time in a hospital bed. He was just a normal person who'd never even punched anyone. How was he supposed to fight actual monsters and win? He wondered if there was any other way to pay the city's tax. That stupid tax was the whole reason he was in this mess. He remembered it from the game. It was one of the most brutal systems. Every citizen had to pay, and if you couldn't, you were killed. There were a few ways to get the money. The most common was to go into the labyrinth and hunt monsters. The other option was to get a normal job, like working in a village bar. The problem was simple. He was a barbarian, and in this world, nobody hired barbarians for regular work. They were seen as nothing more than destructive savages. He realized it was a built-in part of the game. Barbarians were the only class that got a weapon right away because they had no other way to survive. He was being pushed into fighting monsters. And he was running out of time. The entrance was about to close. But that wasn't even the biggest problem. Turns out the labyrinth only opened once a month. If he didn't go in now, he'd have to somehow survive for a whole month. With no job and only the food he was given, he'd be in serious trouble after just a week. He knew that even if he managed to survive, he'd be in the worst possible shape for the next opening. The smart move was to go in now. but his feet were frozen to the ground. He was completely frozen. This wasn't a game anymore. His life was actually on the... Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. A voice called out his name, Bjorn, son of Jandal. Turned to see a woman, another barbarian. She introduced herself as Einar. She quickly corrected herself, saying she was the second daughter, not the third. She explained that all the other warriors had already gone in. They were the last ones left and had to hurry. She was right. The portal was already getting smaller. A warning stated they only had 5 minutes left before it closed for good. Bjorn told her to go in first and that he'd be right behind her. She simply nodded and ran for it. Right before she stepped through, she turned back and thanked him for his help. He just brushed it off, telling her there was no need for thanks. Then Einar asked him a question that put him on edge. She wanted to know how to become wise like him, admitting she'd never seen a barbarian so clever. Bjorn knew the real answer. For a barbarian to be like him, she'd have to be completely reborn. But he couldn't say that. He just gave her a vague piece of advice: always think before you act. She seemed to accept it. Einar smiled, thanking him for the advice. She promised to repay him for his help if she made it back from the labyrinth alive. That phrase stuck with him. In the game, he knew barbarians were supposed to be fearless, but she didn't sound fearless at all. So he looked right at her and asked a direct question. Was she also afraid of dying? She didn't answer right away. Then she looked at him and simply asked if being afraid wasn't natural. Einar admitted she was afraid of dying, but she explained that she was born a warrior and that was her reality. She told him that if she didn't fight, she would die for sure. She looked at him and asked if it was the same for him. He agreed with her. It hit him that all the other warriors were in the same boat. They had no choice but to fight. If they didn't kill monsters, they wouldn't be able to survive in the city. It was that simple. Einar clenched her fist, full of new energy. She said they should try to survive and meet again. She thought barbarians were amazing for learning how to overcome their fear. Her words hit him. He gripped his shield, feeling a strange sense of pride. He too was a barbarian. Just then, a voice boomed out. There was only 1 minute left until the labyrinth closed. He could feel the sweat on his face. He was scared, but there was no turning back now. The portal to the labyrinth began to close. With no time left, Bjorn was sucked right in. As he fell, he thought about his two biggest advantages. He had the powerful body of a barbarian, but he also had the knowledge from playing this game for years. He was absolutely sure he was going to make it through this. System window popped up. He had officially entered the level 1 crystal cave. The world around him was pitch black. He couldn't see a thing. Something was wrong. This wasn't the crystal cave he knew from the game. He had no idea where he was. He knew he had an edge because he was an expert at this game, dungeon and stone. And that expertise led him to a simple conclusion. If he could just combine the tough body of a barbarian with all his knowledge from the game, he was sure he could survive. At least that's what he thought before all this started. But now he was completely blind. He couldn't see a thing in the dark. He had to rely on his knowledge of the game's design. He remembered that on level 1, the walls were supposed to be covered in glowing crystals. You didn't even need a torch. Then a terrible thought hit him. He might be in the darkness region. It was a super rare area on the very edge of the first level, a place with absolutely no light. But that didn't make sense. In the game, you never started here. Then he remembered this wasn't the game anymore. Oh, would just charge in without thinking. This was real, and the starting points were random. Anything could happen. He decided to check his status window to get some information. He tried to pull up his equipment, his inventory, his skills, anything. Nothing worked. None of the systems were responding like they should. Standing around wasn't going to help. He had to pick a direction and start moving. He moved carefully through the darkness, using his shield to feel his way forward. He worried he was going too slow, but decided it was better to be cautious. That's when he felt a sharp, sudden pain in his leg. He bit back a scream, his eyes wide with shock. Looking down, he saw it. A goblin trap had snapped shut on his ankle. The metal teeth dug deep into his leg. The system confirmed it. He had walked right into a goblin trap. The pain was almost unbearable. He gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. He knew he couldn't make a sound. If he did, whatever set this trap would be on him in an instant. He knew exactly what this was. Goblins were the ones who used traps on level 1. That meant the creature that said it had to be somewhere close, watching. He stayed completely still, listening for any sound in the darkness. A small part of him wondered if maybe, just maybe, the goblin wasn't around. Maybe he was lucky, maybe it had just wandered off for a bit. But he immediately pushed that thought away. Hope was dangerous in a place like this. He had to assume the worst possible situation was the real one. And his logic was simple: where there's a trap, there's a goblin. If it heard him scream, it would spot him immediately, helpless and caught. The creature wouldn't attack right away. It would just wait in the dark, watching him slowly lose his strength. Bjorn knew he couldn't make a sound. That's just how this world worked. He decided to deal with the problem himself right now. Realized the trap was laced with a paralyzing poison. He cursed his bad luck. If he'd had proper boots instead of these useless sandals, this never would have happened. But he quickly got angry with himself. Complaining was pointless. He had to get moving. He figured if a fight was coming anyway, it was better to get it over with fast. So he stood up, challenging whatever was hiding in the dark to show itself. He could already feel the poison spreading. His right foot was going completely numb. He called out, telling the creature he knew it was hiding. Strangely, the poison was also numbing his fear, which he figured was probably a good thing. But the silence was getting to him. He finally lost his patience and screamed, demanding the creature come out and fight. The thought crossed his mind. What if he was just being paranoid? Maybe there wasn't a goblin here at all. But even if he was making a fool of himself, he decided to try a different tactic. He told the creature to stay hidden, claiming he was just going to leave. He didn't care about looking stupid, he just wanted to survive. So he started taunting it using the oldest trick in the book. He insulted its mother. Then he insulted its father and siblings. The blood loss was getting bad, making his head feel fuzzy. He kept rambling, calling the creature itself a goblin. And that's when it finally appeared. A massive goblin stepped out of the darkness, towering over him. He heard the heavy footsteps. His bluff had worked. The taunts worked. The creature in the dark finally moved. A smirk spread across his face. The insults had hit their mark. He could hear the footsteps behind him, which meant the goblin was getting closer. The problem was he still couldn't see it. Knowing it was there wasn't enough. He decided to pick up the pace and start running. He took off, leaving a trail of blood from his injured foot. And right behind him, the goblin gave chase. The creature followed him through the dark, keeping its distance. He stopped to catch his breath and realized the goblin had stopped too. It was just watching him, maintaining a perfect distance. That's when it hit him. The goblin wasn't just chasing him. It was enjoying this, waiting for him to bleed out and collapse from fear. It was playing with its food. The goblin was way smarter than he expected. His current plan wasn't going to work. He had to try something else. So he put his new plan into action. He pretended to stumble, then collapsed to the ground. He lay perfectly still, making it look like he'd finally passed out from the pain and blood loss. He lay there, baiting the creature in his mind, hoping it would think it had finally won. But the goblin just watched from the darkness. It was cautious, not falling for the trap just yet. He silently urged it to come closer, but the creature just stared back, looking confused. Then the goblin did something he never expected. It picked up a small rock and threw it right at his back. He couldn't believe it. The goblin was testing him, checking to see if he was actually dead. This thing was incredibly smart. He had to admit this thing was smart. Maybe even smarter than most barbarians he knew. He just had to wait for it to make a move. And then he heard it. The goblin was finally coming closer. The creature crept forward, thinking it had won. It raised its weapon, ready to finish the job. But just as its hand reached for him, Bjorn's eyes shot open. The goblin froze, realizing its mistake. He lunged forward with a twisted grin. The trap was sprung. The creature shrieked, knowing it was too late. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He swung his fist with everything he had. But he misjudged the distance. His fist missed, his reach just a little too short. He missed, but then something strange happened. His hand started glowing with a red energy. He had no idea what was going on. It wasn't him, his body was moving on its own. His arm shot out and grabbed onto something in the dark. He yanked the goblin right off its feet, pulling it straight towards him. Suddenly, he could feel everything. He knew exactly where the goblin was, and a surge of strength filled him. This wasn't the weak, sick body he'd had his whole life. He roared, telling the goblin that the roles were reversed. The goblin was the prey now. He was finally realizing the true power of a barbarian's body. He didn't stop. He just kept smashing his fist down again and again until the goblin stopped moving. He just kept punching, breathing hard with every single hit. He didn't let up for a second. He just kept hitting it over and over. Finally, he stopped. He looked down at what he'd done, his face grim. One last hit and it was completely over. The goblin lay motionless. A message appeared confirming he defeated it and gained 1 experience point. But then something weird started to happen. The goblin's body began to glow and turn into dust. He stared in disbelief, realizing the corpse was just disappearing right in front of him. He scoffed at himself. He was acting like this was still just a game. Where the goblin's body had been, a small red crystal was left behind. He picked it up. He knew exactly what it was, the currency from Dungeon and Stone. It was a grade 9 magic crystal, the lowest possible rank. Its value was equal to a single piece of bread. A small, bitter laugh escaped him. He had just fought for his life, and this was all he had to show for it. He leaned against the wall, the reality of his situation finally sinking. This place. It was a world filled with labyrinths and monsters. When they died, they left items behind and just disappeared. And outside in the city were the same buildings and different races he recognized. There was no doubt about it, this was the world from the game he knew. But he swore to himself he would never make the mistake of thinking this was just a game. The pain was real. With that thought, he pushed himself forward deeper into the dark. A system message popped up, a cold reminder of his problem. The message wouldn't go away. He was losing a lot of blood. Bjorn was on the ground, dragging himself forward through the dark. He was furious. He knew he was bleeding, but he refused to let it stop him. Crawling like this was humiliating, but it was working. It didn't hurt as much, and he was actually moving faster. But the biggest advantage was that being this low to the ground meant he wouldn't step on any more traps. And just like that, he spotted another one right in front of him. Crawling was starting to hurt the rest of his body, but he knew he could handle it if it meant surviving. The system, however, kept reminding him that time was running out. The system messages just kept repeating themselves. The bleeding wasn't stopping. He knew this was bad. He had to find anyone who could help him. His only plan was to keep moving in one direction. He figured if he just kept going, he'd eventually get out of the dark. As he crawled, his mind drifted to the other guy he'd seen earlier. He wondered if the man had died for real, or if he just woke up back in his original body. In moments like this, he was starting to understand why people turned to religion. The system warnings became more urgent, flashing over and over. Then a new message appeared. His vitality had dropped below 5%. It was a final warning. If he didn't get treatment soon, he was going to die. The thought was familiar. It was just like his old life, always on the edge of breaking down. He just kept dragging himself forward, leaving a long trail of blood behind him in the dark. He was breathing hard, but then he saw a faint light up ahead. He knew the whole floor couldn't be dark. All he had to do was get to that light. For a second, he thought maybe he could find someone to help him, but he immediately knew that was a joke. That's when he started seeing things. An image of himself, healthy and strong, appeared right in front of him. The illusion mocked him, asking why anyone would ever help a dying barbarian. He wasn't beautiful or smart, just a brute. He knew he was losing his mind, but the illusion was right. He had to do something, anything besides just lying there. He finally admitted it to himself. He was hallucinating. He figured he'd run into a monster long before he found a person. His mind was starting to break apart from the pain, his thoughts getting blurry and confused. He knew he was going crazy from the blood loss, but he had to survive. That other voice in his head just laughed, asking how he could possibly make it. He was so desperate he started begging for anyone to find him. The voice told him to just give up, that it would be easier to just die. But even as he lay there, completely broken, he refused. He screamed back in his mind that he would never give up. And then he saw it, a light. System window popped up with a warning. He had less than 4% of his life left. He was literally moments from dying. He let out one last desperate plea. And someone answered. A group of adventurers stood in the light, looking down. One of them pointed down, telling his leader Dronzer that there was a dying barbarian on the ground. The man just looked surprised. The system's warnings kept flashing. His life dropped below 4%, then below 2%. But then a strange message appeared. He'd unlocked an achievement for being so close to death, and his mental stat was actually increasing. The man in armor, Dronzer, looked down and noted that he was just a novice. Inside his head, Bjorn was screaming. If they knew he was a beginner, why weren't they helping him? Another member of the group immediately found the situation suspicious. They wondered how a complete beginner could have possibly gotten this deep into the labyrinth, faster than their experienced party. Bjorn tried to call out for help, but his body was failing him. He couldn't even talk. All that came out was a low growl, but his eyes were filled with a desperate fire. He silently begged them to stop staring and just do something. But the man just kept looking down, unmoving. Then a small, cold smile spread across his face. These people weren't here to save him. The man in armor, Dronzer, turned to the priestess in their group and asked if she could treat Bjorn. Hearing this, Bjorn's mind raced. A priestess? That meant he might actually be saved. His hope surged. A party with a priestess had to be strong. But just as he thought he was safe, the woman, Asura, shut him down completely. She refused. Dronzer didn't seem surprised at all. He just gave a small, knowing smile. He turned to another man in the group, Patsarin, and asked for potion instead. He promised to pay him back later, even though Patsarin pointed out they were for emergencies. Patsarin handed over a vial filled with red liquid. Dronzer knelt down and warned Bjorn that this kind of healing would hurt. Bjorn didn't care, he just needed him to get on with it. Without another word, he poured the potion directly onto the wounds. A message from the system popped up. His vitality was quickly recovering. He could feel the change instantly. But this wasn't healing, it was pure agony. He screamed. The pain was unbelievable, tearing through his entire body. It felt like he was melting from the inside out. He finally understood why you couldn't use these potions during a fight. The pain from the potion was worse than any injury. The empty bottle lay on the ground. He just lay there trying to catch his breath. Slowly the pain started to fade and he pushed himself up. He let out a shaky breath. For a moment he really thought that was the end. Suddenly a voice cut through the darkness. It wanted to know how a novice managed to get here before them. Bjorn looked up. A man in shining armor was standing over him, a smug grin on his face. The knight offered to buy any information Bjorn had on a secret passage, so that was it. They weren't helping him out of kindness. He knew he had to be careful. He told them he didn't know anything. As soon as he'd stepped into the labyrinth, he was just here. The knight actually seemed to believe him. He said he'd read about something like this, a dimensional instability that could teleport people. But he added that it was so rare, it only happened once every 100 years. Bjorn was stunned. Once every 100 years. He glanced at the others in the group. They had a mage and a priestess with them. This meant they were at least a mid to high-level party. And somehow on his very first trip, he'd managed to experience it. He couldn't believe it. He'd stumbled into an once-in-a-century event on his very first day. The knight just smirked, thanking him for the interesting story. It was clear he was done talking. He told Bjorn he could leave and not to worry about the cost of the potion. Bjorn watched him, understanding perfectly. In the labyrinth, time was more valuable than gold. He watched them walk away. He knew it was a miracle they'd even stopped for him at all. He told himself he should just be happy he survived. But he couldn't shake the feeling, being looked down on like that. It felt disgusting. And just like that, they were gone, continuing on their own paths. The blonde knight, Dronzer, commented that the barbarian was really lucky. But the other warrior, Patsarin, disagreed, saying Bjorn would have died from any simple trap. Dronzer just clarified that he meant Bjorn was lucky to have met them. The female archer with them jumped in, telling Patsarin that Bjorn was lucky he met Dronzer, not him. She called him out for being too cheap to use a potion. Patsarin just scoffed and tried to get the priestess to agree with him. The priestess, Asura, didn't say a word. She just stared ahead with a cold expression. The archer got angry, defending the priestess. She claimed Asura would have healed Bjorn herself if it weren't for the temple's strict rules. Patsarin wasn't convinced, muttering that he'd met plenty of two-faced people. She told Patsarin he should learn from Dronzer's example. She explained that asking about a secret passage was a clever way to offer help without hurting a barbarian's pride. Dronzer just gave a humble smile, telling them they were being too kind. As they kept walking, Patsarin noticed the trail of blood Bjorn was leaving. He wondered aloud when it was going to stop. He figured that, judging by the barbarian's stubborn attitude, maybe he wasn't so lucky after all. He was pretty sure the trail had to end somewhere nearby. Dronzer pointed ahead, telling everyone that the shortcut was this way. It was a relief to have someone who actually knew the path. The archer was amazed, telling Asura how incredible it was that Dronzer had the entire first floor memorized. But the priestess just gave a cold, simple reply. Dronzer seemed to notice something, his expression turning serious. They reached a huge, empty stone area. Patsarin looked around, relieved that they were the first ones to make it. Drow stepped forward and placed his hand on the cold stone slab. Suddenly, the slab lit up, and a swirling blue portal appeared right in front of him. He turned back to the others with a grin. He announced that this was their ride to the second floor and told them it was time to move. Without hesitating, the archer started walking toward the glowing portal. Just as they were about to step through the portal, the archer suddenly told everyone to wait. She pointed to the ground. There was a brutal bear trap and next to it, a single sandal. She realized it belonged to the barbarian they'd seen earlier. Drows looked down and agreed with her. Then he raised his hand and a bright light began to glow from his palm. The light shot down the long, dark passage, revealing a trail of blood that stretched far into the darkness. The entire group just stared, completely stunned by what they were seeing. Patsarin turned to Drows, his face serious. He asked how far it was to the spot where they first found the barbarian, guessing it was about 15 kilometers without the shortcut. A strange smile spread across Drows' face. He let out a dark laugh, realizing the barbarian had crawled that entire distance in the pitch black. He called him a monster for pulling it off. The archer looked horrified, whispering that the barbarian must be completely insane. She tried to get Patsarin's attention, but he just kept staring into the darkness. Patsarin wondered if he would have had the strength to crawl for hours like that, with no guarantee of being found. Then something clicked. He told the others he just remembered the barbarian was holding out his right hand when they found him. He was showing them the magic crystal. Even after crawling all that way, he hadn't forgotten the one item he had to trade. Patsarin realized it was because he had nothing else to offer. He admitted he was wrong about him. He then asked Drows for the barbarian's name. Drows scoffed at the idea that he was just lucky, or that people like that die early. He knew that kind of lunatic determination was special. He believed that no matter how much pain they face, people like that will always find a way to survive. Don't just fight, they tear through their enemies with pure raw force. Drows knew that for people like that, death is never an escape route. The system confirmed his kill. After nearly dying, he was thrown right back into the fight. The system just kept confirming his kills, one after another. He was smashing through goblins left and right, they just kept coming. He just powered through them with his shield and raw strength. It wasn't just the monsters. The traps were a joke too, they were just left out in the open, not even covered with dirt. Even their ambushes were pathetic. He could see their hiding places from a mile away. He didn't let a single one escape, hunting down any that tried to run. When he pulled out the pouch, but there was one big problem. He was starving. He remembered the food the deputy chief had given him. But when he pulled out the pouch, but there was one big problem. He started to wonder if crawling all that way had been a huge mistake. Out of a week's worth of food, 5 days' worth was already gone. He knew he had to make what was left last as long as possible. He popped a piece of the dry bread into his mouth. To someone this hungry, even something so simple tasted incredibly sweet. After eating, a new problem hit him. He was getting thirsty. But this was a dungeon. Where was he supposed to find water? It was always one thing after another. He remembered the game Dungeon and Stone had a hunger system. It only kicked in when you were in the labyrinth. Back then, he never bothered carrying water because food was enough. But this wasn't a game anymore. The game was already known for being incredibly hard. Now that it was real, the difficulty was on a whole different level. He had to stop thinking of it as the game he knew. This was a real place with real rules. He started looking around carefully. Then he realized something. The deputy chief hadn't given him any water, which could only mean one thing. There had to be a water source somewhere in the labyrinth. And just like that, he heard it, the unmistakable sound of running water. He followed the sound and found a stream, but he wasn't alone. Another person was already there. The man turned and gave Bjorn a cold look. This was the first time he'd run into someone else since that party with the blonde girl. But they didn't speak to each other, not a single word. The man just filled up his water and walked away. He realized there was an unwritten rule down here. You don't talk to other adventurers unless you absolutely have to. With the water situation handled, he sat down to count the magic crystals he'd gathered. He had 44 so far. It was a good haul. He was beaten up and covered in blood, but he had something to show for it. He'd managed to survive, which was great, but that just led to another problem. After hunting all those goblins, he was completely exhausted. He was so tired he could barely keep his eyes open. He knew there were only 2 ways to sleep in the labyrinth. The first was to just lie down and pray nothing finds you. The second option was to find allies who could watch your back. So, he walked up to a group of adventurers and offered to team up. The adventurers were completely terrified by his sudden appearance. One of them nervously started to apologize. He quickly explained that their party was already full and they didn't have room for anyone else. The others agreed. They weren't interested in having a barbarian on their team, especially one covered in blood. He stood there silently as they walked away, leaving him completely alone again. He couldn't believe it. Every single person had rejected him. He was furious. These guys were unbelievable. All he wanted was to find someone to watch his back for one night. That's when a voice called out from the darkness. The man started to ask him a question. He asked if Bjorn was looking for an overnight companion. Bjorn stared at him completely suspicious. He had no idea who this guy was. The man just smiled, pretending to be disappointed. He said he'd hoped to get some sleep next to a reliable-looking barbarian, but figured he was mistaken. Bjorn finally understood what the man was asking. He wished he'd just been more direct. So he confirmed it. He was looking for an overnight companion. In the game, the official term was a night companion. The man was relieved and introduced himself as Hans. He admitted he thought it just meant an ally, but hearing it said out loud made it sound really weird. Hans shook his hand, saying he'd just call him Bjorn. He added that while 3 people would be better, it was a waste of time to search for anyone else. He then suggested that just the 2 of them should spend the night together. Bjorn's mind raced. What the hell was this guy talking about? Something felt very wrong. The way Hans was talking made Bjorn extremely uneasy. To decide who would get to sleep first, Hans suggested a game of rock, paper, scissors. And just like that, they had a plan for their first night together in the labyrinth. Bjorn couldn't help but think how weird that sounded. Hans won. He grinned and asked if that meant he could sleep first. Bjorn reluctantly agreed. He muttered that he knew he was going to lose since he never had any luck. Hans then held something out to him. It was a pocket watch. He explained that Bjorn should wake him up when the short hand reached a specific spot. Bjorn immediately understood. Hans thought barbarians couldn't read time. He even asked if Bjorn understood, offering to explain it all again. The whole thing was incredibly frustrating. But Bjorn knew this was just how it was. This was how most people in Dungeon and Stone looked at barbarians. Bjorn looked down at the expensive pocket watch. He hated being treated like a simpleton, but he knew he could use it to his advantage later. Hans was already fast asleep, looking completely comfortable. Bjorn wondered if this was what an experienced adventurer was like. He even had a quick thought about asking to borrow the sleeping bag. The night dragged on. With no goblins or other people around, it was safe but incredibly boring. He just stared at the watch, wishing time would hurry up. Slowly, the hands ticked forward. Finally, it was time. Bjorn woke Hans up. Hans sat up and asked if anything had happened. Bjorn told him it had been a quiet night. Hans told Bjorn to get some sleep, promising to wake him in 2 hours. Bjorn agreed and it was his turn to rest. But Hans had no intention of actually sleeping. There was no way he could let his guard down. How could he possibly trust someone he just met in a place like this? Meanwhile, Bjorn was already putting on a show. He started snoring loudly, pretending to be fast asleep. He lay there looking like he didn't have a single care in the world. He was playing the part of a tired savage perfectly. But he wasn't asleep at all. He was watching Hans, hoping his act was convincing enough. Hans watched the barbarian, thinking his act was working perfectly. He figured it was easy to read people's intentions when they assumed barbarians were just simpletons. He was completely convinced the dumb barbarian was sleeping like a log. Hans believed that by acting so open, he would force the barbarian to show his true colors if he had any bad intentions. He waited, mentally screaming for him to just make a move. But when the 2 hours were up, it was Bjorn who sat up. Turns out he hadn't slept a wink either. He was furious. For 2 straight hours, Hans had done absolutely nothing. Bjorn regretted it immediately. He should have just slept. What a complete waste of time. But he understood why Hans did it. There was no way he would let his guard down around a complete stranger. Hans couldn't sleep until he decided Bjorn was trustworthy. Now, it was Bjorn's turn to watch over him. He was furious with himself. He should have just slept. That's when Hans spoke up, smiling. He told Bjorn he looked tired and that he should sleep while Hans stood guard. Bjorn just gave a short thanks, his eyes still cold. But as Hans watched him lie down, he started thinking. He introduced himself, wondering if he'd finally found a decent companion. He ran through the facts. Bjorn had approached him first when he was in a tough spot. He didn't even blame Hans for falling asleep on watch. Hans even remembered how Bjorn had brushed it off, saying it was fine since nothing happened. He'd refused to be paid for the mistake. He thought about the game he knew, Dungeon and Stone. In that world, there was no one that kind, and just like that, something clicked in his head. This was all wrong. Hans kept thinking about it. In a world like this, no one was ever that nice. Just then, Bjorn's eyes opened. Hans smiled down at him, asking if he was awake. He casually asked why Bjorn didn't get more rest. And then, with a twisted grin, he brought the hammer down with all his strength. But Bjorn was ready. His eyes shot open as he caught the massive weapon with his bare hands, stopping it just inches from his face. But Bjorn's grip was like iron. With a single shove, he sent Hans and his weapon flying backwards. The difference in their strength was just too big. Hans was stunned. He couldn't believe Bjorn had moved, stammering that he'd somehow dodged the attack. In an instant, Bjorn was on his feet with his shield up. The look on his face said everything. He was done playing games. Hans started begging, telling him to wait and listen. But Bjorn already knew what was coming. The guy was just trying to make an excuse. He backed away, completely terrified. He was finally realizing just how stupid he'd been. Without a word, Bjorn charged. He slammed his shield right into Hans's chest. The impact was devastating. Hans coughed up blood as he flew backwards. Bjorn was furious. He couldn't believe how easily people underestimated barbarians. Hans started begging, trying to explain himself. But Bjorn just stood over him, his face like stone. He realized the man was tougher than a goblin. One hit wasn't going to be enough. Without hesitation, he swung his shield with all his might. The blow sent Hans flying through the... He crashed to the ground, completely broken. Bjorn slowly walked over to him. Looking up in terror, Hans started apologizing over and over. Bjorn looked down at him, his voice cold. He just wanted to know why he did it. Hans finally broke. He screamed that he was after the magic crystals and that he only meant to knock Bjorn out. Bjorn questioned if he'd really kill a barbarian for a few crystals. Hans quickly added that he wanted the shield too, since barbarian equipment sold for a good price. He looked up with a sliver of hope, asking if Bjorn would let him go now. But Bjorn knew he was still hiding something. He slammed his fist down again. He stood over the man and gave him one last chance to be honest. Bjorn knew killing another adventurer was a huge crime in this world. The risk didn't make sense for just some gear. He realized there had to be another reason. Hans was after his heart. Bjorn stared down at him, waiting for the answer. The man's face twisted in fear. He admitted it was true, barbarian hearts were being sold for a lot of money. The man confessed that barbarian hearts were being used as ingredients for some kind of new spell. And just like that, everything clicked for Bjorn. He realized that to this man, he wasn't a person. He was just a monster like a goblin. A monster that was tough to hunt, but one that dropped a huge reward. Bjorn asked him why he waited so long to attack. The man admitted it was because he needed to sleep too. Even now, he was thinking of Bjorn as just a pest. He begged for his life, saying he'd told him everything. Bjorn just looked down at him, saying nothing at all. A twisted smile spread across Bjorn's face. He looked down at the man and asked him about forgiveness. He knew this wouldn't be the last time someone tried to kill him just for being a barbarian. He wondered if the man really thought he was going to forgive every single person who tried to kill him. The man stammered in terror, trying to agree with whatever Bjorn said. He started begging, insisting he wasn't like the others, and promising to give Bjorn everything he owned. He promised riches back in the city, pleading for just one more chance. But his pleas were cut short. It had only been one day since Bjorn entered this world, and just like that, it was over. He stood over the body, the reality of it sinking in. He had killed a man. The system immediately registered it as an achievement. For his first murder, his mental stat would permanently increase by 1. 2 days passed. He'd taken the dead man's gear, starting with a new shoulder pad that boosted his item level. He also equipped a backpack, a heavy hammer, and a pair of leather boots. He was finally starting to look like a real adventurer. He felt like he'd finally stopped living like a wild animal. When he was thirsty, he had a bottle to drink from. He could use a compass for direction, a watch for time, and even treat his own injuries with bandages and potions. But the strange part was, all of this only happened after he killed another person. He thought about the strange twist of it all. It took killing another person for him to finally start living like a human being. The system confirmed his progress. Thanks to the new gear and the achievement, his item level and overall combat power had shot way up. And that new power was immediately put to the test. With one swing of the hammer, the goblin was gone. He wondered if he should have picked a weapon from the start. It was strange. During a fight, it felt like he was in someone else's body, a natural-born warrior. He didn't have much time to think about it. More enemies were already in front of him. He noticed a pattern. Now that it was the second day, the goblins were starting to appear in pairs. But with his new weapon and higher stats, he wasn't worried. The goblins charged forward mindlessly. He met their attack head-on, his hammer crashing down on both of them. Things were going smoothly. He just kept swinging, taking down one goblin after another. After the fight, he knelt down to catch his breath. The ground was covered in loot from the goblins he'd taken out, but the non-stop fighting was catching up to him. He was completely exhausted and knew he couldn't last much longer without sleep. He thought about what happened with Hans. Maybe it was better to be alone. After all, he figured he had a better chance of surviving a goblin's knife than another person's betrayal. Just as he was thinking that, he heard something. He was not happy. Of course, the second he started to relax, more goblins showed up. He hadn't even had 10 minutes to himself. He was completely fed up. He finally found a moment to rest, but the dungeon wasn't going to make it easy for him. He just finished a huge fight, taking down every goblin he could see. He was sure he'd gotten all of them. He was so tired. All he wanted was a little bit of sleep before the next wave came. But just as he drifted off, a system message popped up. A goblin was attacking him in his sleep. His eyes shot open. He was furious with himself for not sensing it. With a roar of pure frustration, he retaliated instantly. The goblin was completely stunned, caught off guard by the sheer force of the barbarian's attack. He took a sharp breath, his eyes already scanning for the next enemy. He was done playing around. The goblin that had ambushed him was now on the ground, scrambling backwards in pure terror. He just watched it run. He told himself he didn't even have the energy to give chase. He looked down at the wound on his shoulder and winced. He realized if the goblin had jumped just a little higher, the blade would have gone straight through his throat. He was furious with himself for not sensing the attack. It was a clear sign he needed to rest. But first, he had to treat the wound. He poured the potion over the cut, gritting his teeth. He couldn't help but think the healing process somehow hurt more than getting stabbed in the first place. He'd been walking for 14 hours since leaving Hans. He knew people would be looking for companions to survive the night, but he couldn't trust anyone. Not now that he knew how valuable a barbarian's heart was. But then an idea hit him. There was one group of people he might be able to trust, other barbarians. He had a new plan. He was going to find another barbarian. He didn't have to look far. A couple of adventurers walked up and asked if he needed a group for the night. A moment later, another group approached him with the same offer. It kept happening. One guy even said they could trust him because he was a barbarian. Bjorn couldn't believe it. Just yesterday, no one would even look at him, and now everyone wanted him on their team. He turned them all down, explaining that he was looking for another barbarian. He figured he looked a lot more trustworthy now that he wasn't covered in blood and missing a shoe. One of the adventurers seemed surprised. He told Bjorn that finding another barbarian would be tough. Bjorn didn't understand why. The man explained that barbarians are so strong they usually leave the first floor within a few months. There were probably less than 100 of them left down here. That's when it hit Bjorn. He realized how it must look. A giant barbarian built for power still struggling on the very first floor. It had to be a joke. The adventurer wished him luck and left. Bjorn stood there, wondering if he'd have to give up on finding another barbarian completely. He decided to be realistic. It didn't have to be a barbarian. He just needed to find a companion for the night. But he had one rule, as long as it wasn't a human. It had to be another species. He figured an elf who keeps their promises or a dwarf who's spirited like a barbarian would be best. Basically, he believed other species had special traits that made them more trustworthy. Unlike humans, they wouldn't betray someone for a little bit of money. With his mind made up, he started searching. He walked through the dark cave for about an hour, and that's when he saw her, an elf sitting all alone with her bow beside her. She was exactly what he'd been looking for. The elf Erwin jumped. She wasn't alone anymore. Bjorn knew he'd found her. Erwin stared back, her eyes wide with fear. Then a message from the system appeared confirming it. She wasn't just an elf, she was an injured one. He took a step closer and asked if she was alone. The elf immediately went on guard. Bjorn understood her fear, a giant barbarian showing up when she was injured and alone would intimidate anyone. He looked closer and saw the wound on her stomach. It didn't look like it was made by a goblin's dagger. He asked her directly if a human was the one who hurt her. She slowly got to her feet. He took one step forward. Then her entire attitude changed. She dropped to her knees and started begging him for help. Bjorn just stared confused. The elf pleaded with the barbarian to let her go, explaining that she had a little brother at home to take care of. This completely threw him off. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the game, elves were always cold and proud, and based on her looks, he'd expected her to be the same. He realized he'd handled this all wrong. He decided to try and clear up the misunderstanding with a simple smile. He started to tell her not to worry, and gave her what he thought was a friendly smile. Her eyes widened, but not in the way he expected. He told her he had no intention of killing her. But to her, his smile looked like a monster's grin. She was convinced he was lying. She started crying, begging him to just let her live this one time. Bjorn was completely lost. He couldn't understand what he'd done wrong and started wondering what kind of horrible things other barbarians must do. He couldn't believe how one simple sentence could scare her so much. The reputation of his people was clearly a huge problem. He decided to try a different approach. He tossed her a bandage and told her to treat her wound first, saying they could talk later. The elf looked up, completely surprised. She recognized the licho leaves immediately. She'd been worried they were poisonous, but now she knew they were safe to use. Still, she was suspicious. She looked up at him and asked why he was giving them to her. Bjorn answered her directly. He said there didn't need to be a reason to help someone, but admitted that this time there was. He told her to treat her wound first, promising to stand guard. Inside, he knew what he wanted, to become overnight companions. He knew it sounded a little sketchy, but he also knew it wasn't a bad deal for her. After all, she was injured and completely exhausted. On top of that, her appearance made her a target. He realized she was in a much worse situation than he was. A few moments later, she was done. The wound was treated. He saw she was already done. She was surprisingly quick. Seeing her guard drop just a little, he decided this was the right time to properly introduce himself. He introduced himself with his full name, Bjorn, the son of Jandal. She hesitated for a moment before quietly telling him her name was Erwin. She then asked why he wasn't afraid of her, pointing out that she was an elf and he was a barbarian. Bjorn had no idea what she was talking about. She started to explain the long history between their people. Barbarians and elves, she said, were enemies. And just like that, Bjorn finally understood her. He grimaced. Okay, so maybe their history was a pretty big deal after all. The thing is, this was the first time he'd ever heard about it. Back in the game, he was sure that barbarians and elves were on good terms. Erwin quickly tried to calm things down. She insisted the war between their people had ended 10 years ago and that she held no anger towards barbarians. She pleaded with him, saying she didn't want to fight. Bjorn listened, but her words caught him off guard. A 10-year gap was a big deal. Still, he didn't have time to find anyone else. Bjorn told her he didn't have any problem with her either. Her face immediately lit up with relief. So he got straight to the point. He asked Erwin if she would be his companion for the night. He explained that they were both completely exhausted. It just made sense to team up until morning. Erwin was hesitant, clearly thinking it over. Then an idea seemed to pop into her head. She remembered hearing that barbarians take their warrior's honor very seriously. So she asked him to swear on that honor that he wouldn't hurt her. An oath? Internally, Bjorn thought the whole warrior's honor thing was a joke. But he knew it was the perfect way to get her to trust him, so he agreed to swear on the name of his tribe. Bjorn agreed, but he wanted to make one thing clear before they went any further. Erwin looked a little surprised by his serious tone. He corrected her, puffing out his chest. He wasn't some mister, he was Bjorn, the son of Jandal. He even added that Bjorn was only 20 years old, talking about himself like he was someone else. It was all part of the act. With that settled, he placed a hand over his chest. He, Bjorn, son of Jandal, swore upon his warrior's honor. Erwin followed his lead, clasping her hands together. She introduced herself as Erwin Fornaci de Tercia and swore upon the name of her tribe. They both vowed not to harm each other for the night. The relief on Erwin's face was obvious. She thought she could finally get some real sleep. Bjorn offered to sleep first, figuring she'd feel safer that way. Erwin seemed a little surprised by the offer but agreed to it. Then he did something unexpected. He handed her a pocket watch, warning her that it was expensive and that she should handle it with care. Bjorn knew he couldn't just fall asleep. He decided to pretend for 10 minutes just to be safe. But before he knew it, a voice was shouting at him. He sat up completely confused. Erwin told him his 2 hours were up and handed back the watch. He couldn't believe it. He hadn't just faked it. He'd passed out completely. The blanket and backpack were so comfortable, it was almost dangerous. So he decided to share. He offered her the blanket and told her she could use the bag as a pillow. Erwin looked surprised by the gesture. She gratefully accepted, wrapping herself in the blanket. The moment her head hit the bag, she was out cold. Bjorn watched her, thinking she must have been just as exhausted as he was. It had been a long day for both of them. It had only been 3 days, but it felt like 5. The fact that he was having these random thoughts meant he was finally feeling better. His mind drifted back to his real life. He wondered if anyone had reported him missing, but then he remembered. There was no one to even notice he was gone. He shook his head. He had to stop thinking about that. There was nothing for him back there anyway. Thinking about it would just break his spirit. After a few more turns standing guard, it was time to move. He checked the watch, only 10 minutes left. A thought crossed his mind. He looked over at the sleeping elf. He wondered if he should ask her to team up again. After all, being an elf, she'd definitely be able to hold her own in a fight. He had a choice to make. If they became allies, he'd have to split the rewards, which meant less money for him. But lately, goblins had been appearing in huge groups. He knew he could take down 3 or 4 goblins by himself. So what was the smarter move? Guaranteed safety or more treasure? Before he could decide, he heard footsteps. 2 adventurers were walking down the path. They stopped and started whispering to each other. One of them recognized the elf sleeping nearby. Then the man turned to Bjorn and asked him what he was doing with the elf. Bjorn told him they were just companions for the night. The adventurer seemed amused by the idea of a barbarian and an elf working together, and then asked how much time they had left. Bjorn's expression hardened. He told the man he didn't have to answer that. The adventurers flinched back, clearly not expecting such a hostile response. The man just gave him a creepy smile. He seemed to understand something Bjorn didn't. With that, the 2 men turned and walked away into the darkness. But Bjorn had a bad feeling. He was pretty sure they weren't just passing by, they were looking for Erwin. He knew they had to move. He reached over and started shaking her shoulder to wake her up. But she just mumbled something about wanting 5 more minutes and pulled the blanket over her head. Bjorn's patience was wearing thin. She had no idea how much trouble they were about to be. He shook her again, telling her to get up. They didn't have time for this. But she just mumbled, pulling the blanket tighter. That's when Bjorn realized she was just pretending. The blanket, which was loose before, was now pulled completely over her head. He'd had enough. He ripped the blanket right off of her and she screamed in surprise. He leaned in close and demanded to know why she was pretending. She stammered, trying to explain that if she got up, he was just going to desert her. So that's what this was about. He got it. They weren't official allies, just temporary companions who agreed to watch each other's backs for one night. And now that she was awake, their deal was technically over. He let out a breath and raised his shield, wondering what happened to those 2 guys from before. She quickly insisted that nothing had happened, looking really flustered. Bjorn didn't buy it and asked how they knew her. She explained they were probably from the same group as the guy who attacked her earlier. They were part of a group called the Crystal Union. It wasn't just a couple of guys, but an entire group. Bjorn's first thought was to just leave her and get out. But then he looked at her. She seemed so young and scared. He couldn't just abandon her. He let out a breath. He told her they could talk while they were moving. She was surprised and asked if that meant he was going to help. As they started running, Bjorn made it clear he'd listen to her story first before making any promises. That was enough for her. She looked completely relieved, happy that he was at least giving her a chance. As they ran, Erwin started her story. She said she met the men from the Crystal Union on her first day in the labyrinth. They were just temporary companions for the night. But while she was sleeping, she felt like something was off, so she opened her eyes. A man was standing right over her. He noticed she was awake and said something about it. He had this awful grin and told her she could go back to sleep. It was clear he meant trouble. She explained that she found out later he was the manager of a clan that basically ran the first floor. She somehow managed to escape, but his union members kept attacking her. That's how she got hurt. Bjorn didn't get it. He asked how they were able to keep finding her. She said they were probably using message stones to track her. That stopped Bjorn in his tracks. Message stones? That item never existed in the game he played. He knew he needed more details fast. Erwin explained that message stones were basically magic walkie-talkies. They let people communicate from up to 300 meters away, as long as they were synced up first. Bjorn processed this new information. The Union had tons of people, and now he knew they could coordinate instantly. They had nowhere to run. He realized that if he left her behind, she would definitely be caught. As they ran, he asked her why the Union was so obsessed with catching her. It just didn't add up. He wondered if they were just trying to shut her up. She looked away, admitting it wasn't just that. She started to explain nervously. When she was first escaping, she just flung her knife wildly without looking. And it just so happened to hit the guy somewhere really bad. Bjorn's face went pale. He had to ask what exactly she meant by somewhere bad. She stammered, trying to explain exactly where she'd hit the guy. Turns out she'd cut it clean off. She added that even potions couldn't reattach it, and she seemed weirdly happy about that. Bjorn was horrified. He yelled at her that of course they were chasing her. That was more than enough reason. He couldn't believe she was laughing. She apologized with a little giggle, saying it felt like karma. Bjorn did not look amused. Just then her expression changed. She whispered that someone was following them and warned him not to look back. She focused for a second, then told him the pursuer was about 150 meters away. Bjorn couldn't sense a thing at that distance. He realized this had to be one of those special elven abilities. He had to trust her. He told her they had to speed up. She agreed, even though she was clearly getting tired. As they ran, Bjorn noticed Erwin's wound had opened up again, but she didn't say a single word about the pain. He had to admit she was tough. Erwin called out an update. The chaser was still holding steady at 150 meters. Bjorn gritted his teeth. Even though they'd picked up the pace, they weren't getting away. He knew the chaser wasn't just following. He was probably telling his friends exactly where they were, and that was going to be a huge problem. They had to get rid of him. If he were the one hunting them, that's exactly the choice he would have made. But attacking one of them was a line they couldn't uncross. He had to be sure it was worth the risk. Erwin stopped him, demanding to know what the benefit was. She told him that if he wanted her to make a sound decision, she needed more information. Instead of answering, Bjorn cut straight to the point. He asked her what she was good at. She completely misunderstood. She proudly announced she was good at laundry and cleaning, though she admitted she was a bad cook. He snapped back, asking what she could do in a fight. Erwin flushed, realizing her mistake. She quickly recovered and told him she was good at archery. And not just that, she could also use spirit magic with the flame element. Bjorn realized she was the perfect example of an elf archer, and flame magic was the rarest element there was. He had one last question for her, and it was the most important one. He asked if she'd ever killed anyone before. Erwin admitted that she had never killed anyone before, but her expression was dead serious. She insisted that she was ready to do what was necessary. Bjorn took a moment to think about her answer. Then he officially asked her to be his comrade. He started laying out the terms, a 90/10 split of the rewards until they got out of the labyrinth. But before he could even finish, Erwin screamed that she accepted the deal. With that settled, Bjorn asked how far away their pursuers were. She yelled back that they were only 100 meters behind them. His face hardened. Even running as fast as they could, the enemy was still closing in. Bjorn knew they couldn't just keep running. He had a different idea. He yelled at Erwin to follow him off the main path and summon her spirit. She didn't hesitate. A small fire spirit appeared and flew right beside them. They stopped inside a dark passage using the spirit as bait. Erwin whispered that their enemies were getting closer. On Bjorn's signal, she dismissed the spirit. The cave went pitch black. A moment later, a figure stepped into the darkness, unable to see a thing. But the plan didn't work. The pursuer walked right up to their hiding spot. He realized this wasn't some random group. These guys had a way to track them, even in the dark. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He called out Erwin's name, his voice low and urgent. Her eyes narrowed. She knew what he was going to ask of her. He gave the order. She let the arrow fly. It cut through the darkness, glowing with power. The shot was perfect. It hit the pursuer right in the head. The man dropped without a sound. Erwin stood there, trembling. She couldn't believe what she'd just done. Bjorn put a hand on her shoulder. He told her she did well, explaining that if she had hesitated for even a second, they both would have been in serious trouble. The other pursuer knelt beside his fallen friend. He picked up a glowing green stone from the dead man's hand. He tried to use it, yelling for Certain to respond. When he got no answer, he sent out a message to everyone else. He told them Certain had been taken out while chasing the elf and the barbarian. He gave them all a location to meet up, the Goblin District. Bjorn went through the fallen man's things. He was hoping for some decent loot, but there wasn't much. All he found was a pouch of magic crystals, 2 daggers, and a single potion. He also took the man's clothes. Erwin put them on, admitting it felt a little strange. Bjorn told her the leather armor was much better than the rags she'd been wearing. He thought to himself that the new clothes gave her a whole different vibe, in a good way. She then asked how to use the message stone they'd found. Bjorn guessed there was probably a button on the side. He found it and pressed it. Voice came from the stone, repeating the message the other pursuer had sent out. It announced that Certain had been defeated by an elf and a barbarian with a hammer and shield. Worst of all, it gave away their exact location, the Goblin District. The message wasn't done. It also announced a bounty of 10,000 gold for them. Erwin was completely terrified, but Bjorn wasn't fazed. He told Erwin to summon her spirit, explaining they would stick to the edges of the area to stay hidden. Then he dropped the real plan on her. They were going to the second floor. Erwin couldn't believe what she was hearing. Without another word, he started moving. Erwin's voice was full of doubt. She asked if he was serious about them going to the second floor all alone. He didn't even turn around. He just confirmed that was exactly what they were doing. She tried to explain the danger, reminding him that the second floor was on a whole other level compared to the first. He just said he already knew. He told her it would be fine as long as they stayed near the entrance. He was confident that together they were a good team. Erwin seemed a little flustered by his confidence in them, but she agreed. In his mind, it was simple math. A melee tank and a long-range archer was a perfect combo, but if they were going to team up, the first floor just wouldn't make them enough money. But Erwin was still hesitant. She argued that it was their first time together. Going to the second floor felt like jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. Just then, they overheard the voices of their pursuers nearby. The men were shouting about the bounty, offering a sick bonus to whoever found Erwin first. Her face went pale. She immediately turned to Bjorn, her voice trembling as she promised not to leave his side. The men's voices carried through the darkness. They laughed and made disgusting jokes about what they would do to her if she put up a fight. That was it. Hearing them, her fear turned into grim determination. She looked straight ahead and told him she would go to the second floor. Bjorn didn't even react. He just thought to himself that the timing was perfect. Now he didn't have to waste any more time trying to convince her. Bjorn had a simple rule he lived by. He liked helping people in need, but only when it helped him too. He figured if he could take down disgusting trash like their pursuers, and get the satisfaction of doing something good at the same time, then it was the best of both worlds. There was no reason not to help. As they made their way through the dungeon, Erwin asked if he even knew how to get to the second floor. Bjorn told her he didn't know the exact path, but heading north would eventually get them there. But he knew a secret. The dungeon was designed so that if you just kept following the darkness, you'd always find a portal to the upper floors. Suddenly, Erwin shouted for him to wait. She had spotted a goblin trap hidden on the path right in front of them. Bjorn realized something was off. He'd only taken a few steps before hitting the trap, which felt way too late. Thought hit him. Maybe goblins didn't come out much when it was light. He couldn't believe how unlucky he was. Seeing her chance, Erwin told him she'd handle it and that he could take a break. She was already summoning her fire spirit, but Bjorn stopped her. He told her not to use it. She needed to save her strength for later. She looked a little flustered, but quickly agreed. But Bjorn could tell she didn't mean it. She was clearly disappointed, and he wondered how he knew that so easily. Just then, 2 wolf-like creatures leaped out of the darkness. Erwin stood her ground ready for a fight. One of them lunged, but she was faster, dodging the attack with ease. She let an arrow fly, and it shot through the air with serious power. But she didn't just use her bow, she kicked the other creature right in the face. The creature looked stunned, its partner was already taken down. It let out a growl and charged forward furious. But Erwin was already waiting for it, she had her next arrow ready. And just like that, it was over. She took them both out without breaking a sweat. She turned back to Bjorn, smiling proudly, and asked him how she did. Bjorn admitted she did well, saying her archery was exactly what you'd expect from an elf. But inside, he was actually surprised. She was way more skilled and quick than he had expected. Bjorn held out the magic crystals they'd collected from the creatures. Erwin smiled, confirming her 10% cut of the reward. Her eyes lit up as she explained that with this money, she could finally buy something for her younger sibling. Bjorn just told her to work hard. But inside, he was completely thrown off by her excitement, wondering if she was somehow trying to insult him. Suddenly, a message came through from their pursuers. The bounty on Erwin's head had just been doubled to 20,000 gold. The bounty was for her, dead or alive. Bjorn tried to reassure her, saying their enemies seemed disorganized and wouldn't follow them into the darkness. And he was right, their pursuers were already splitting up, with some deciding to hunt wolves instead. Bjorn pointed out that many of them weren't even interested anymore. Still, Bjorn felt uneasy. Everything was going way too smoothly. His gut told him that with his kind of luck, something bad was about to happen. Just as he thought that, Erwin screamed. A group of ghouls was shuffling toward them out of the darkness. Bjorn was just as confused, this made no sense. In the game, ghouls were only supposed to appear in the south. He wondered if they'd wandered too far and accidentally crossed into a different territory. Erwin looked over at him, asking if she was supposed to fight them by herself. Bjorn shook his head. He explained that the experience system here was strange. You only got rewarded the very first time you defeated a new type of monster. That meant to level up, you had to hunt down as many different species as possible. So this was actually a great situation for them. He laid out the plan. He would take the lead and she would pick off the ones in the back with her bow. He remembered how they worked in the game. The ghouls wouldn't attack until they got within a certain range. The ghouls lunged forward, their eyes glowing in the dark. But Bjorn wasn't worried, he knew exactly how these things fought. Everything was going according to his plan. He met the first one head-on, slamming his shield into it while yelling a challenge. He pushed forward, his eyes locked on the horde. He swung his mace in a huge arc. He knew ghouls were stronger and faster than goblins. But they were still just low-rank monsters with simple attack patterns. One of them tried to grab him from behind. But an arrow shot out of the darkness and hit its arm, stopping it cold. Bjorn smiled. With a trustworthy partner watching his back, this fight was going to be easy. The system confirmed the kill, another ghoul was down. They kept moving north, 3 days passed just like that. Suddenly, Erwin stopped and called out to him. She'd spotted something on the ground. It was blood. She pointed out that it didn't look like it came from goblins. The trail was leading exactly where they needed to go. Bjorn stared at the blood, a sudden thought hitting him. He hoped he was wrong, but a bad feeling started to grow. The trail of blood led them right to a hunter's trap. And standing right there in the darkness was another person, waiting. He recognized this place. It was the very first spot he'd arrived at in the lab. And right behind that spot was the portal they had been searching for this whole time. He remembered crawling out of the darkness, completely lost. He had struggled so much back then, feeling completely hopeless, cursing his terrible luck. All that remembered frustration came boiling out at once. He let out a huge roar and Erwin jumped back, thinking she was in trouble. He was furious. The portal had been less than 10 meters away from his starting point the entire time. If he had just gone in the other direction, he could have avoided all this. Erwin was completely confused, asking if she'd done something wrong. He quickly told her it wasn't her fault, but she was still confused, asking him why he was so upset. Erwin watched him, trying to figure out what that look on his face meant. Her expression softened with pity. She told him she understood now that he must have gone through so much. Bjorn was stunned, wondering if she had actually figured out the truth. Turns out she was completely wrong. She assumed he must have lost a dear friend here. Bjorn realized she had no idea what was actually going on. She changed the subject, asking if he was ready to go up. She admitted she was scared, but said she felt safe as long as she was with him. He just noted to himself that she had a strange way of drawing out her sentences. Without another word, he told her it was time to go. As they stepped into the light, he added that he didn't plan on dying that easily. A message appeared in front of them. They had arrived on the second floor, the Goblin Forest. The teleportation wasn't a gentle transition. It felt more like being thrown out of a moving car, tumbling through the darkness. He slammed into the ground, using his shield to break the fall. Erwin landed gracefully behind him and immediately rushed over, asking if he was okay. He tried to play it cool, saying he was just curious about what the portal felt like. But honestly, he felt terrible. He described the feeling as being chewed up by a giant frog and then spat back out. He was completely surprised, since he'd never been through a portal that just dropped you from the sky. Erwin, on the other hand, had landed perfectly. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous of the kind of agility that barbarians just don't have. Shaking off the feeling, he turned his attention to their new surroundings. It was time to figure out exactly where they were. Erwin scanned the area. She reported that the portal back to the first floor was still active behind them, and there were no creatures within a 50-meter radius. Thanks to the stars, they could see surprisingly well. But he knew this was as bright as it was ever going to get. Inside the labyrinth, the sun never rises. Erwin looked around, completely confused. She'd never heard of the second floor being a forest. He told her that was because this wasn't the only one. He explained that the first floor has 4 portals, each leading to a different region. The north portal brought them here to the goblin forest. The east portal led to the beast's lair. The west portal opened into the land of the dead. And the south portal went to the dark rocky mountains. It all clicked for Erwin. She asked if all 4 paths eventually connected to the 3rd floor. He confirmed she was right. That's when Erwin asked the big question, what do they do now? Did he know the way back to the city from here? Then she remembered the rule. They get sent back automatically once the labyrinth closes. He confirmed she was right and gave her the exact numbers. The 1st floor closes after 168 hours, but the 2nd floor stays open for 240. That was their deadline. He explained that once the time limit is up, the labyrinth just sends everyone back to the city. Since other groups like the Crystal Union can't even work together, they were completely alone up here. So he laid out the plan. They would stay on the 2nd floor until just before the 1st floor's 168 hours were up, then head back down. But he knew they couldn't just stand around by the portal all day. It was time to explore. He told Erwin to take the lead and she agreed. They headed into the dark woods together. As they walked, Erwin mentioned that being in a forest felt familiar, almost nostalgic. She smiled, saying that even though she knew monsters were everywhere, it reminded her of the fairy shrine back home. Bjorn suddenly cut in, warning her to be careful. He told her there were traps and that she should follow his footsteps exactly. He pointed to the ground, showing her one of the hidden traps right in their path. Bjorn stared into the woods but couldn't see a thing. He told her he didn't see anything, but Erwin just smiled, completely confident. She pointed to a spot under the leaves and just told him to watch. A rock flew through the air and hit the ground, and a trap instantly went off. Bjorn was shocked. She was right. He wondered if this was the special detection ability of fairies. Erwin stood there proudly and asked him what he thought. He had to admit she was suddenly looking pretty dependable. But all he said out loud was a simple grunt. He told her she was good at throwing rocks, but he reminded himself there was no reason to praise her. Erwin couldn't believe it. She yelled at him, asking if that was really all he had to say since finding traps was supposed to be his job in the first place. He told her not to get so excited over something so small. Then he called her a proper explorer. Erwin's face lit up. She was completely taken by the compliment. She was so flustered she could only manage a quiet agreement. Bjorn watched her, thinking to himself that she was surprisingly easy to control. But as they moved, something felt off. He noticed traps but couldn't sense any goblins nearby. He remembered that on the 2nd floor, traps were just part of the terrain, not always a sign of enemies. He told her to stop talking and focus. With that, he had her walk ahead of him as they pushed deeper into the woods. He knew this place well from the game. It was called the Goblin Forest. And besides the traps, he remembered another key detail about this place. The goblins here always moved around in big groups. He knew that some of the goblins here were different, mutants that could be warriors or archers. The deeper they went into the forest, the more dangerous the enemies would become. But he wasn't worried. Their plan was simple: stick close to the portal and avoid the high-ranking monsters altogether. He told Erwin their first move was to clear out all the traps nearby. That way, they could expand their search area safely. He made it clear if anything went wrong, they were to run back to the 1st floor immediately. No questions asked. So they started clearing the area, using rocks to set off the traps from a distance. It was tedious work, but necessary. The last thing they needed was to step on one while running for their lives. Erwin looked over, eager for his approval. He clapped and told her she was doing great, calling her a proper explorer. Praise clearly meant a lot to her. She paused for a moment, just taking it. Suddenly, Erwin's eyes went wide. She quietly warned him that a group of goblins was nearby. He asked how many. She wasn't sure, but she counted more than 10 of them about 50 meters away. The good news was the goblins hadn't spotted them yet. She asked him what they should do. His answer was simple: they were going to fight. Bjorn started forming a plan. He asked her how close she could get without being noticed. She told him she could get within 30 meters. That was all he needed to hear. He told her to stick to the plan. He watched as she moved through the tall grass without making a single sound. He figured that must be a fairy thing. Just as she said, she got into position, looking down at the goblins who had no idea she was there. From his hiding spot, Bjorn watched as Erwin gave the signal. She was ready. She took a deep breath, lining up her shot on the goblin patrol. And then she let the arrow fly. That was his cue. Bjorn exploded from his cover. He sprinted towards the goblins, unable to tell if her arrow had hit its mark. They were just too far away. He yelled for Erwin to get behind him. She immediately moved to follow his command. He crashed into the group of goblins, his shield and mace ready. He gritted his teeth. The goblins on the 2nd floor were on a completely different level. He realized there were 3 times as many goblins as he'd seen on the 1st floor. Among them was a goblin warrior. It was the kind of sight that should have been terrifying. But surprisingly, he didn't feel scared at all. Instead, he could feel the warrior's heart inside him starting to stir. It was practically buzzing with excitement for the fight. With a massive roar, he charged straight into the horde. The goblins were completely overwhelmed by the sudden attack. He easily blocked the first swing with his shield. But before he could strike back, 2 more leaped at him from both sides. The goblins slammed into him from both sides, trying to pin him down. But Bjorn was a wall of muscle. He just shoved them right back. He swung his massive shield like a club, sending one of the goblins flying. He wasn't just defending anymore, he was going on the attack. With a roar, he brought his hammer down with all his strength. The hit crushed the goblin instantly, but out of nowhere, a blade shot right past his face. It was the goblin warrior, and it was fast. He threw himself backward just in time. The blade missed his head by inches. He caught his breath, realizing just how dangerous that was. If he'd been a second slower, it would have been over. He was completely surrounded. The goblins weren't giving him a single moment to catch his breath. He knew that taking on more than 5 of them at once was a huge problem. If he was by himself, he'd just have to accept getting hurt to win this fight. But he wasn't alone. Suddenly, a glowing arrow shot through the darkness, hitting one of the goblins right in front of him. It was Erwin. She let out a quiet breath, her shot having hit its mark. He saw that she was back in position, ready to cover him. That was all he needed. It was time to end this. His eyes started to glow with power. He glared at the remaining goblins, calling them out. He roared, challenging all of them to come at him at once. The system confirmed the goblin warrior was down, giving him 1 experience point. From that fight alone, he'd earned 11 magic crystals. Bjorn was satisfied. This was way more than he'd earned on the first floor. The only downside was that the warrior's armor and weapons disappeared right along with its body. Erwin held out her share of the crystals. She explained that since his came from a swordsman, they were more valuable, so she was giving him a bigger cut. He was surprised, but thanked her. With the loot sorted, Bjorn told her it was time to move on. He was already thinking about how much they could make over the next 4 days. They pushed deeper into the labyrinth. The farther they went, the more dangerous it got. Soon, they were running into goblin patrols every few minutes. This time, there was an archer in the group. Suddenly, Erwin yelled out that the archer was disappearing. It was using some kind of stealth magic. Bjorn immediately told her to focus up. He braced himself for an attack from an enemy he couldn't see. The goblin archers were making things a lot harder. While he was distracted, the rest of the goblins charged straight at him. But Bjorn was confident they weren't going to lose. He brought his hammer down, crushing the first goblin that got close. He kept swinging, clearing out the ones in front. But in the back, the invisible archer was finally taking its shot. Bjorn knew that with his barbarian body, all he had to do was concentrate. He saw the arrow coming straight for his head. He just needed to focus on dodging the arrows flying toward him. His grip tightened on his hammer. The goblin looked on, furious. With a final brutal swing of his shield, Bjorn took out the goblin archer. The fight was over. A message popped up, confirming he defeated the goblin archer and gained some experience. With the immediate danger gone, Bjorn announced it was time for them to take a break. Erwin collapsed, completely drained. She asked how long they'd been going, and Bjorn told her it had been about 15 hours. He offered to let her sleep first. She was so relieved she could barely believe it. He told her he'd get the sleeping bag and blanket ready. They finally settled down for much-needed rest. As Erwin slept, Bjorn kept watch. He thought to himself that she must have been completely exhausted because he'd never heard her make a sound while sleeping before. He figured it was because, for the first time, she actually felt safe. As he kept watch, Bjorn thought about how long they'd been going. It had been 15 hours straight. The rewards were way better than on the first floor. But the deeper they went, the more they started running into other explorers. They were always in groups of 3 or more, and some of them weren't even human. They always just passed by each other without a word, but even seeing them was draining. In a place like this, other people were way scarier than goblins. Now he had a very specific reason to be worried. He looked down at her, thinking that her being so pretty was a real problem. That's when her eyes shot open. She looked at him with a little smile and asked if he really thought she was that pretty, then told him to go to sleep. Bjorn couldn't believe it. He was sure she'd been snoring just a second ago. She just gave a happy little hum and snuggled back into her blanket. He thought to himself that Erwin wasn't like any of the fairies he knew from the game. She was completely different. The 4th day came and they were still fighting. They moved together like a well-oiled machine, taking down goblin after goblin. By the 5th day, they finally took a moment to rest. The 6th day passed and then it was the 7th. They had been in the labyrinth for a full week. Finally, Bjorn announced it was time to leave. The system confirmed they had less than 3 hours until the first floor closed for good. Erwin was completely drained. She mumbled that all she wanted to do was get back and sleep. Bjorn agreed. He said it was better to head back now and be early, rather than risk being late. But Erwin warned him to be careful. The path back wouldn't be safe. New traps had been laid out, and the goblin groups had probably respawned by now. Erwin spotted another group of goblins up ahead. She counted 8 regular ones, 2 archers, and 2 warriors. Even after everything, she was ready to fight. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He simply said they would fight. The goblins were just sitting there, completely clueless. Suddenly, an arrow flew out of the darkness and hit one of the archers. That was the signal. Bjorn charged straight into the middle of them. His eyes glowed with a red light as he swung his shield, ready to clear a path. He yelled out the plan. Erwin would take care of the archers. That meant he could focus on the warriors. And with a massive crash, he slammed his shield right into the first one. After so many fights, he was really getting the hang of this. He felt like he could see and block every attack coming his way. And it wasn't just him. He could tell Erwin was getting used to it too. She knew exactly which targets to take out first. He remembered her saying there were 2 archers in this group, but not a single arrow was flying at him. Because of her, the time it took to clear out these goblins was getting shorter and shorter. He looked over at her and praised her for the good work. But he also asked her to let him know for sure when the archers were all gone. He didn't want to be worrying about them mid-fight. He quickly apologized in case he sounded too demanding. She explained that she hadn't said anything because she wasn't totally sure if her last arrow had hit its mark. Bjorn looked a little confused. But then he got it. Giving him information she wasn't sure about could be more dangerous than saying nothing. Erwin just gave him a little smile. He was really proud of her. She'd grown so much in just a few days. Suddenly, Erwin shouted and pointed. There was something glowing on one of the dead goblins. He recognized it immediately. It was an essence specifically from a goblin archer. He couldn't believe it. Of all the places to find something this rare, it had to be here. He knew exactly what this meant. In the game, essences were basically cheat items that gave you new skills. You could only take 1 per level, which made them more valuable than any treasure. But there was a catch. You could only absorb a limited number and their powers were random. Picking the right ones could make or break a character. The drop rate for these things was almost zero. He never expected to see one here. Erwin just stared at it, completely amazed. But Bjorn wasn't excited. This felt way too lucky. He had a really bad feeling about this whole thing. Erwin nervously asked if eating the essence would turn her into a goblin. Bjorn sighed, explaining that it just grants you some of the creature's abilities. He reminded her of the guy who chased them on the first floor. That hunter had used a wolf's essence to track them down purely by scent. With the explanation over, he asked if she wanted it. Erwin seemed surprised and said she didn't really want it. But a second later, she completely changed her mind, eagerly saying she'd take it if he wasn't going to. She gave him a confident thumbs up. Bjorn just watched her, thinking to himself that she was definitely getting bolder. He didn't mind giving it away. He already knew exactly what essence he wanted for himself. He knew that just taking any random essence now would be a huge mistake later on. A goblin archer's power just wasn't a good fit for Barbarian. With that decided, he turned back to Erwin. He told her she could have it, but only if she promised him one thing. Erwin immediately got annoyed, realizing he was using this to get his way on something they were supposed to discuss earlier. Just as Erwin was about to take the essence, they realized they weren't alone. Another hunter was standing right over them. A voice boomed through the clearing, telling them not to move. Turns out it wasn't just one hunter, but a whole group. Their leader pointed and yelled, demanding to know what a barbarian and a fairy were doing there. Erwin was completely caught off guard. She stammered, trying to explain that they were just hunting. But Bjorn knew this was trouble. He thought to himself that their luck had been too good. He quietly told Erwin not to answer them. She looked back at him, totally confused by his command. Before she could ask why, Bjorn shoved her hard from behind. The push made her clench her fist, crushing the essence. It exploded with a bright flash of light. The other hunter completely lost it. He screamed, furious that Erwin had just consumed the essence right in front of them. As the light from the essence faded, the group yelled that it belonged to them. The hunters were thrown back by the burst of energy. But Bjorn just stood there, completely unfazed by it all. Erwin quietly thanked him, still shaken, but Bjorn wasn't surprised. He had been expecting a fight like this. He figured they must have seen the glowing essence from a distance and came running for it. The leader shot him a nasty grin, but Bjorn wasn't worried. He knew they had no real power here. So he stepped forward and laid it out for them. He told them the essence was gone, and if they wanted a fight, they should just come at him. His thinking was simple. They were at a disadvantage, and that's exactly why they had to be the ones to push forward and act bold. The hunters were taken aback. Their leader knew that if they let their guard down for even a second, they'd be underestimated. But Bjorn cut them off before they could decide. He roared that he was ready to fight, telling them to come at him or get lost. There was no more talking. Bjorn and Erwin turned and ran. Bjorn yelled at Erwin not to slow down until they saw the portal. As they ran, Erwin asked if he really thought the other hunters would chase them all the way to the first floor. Bjorn explained that it didn't matter. He was sure they were all headed the same way. He laid it out for her. A party of 4 was strong enough to go deeper, but they were hanging out near the exit. That meant they were planning to leave soon. He figured they were just killing time near the portal, exactly like they had been. Erwin was amazed by his thinking. Erwin started to follow, but then a bright flash of light shot past her face, suddenly froze. She yelled that there was a group of goblins just ahead. They had to find another way around. Erwin yelled that they couldn't go around. The goblins were already running straight for them. Bjorn was shocked. He knew her detection ability always let them spot goblins first. Something wasn't right. He knew this couldn't be a coincidence. He yelled for her to follow him and immediately changed direction. Erwin started to follow, but then a bright flash of light shot past her face. Bjorn grabbed her and yanked her to the ground just as the projectile flew by. He knew instantly that shot wasn't from a goblin archer. He caught his breath and told her it was the hunters from before. Erwin couldn't believe it. He laid out the whole plan for her. The hunters had lured the goblins this way on purpose. Now they were waiting on the other side to ambush them. Bjorn saw right through their plan. The hunters were using the goblins to wear them down before attacking. He yelled at Erwin, telling her to use the special ability she just got. Erwin had no idea what he was talking about. Bjorn had to remind her about the monster essence she had just consumed. Turns out each essence gives the user a special ability from the monster it came from. The goblin essence didn't just boost her stats like agility and stealth. It also gave her 2 new skills, one that adds poison to her arrows and another called Thief Step, which lets her move unseen. Erwin started to panic, saying she didn't even know how to use it. But as Bjorn glanced over, something happened. Suddenly, a blue aura wrapped around her. The system announced that her Thief Step skill was now active. Bjorn was surprised. She hadn't done anything, which meant the skill must activate just by thinking about it. Even Erwin was amazed at her new power. Without wasting a second, he shoved his pack at her. He told her he would take care of the goblins by himself. Her mission was to use her new stealth skill to find the crossbowman who had fired at them. Erwin was worried. She asked if he was sure about going alone, warning him that it was too dangerous. Bjorn told her they had no time. He laid out the plan: stay hidden, wait for his signal, and kill the crossbowman with 1 shot. He made it clear there would be no second chance. He told her to stay hidden until then. But before she could even ask what the signal was, he was already gone. He stopped in a clearing. This was the place. Just ahead, a group of goblins was waiting for him. He knew the crossbowman was still hiding after that first shot, so he charged right at the goblins to draw him out. His thinking was simple. Once he wiped out their front line, the real threat would have no choice but to show himself. He counted about 15 of them. The barbarian was completely surrounded. He blocked 2 sword strikes at once with his shield. He figured since no arrows were flying, there were no archers in the group. He spoke too soon, an arrow slammed right into his shield. Suddenly, he had to watch for arrows from a distance, while a goblin tried to stab him up close. The attacks just kept coming one after another, and he couldn't forget the adventurer with the crossbow, who could fire at any moment. Bjorn had to do all of this completely on his own. He was getting hit, the damage was starting to build up. He slammed his hammer into the ground, trying to catch his breath. He dropped to one knee, panting hard. This wasn't good. He was losing stamina fast. Just as he was trying to recover, he realized two shots were flying straight for him at the same time. One was an arrow, the other a heavy crossbow bolt. He knew exactly who fired them. The goblin archer and the adventurer with the crossbow. There was no way to stop both of them. He had to make a choice, and he had to make it now. He decided to block the crossbow bolt, putting all his effort into stopping the bigger threat. But while his shield stopped the bolt, the goblin's arrow slammed right into his elbow. He immediately knew it was poisoned. He could feel his entire arm going numb. His left arm was useless. He had to choose between his hammer and his shield. Without a second thought, he let the hammer drop to the ground. With his left arm completely numb, he made his choice. The shield was the only thing that mattered now. He knew the real enemies weren't these goblins. It was the other adventurers hiding in the distance. The warhammer would have crushed the goblins faster, but it couldn't stop the crossbow bolts. So he used his shield as a weapon instead. He bashed his way through the crowd, always keeping an eye out for the real danger. Just as he expected, another bolt came flying in, and he blocked it perfectly. But the goblins just kept coming. He was getting worn down, wondering how many more there could possibly be. Before he could even catch his breath, another wave charged straight at him. Finally, it was over. The last of the goblins scattered and ran, and he let them go. He had survived. But he wasn't alone. From the bushes, one of the adventurers watched in disbelief, shocked that the barbarian had taken care of all those goblins by himself. The adventurers finally stepped out from their hiding spot. Their leader looked down at Bjorn, admitting he was tougher than they had expected. Bjorn wasn't surprised at all. He told them he knew they were there the whole time and demanded to know where the crossbowman was hiding. The leader just smirked. He confirmed it was them, then asked what happened to the elf. Bjorn had no time for their questions. He told them to stop talking and just fight him. The leader seemed a little nervous. He admitted that barbarians shouldn't be taken lightly, especially after watching Bjorn take down all those goblins alone. But then he got a nasty look in his eye. He pointed out how badly hurt Bjorn was and offered him a deal, give up the elf and they'd let him walk away. Bjorn just chuckled to himself. He couldn't believe they really thought he was stupid enough to fall for such an obvious trap. Seeing Bjorn's reaction, the adventurer got furious. He accused Bjorn of losing his mind and ordered his men to attack, deciding to beat the answers out of him instead. The leader warned his men not to let their guard down. He told them to treat Bjorn like a giant monster that needed to be hunted. With that, the entire group charged straight at him. Bjorn stood his ground, knowing his left arm was still useless. He needed to send a signal to Erwin, but it had to be something the people of this world would find strange. Suddenly, an idea came to him. He raised his hand, forming a gesture they would never understand. He grinned. This was the perfect signal. The adventurers froze, completely confused by the strange hand sign. Their leader yelled out, demanding to know what he was doing. Inside, Bjorn was worried. He had no idea if Erwin even recognized the signal, and she was too far away for him to hear a response. He had no choice but to trust her. With that, he let out a roar and charged straight into the enemy line. He met the first attacker head-on, stopping the sword with a brutal shield bash. Seeing his man in trouble, the leader screamed for someone named Elias to get in there. Suddenly, a man in a straw hat leaped in, bringing his blade down with incredible force. Bjorn blocked the strike, but he could tell this guy Elias was on a different level. The power behind the attack was huge, but Bjorn knew he couldn't back off. His only job was to distract them. He just had to create an opening for Erwin to make her move. He held the line against Elias, but his mind was somewhere else. He was worried about Erwin. What if the crossbowman had already gotten to her? That's when it happened. A glowing arrow shot out of nowhere. Everyone on the enemy side froze, completely caught off guard by the sudden attack. The arrow slammed into an adventurer's shield, stopping him cold. The leader was confused. He couldn't tell who had fired it. Then it exploded with force. The leader realized it had to be her. It was her. The leader started barking orders. He told his men to keep attacking the barbarian while he took care of the arrows himself. He grabbed two shields and formed a wall, taunting the unseen archer. Bjorn watched the enemy leader. He realized the man was planning to block all of Erwin's arrows by himself. The leader tied up, the other two adventurers charged straight at him. The first attacker swung his sword and Bjorn deflected it with his shield. He knew he couldn't take them both on at once. While he was busy with one, the swordsman in the hat moved in from the side. The blade sliced deep into his left arm. In that moment, Bjorn decided he had to give something up to win. His left arm was completely numb anyway. It was useless to him. So he came up with an idea. He would trade his unusable arm to take out the red-headed attacker. Ignoring the blade still in his arm, he smashed his shield into the other man's face. To him, it was a good trade. The man could only stare in horror, calling Bjorn a monster. But Bjorn's face was pure ice. The blow sent him flying, and he crashed to the ground hard. Bjorn hit the ground, the sword still embedded in his arm. But he was already looking for his next target. The swordsman who'd stabbed him just stood there, completely stunned by what he'd just seen. Their leader yelled at him to focus. He raised his shield, shouting that he would block the arrows himself. A moment later, a flaming arrow slammed into his shield. Bjorn's signal had worked perfectly. Bjorn mocked the leader, asking if he really thought he could block them all. Another arrow flew past, hitting the swordsman in the shoulder. The leader looked down, an arrow had gone straight through him. In his last moment, he finally understood Erwin wasn't just some archer, she was a spirit archer. With their leader down, Bjorn turned on the others. He smashed his shield into the next man, who crumpled from the blow. The remaining adventurer started to panic. He realized this fight was a huge mistake. One of them decided to change his plan. He yelled that he was going after Erwin and took off into the woods. Bjorn knew chasing him would be a waste of time. The last man standing screamed at Bjorn to give up. He decided to trust that Erwin could handle the archer while he finished this fight himself. But Bjorn wasn't just defending. He dug his feet into the ground, getting ready. The swordsman with the straw hat charged forward, blade ready. He lunged, putting everything he had into one last strike. Bjorn didn't even bother with his shield. He just met the charge with a single, brutal punch that sent the man flying. The leader watched as his last man was sent flying. He was furious. Screaming, he swung his massive sword with everything he had. Bjorn blocked the strike. He realized this guy was actually powerful, much stronger than the others. It didn't make sense why he was teamed up with such weaklings. The two of them clashed again. The leader was confident, thinking Bjorn had made a huge mistake. He mocked Bjorn for backing away, guessing he was just trying to stall for time. He promised that wasn't going to happen. He had a plan. He would fake a swing to throw Bjorn off balance. But instead of swinging, he let the massive blade fly right out of his hands. The sword spun through the air, heading straight for Bjorn. It was a surprise attack he might not be able to block. But Bjorn didn't just block the sword, he lunged forward and grabbed the leader by the collar. The man's eyes went wide, completely stunned. Bjorn was breathing hard, but he wasn't done yet. He pulled the man in close and drove his fist straight into his jaw. He was furious, refusing to believe he could die in a place like this. He grabbed the leader's head and just kept punching, screaming for him to die. When it was finally over, Bjorn was the only one left standing. He was beaten and bruised, but he had won. Just then, Erwin came running out from the trees, calling out to him. She looked terrified, asking if he was all right. She quickly added that she had won her battle too. She pointed out how bad his injuries were and handed him a potion, telling him to drink it quickly. She insisted he drink it, explaining it was the only way to deal with the poison. Bjorn reluctantly agreed. But in his weakened state, the potion slipped from his grasp and spilled onto the ground. Immediately, the poison surged through him. He felt like his insides were boiling. An unbearable pain shot through every vein, and his skin felt like it was on fire. Erwin tried to encourage him, but Bjorn's mind was already on something else. Through the pain, he managed to ask her what time it was. Erwin told him they only had 40 minutes left before the floor closed. They didn't even have time to rest. That's when Bjorn suddenly told her to strip. Her face went bright red, completely stunned by his words. She tried to rationalize it, but Bjorn quickly clarified he meant the dead explorers' bodies, not her. She let out a quiet of relief. With the clock ticking, Bjorn said they'd just take the equipment and backpacks. Erwin agreed to grab the gear from the other bodies, and they got to work. They scrambled to loot the bodies and then ran as fast as they could. The minutes flew by, and the deadline was getting dangerously close. With less than a minute left, they finally saw it. A glowing portal, their only way out. Bjorn grabbed Erwin and yelled that they were going for it. They charged straight into the light. Just as the timer was about to run out, they leaped through the portal and disappeared. They made it. A message confirmed their success in entering the first floor. They were basically thrown out of the portal, with Bjorn landing in a heap. Erwin, on the other hand, landed perfectly and was already celebrating. She turned to him with a huge, happy smile, telling him he did a great job. Bjorn agreed, but he was more focused on how close they had cut it. He figured they only had about 30 seconds left to spare. That's when Erwin suddenly remembered something. She brought up the essence and reminded him that he'd promised her something earlier. He remembered, but he told her they didn't have time to talk about it right now. He said they could discuss it once they were out. Suddenly, a new timer appeared, showing only 10 seconds remaining. Bjorn started to panic, trying desperately to remember the name of a tavern. He was completely blanking, grunting in frustration as the seconds disappeared. Erwin just watched, confused. With just 1 second left, he finally remembered. He yelled out the name Black Whale and told her to meet him there. She agreed just as they were both engulfed in light. A system message appeared. The labyrinth was closing. Everyone inside was being transported back to the city of Rafdonia. Bjorn let out a huge of relief. He took a moment to get his bearings. He was back standing in a huge crowd of explorers who had also just returned from the labyrinth. The place was packed. It made sense since every explorer who left the labyrinth was sent to the same spot. Still, the sheer number of people was overwhelming. He pulled out his watch. Time worked differently here. No matter how many days passed inside the labyrinth, you always came back to the city at noon the next day. He had to reset his clock. Suddenly, a loud voice cut through the noise. A tattooed barbarian was yelling for him, calling him Jandal's son. But before he could reach Bjorn, the man got distracted, greeting another warrior named Karak. He mistakenly called him Vanon's second son, but Karak quickly corrected him. He was the third. More barbarians started gathering around them. They were all shouting greetings, happy to see that their friends had made it back alive. Karak was clearly popular. When asked how the labyrinth was, he just laughed and boasted that the monsters were nothing to him. The others cheered, praising his fighting skills. Bjorn watched from the side, annoyed by the whole scene. That's when one of the warriors challenged Karak to a duel of bravery right there at the checkpoint. Karak accepted instantly. The whole group roared in excitement and started running towards the checkpoint, with Karak yelling that he'd probably earned the most magic crystals anyway. One of the barbarians yelled for Bjorn to join them. He let out a heavy but said he was on his way. At the checkpoint, warriors were cashing in their magic crystals. The first guy's total came out to just over 24,000 stones. The clerk kept counting for the others. Then Karak stepped up and his total was almost 42,000 stones. The crowd went crazy. Everyone started cheering for Karak, calling him the best warrior there. Then it was Bjorn's turn. He dropped several huge bags on the counter. The clerk asked if they were all magic crystals and he confirmed they were. She told him she'd calculate them. Her hands moved in a blur, sorting through the crystals so fast it surprised even him. In just a moment she finished. The total was over 182,000 stones. The entire place went silent. Then someone yelled out that Bjorn had earned over 180,000 stones. It was the highest record of all time. Then the crowd realized it wasn't just the magic crystals. He came back with an axe, shoes, and a bag, a full set of gear. They couldn't believe it. People started yelling that Jandal's son Bjorn was the best warrior. The other warriors swarmed him, chanting his name over and over. The energy was insane. And he knew exactly why they were so excited. He was the first barbarian to ever go into the labyrinth with nothing, and come back looking like a proper civilized man. He played right into it, raising his weapon and roaring that he was the best warrior there. Warriors got so hyped they lifted him onto their shoulders. A guard tried to tell everyone to quiet down, but it was no use. The guard just let out and gave up. From a distance, you could hear people complaining about the loud barbarians at the checkpoint again. The city was buzzing with explorers who had just returned from the labyrinth. Bjorn decided to just stick with the other barbarians for now. He was still new to this world and figured it was the safest way to learn what to do next. But then he saw someone familiar across the square. It was Erwin. She was with a group of other elves, happily telling them that she thought she'd finally figured out how to work with spirits. Bjorn watched her with her elegant friends and then looked at the loud barbarians around him. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Just then she looked over and saw him. She gave him a small, friendly wave. He mouthed to her that they should meet up tonight. She looked surprised for a moment, then nodded that she would. Over in the elf camp, one of Erwin's friends noticed her looking and suspiciously asked if she knew that barbarian. Erwin immediately panicked and denied it. At the exact same time, one of the barbarians with Bjorn asked him the same thing if he knew that fairy. Just like Erwin, Bjorn quickly said no. The other barbarian was relieved. He shouted that he knew it, saying there was no way a great warrior like Bjorn would ever be friends with those cowardly elves. The elf woman heard every word of that insult. She was furious. Bjorn just stood there, completely annoyed with the whole situation. He couldn't believe this was happening. The two groups were just staring at each other across the square. He thought it was ridiculous, like some kind of bad play. Just then, a couple more barbarians walked up, and Bjorn hoped this meant they were finally done here. One of them slapped him on the back and yelled that everyone was here. It was time to get going. Bjorn realized it was impossible to talk to Erwin with all this tension in the air. He decided he'd have to find her later that night. Just then, a kid's voice cut through the noise, yelling for their dad. The explorer scooped his kid into a tight hug, both of them just relieved to see each other again. Bjorn remembered scenes like this from the game. Families and friends overjoyed to be reunited. But for every happy reunion, there was also heartbreak. A woman screamed for her husband, only to be met with an apology. A little kid called out for their brother, but he wasn't there. It was a scene of pure agony. People were on the ground, blaming themselves for not being able to save their friends. All around him, people were crying out the names of the ones they'd lost. He'd seen this countless times in the game, but seeing these faces, this pain in real life, it just felt weird. But that sad moment didn't last long. Soon, the entire place was filled with shouts for drinks. The barbarians especially were going all out, chugging their drinks like it was nothing. They weren't even sipping anymore, just pouring the stuff straight down. Bjorn just sat there watching them. He thought they were all completely insane. He'd only stuck around because he thought there was some necessary step he had to complete with the other barbarians after returning. But it was clear there was no process. They were just getting wasted. He decided staying here was a complete waste of his time. So he stood up and said he had to go. But another barbarian grabbed him, completely shocked that he was trying to leave. Suddenly, the whole group was yelling. They were calling him the hero of the day and couldn't understand why he'd leave. Bjorn started to worry, wondering if they were actually going to try and stop him. Seeing that he was really leaving, the other barbarian gave up and just wished him luck, shouting his name. Bjorn didn't look back. He walked out into the streets, leaving the loud party behind him. Someone called out for him to wait, but he just kept going. He took a deep breath. It was peaceful here. There were no monsters trying to kill him. Just people living their lives, talking about what to do for the evening. This place had laws and rules. It felt calm, predictable. He just stood there for a moment, taking it all in. He realized that if he fell down here, someone would probably offer a hand to help him up. It was a completely different world. This place might be another world and way more brutal than his old one. But it wasn't all bad. But despite all that, he finally made it back to his room. He washed off all the dirt and blood from the labyrinth. For a moment, it felt peaceful. He thought that maybe living in this city wouldn't be so bad. He stepped out, feeling refreshed for the first time in a while. Completely drained, he just collapsed onto the bed. He stared at the ceiling for a second, then covered his eyes. But the quiet just made him face the truth. To be honest, all he wanted was to go home. He missed it terribly, even if there was no one there waiting for him. He finally woke up. It was late into the night. He figured he must have slept for about 4 or 5 hours straight. With his energy back, he remembered what he had to do. He needed to get to the Black Whale Tavern to meet Erwin. But when he asked for directions, the answer he got was not what he expected. The person told him that place had disappeared 10 years ago. The man looked at him, confused by the question. He explained that the original owner's son got into gambling, so both the name and the owner had changed. It was a shame, since it had been a popular spot for generations. Bjorn wasn't entirely surprised. This just confirmed that the world he was in was years ahead of the game he remembered. He asked for the new name, trying to recall it himself. And then it hit him, the tavern was now called Python Puth. He found the building and stood outside ready to go in. He realized this was the place, but it looked completely different from how he remembered it in the game. At least he could read the language here, which was a relief. He made a mental note to visit a library later. He stepped inside. The tavern was loud and packed with people. He started scanning the crowd, trying to find Erwin. That's when he heard someone call out. It was Erwin, waving him over to her table, but she wasn't alone. The woman sitting with Erwin stared at him with a cold expression. She recognized him as the barbarian from before. Bjorn walked up and introduced himself as Jandal's son. The woman didn't seem impressed. She just said she was Erwin's older sister. He asked if her older sister was her actual name. She told him to call her Teresia. That's when Bjorn realized Erwin's full name must be Erwin Fornaci de Teresia, and she just hadn't told him. Bjorn started to ask Teresia why she was there, but she cut him off. She slammed her hand on the table and said she had a question for him. She looked him right in the eye and demanded to know why he had asked to meet with a girl as young as her sister. Her stare was intense. She demanded to know why he would meet with Erwin so late at night, especially in a place like this. Teresia laid into him. She accused him of calling Erwin to a place like this last night, only to stand her up and make her stay out all night. She called him a shameless barbarian for daring to show his face. Erwin just looked on, clearly worried. Bjorn was completely lost. He asked her what she meant by last night. Teresia didn't buy it for a second. She thought he was just playing dumb. Trying to clear things up, Bjorn turned to Erwin and asked how long it had been since they left the labyrinth. She quietly told him it had been about 30 hours. 30 hours, the number hit him hard. He had thought he'd slept for maybe 4 hours, not 30. He was completely shocked. Suddenly, it all made sense. He felt so refreshed because he hadn't just slept well, he'd slept for over a full day. He explained that he was sorry, he'd just been asleep the entire time. Both Erwin and her sister stared, completely stunned. Erwin whispered to Bjorn that her sister was in shock, questioning if she'd ever seen a barbarian apologize before. Teresia quickly recovered. She said she didn't expect a barbarian to be on time anyway. Then she got straight to the point, demanding to know why he wanted to meet with her. Bjorn didn't back down. He told her he had his reasons, but he didn't have to explain them to her. If she was that curious, she could just ask Erwin herself. Teresia's expression twisted. She seemed to find his nerve interesting, especially coming from a beginner. He shot back, telling her that her attitude was the real problem. He said she should stop acting that way unless she planned to take care of Erwin forever. Then, to cut the argument short, he slammed a huge bag of money on the table. He told them to take it. It was 350,000 stones. He explained that this was the amount Erwin had earned for the essences. For a second, he thought this felt just like a scene out of some TV drama. The kind where someone tries to pay you to stay away from their family member. Teresia's expression was cold. She asked him why he wasn't taking it. She accused him of having some other purpose, just like she'd thought. Bjorn ignored her completely and looked straight at Erwin. He asked if she actually agreed with her sister. He reminded her that their deal was simple. He'd help until she earned the amount of money she wanted. Erwin looked surprised, asking if that was really all there was to it. Bjorn confirmed it, adding that they'd also split everything 50-50. Erwin's face lit up. She looked like she was about to happily agree with him. But a moment later, her expression completely fell. She quietly apologized. Bjorn was confused, asking why she was sorry when they worked so well together. That's when Teresia stepped in. She announced that from now on she would be the one going into the labyrinth with Erwin. She explained that letting her sister go alone was just a tradition for her first time. It was never going to happen again. Bjorn finally got it. He scoffed, realizing Erwin already had someone else to carry her. He hated that it all came down to personal connections. Teresia pushed the bag of money towards him again, telling him to just take it now that he understood. But Bjorn stopped her. He asked if the 350,000 stones was based on a 50-50 split of the loot. When she confirmed it was, he called her out. He told her they were short 280,000 stones because their promised deal was actually 90-10. Teresia just smiled, pretending she'd simply forgotten about the rest of the money. She pushed the rest of the 280,000 stones across the table. Bjorn was furious, realizing she had absolutely tried to scam him. He was completely disgusted. Now he understood why barbarians hated elves so much. He told her to get out, saying he still had things to discuss with Erwin. Teresia seemed shocked that he was dismissing her like that. That's when Erwin spoke up. She told her sister that she appreciated her worrying, but it was time for her to go. She still needed to say a proper goodbye to Bjorn. Teresia stared at her for a moment, then finally seemed to back down. She admitted that Erwin wasn't a kid anymore. But she wasn't done yet. She pointed right at Bjorn and demanded that he swear an oath. He had no idea what she was talking about. She yelled at him to swear that he wouldn't sleep with Erwin. If he promised, she would leave immediately. Erwin was completely flustered by her sister's demand. Bjorn, on the other hand, was just trying to understand the rules. He wondered if only sleeping with her was off the table. Teresia wasn't playing around. She screamed at him to swear it right then and there. So he did. Bjorn promised on his warrior's honor, even though he didn't really care about things like that. Erwin was just stunned by the whole thing. With that settled, Teresia smiled and said she was leaving. Erwin called out to her, still looking worried. But before she left, she stopped. She said she'd almost forgotten something important. She turned back to Bjorn with a little smile. She thanked him for saving her sister's life. After her sister was gone, Erwin just collapsed onto the table, completely drained from the stress. She looked up at Bjorn, worried. She explained that she'd never talked to her sister like that before and asked if he thought Teresia was mad at her now. Bjorn told her not to worry. He pointed out that her sister was smiling when she left, so she couldn't be that mad. Relieved, Erwin started to say something else, but then she remembered. She looked down and apologized. She thanked him for the offer to team up, but explained that she had decided to work with her sister a long time ago. Bjorn told her she didn't need to apologize. He said he completely understood, joking that he'd also jump at the chance to be carried by a high-level player. With that settled, she handed him a bag of money. She explained it was exactly 63,000 stones from the magic crystals and the crossbow, and that she'd already taken her own share. She also mentioned that the other two adventurers' backpacks were at her place, and that he could look through them tomorrow. Bjorn was impressed. She knew exactly what he was going to ask without him saying a word. It was a shame she wouldn't be his teammate. Then Erwin asked how she could possibly repay him for saving her life. The question caught Bjorn completely off guard. She insisted, reminding him of her promise to pay him back. And that's when it finally clicked for Bjorn. He realized this was why her sister made him swear not to sleep with her. She was worried he'd demand something weird as payment. He thought about her offer, trying to decide what to do. Bjorn couldn't think of anything he wanted from her right then. So, he just changed the subject and asked if she was hungry. Erwin said she wasn't hungry. Bjorn just shrugged and said he'd go ahead and order for himself. She was quiet for a second, but then it looked like she'd made up her mind. Suddenly, she shot up and excitedly said she wanted a drink. She explained that she had purposely avoided alcohol yesterday, just for this. She told him she wanted to share her first return drink with him. The phrase clicked for Bjorn. He remembered it being a tradition in the game. She explained that for fairies who live in shrines their whole lives, the first return drink is a really big deal. When he just stared at her, she told him he was supposed to say thanks, so he awkwardly thanked her. She beamed, saying it was only right. After everything they'd been through together in the labyrinth, she felt they should share this. She added that, of course, this probably wasn't his first return drink, but Bjorn surprised her by saying it was his first one too. Erwin was completely stunned. She asked if he was really only 20 years old too and not just joking around. Bjorn just smiled and admitted that it was his first time in the labyrinth too. With that settled, their food arrived. It was a huge meal, enough for both of them. Erwin raised her mug with a huge smile. She told Bjorn he did a great job. He returned the compliment, saying she did great too. They clinked their mugs together in a toast. A little while later, the plates were empty. Erwin playfully pointed out that he was wearing a shirt for once. Bjorn just shot back that she was wearing a skirt. Bjorn decided that was enough small talk, and it was time to get to the important stuff. He took a huge drink from his mug as Erwin watched, impressed. Bjorn leaned forward, his tone suddenly serious. He reminded Erwin that she'd offered to repay him earlier. He told her he'd thought of a way. Erwin looked a little taken aback. She asked him what he had in mind. He leaned in close and whispered that they couldn't talk about it here. He warned her that security would get involved if they did. Her eyes widened. She was clearly trying to figure out what he meant. Then a sly smile spread across her face. She asked if they should just go to her room, quickly deciding that it sounded like a good idea. Behind the closed door of Erwin's room, Bjorn's voice could be heard telling her to spread wider. Erwin's voice came back full of effort, saying she couldn't. Turns out he was just stretching her arm. Erwin screamed that he was dislocating her shoulder. Bjorn grunted, admitting it was hard to control his strength and that her arm had never bent back this far before. As she cried out, Bjorn just asked if she was sure. She screamed that she was positive, even swearing on her family. Hearing that, even after playing for 9 years. She looked at him, finally understanding. She asked if he brought her to her room just to check his abilities. Bjorn admitted it was true. He explained that since using abilities is banned in the city, this was the only place he could test things. He just wanted to see how different the game mechanics were from real life. Bjorn thought about how complicated the game was. It wasn't user-friendly at all, and the stats were the biggest proof. Everything boiled down to 3 main categories: body, mind, and ability. But under those 3, there were thousands of smaller, more detailed stats. Things like height, weight, muscle, and bone strength were all tracked separately. Each one had a real effect. Playing for just to example, understand the base, higher stamina meant you could carry more gear and hit harder in a fight. Bjorn finally let go and told her to rest. Even after playing for 9 years, there were still some stats whose effects were a complete mystery to him. He silently cursed the game developers for it. And one of those mystery stats was obsession. It was a stat that came from the monster essence Erwin had eaten. All he knew was that it was part of the mind stat. He turned to Erwin and asked if she'd felt any different since they got back. He tried to be more specific, asking if she'd been overthinking things or getting impatient. Erwin paused to think, then admitted she wasn't sure. She finally had an answer for him. She said that she'd been eating a ton of cookies since they got back, which was really weird for her. That clicked for Bjorn. He figured the obsession stat must increase desire, which would explain why it seemed so useless in the game. He started thinking about all the other new stats he didn't know about, but Erwin grabbed his sleeve, pulling him out of his thoughts. She told him she was getting sleepy. Bjorn still had more he wanted to check, but he decided to let it go for the night. He agreed it was time to sleep, and they put out the candle. He was just about to fall asleep when his eyes shot open. He just remembered something. He remembered Erwin's sister telling him not to sleep with her. He figured it didn't matter. She probably meant the other kind of sleeping together. The next morning, they laid out all the loot they'd gathered from the labyrinth. Erwin was amazed by how much there was. She asked if he planned on selling it all, and he told her he'd sell everything except for a few key items. She immediately spotted a leather outfit and a belt she wanted. Bjorn agreed, but told her the cost would come out of her share of the money. She was more than happy with that deal. They took the rest to the market. The merchants were practically throwing money at them, offering hundreds of thousands of stones for the gear. As the clerk added everything up, the numbers just kept climbing higher and higher. The final total was insane. They had earned 1,450,000 stones. Erwin couldn't believe her eyes, asking if this was even real. After subtracting her share, Bjorn realized he'd made 1,400,000 stones, way more than he ever made his first time in the game. He just smirked. It was a very nice start. With their business concluded, Bjorn told Erwin it was time for them to part ways. He didn't understand why she looked so surprised. He figured there was nothing left for them to do together. Erwin looked disappointed. She pointed out that they were heading the same way, so they might as well walk to the central square together. Secretly, she just wanted to be with him a little longer. So they walked on together. As they approached the square, they noticed a huge crowd had gathered for some reason. They stopped trying to figure out what was going on. That's when Bjorn saw it. The city guard was shouting at everyone to stay back. It was a public execution. A terrified man was locked in a guillotine, waiting for the blade to drop. An official announced to the crowd that these people hadn't committed any serious crimes, like murder or arson. Their only crime was failing to pay their taxes. With the announcement made, the executioner pulled the lever. The city, Raftonia, is the last one standing in a world destroyed by a witch's curse. The only way for anyone to get resources is by going into the dangerous labyrinth. The ground is littered with the gear of those who never made it back. And that's the city's simple, brutal rule. If you can't pay your taxes, you're executed. It's just their way of getting rid of another mouth to feed. The second the blade fell, the crowd surged forward, screaming and fighting to get to the front. They were dipping bread into the blood on the ground and then eating it. Erwin was completely disgusted. Bjorn explained there was a local legend that you'd get financial luck if you drank the blood of the executed. Then he turned to her and asked how much the taxes were for the first year. She told him it was 700,000 stones for non-humans. Bjorn noted that it was a bit different from the game, but close enough. He then asked what the tax was from the second year on. She said it jumps to 800,000 stones, plus fees for exchanging money. It was exactly like the game. Bjorn knew the taxes would only get higher each year. He had to get a lot stronger and he had to do it fast. If he couldn't go back to his old life, and he wasted his time here, he'd end up just like the guy who was executed. His blood would be the one on the ground. To avoid that fate, he had to save money. He needed to become strong enough to reach at least the 6th floor of the labyrinth. That was the only way to survive in this world and avoid execution. So he went to the library. It was huge, way bigger than he expected. In the game, this place was always under construction. People were staring, and he figured it was probably weird to see a barbarian in a library. That's when he noticed someone else at a nearby table. He recognized her. It was Einar, the daughter of some important person. He couldn't believe it. Wondered what she was doing here. He reached out and poked her head to wake her up. Einar's eyes slowly opened. She looked up, a bit confused. Her expression changed when she recognized him. She called him by his full name and said she was glad to see he was okay. She shot up from her seat and yelled the greeting right back at him, just as loudly. Her shout echoed through the quiet library, turning heads. Bjorn quickly told her to keep her voice down. Einar apologized, explaining she was just surprised to see another barbarian in a place like this. After a moment, Bjorn just sighed and asked what she was doing. She explained that his advice from before, to think before she acts, had stuck with her. She figured that to think properly, she needed to learn more things first. Bjorn was impressed. He realized she was definitely different from the other barbarians he knew. Einar continued, saying her time in the labyrinth taught her that monsters weren't the only enemies. Bjorn listened carefully. He knew that most barbarians would just brag about their fights, but she was actually thinking about what happened. Something must have gone wrong for her down there. She admitted that she decided to study, but the book wasn't making any sense. Reading was way harder than she thought it would be. So she decided she was going to visit the shrine and have the elders teach her how to read and write. Bjorn asked if she was leaving right then. She said yes, explaining that if she waited, she'd probably forget all about it. As they walked, she sighed, saying that barbarians were a sad species. Then she stopped, suddenly remembering the promise she'd made to repay him. She told him that if he ever needed help, he should come find her at the Angry Bull Inn. She promised she'd do her best to help him out. Bjorn just looked at her for a moment, then calmly agreed. He thought to himself that he hoped she wouldn't forget that promise in a couple of days. And with that, Einar turned and walked away. As she left, Bjorn started thinking about what he needed to do next. He had a feeling he'd be taking her up on that offer sooner, rather than later. His next stop was the library. The place was huge, and he had no idea how he was going to find the one book he needed. Then he spotted someone sitting at the main desk. He figured she must be the librarian. Turns out she was sleeping on the job. He cleared his throat to get her attention. She slowly stirred from her nap. She looked up at him and asked what he wanted. He told her he was looking for a book and asked where he could find ones related to history. Instead of answering, she just closed her eyes and started casting some kind of spell. A purple light began to glow around her. The magic shot out and wrapped around Bjorn. He was completely caught off guard, wondering what she just did to him. He asked her what the spell even did, but she just yawned. She explained that if he walked around now, he'd be able to find the books he wanted, but he couldn't borrow any. Before he could even ask another question, she was already nodding off again. He just stared at her, completely confused. She was already fast asleep. He couldn't believe it. He decided to just walk around like she said. It didn't take long for him to figure out how her magic worked. A book on one of the shelves started glowing brightly. He picked it up and realized what was happening. The spell was highlighting any book related to the topic he was thinking about. It was like a magical search engine. He finally understood. With magic like that, this huge library only needed one person to run it. He opened the book, ready to get some answers. The first book was called Fallen World. It told a story from thousands of years ago about a land so cursed that no one could live there. A powerful witch was behind the curse. Only one place, a fortress called Rafdonia, managed to survive the disaster. To save their starving people, the royal family opened a path to another dimension. That's how the labyrinth was created. Bjorn realized was almost exactly the same as the game's introduction. The second book was about alchemy. It explained how magic crystals from monsters could be turned into everyday things, like bread, water, and even steel. He couldn't make sense of the complicated science behind it, so he decided to just memorize everything for now. He breezed through a third book about the war between barbarians and fairies, but it was the fourth book that really got his attention. This was the one he had been looking for. It was called Evil Spirits of the Abyss. The book explained that an evil spirit was someone from another dimension who takes over someone else's body. He thought to himself, well, that was a perfect description of him. The book didn't explain why it happened, but it was clear that both the royal family and the temple were ruthless when it came to hunting down evil spirits. Bjorn smirked, so as long as he didn't say certain banned words, he'd be fine. It was a useful tip, considering he was exactly what they were hunting. He moved on to the fifth book. It was about the death of the first king, Lavagin III. The book said he died 150 years ago. That's when it all clicked. The game he played started the day after the king died. This world was 150 years ahead of the game's timeline, which explained why his knowledge was so outdated. The next book was called Dimensions Instability Observation Records. He frowned, wondering if this was the same book the blonde guy who saved him had been reading. He remembered the knight telling him that what he went through was extremely rare. But the book had a theory. It said that entering a portal at the exact moment it was closing might be the cause of the instability. So it was his own fault. The thought was so depressing he decided he was done thinking about it for now. He decided he'd read enough for one night. It was already dark outside. Lying in bed, he thought about how much time had passed. It had already been 3 days since he left the labyrinth. A month in this world was 30 days. Since the labyrinth opened on the 1st, that meant he only had 27 days left to prepare. His mind was made up. Tomorrow, he would start looking for a new party member. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. Someone was pounding on his door, yelling for him to wake up. He recognized the voice. It was He got up and opened the door, asking what she was doing there so early in the morning. But before he could even finish his sentence, a wave of green energy hit him square in the face. Erwin was ecstatic. She explained that after 10 tries with a spirit stone her sister bought, she had finally succeeded in making a contract. She held up the little green creature, proudly adding that it was a wind spirit, which would work great with fire magic. Bjorn just stared back. He simply told her she was lucky. Spirit stone was an item that let you contract a spirit, but the chance of it working was only 10%. Bjorn realized how much money that must have cost. If she really tried 10 times, her family had to be rich. He'd seen enough and told her to get rid of it. But Erwin protested, saying she hadn't even shown him everything it could do. The little spirit was already trashing the place. Bjorn glared at her and asked just how much more of a mess she planned on making in his house. His angry tone snapped her back to reality. She panicked and immediately apologized, promising to clean everything up right away. The little wind spirit got right to work, zipping around the room and cleaning up the mess. In just a moment, the place was spotless. Erwin announced she was all done, and Bjorn had to admit she was a lot faster than he'd expected. Bjorn congratulated her on the spirit contract. She was so happy she was practically glowing. But then he got serious. He told her she shouldn't have wasted her time coming to him and that she should be preparing for her next trip into the labyrinth. His words caught her completely off guard. She stammered, admitting that he was right. She explained that she had come running straight to him because she wanted him to be the first person to know. Bjorn realized what was happening. Because he was her first ever teammate, she felt some kind of special bond with him. He decided that kind of emotional connection was a problem and their relationship should be kept strictly business. But then he changed his mind. He put on a friendly face, figuring it was smarter to stay on her good side. He told her he planned on staying in town permanently, so she could always find him if she ran into any trouble. His words hit her hard. He had called them comrades. Her expression completely changed. She happily agreed. Bjorn thought to himself that it was always good to have connections. With that settled, a new countdown began. He had 26 days until he had to go back into the labyrinth. He knew exactly how he was going to use that time. His first stop was the Angry Bull Inn, the place where all the barbarians stayed. He stepped inside, taking a quick look around. The moment he was spotted, the whole place erupted. Everyone started shouting his name, calling him the strongest warrior. He just stood there, thinking they were as loud as ever. One of them caught up to him and asked what he was doing there. He offered Bjorn a place to stay for just 300 stones a night. Bjorn immediately wondered why it was so cheap. The man explained that 10 warriors were crammed into a single room, sharing 5 beds. He said they could make room for one more, but Bjorn already knew the answer to that. Bjorn told the man he wasn't looking for a room. He was there to see Einar. The barbarian corrected him, explaining that Einar was Feneline's second daughter, not the third. Just then, the barbarian spotted her. He yelled out that Jandal's son Bjorn was here to see her. Einar walked over looking confused. She asked why he was looking for her. Bjorn didn't waste any time. He told her he had a favor to ask. He wanted to fight her for training. Einar thought about it. She knew she wouldn't be able to survive a real duel based on pure skill alone. She pointed out that this didn't really sound like a favor. She was right. They could just go to the training field where plenty of people were sparring. Bjorn realized he probably didn't need to ask her for this after all. But then Einar spoke up. She agreed to fight him anytime as long as it wasn't in the mornings. That was all he needed to hear. Bjorn told her they would begin right away. The crowd gathered quickly, buzzing with excitement. Einar and Bjorn were going to fight. Bjorn got into his stance. He was here to learn, but he had no intention of losing. Einar didn't waste a second. She brought her huge sword down with incredible force. Her eyes were filled with focus. The strike was perfect. And just like that, it was over. Bjorn was on the ground, completely beaten. The crowd roared, cheering for Einar as the new best warrior. Einar looked down at him and asked if he was okay. He admitted she was really good and that this was a good way to spend his time. He wasn't done yet. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he told her he wanted to go again. The second round started instantly. This time, Bjorn was ready for her attack. They fought again and again. Every time he lost, Bjorn just got back up and demanded another round. By the time they finally stopped, it was late into the night. Bjorn was on the ground, completely out of breath. Einar was tired too. She asked if he wanted to keep going, but admitted she needed a break. Even on the ground, Bjorn knew she was incredibly strong. He finally called it a day and praised her for her hard work. He was thinking that she was different, smarter than other barbarians, and probably someone he could trust. Bjorn asked her if she was planning on going into the labyrinth alone again. She said she probably would, since she didn't have the money to form a party. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. He realized this was his best option and extended his hand, asking her to be his teammate. Einar was shocked. Bjorn started explaining the deal. He would take 80% of the profits, but he'd pay for all the party fees. But before he could even finish his sentence, she cut him off. She told him there was no need to explain any further. For a second, Bjorn panicked, thinking she didn't like the conditions. He quickly started talking again, offering to pay for her equipment too. But before he could say another word, she grabbed his hand. She told him he didn't need to explain. She wouldn't understand it all anyway, but she trusted him. Bjorn smiled, relieved. He shook her hand and said he was looking forward to working with her. He finally had a friend. The next day, they headed to the Barbarian shrine. Einar was going to learn to read and write, and Bjorn had come along with her. An old barbarian greeted them, calling them by their family names. Bjorn didn't want to be here, especially because of this man, but he knew he had no choice. The elder mentioned it was rare for a warrior to return after leaving the shrine. He asked if Bjorn was there to learn how to read and write, just like Einar. Bjorn's answer was a simple no. The elder asked him what he was there for. Bjorn looked him dead in the eye and said he wanted the spirit seal. He then corrected himself, saying he wanted the undead seal specifically. This wasn't just some random request. He knew this skill was incredibly powerful, and it was the key to clearing the labyrinth. So in this world, every species has its own special thing, and unique trait that sets them apart. Fairies, for example, can borrow power from spirits. Dwarves get a special blessing that makes their equipment better, and beast-like people can team up with ancient spirit animals. And finally, there are the barbarians. Their unique trait is something called the spirit seal. The elder looked surprised, then suspicious. He got right in Bjorn's face and asked how he knew about that. He pointed out that it wasn't something a young warrior should know. This was exactly what Bjorn was afraid of. The elder was getting suspicious again. But it didn't matter. Bjorn had already prepared for this. He'd gone to the library specifically to find information on the spirit seal, just in case. He looked the elder right in the eye and calmly said he'd read about it in a book. The elder's suspicion vanished instantly. He started laughing and slapped Bjorn on the back, completely impressed. He said he'd heard the seals were used in the war against the fairies and thought it was amazing that Bjorn learned about it just by reading a book. The elder was beaming with pride. He told them he was proud of both of them and that there was no reason to deny a warrior who asked for spirit seal. But then came the catch. The elder explained that getting a spirit seal required a massive payment of 800,000 stones. He looked at Bjorn with a challenging grin, asking if he really thought he could afford something like that. Without skipping a beat, Bjorn said he'd pay for it. Einar couldn't believe what she was hearing. Bjorn remembered this part from the game. The price was the main reason it was so hard to get early on. He knew that the higher your rank, the more rare items you needed on top of the money. Getting it now was the only smart move. So he pulled out several large bags of coins. He told the elder he had one bag of 500,000 stones and 3 more with 100,000 each. He had the money. The elder was completely stunned. He grabbed Bjorn and demanded to know where he got so much money. This was the exact question Bjorn had been waiting for. He already had his excuse ready. A smirk spread across his face. He actually would have been disappointed if the old man hadn't asked. Bjorn explained that he got lucky and found a hurt fairy on the first floor of the labyrinth. He told the elder he used her like a slave to get magic crystals, and after feeding her in essence, he got a huge payment from her sister. The elder roared with laughter. He thought the story about the helpless fairies was the funniest thing he'd heard in a long time. He called Bjorn amazing for ripping off the earheads, as he called them. He said Bjorn was probably the first to ever do it. The other barbarians crowded around, all cheering. Turns out they really didn't like fairies. The elder was so impressed, he told Bjorn he was giving him a gift for showing such great potential. Bjorn looked down at his hand. He couldn't believe it. The elder had given him back 200,000 stones. He had just earned a fortune simply by telling a story. To keep the act going, Bjorn roared that he would continue to rip off the fairies to become an even greater warrior. The other barbarians loved it. But inside, he couldn't help but smile. He was actually starting to like these guys more than he thought. With the celebration over, it was time for the ritual. The elder explained that a spirit seal was a strengthening technique. It worked by making the body absorb the power of magical items. He said that's why all barbarians are tattooed as babies, to mark the pathways for that power. He gave Bjorn one last chance to back out, warning him that this choice was permanent. Bjorn sat before him completely calm. He told the elder he was ready. He knew this immortal seal was the key to becoming the perfect tank. The elder announced he would begin, holding a sharp tool over Bjorn's shoulder. Bjorn just watched, thinking that any experienced gamer would have made the same choice. The tool lit up, shooting beams of energy onto a magic circle on the floor. Bjorn gritted his teeth as the power surged, but something wasn't right. He realized with a shock that he'd have to go through this every single time he leveled up the seal. The pain was absolutely brutal. He screamed as the magic burned into his skin. But it was worth it. The system confirmed the first level of the immortal seal was active. His natural regeneration and physical stats had both increased by a lot. Once it was over, Bjorn turned and thanked the elder. The old man just let out a strange, quiet laugh. Bjorn was confused. He couldn't figure out why the elder was laughing. Turns out the elder was just surprised. He'd never seen a warrior thank a witch doctor before. That's when Bjorn realized his mistake. He'd acted too polite. He decided to get out of there fast before the elder got any more suspicious. He left the shrine and disappeared into the night. The next morning, Bjorn headed to the commercial district to buy the equipment he needed. His training with Einar had made one thing very clear. He was not a swordsman. He decided to focus entirely on shield techniques, so practicing with a sword would just be a waste of time. He walked into a shop and told the owner he was looking for a one-handed blunt weapon. The shopkeeper led him to a section full of huge, intimidating weapons, explaining that these were the kind barbarians usually preferred. But Bjorn wasn't interested. He explained that he wanted something more normal. A weapon that big was unnecessary for the weak monsters on the first floor. The shopkeeper offered him a different option. It was a simple, standard-sized mace. It was perfect. It cost him 220,000 stones. The moment he equipped it, the system confirmed his total item level had increased by 85. He also had to get a helmet custom made since none of the regular ones fit his head. He finished off with a half armor that fit perfectly. After spending a fortune, his new set of gear was complete. After buying all the gear he needed, he was left with only 50,000 stones. A lot of time had passed since he left the labyrinth. He had settled into a steady daily routine. Every morning at 7, he'd wake up and have breakfast with Erwin. She always insisted on coming to his side of town, claiming the food was cheap and delicious. After that, he'd head to the library and read until 4 in the afternoon, trying to learn everything he could about this world. Then he'd eat dinner at a new place every night. It was the best way to overhear conversations and gather intel he couldn't find in books. This place was expensive and the food was terrible, but he didn't care. The information was what mattered. At about 5, he'd go to where the other barbarians lived for the last part of his day, and he would train, pushing his body to its absolute limit every single day. By the 7th day, he was dueling other barbarians one after another. There were no real combat skills to learn, but fighting purely on instinct was exactly the kind of practice he needed, and the results were showing. The system notified him that his repeated training had improved his reflexes, flexibility, and eyesight, bumping his physical stats up by 1. All that effort meant he was now strong enough to sometimes win his duels against Einar. After one such victory, the other barbarians cheered his name. Even Einar gave him a friendly pat, thanking him for the match. She looked at him with a grin, admitting that he'd gotten a lot stronger. He knew she was skilled, but her fighting style had a predictable pattern. He'd mentioned it to her, but it was a hard habit for her to break. At 9, he'd head home to wash up. And like clockwork, Erwin would show up, calling for him to go eat dinner. He asked her if it wasn't tiring to travel an hour just to see him every day. She just laughed, telling him it wasn't a problem at all as she pulled him along. By the time they finished dinner, it was around 11. After that, Erwin would head back to her place for the night. She waved goodbye, cheerfully wishing him luck in the labyrinth tomorrow. He watched her go, thinking about how fast time had flown by. The day was finally here. He stuck to that same routine every single day, and a month went by in a flash. Now there were only 24 hours left. All that training paid off. His physical stats and item level had shot up, making him way stronger than before. With the labyrinth about to open, he headed to the Explorer Guild. He wasn't alone. Einar walked in right beside him. He walked up to the counter and told the receptionist they were there to get Unity magic. The receptionist looked them over and asked if it was just the two of them. After they confirmed, she told them to place their hands on the crystal orb. The receptionist looked at the glowing orb and told them the price for 2 rank 9 explorers would be 15,000 stones. Einar was shocked by the price, but Bjorn knew it was necessary. Without this magic, they could end up on opposite sides of the labyrinth when they entered. Bjorn asked her how ranks were decided. She explained that it was based on the amount of essence in a person's soul and that the price did go up for higher-ranked explorers. A moment later, the process was done. The receptionist handed the orb back and warned them the magic would only be valid for the next 24 hours. With their business at the guild finished, Bjorn decided it was time to eat. When they arrived at the tavern, Einar was completely speechless. A huge feast was laid out on the table in front of her. Bjorn explained that he'd ordered the most expensive meal they had as a last celebration before entering the labyrinth. She couldn't believe it cost 800 stones and stammered, asking if she was dreaming. Bjorn just grinned, happy to treat his new partner. Bjorn encouraged her to try the food. She hesitated for a second, then took a big bite. The taste completely blew her away. Her eyes went wide as she shouted that it felt like she was dreaming. She started eating like there was no tomorrow, declaring she would work hard just so she could eat this meal again. Watching her, Bjorn couldn't help but wonder what her life had been like up until now. After their meal, they headed to the labyrinth. A massive purple portal swirled in front of a crowd of explorers. A message appeared, stating the entrance would open in 10 minutes. Bjorn looked up at the portal. Now that things weren't so hectic, he realized just how huge it really was. Suddenly, a group of young barbarians came running up, shouting with excitement. Their leader proudly announced they had made it just in time, praising himself for his great timing. Bjorn watched them with a tired expression. He figured they must have just finished their coming-of-age ceremony and wondered how rookies like them always managed to find their way here. Einar smiled, saying the sight reminded her of the good old days. Bjorn just thought to himself that for them it had only been about a month. A loud announcement echoed through the area. The labyrinth was now open. The massive purple portal crackled with energy as the crowd of explorers prepared to enter. Einar was ready to charge right in, but Bjorn quickly stopped her, telling her to wait. He started to explain that he wanted to test a theory about entering the portal while it was unstable. Einar just smiled and cut him off. She said she probably wouldn't get it anyway and would just follow his lead. Suddenly, a guard shouted that there was only 1 minute left. Einar started to panic, asking if they should go in now before it was too late. But Bjorn was perfectly calm. He was just watching the portal, thinking to himself that it was getting a lot smaller. It was about the same size as when he'd entered last time. He was waiting for the perfect moment. As the guard gave the final warning that the gate would close soon, Bjorn's eyes narrowed. That was his signal. He yelled for Einar to go, and they both sprinted towards the shrinking vortex. The guard yelled for them to wait, warning them that it was too dangerous. But it was too late. They leaped straight into the crackling energy just as it was about to disappear. He knew it, his gamble had paid off. They landed in total darkness. Einar started to panic, yelling that she couldn't see. Bjorn just told her to calm down, explaining they were in the dark region. But Bjorn was ready. He pulled out a torch and lit it, saying he'd brought them this time. Einar looked at him, confused by what he meant. The light revealed a strange stone monument on the floor. Einar pointed at it, asking what it was, but Bjorn just smiled. It was exactly where he expected it to be. He explained that the monument was a portal. It could take them straight to the second floor, and that's exactly what they were going to do. He grinned, thinking to himself that any expert gamer knows how to use bugs to their advantage. Bjorn reached out and placed his hand on the monument. A huge wave of energy exploded from the stone, surrounding them both. Einar's jaw dropped in disbelief. Bjorn just grinned, telling her it was time to go. A message from the system appeared. It said he was the first to open the portal and gave him bonus experience. That small bonus was just enough to push him over the edge. He leveled up, and his maximum essence capacity increased by 1. They stepped out on a dark, squishy earth. Einar was completely stunned, asking how he'd managed to do that. She said the chief told everyone it would take at least 3 days to reach the second floor. She just couldn't get over how amazing his trick was. Bjorn held up his torch, looking at the dead trees all around them. Faint crying sounds echoed in the distance. They had arrived in the land of the dead. Bjorn asked Einar if she could feel it too. She had no idea what he was talking about. He tried to explain the feeling, like something was filling him up from the inside. Einar's eyes lit up. She told him his spirit status must have increased and congratulated him. He finally understood this was what leveling up felt like. Just like in the game, leveling up in this world came with a status screen. His combat index had already increased. Leveling up also meant his MP went up, and more importantly, so did the number of essences he could consume. Now that he was level 2, he could handle 2 of them. But Einar thought it was weird. They hadn't killed a single monster, so how did they get stronger? Bjorn explained that opening the portal counted as a special accomplishment, and he had done it on purpose. In this world, these were called accomplishments. You could only get the bonus once for each type of monster, so eventually it became really hard to level up this way. But there was a trick to break past that wall. It was called a speedrun, and that's exactly what he had just pulled off. He realized the X from opening the portal wasn't an one-time bonus. If he used this trick right, it was an easy way to level up over and over again. He knew he had to keep this trick to himself. He had to take full advantage of it before other people caught on. He turned to Einar and told her their method was a secret. If anyone asked, she was to tell them it took 2 full days to get here. She looked a little confused but agreed, and he knew he could trust her. He knew that experienced explorers would be arriving soon. They'd definitely get suspicious if they saw 2 rookies already on the second floor, so it was best if they just stayed out of sight. He told Einar they needed to leave immediately. At this point, he was more worried about running into other explorers than any monsters. So he came up with a solution. He tied the torch to his helmet with a rope, calling it Barbarian Candle Mode. He knew other explorers did the same thing, but that didn't make it feel any less ridiculous. Einar was amazed that the torch wasn't hot at all. He explained that it was a magic tool that would stay lit for 3 whole days once it was turned on. This new area, the Land of the Dead, was filled with monsters that were way stronger than the ones in the Goblin Forest. But there was a big upside: no traps. For 2 barbarians who just wanted to fight, this place was perfect. They moved forward together, ready for whatever was coming. Suddenly, Einar's eyes widened. She saw something. She yelled out his name, warning him. Ghouls were crawling out of the darkness. He wasn't worried. He figured there were only 3 because it was the first day. By the 3rd day, there would probably be 3 times as many. Einar was actually excited. She said she was getting bored and would take care of them herself. She moved like a blur, cutting through the ghouls in an instant. With a huge yell, she tore right through them. She was having the time of her life. She didn't even break a sweat. She bragged about how easy it was going to be. But then her face went pale and she screamed his name. A terrifying scream echoed through the chamber. Einar hid behind him, completely shaken. Bjorn calmly explained it was just a banshee and that they should ignore it since they don't usually attack first. She was still nervous, asking if it was really okay to just leave it alone. He told her their attacks wouldn't even work on it. Plus, if they started the fight, they'd get cursed. And that curse would stick with them, making the banshee hunt them all the way out of the labyrinth. The thought of being cursed terrified her. She looked at Bjorn, completely impressed, and said he was a wise warrior. She knew she'd made the right choice coming with him. Suddenly, Einar grabbed Bjorn and started screaming his name. She was completely freaking out about something she saw. He just struggled, telling her to let him go. Turns out, she was panicking over a group of skeletons that had just appeared in front of them. She froze, probably realizing she'd made a big deal out of nothing. Bjorn cleared his throat, trying to give her some advice. He started to tell her to aim for the core between their ribs, but she didn't need it, she was already tearing right through them. He turned back and asked if he'd said something. Bjorn just played it cool and said it was nothing, thinking to himself that he'd worried for no reason. A system message popped up, confirming they'd earned 1 experience point for the kill. After that, they traveled north for almost 8 hours straight. As they traveled, they started running into new kinds of monsters. First were the elder ghouls, which were twice the size of the normal ones. They also came across skeleton warriors and even skeleton archers. But honestly, it wasn't that difficult. Since it was only their first day in, there weren't many of them, and Bjorn's fighting ability had grown a lot. For one thing, his new mace was the perfect size and weight. It let him crush skulls much more easily than his old hammer. The impact was just devastating. His new armor also made a huge difference. It was shaped like a vest, so he didn't have to protect as much with his shield, letting him fight more aggressively. And while his new steel helmet probably wouldn't stop a crossbow, it easily stopped arrows from these half-broken bows. The skeletons were nothing more than practice. Bjorn just casually swatted them aside. He knew he was great at destroying enemies. But he had to admit, there was one other barbarian who was just as good. Einar was a storm of pure destruction on the battlefield. Every swing from her was just as brutal as his. Watching her fight, Bjorn thought about the barbarian's ancestral goddess. He had to admit, Einar was really good. He remembered at first, he didn't get why she shouted every time they were fighting. But now he was starting to understand. Turns out, it just rolls off the tongue. Einar was having the time of her life. She yelled out that this was so much more refreshing than fighting with Erwin. This was what a real barbarian party felt like. System messages started popping up one after another. They had defeated an elder ghoul and a skeleton warrior. Another notification confirmed they'd taken down a skeleton archer too. They were clearing the floor with ease. That's when Einar noticed the deep gash on Bjorn's arm. She called out to him, pointing out that he was injured. But Bjorn wasn't worried. He told her it would heal soon. As he spoke, the wound was already closing up, steam rising from his skin. Einar's eyes went wide with excitement. She asked if this was the effect of that spirit seal he got, and he just confirmed it was. The undead seal gave him incredible natural regeneration. It could heal a wound like that in about a minute, and it even helped his stamina recover faster. He thought back to getting the tattoo. It was incredibly painful, but there was no denying how effective it was. As they moved forward, Bjorn noticed the ground was no longer wet. The terrain was different here. He could hear a banshee's howling getting louder in the distance. He told Einar to get ready. He warned her that 8th rank monsters would be coming out soon. Suddenly, a horrifying sound echoed through the trees and Einar panicked. But Bjorn was ready. He told her to get into position. It was a death fiend, a massive creature with 3 glowing red eyes. Einar remembered hearing stories about it. The creature supposedly eats light, which is why they never saw it coming. She admitted to herself that it was way scarier than she ever imagined. Bjorn reminded her of the plan, aim for the head. He told her there was no point in attacking anywhere else. Einar agreed, telling him she trusted him completely. The death fiend let out a furious roar and lunged straight at them. Without hesitation, Einar used Bjorn's shoulder as a springboard, launching herself into the... She brought her sword down with everything she had, aiming right for its head. But the blade just bounced off, it barely left a scratch. He couldn't believe it. He thought to himself that it was like hitting solid rock. The death fiend wasn't hurt at all, it just got angrier. The creature swung its huge fist down, and Bjorn raised his shield just in time to block the blow. The force of the impact was incredible, sending Einar flying backward, but it worked. Bjorn knew he had the creature's full attention now. Einar's eyes shot open in disbelief. Her blade was just grinding against its skin, unable to cut through. The creature's red eye glared as it swatted her away like she was nothing. Her greatsword went skidding across the rocky floor. She scrambled back to her feet and yelled to Bjorn, warning him that this thing was incredibly tough. Bjorn knew this monster from the game. It was famous for its defense, but he never expected it to be this hard. The tiny scratch Einar's sword had left was already healing just a few seconds later. That's when he remembered it was the Death Fiend's passive skill, body preservation. Just when things couldn't get worse, the Death Fiend started gathering dark energy. Einar stared in horror, asking Bjorn what was happening. Bjorn explained it was the Death Fiend's active skill. All around them, dead hands started clawing their way out of the ground. The skill was called Call of the Dead. An entire army of ghouls was rising from the earth, ready to attack. They were completely surrounded. Einar looked at the horde closing in, realizing just how much trouble they were in. The Death Fiend let out a powerful roar as the ghouls clawed their way out of the ground. Its active skill was in full effect. Bjorn and Einar stood back to back, completely surrounded by the undead army. The skill was called Call of the Dead. But Bjorn had a plan. He yelled at Einar to take care of the ghouls first. He told her he would handle the Death Fiend alone while she cleared out the smaller enemies. Einar didn't waste a second. She charged straight into the horde of ghouls ready to fight. With Einar busy, the Death Fiend turned its full attention to Bjorn. It swung its huge arm down, aiming to crush him. Bjorn planted his feet and raised his shield, catching the full force of the blow. The impact was insane, cracking the ground beneath him. But Bjorn held his ground, refusing to be moved. While Bjorn held the main boss, Einar was a storm of steel in the middle of the ghouls. She was completely focused on her task. She swung her greatsword in a massive circle, taking out a huge chunk of the undead army in a single move. It was over in seconds. She yelled out to Bjorn that she had killed all the ghouls. The last of the undead bodies dissolved into dust. With her job done, she announced she was coming to help him. She launched herself at the death fiend, aiming for its head again. But her blade just scraped against its tough hide, completely useless. Bjorn's voice cut through the noise. He told her not to get distracted. Done playing defense, Bjorn roared and smashed his mace directly into the side of the death fiend's head. The impact was huge. The creature stumbled backward, clearly hurt by the blow. A deep gash had opened up, and dark liquid started to pour out. Bjorn grinned, thinking that one felt good. He was sure it must have taken a lot of damage since it was bleeding so much. But before he could celebrate, the creature swung its massive arm right back at him. He brought his shield up just in time, but he couldn't believe his eyes. The monster was perfectly fine. His mind raced. That was an attack that could kill a goblin in a single hit. And yet the death fiend's wound had already healed completely, as if it never happened. Bjorn knew he couldn't attack fast enough to beat the monster's healing. He started to wonder if he should just give up and go after weaker monsters instead. But just then, Einar charged in. She wrapped her arms around the death fiend's leg and Bjorn yelled her name in surprise. He watched her, his mind racing to understand her plan. That's when it clicked. She wasn't trying to hurt it, she was trying to throw it off balance. He shouted that it was a great idea and immediately kicked its other leg with all his might. The plan worked perfectly. The huge creature lost its footing and began to fall backward. It slammed into the ground with a massive crash. The death fiend roared in fury, struggling to push itself back up. With the death fiend pinned to the ground, Bjorn stood over it and mocked its inability to get back up. A huge grin spread across his face. He raised his mace, ready to finish this. Einar was laughing just as hard. She said it reminded her of pounding rice cakes as a kid. Bjorn yelled that this was way more fun than his childhood trips. Einar shouted back, agreeing completely. Together, they just kept smashing the creature over and over. Einar wondered if this was what real barbarian hunting was like. Finally, the monster stopped moving. A message appeared confirming they had defeated the death fiend. A moment later, Einar called out to Bjorn. She had found a massive glowing magic crystal in the monster's remains. Bjorn glanced at it and calmly told her it was only worth 100 stones. Einar was floored. She couldn't believe a monster that tough would drop something so cheap. Bjorn pointed out that with the ghouls, the total came to 300 stones. Still, he had to admit it was a low price for risking their lives. Einar tried to put that number into perspective. She asked Bjorn how much the cream pie they ate at the inn cost, thinking it was around 300 stones. Her eyes lit up with a simple, brilliant idea. She realized she could eat a cream pie every single time they killed a death fiend. Bjorn just smirked, asking if that was really her way of counting money. Einar was totally fired up. She yelled that this was no time to relax, it was time to hunt. Bjorn agreed, thinking to himself that hunting with another barbarian wasn't so bad. It made him realize how passive Erwin had been, and for a second he felt a strange pang of annoyance. And so they began hunting death fiends all over the area. They perfected their strategy. First, they'd take out the legs to bring the monster down, then they'd just beat on its head until it stopped moving. They spent the entire day hunting, taking down about 70 death fiends. Bjorn knew that in the early stages of the game, players usually just build their skills around whatever essence they find. After a full day of fighting, he decided they'd done enough. But he was specifically looking for a death fiend essence to work with his immortal seal skill. Even after all that hunting, they hadn't found a single one. He was starting to get worried. The next morning, they got right back to it. On the second day, the death fiends started appearing in pairs. But by now, they had a solid strategy, so it wasn't as bad as it looked. Their plan was simple: knock one of the monsters down first, then work together to finish the other one. The only problem was speed. If they couldn't kill the death fiends quickly, they'd get surrounded by ghouls. When that happened, Bjorn yelled at Einar to run, explaining that the monsters wouldn't follow them out of their territory. Later that afternoon, things got even worse. Now the monsters were appearing in groups of 3. Bjorn knew that was too much for just the 2 of them. He told Einar it was time to go somewhere else. As the second day came to an end, they stopped hunting. Einar found some old ruins and asked if it looked like a good place to camp. Bjorn thought it was perfect. As they walked through the ruins, they suddenly stopped. They weren't alone. Another group of explorers was right there in front of them. The 3 men froze, their faces tense. They clearly weren't expecting to see anyone else out here. Bjorn just stared back silently. One of the explorers got defensive, demanding to know what he was looking at. But before he could finish, Einar stepped forward. Her voice was cold as she told them to get lost if they had no business there. The explorers were completely stunned by her sudden threat. The lead explorer quickly stammered an apology. Then all 3 of them turned and ran off into the darkness. Einar turned to Bjorn. She said they had to move now that the others knew their location. She was firm about it, stating that humans can't be trusted. As they walked, Bjorn realized this wasn't the first time she'd said something like that. He started to wonder if something bad had happened to her during a previous exploration. He watched her walk ahead, lost in thought. He decided he'd have to ask her about it later. Bjorn was talking about finding a decent place to set up camp for the night, but as he spoke, Einar's head snapped up. She heard something. Then he heard it too, a faint voice pleading for help. The cries grew louder and more desperate. They both froze, listening to the sounds echoing through the dark woods. Einar looked at Bjorn, her face pale. She told him this wasn't the sound of a monster attack. She knew what it was: someone was murdering another person. She was about to say they should run, but a bright light suddenly flared up ahead. A voice cut through the darkness, demanding to know who was there. They had stumbled upon a massacre. 4 bodies lay on the ground. Bjorn immediately saw the signs of a campfire and poison. This wasn't a fight, it was an ambush. And standing there in the middle of it all was a lone woman. Blood dripped from the dagger in her hand. She was the one who did this. The woman looked them over with a cold, judging stare, dismissing them as beginners. But Bjorn knew exactly what he was looking at. This wasn't just a killer, she was a plunderer, someone who preys on other adventurers in the labyrinth. Bjorn knew exactly who this was. Plunderers, they're people who professionally hunt other explorers. But Bjorn knew how little that meant out here. He remembered killing 6 explorers himself, even if it was in self-defense. No one ever investigated. As long as there are no witnesses, people outside the labyrinth will never know what really happened. The woman looked at them with a smirk. She asked if this was their first time seeing a plunderer. Her eyes scanned them both and she recognized their race. Barbarians. Bjorn knew this wasn't good. He'd never seen a plunderer that looked so professional. He started taking in the details. She was tall and thin with red hair down to her shoulders and an injured right ear. He even saw the tattoo underneath her eye. All these traits should have made her famous. The fact that he'd never heard of her meant she was very, very good at her job because she never left survivors. Einar's voice was tense. She warned Bjorn that the woman was incredibly strong. Bjorn quickly sized up the situation. He saw 4 bodies all with high-end gear and one was even a mage. These weren't rookies, they were probably active on the 5th floor at least. He looked closer. Visible plundering is illegal in Injuries, just signs of being sick. They had been poisoned. The 4th one must have had some tolerance and put up a fight. Bjorn looked her straight in the eye and asked if she had been their teammate. Just shrugged, giving a vague answer as she started to pull at the dead man's clothes. He couldn't believe it. She turned her back on them completely and started looting the body. She clearly thought 2 beginner barbarians were no threat at all. Then he saw her put a giant sword into a small bag. It had to be one of those super expensive pocket plane bags. Einar was speechless. She couldn't even guess how much stronger that woman was compared to them. She looked over at Bjorn, completely stunned. Bjorn knew there was only one way they were getting out of this alive. Einar looked at him ready for a fight and asked if that was the plan. But Bjorn's answer was simple no. He told her to run as fast as she could, and just like that they turned and bolted. Their only option was to run. The plunderer just watched them go, completely unfazed. They were running for their lives. Bjorn knew they'd bought a little time, but he had no idea when she might decide to chase them. He kept his eyes forward, scanning the trees. That's when he started to see them, the marks he'd carved into the trees earlier. His escape route was working. Bjorn's plan was simple. Follow the signs he'd carved earlier and make a run for the 1st floor portal. But as they were running, they suddenly skidded to a stop. Something was right in front of them. It was another group of explorers, completely blocking their escape route. The leader of the group sized them up, surprised to see 2 barbarians out here. Einar didn't hesitate. She told them they were being chased by a plunderer and desperately needed their help. The man was suspicious, asking how he could be sure they weren't the plunderers. Playing his part, Bjorn roared back, swearing on his honor as a warrior that he was telling the truth. The leader seemed to consider this. He thought to himself that a warrior's pledge was a pretty good trick to get people on your side. But then he realized something. If they helped take down the plunderer, his group could take all the rewards. With a greedy look, he agreed to help. The leader told them to come closer, explaining he had a gnome ability that could hide them. He knelt down, activating the power. He promised that with this, no one would be able to notice them. He explained it was a powerful stealth skill that blended everyone into the environment. The only catch was that they couldn't move, but it would let them avoid a fight completely. The leader turned to his men with a smirk. He told them they'd gotten very lucky. His expression turned evil. He was thrilled that 2 barbarians had just walked right into their trap. System window popped up. Both Bjorn and Einar had been hit with a skill called. They were completely frozen, unable to move. The leader laughed, mocking them for being unable to move or even speak. That's when Bjorn understood. They'd been lied to, these guys were plunderers too. He instantly recognized the skill. It was an ability from a stone golem. It was exactly the kind of trap another group of explorers would set. Bjorn knew he had to take damage, even just 1 point, to break free from the paralysis. The leader of the plunderers mocked them, saying their 2 days of hard work were about to become his. One of the plunderers looked at Einar with disgust. He complained that it was a shame she was a barbarian. But his friend corrected him, saying it was even better. He reminded him how much barbarian hearts were worth. Einar could feel their disgusting intentions. The leader just laughed, telling her that glaring at him wouldn't do any good. He gave the order to kill them in 1 clean hit. He pulled out his dagger, confident he wouldn't fail. Bjorn stared up at him, a single thought running through his mind. Is this really how we die? With a cruel smile, the plunderer lunged forward to deliver the final blow. But Bjorn wasn't giving up. He knew if he could just do one thing, he might have a chance. He had one last crazy idea. He just needed to take a single point of damage. The plunderer's blade sank right into his neck. And just like that, the paralysis broke. Bjorn could move again, and the plunderer was completely shocked. He had pulled back at the last second, just enough to make sure the wound wasn't deadly. The plan worked perfectly. Before the plunderer could even react, Bjorn's hand was wrapped around his face. The man was terrified, stammering about what kind of monster could take a hit like that and keep going. His men just stared in horror. The leader screamed at them to get it together and attack. But they were too late. Einar was already on them, and her blade went straight through one of the men. As Einar moved on the other men, Bjorn suddenly yelled her name. The plunderer's eyes widened in shock as her blade cut across his neck. At the same time, Bjorn's head was glowing with power. But whatever he was doing, it was draining him fast. He finally fell to his knees, his strength completely gone. He told Einar he was leaving the rest to her. Einar saw him go down. Her shock instantly turned into absolute fury. She turned to the last man standing. He stammered, trying to back away, but there was nowhere to go. She didn't give him a chance to run. One clean swing was all it took. The man screamed as he fell. Einar just stood there, her face cold and empty. The fight was over. The last plunderer turned and ran for his life. Einar scoffed, but then she looked back. Something was wrong. She screamed Bjorn's name. She rushed over and saw the deep cut on his neck. He was bleeding everywhere, and she begged him to hold on. He was barely conscious, trying to say her name as his life slipped away. Einar swore she would get revenge for him. But at that exact moment, as his health hit rock bottom, a system message appeared for Bjorn. He'd unlocked a reward that permanently boosted his mentality stat. In her panic, she dropped the potion she was trying to use. But he didn't die. Later, he touched the new scar on his throat. He knew he was lucky. An item he'd bought, the Immortal Seal, was the only thing that saved him. Einar, on the other hand, was thrilled. She told him the scar was amazing, like a medal. Bjorn just looked at her, totally confused by her reaction. Bjorn thought about his injury. Not many barbarians could survive getting their throat pierced, even with their massive build. Einar was ready to move. She told him to grab his equipment so they could go after the guy who ran away, figuring he couldn't have gotten far. But just as they were about to leave, something flew out of the darkness. Bjorn caught it just in time. It was a poison dart. The man they were chasing suddenly collapsed in front of them, and standing in the distance was the other plunderer. She calmly told the two barbarians that their fight earlier was pretty impressive. They were stunned. She had been watching them fight her own partner this whole time. Bjorn knew they couldn't run anymore. He yelled Einar's name, preparing her for what was coming next. Nowhere to go, they turned to face her. The fight wasn't over yet. The plunderer just stared back, completely unfazed. Bjorn knew there was no talking their way out of this. Without hesitation, both he and Einar charged forward, weapons raised to strike. They knew they had to fight her. There was no other choice. Einar swung first, putting all her strength into a single, massive attack. But the plunderer didn't even flinch. She met Bjorn's attack head-on, and the impact sent a shockwave through the air. For the first time, she looked surprised. She couldn't believe how much power was behind his strike. She decided that if she couldn't knock him down, she would just push him back with everything she had. Bjorn held her in place, creating the perfect opening. He yelled for Einar to make her move. But Einar didn't move. She was on the ground, completely frozen. Bjorn was on his knees, his strength completely gone. He couldn't understand how she'd managed to pierce his armor with just a small dagger. Then a terrible thought hit him. If she was an aura user, they had no chance of winning this fight. Turns out, while Bjorn was struggling, the plunderer had already made her move on Einar. The strike was incredibly powerful, sending Einar flying backward. She collapsed to the ground, coughing up blood. Bjorn could only watch in horror, screaming her name. The plunderer just looked down at him. She told him to give up, explaining that a basilisk's paralytic poison was already spreading through his body. He knew it was true. She was stronger, faster, better in every way. He started to think they were really going to die here. He was about to argue, to say anything to change this. But the plunderer suddenly made an offer. She told him if they swore to never speak of what they saw, she'd let them live. Bjorn was completely stunned. She explained that letting them go was her plan from the start. She had no interest in killing barbarians. In fact, she said she owed them a debt. That's when it all clicked for Bjorn. She wasn't just watching them fight her partner earlier, she was hoping they'd get killed so she wouldn't have to do it herself. Einar, struggling on the ground, tried to warn Bjorn not to trust the woman's words. She was sure the plunderer was just messing with them. Bjorn ignored the warning. He looked her right in the eyes and asked what would happen if he refused. The woman's answer was simple. If he refused, she'd kill him. She said it was part of a promise. When Bjorn asked who she made the promise with, she cut him off, telling him it was none of his business. He had no other choice. He agreed. A small flame appeared on his helmet as he knelt and swore on his honor as a warrior. The plunderer watched him, commenting that he was unique. Then, without a second thought, she pressed a burning torch to her own arm, sealing a wound. With that done, she turned her attention to Einar, who was still on the ground. She asked if the barbarian woman would swear the same oath. Einar refused. She screamed it. The plunderer just calmly accepted her answer, but Bjorn was stunned. The woman said she had no choice then. She raised her dagger, ready to strike Einar down. Bjorn's mind raced. He knew the plunderer wasn't bluffing. At this rate, Einar was going to die. He screamed at Einar, begging her to just swear the oath. The plunderer paused, her blade still raised, looking over at him. Einar looked up at him, completely confused by what he was asking her to do. She tried to argue, explaining that a warrior's pledge was sacred. But Bjorn screamed back, reminding her that she promised to do whatever he said. He begged her to just trust him. He yelled that her ego was pointless. What good was honor if she died for it? Einar fell silent. She looked down, his words hitting her hard. Finally, she gave in. She agreed to swear the oath. The plunderer watched her, then said she had one question for them. Einar knelt to make her vow. The woman asked them what floor of the labyrinth they were on. The plunderer paused for a moment, considering their question. Then, as she turned and walked away, she gave her answer. The 8th floor. Bjorn's mind raced. The 8th floor. That meant she was an explorer on a level they couldn't even imagine. They had only survived because she let them. He watched her disappear into the darkness, knowing they were completely outmatched for now. But Einar wasn't scared. She yelled after the woman, promising that next time things would be different. With the plunderer gone, they moved on. A system message appeared, announcing they had entered the first floor crystal cave. They dropped down into a massive cavern filled with a strange blue light. Einar hit the ground hard, tumbling onto the crystal floor. Bjorn stood over Einar and asked if she was okay. She was still on the ground, admitting that she was hurt. But it wasn't just the fall. She was furious with herself, feeling like she didn't even have the right to complain about pain. She was ashamed for swearing on her honor just to survive. Bjorn tried to snap her out of it. He told her that the strongest warrior is the one who survives, and now they had a chance to win next time. He kept it simple, reminding her he wouldn't understand if she said too much. His words seemed to get through to her. She looked up, saying she thought she understood what he meant. She figured that having to endure so much shame must be what makes someone a strong warrior, just like him. Bjorn just stood there sweating. He didn't feel any of that stuff. He wasn't even a real barbarian. He just looked out into the darkness, sure that one day they would get their revenge. They finally sat down to rest. Bjorn had been awake for 20 hours, and after everything they'd been through, he was completely drained. But even so, he couldn't bring himself to sleep. He admitted to himself that he felt awful. Not as bad as Einar, but still completely drained. The feeling reminded him of a time he was saved by a group of adventurers, specifically a blonde-haired warrior. He remembered how the priestess refused to heal him. Instead, the swordsman just tossed him a potion, like he was throwing away trash. He had to take that potion like a dog just to survive. He was happy to be alive back then, but he never forgot that feeling. He swore to himself he would never be that weak again. So what went wrong? He thought about it. He had always made the best choices he could in any given situation. And that was the problem. He was only ever focused on surviving the present moment. But what else could he do? In this world, just staying alive took everything he had. He remembered the moment he first arrived in this world. The very first thing he saw was someone getting killed right in front of him. Everything was so insane that he had no choice but to focus on one thing, staying alive. But he finally understood, just surviving wasn't enough anymore. He looked down at Einar, his mind made up. It was time for a change of plans. He asked her a serious question. What if there was a way for them to get stronger, but it came with great danger? Einar didn't even hesitate. She said they'd probably die anyway if they didn't get stronger, so it didn't matter. This life was full of chaos no matter what. She believed it was better to attack first. Hearing that, Bjorn knew they were on the same page. He told her what they were going to do. They were going to enter the rupture. Instead of running from chaos, they were going to run straight into it. He figured what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. System confirmed they'd taken down a gnome and a wolf. Bjorn was surprised to see 4 different types of monsters in one area on the first floor. Einar explained that's exactly why no one ever came here. She said fighting 4 types of monsters at once in the dark was a huge pain. People only came through here to save time, never to actually explore. But Bjorn saw it differently. An unpopular place was the perfect spot to hide something important. That's when Einar spotted a glowing stone tablet and asked what it was. He told her it was a memorial, built for the very first person to ever discover this labyrinth. The inscription honored someone named Diflon Grondel Gabrilius, calling him the last wise man. Bjorn recognized the words instantly. It was the exact same quote from the game. He realized this meant the secret condition to unlock the rupture was probably the same too. He turned to Einar and told her he was about to open the rupture. But he warned her that everything from this point on had to be a secret. Without hesitation, she swore on her honor as a warrior. She then asked him what a rupture even was. He explained it simply. It was a labyrinth hidden inside another labyrinth. He explained that in a game, this would be called an instance dungeon. It's a special place that only a few chosen people can enter and clear together. He told her that to open the first floor's rupture, they had to place magic crystals from 4 specific monsters on the memorial stone. They needed one from a goblin, a gnome, a ghoul, and a razor-mane wolf. But there was one last piece. The final ingredient was a magic crystal from a powerful 8th-rank monster, one that could only be found on the 2nd floor. With all the crystals in place, a massive dark portal tore open right in front of them. Bjorn yelled for Einar to get ready to go in. He knew that the Death Fiend's crystal opened a dungeon with a capacity of 5 people. The difficulty would change depending on who was in the party. He wondered who else would be pulled in with them. A message from the system appeared, confirming that he had successfully entered the first floor's rupture. This was the rupture. Basically, a rupture is a labyrinth hidden inside another labyrinth. They pop up randomly on each floor and have a cooldown period before they can be entered again. For this one to open naturally, it would have taken at least 3 months. Waiting that long wasn't an option, so people figured out how to force them open with magic crystals. There are 4 different ruptures on the first floor. The one he had just opened was a special one. The sky was blood red and a massive dark castle stood before them. This was the blood-tinted castle. Einar was completely overwhelmed by how huge it was, but Bjorn wasn't surprised at all. He knew that using the Death Fiend's magic crystal would lead them straight here. Even though he'd seen it in the game, it was still a lot to take in, but he wasn't worried. The good thing about first-floor ruptures is that they're always beatable, no matter how hard they seem. The real question now was who else would be pulled in with them. The party members for a rupture are chosen automatically. That's when Einar yelled out a warning someone else was arriving. Einar demanded to know who it was. Bjorn just stared, waiting to see who the rupture had pulled in with them. But the scene shifted completely. Miles away, back in the crystal cave, Erwin was getting scolded. Her little fire spirit floated beside her as someone told her she'd used her magic again. The other elf told Erwin that she couldn't just rely on her bow and spirit. She insisted that Erwin had to learn how to defend herself up close with a dagger. Erwin tried to argue back. She explained that Mr. had told her to focus on what she does best and to trust her teammates to do their part. The other elf admitted that sounded nice in theory, but she said the real world wasn't so kind. She grabbed Erwin and looked her right in the eyes. She told her that a teammate is just a teammate and warned her not to put too much value on them. Erwin just quietly agreed, but she still insisted that Mr. wasn't a bad person. Trying to change the subject, she asked if they could go to the 2nd floor. She figured Mr. was probably up there making a ton of money without them. The other elf explained her plan. She told Erwin that just hunting on the second floor wasn't going to cut it. To get strong fast, they were going to enter a rupture. Erwin was confused. She thought getting into a rupture was just a matter of luck, and that even a lot of experienced explorers never got the chance. But the other elf had it all figured out. She explained that the last one opened 8 months ago, which meant the first floor's rupture was due to open any day now. Erwin realized Mr. had never told her anything about that. The elf just scoffed. She said that was to be expected, calling the barbarian a beginner who was probably climbing the floors in the slowest way possible. She grabbed Erwin's shoulder and promised that in just a year she'd be much stronger than him. But halfway through her sentence, a loud, vibrating sound cut her off. Her eyes went wide. She knew exactly what that sound was. It was the rupture. Right in front of them, the air itself seemed to crack open. A huge, dark red portal tore through reality. The elf screamed at Erwin to run. Without hesitating, they both turned and sprinted away from the portal. But they weren't fast enough. The portal's energy reached out for them. The other elf cried out as something grabbed her arm, pulling her back. Before Erwin could do anything, her friend was dragged straight into the swirling darkness. In an instant, they were somewhere else entirely. The elf looked around the strange, dark place and wondered if they were too late. Meanwhile, Einar and the other barbarian watched, as the first of their new party members started to appear. A tough-looking dwarf stepped out of the light with a grin. He seemed excited to see 2 barbarians on his team. Then they turned to see who the second person would be. A woman in a mage's robe appeared. She looked around once and immediately knew where they were, identifying the place as the blood-tinted castle. Bjorn couldn't believe it, a mage. He was even more surprised that a mage would be on the first floor. They were usually way too powerful for this level. Dwarf seemed happy with the new team. He thought having a mage was a pretty good start. Einar didn't get it. She turned to Bjorn and asked what the big deal was, reminding him that the librarian was a mage too. Bjorn explained that the librarian was a 9th rank mage. He told her mages are a huge resource for the city, so only the ones who prove their skills are allowed to enter the labyrinth. The mage overheard him and smiled. She was impressed, commenting that he was pretty knowledgeable for a barbarian. She introduced herself as Alua Raven, a 6th rank mage. Bjorn thought she seemed a little full of herself, but he remembered the mages from the game were way worse. Then the man with the huge backpack bowed. He introduced himself as Tarjan, a professional carrier that Alua had hired. The last person to join them was a dwarf. He introduced himself as Hikurad Murad, an explorer with 3 years of experience. Bjorn figured that explained his nice gear. Bjorn gave his name and Einar proudly shouted her own right after. With the introductions over, Alua got straight to business. She asked why a group this powerful was messing around on the first floor of the labyrinth. The dwarf admitted he couldn't share the details, but he'd heard a rupture was opening. The mage said she'd heard the same thing. Bjorn understood immediately. They all knew about the rupture, but no one was going to say how they found out. Lua took charge. She announced that the loot would be divided among them, excluding her carrier Tarjan. She then asked if everyone would follow her orders. The dwarf quickly agreed, saying it was just common sense to follow the mage's lead. Bjorn knew he had to agree. Mages were the ones who pushed the idea of executing evil spirits, so he couldn't risk making one an enemy. But just as he was about to accept, Einar shouted that she disagreed. Everyone froze. Bjorn couldn't believe what he was hearing. Einar pointed right at Bjorn and demanded that he lead the party. She yelled that he was a warrior wiser than anyone and that he was no normal barbarian. It was the worst possible thing she could have said. Bjorn was panicking, trying to get her to stop talking before she got him killed. But she wasn't done. She added that he reads for 6 hours a day. The dwarf was shocked, muttering that a reading barbarian was definitely unique. Einar completely lost it. She screamed that Bjorn wasn't just unique, he was great. She pointed right at him, yelling that his name was Bjorn, and he was a great warrior. The dwarf and the mage just looked on, completely stunned by the whole thing. I just stood there with my hand over my face. All I could think was, please just stop. Suddenly, the dwarf started laughing. He said he was jealous and that it was great to be so respected by one's wife. Einar immediately freaked out, yelling that she was not his wife. Dwarf kept teasing her, but that's when the mage Alua stepped in. She told everyone to stop messing around so they could get going. I was so relieved the conversation finally changed. It looked like Alua wasn't really interested in me, which was perfect. I just had to hope she'd never focus her attention on me for the rest of this trip. The dwarf Tarjan spoke up, saying they should probably know each other's skills before just leaving. But the mage Alua cut him off, asking if that was really necessary. She explained that the monsters in the blood-tinted castle were all 7th rank or lower. In her mind, she and Tarjan were the only ones strong enough to matter. Einar was clearly furious. You could see it on her face. I just stood there watching this whole mess unfold. And then she added one more thing. She announced that she'd be taking all the loot from the Guardian for her research. The dwarf looked like he was about to explode. I knew this was coming. Fights over loot happen all the time in Dungeon and Stone. He screamed at the mage, asking if she really thought he was an idiot. And I knew exactly what was at the heart of this argument. It's always about money. He swung his hammer right at her. The Guardian's loot is the main prize here. For a well-off mage like her, it's just an item for research. But for explorers like us, that loot is how we survive. It's our money. The mage tried to calm things down. She offered to give the dwarf all the regular magic crystals that dropped in the rupture. But I knew she just made it worse. She just confirmed this was all about money. The dwarf wasn't having it. He screamed that she was just trying to give them leftovers. The mage looked completely shocked by his reaction, asking if her offer wasn't fair. She was clearly shaken. It looked like she really didn't expect anyone to stand up to her. I couldn't believe she was that naive. So they started negotiating, just the two of them. They were splitting up the Guardian's essence and some other item, even deciding to roll a dice for the Rupture Stone. Just like that, Einar and I were cut out of the deal completely. I wasn't about to let that happen. There was no way I was leaving here with nothing. I stepped up and told them my terms. They could have the essence and the other items, but Einar and I were taking the Rupture Stone. The mage just scoffed, calling me greedy. She even questioned if they really needed 2 barbarians in the party. The dwarf immediately shot me down, saying the stone was too much. It didn't work. Turns out the mage wasn't so nice after all. I acted like I was giving in. I told them fine, they could have the Rupture Stone. But in exchange, Einar and I would take 2 of the other essences instead. The dwarf and the mage finally agreed to my terms. It was settled. The mage confirmed the agreement, telling the dwarf to keep his promise. I could tell she only agreed because she figured the loot here wasn't worth much anyway. Just like that, they were back to acting like everything was fine. With the loot sorted out, they were suddenly all smiles and ready to fight. I just watched them, thinking about how dangerous people like them really were. Watching them, I realized something important. I needed to get a lot stronger. I didn't care about people trying to pull others down. I was going to climb to the top no matter what it took. A message appeared from the system. We had officially entered the blood-tinted castle. The system explained that the brutal citadel had 4 main parts. The first was the drawbridge leading into the keep. The second part was a large courtyard surrounded by the outer walls. The third was an underground dungeon inside the castle. And the final area was a demon's sanctuary deep within the Lord's chamber. As the party walked up the steps toward a massive door, Einar pointed out 2 huge gargoyle statues guarding the entrance. I knew exactly what these were. Gargoyles. They were tier 8 monsters that stayed perfectly still just like stone statues. But the moment they spotted an enemy, they would wake up and attack without warning. Their most dangerous ability was petrification. They could turn their enemies into solid stone. The only way to beat them was for one person to act as bait, letting themselves get turned to stone. That's when Einar shouted my name, telling me to be the tank. But that whole sacrifice strategy was pointless if you had a mage in the party. Artina just grinned, completely confident. She immediately began casting her spell, her magic lighting up the entire area. It was a spell to reverse petrification. The stone around me cracked and shattered instantly. The gargoyle let out a shriek, without its ability to turn enemies to stone. It was basically just a big, slow target. The dwarf and Einar immediately moved in for the With the first one down, he roared that there was only one left and charged the second gargoyle. The last gargoyle collapsed to the ground, its stone body crumbling. The dwarf raised his weapon and brought it down hard, finishing the job. The system announced their victory, but for all that work they only got 1 experience point. With the battle over, the party stood among the glowing remains of the gargoyles. The dwarf was impressed, telling everyone they fought well. Bjorn watched him, thinking the dwarf was a better fighter than he expected. He was smart about it, crippling the monster's leg before going for the head. Suddenly, one of the mana stones lifted into the air. Someone yelled out Bjorn's name, completely shocked. Turns out it was the mage, Artina. She explained she was using a spell to collect the loot and would hold on to it for now to save time. With that settled, the group moved on, heading through a dark doorway. The dwarf pointed out how dark it was. The mage just smiled and told him to leave it to her. Artina cast a spell and a bright light filled her hand, pushing back the darkness. The light revealed what was waiting for them. A whole crowd of disgusting, fleshy monsters stood in their way. The system identified them as stout undeads. The problem was they gave no experience points or mana stones. Killing them was basically a waste of time. Artina figured their attacks were as weak as bug bites, so she decided to save her magic. The dwarf agreed it would be a waste of spells. The undead didn't wait. They let out a growl and rushed forward. But Einar was faster. She let out a war cry and charged straight into them. Her giant sword cut through the monsters like they were nothing. She finished with a huge downward slam that sent a shockwave through the room. While Einar handled the crowd, the dwarf focused on the commander, bringing his hammer down for the final blow. The hammer landed with incredible force, completely crushing the enemy. As the monster fell, he noticed something drop. It was a war horn left behind by the undead commander. Einar was amazed by its size and asked what it was for. The dwarf just laughed, telling her she would find out soon enough. With the undead cleared, they reached a massive steel door. The dwarf admitted his hammer couldn't break it, but Artina said this was her turn. She chanted the words of a spell, unleashing a huge explosion of fire right at the door. The blast was so powerful that everyone had to shield their faces from the heat. The dwarf stared, completely stunned by the power of that spell. The massive steel door was completely gone, reduced to a smoldering archway. Artina just stood there unfazed. She just smiled, told everyone to get moving, and commented on how overpowered mages can be. With the path clear, they finally reached the entrance to the keep. The system announced it was the first chapter, the drawbridge. But just as I thought there was a problem, the drawbridge was up, completely cutting off the entrance. That's when Artina turned to Einar and asked her to use the war horn they had picked up. Einar looked surprised but agreed. Einar took a deep breath and blew into the horn. A deep, powerful sound echoed across the entire area. A message from the system popped up. It said they had just activated some kind of protective magic that had been cast over the keep. Einar's eyes went wide. The sound from the horn had triggered something she didn't expect. With a deep rumble, the massive drawbridge began to lower. As it moved, they got a clear view of the moat below. It wasn't filled with water, but with what looked like a pool of blood. Then she saw something moving in the water. Hands started reaching up from the surface, confirming this place was exactly as dangerous as its name suggested. Artina just smiled, telling her not to worry. She said they were only stout undeads. Einar quickly denied being afraid, but her face told a different story. Just then, the first of the undead pulled itself onto their platform. The objective here was simple. A message from the system appeared. telling them to hold their ground until the drawbridge was all the way down. A whole horde of them began crawling onto the bridge. Holding off this many monsters at once was going to be incredibly difficult. But Artina just grinned. She said that for a party with a mage, this was a completely different story, and she was more than prepared. She called for everyone to gather around her. She explained that one mage with area of effect spells was all they needed to get through this part easily. She raised her staff and unleashed her spell, Storm of Blades. A massive wave of energy exploded from her staff. The magical blades shot forward, tearing through the air. The undead horde had no chance to react as the spell tore right through them. In an instant, it was over. The entire horde of undead was wiped out, their bodies covering the bridge. The dwarf chuckled in amazement. He couldn't believe how easily she'd handled them, saying the undead were no threat at all. I knew she was powerful, but this was on another level. Compared to her, I felt like a little kid who just learned how to walk. Artina smiled, saying all they had to do now was wait for the drawbridge to come down. She was surprised to have any spare time at all. A moment later, a loud rumbling sound echoed through the area. The massive drawbridge was finally lowering. With the path open, the party began to walk towards the castle. Just like that, the first part of the brutal citadel was over. He walked silently, thinking about what just happened. They had cleared the entire stage without breaking a sweat. They crossed the drawbridge and walked right into the outer courtyard. Normally, this place would have been swarming with enemies, but they met no resistance at all. Turns out another horde was waiting for them inside, so the mage raised her staff and cast her spell again, Storm of Blades. A huge wave of magical energy shot forward, tearing right through the crowd of monsters. Bjorn watched the destruction. He knew it was a terrifyingly powerful spell, even if it didn't kill every single monster this time. About 90% of the horde was gone in an instant. But one creature, a huge death fiend, was still standing. It was tough enough to take the hit without flinching. The mage smiled, telling the others that it was their turn now. Bjorn called out to Einar. She grinned back and the two of them charged straight into the fight. Einar and Bjorn didn't waste a second. They slammed into the death fiend with a powerful double tackle. The force of their attack sent the monster crashing to the ground. Watching from the side, the dwarf muttered about what a strange but effective pair they were. That's when the mage Yahello stepped in. She raised her staff and unleashed a powerful curse. Purple energy wrapped around the death fiend. The spell was designed to make any wound it received much, much worse. The thing is, the death fiend's greatest strength was its ability to regenerate from almost any injury. But with that power completely shut down by the curse, it was helpless. The dwarf laughed, saying it was now just a piece of meat waiting to be carved. The monster vanished, leaving behind a glowing item that dropped right into a pouch. Einar turned to Bjorn, completely amazed. She admitted that now she finally understood why everyone respected mages so much. The dwarf laughed, admitting that having a mage in the party completely changed what they were capable of. The mage Yahello proudly explained that her power came from countless hours of research, though she admitted she was naturally talented too. Watching her, Bjorn figured her out. She was young, passionate, and loved to brag while trying to seem humble. She then asked if they could help her find some research materials in the courtyard. Both the dwarf and Bjorn immediately agreed, saying it was the least they could do. Bjorn knew exactly how to get on her good side. Thanks to their help, she got what she needed in no time. She asked if they were ready to head to the next location. As they walked, Einar stared at the huge loaf of bread Bjorn was carrying. The mage just told everyone to get going. But something felt weird to Bjorn. He wondered why the other parties had cleared out all the monsters and ingredients, but left one specific thing behind. He couldn't believe it. Did they really not know? The item was just sitting there, right underneath the statue by the fountain. He knew that most gamers like him had a habit of checking anything that looked even slightly out of place. It was that curiosity that helped him find countless secrets in Dungeon and Stone over the 9 years he played. He knew he had to be careful. It would look really weird for a simple barbarian to know something a smart mage didn't. He decided to keep his mouth shut and avoid any suspicion. With that decided, the party moved on, walking through the ruined castle. They finally made it inside the inner castle. The mage Yahello commented that she'd heard it was in bad shape. But this was way worse than she expected. She looked around, noticing that there wasn't a single monster in sight. She decided they should just keep moving and head to the next part of the dungeon. Bjorn found the way forward and started to open a massive stone door. The mage was practically bouncing with excitement. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a dark path leading down. As they stepped inside, a system message appeared. They had just entered the first floor of the underground dungeon. The dwarf asked the mage, Ms. Raven, what kind of monsters they should expect to find here. She listed off a whole bunch of them, ending with something called an undead golem. The dwarf grinned. He said he'd fought all of those monsters before except for the undead golem. Turns out, it only shows up in this specific dungeon. He was thrilled at the idea of fighting a new monster. Raven warned him to watch out for its flesh burst attack. The explosion itself wasn't a big deal for them, but its acidic blood could kill you instantly if you were too close. She seemed confident she could prevent that though. The dwarf laughed, saying how great it was to travel with such a good mage. Raven just complimented him back, but Einar wasn't buying it. She remembered them arguing about how to split the treasure just a few minutes ago. Einar pointed at a small skeleton rat scuttling nearby and asked Bjorn if it was one of the monsters. He confirmed it was a skull rat, just like the mage had mentioned. The mage overheard and chimed in, explaining they were weak monsters they could just step on. Einar shot her a dirty look and snapped that she wasn't asking her. Raven looked a little annoyed by that, but before anyone could say anything else, a terrifying shriek echoed through the dungeon. Einar completely panicked. She grabbed onto Bjorn, screaming that it was a banshee. and there it was, a horrifying ghost floating right in front of them. Raven grinned and warned everyone to be careful not to touch the banshee. She explained that touching it a few times was okay, but too much contact would lead to something horrible. The dwarf was terrified, but Einar just called them childish. The dwarf demanded to know what she meant. Bjorn stepped in, saying he'd heard mages had a special way of dealing with them. Raven looked pretty happy to hear that. He then asked if she learned that from a book too. She looked genuinely surprised by his question. Deciding she was done playing around, Raven stepped forward. She announced she would take care of them and began casting a spell. One of the monsters let out a furious roar. The banshees shrieked as they swarmed down towards her. But she was ready. She unleashed a massive wave of fire, engulfing everything in flames. With the monsters gone, Raven calmly asked if they were ready to continue. Bjorn couldn't help but think that mages were just on another level. The party dropped down into the darkness below. A message from the system appeared, announcing they had reached the second floor. This new floor was filled with twisted creatures like the Chimera Wolf and the Ghoul Lord. It wasn't just the monsters. The whole place felt like a mad scientist's laboratory. The dwarf admitted that the worst was still to come. He turned to Raven, surprised at how well she was handling all the disturbing sights. Raven explained that years of studying anatomy had made her used to things like this. She stopped at a solid brick wall and announced that they had arrived. She told them she had memorized a map that showed a secret door right here. She also warned them to be ready, because an undead golem was waiting for them on the other side. Bjorn knew exactly where she would have gotten that map in the game. He was impressed by her preparation. Raven then told everyone to leave their heavy backpacks there before heading inside. She asked Bjorn to light the torch on his helmet. As it flared to life, she told the party to get ready. The door was opening. The secret door opened, and what we saw on the other side was a nightmare. The room was filled with mountains of bodies, all piled on top of each other. The smell of decay was so strong it felt like a physical wall. I knew right away that if I was still in my old body, I would have passed out the second I stepped inside. But this barbarian body was different. It was strong and tough, and it was the only thing keeping me on my feet. Not everyone was handling it so well. The carrier Tarzine was the first to break, getting sick from the awful smell. A moment later, the mage Raven was right behind him. Turns out all her research on bodies made her used to seeing gruesome things, but it didn't prepare her for the smell. The dwarf looked over at me and Einar. He was glad we were handling it okay and told us we needed to keep moving. So we pushed on, stepping through the filth on the ground. But as we moved deeper into the darkness, we saw it was just more of the same. We stopped dead in our tracks. In front of us was a mountain of bodies, but then one of them started to move. A hand reached out and a faint voice whispered from the pile. The entire pile began to rise. It wasn't a pile at all. It was one giant creature made of people. It started talking to us, asking where it was and saying it was hungry. Then its voice changed. It started screaming for help, crying out for its father. The dwarf and Einar were completely frozen in shock. But I wasn't scared. I was just trying to figure out what was going on. System message popped up confirming this was the mid-boss, the undead golem. It was screaming that it was in pain, begging for someone to kill it. I remembered this boss from the game, but it was never this loud or this real. There was no time to think. I yelled for everyone to stay on their guard. But when I looked over, the dwarf was just standing there trembling. He was completely frozen in fear. And it wasn't just him. The mage and the carrier were paralyzed too. After all their talk about being experienced, they were totally useless. I couldn't believe it. It looked like I was going to have to carry them all on my back again. The golem's voice was a mix of pain and pure rage, screaming for us to just die. At least Einar had snapped out of it. She stood beside me, weapon ready. But with the rest of the team still useless, I knew I had to think of something fast or we were all done for. Even though Dungeon and Stone was a super niche game, it had a few things that were actually pretty popular. One of those things was its black and white in-game art. The drawings just felt so real. In fact, screenshots of that art became famous as memes. More people knew the memes than the actual game. But standing here now, I realized something. It doesn't matter how real those pictures felt. They don't even come close to the real thing. The creature was screaming, begging for someone to end its pain. The mage who'd studied bodies, the veteran adventurer who'd seen countless monsters, and the swordsman who acted so tough, they were all useless. They all treated me and Einar like we were just replaceable baggage. But the only ones with the insides to actually fight this thing are the two of us. Einar was screaming at the others, but it was already too late. The golem had started throwing things. Her eyes narrowed, she saw the attack coming straight for them. It was launching pieces of itself, aiming right for the others who were still frozen in fear. Einar moved fast, yanking the dwarf out of the way just as the green stuff hit the ground. But she wasn't quite fast enough. The acid splattered right across his face. He screamed in pain, completely blinded. Just like that, the dwarf was out of the fight. I looked over at the mage who had been so confident. She was still on the ground, getting sick, absolutely useless. I had to take control. I yelled for Einar to pull the dwarf back and protect the mage. It was up to me to get the monster's attention, otherwise we were all done for. With the others useless, I had to take charge. I let out a roar and charged straight at the monster. But I wasn't just blindly rushing in. I knew this thing's attack patterns from the game. For enemies at a distance, it throws pieces of itself like bombs. I blocked the first one, but I knew what was coming next. For anyone who got close, it had a different move. It would try to pull them in and just devour them whole. I dug my heels in, fighting the pull. Getting dragged in meant it was over. But there was a bigger problem. If I tried to be clever and hide in its blind spot, the monster would immediately switch targets and go for the mage. Since she was still down, that would be the end for all of us. I had to keep its attention on me. The plan was simple: maintain the perfect distance and just buy time until the mage was ready to fight again. And just like that, the mage was back on her feet. She took a deep breath and started chanting. A massive wave of fire erupted from her staff, completely swallowing the golem. Einar and I just watched. I couldn't help but be impressed. Every time I saw magic like this, it was just incredible. The heat was intense. The mage spell did more damage in seconds than I could have done in an hour. With just one attack, she had completely burned away the golem's outer skin, ending the first phase of the fight. But it wasn't over. The flesh melted away, revealing what was underneath: a giant screaming skeleton. This was the second phase. I yelled at Einar to move. I told her to charge in and aim straight for its ribcage. The undead golem was a tier 7 monster. This wasn't going to be easy. I remembered this from the game. Once its armor of bodies was gone, 2 barbarians could take it down. With a final war cry, we both charged in for the last strike. Our combined attack completely shattered the golem. A system message popped up, confirming we defeated it and gained 3 experience points. I was catching my breath when something started to form where the golem fell. Einar asked if it was what she thought it was, and I confirmed it. It was the essence of the undead golem. We both just stared at it. A find like this was huge. The thing about rifts is that they're basically treasure vaults. They're filled with elite monsters you can't find anywhere else, and they drop loot that most adventurers can only dream of. But the real prize, the reason everyone risks it all, is the monster essence. The drop rate for it in a rift is way higher than normal. I looked at the glowing core. Something felt off. For how deep we were, it was weird that this was the first essence we'd found. The rest of the party just looked up at us, waiting. They wanted to know what we were going to do next. Technically, the essence was ours. Einar and I did all the work and we'd agreed on the terms beforehand, but this wasn't what I was looking for. I had 2 other essences in mind. I was hoping for the Death Fiend essence for its healing power, or the Chimera Wolf essence for its raw strength. I never even considered finding the undead golem's essence. That tier 7 boss was a one-time thing, only found in the Brutal Citadel. Still, the stat bonuses were perfect for tank. It gave huge boosts to pain resistance and bone strength, plus some poison resistance and strength. The only downside was a small drop in awareness, but the other gains more than made up for it. The increase to bone strength meant a direct boost to my physical defense, and the extra weight would make me much harder to knock around in a fight. The stats were great, but the skills were the real problem. It granted something called Flesh Burst. It lets you detonate a part of your own body to deal massive damage. Basically, you're trading your own life force for an attack, which is a terrible And then there was the second skill, Acid Fluid. It turns all your bodily fluids into acid, so every time you get hit, your own gear starts melting. The essence was powerful, but it would cost a fortune in repairs and potions just to use it. I let out we could figure out what to do with the essence later. Right now, we needed to heal the dwarf. The loot wasn't going anywhere for at least 30 minutes. The dwarf looked up, his face full of relief. He said he didn't know how to thank us, admitting he would have died for sure if we hadn't been there. I told him it was good to be appreciated, but that he really had Einar to thank. She was the one who jumped in. The dwarf nodded, confessing he was so scared he couldn't even move. He laughed, saying he was a 3-year veteran and never expected to freeze up like that. I knew exactly what he meant. In the game, a party like this would have crushed that golem. But here, fear almost got us all killed. It was a constant reminder that this wasn't a game. Looking over, I saw the mage had finally shaken off her trauma too. She seemed completely drained. With everyone back to their senses, it was time to get back to business. I told the dwarf we needed to renegotiate my pay. After all, we were the ones who took care of the golem. The mage glanced over, clearly annoyed. She muttered that she was aware, but that her fire spell had helped. She couldn't stand adventurers who always talked about their own wins before admitting they were helped. I knew this whole negotiation was about to fall apart. I had to be direct. I reminded her that we saved their lives and contributed more than our share. The mage agreed, but she wanted to know what I was getting at. I stood up and laid out my terms. We would be keeping the rift stone. The mage just stared at me, completely silent. The air was thick with tension. Nobody said a word. That's when the dwarf cleared his throat, finally breaking the silence. He laughed and said he was fine with it. He knew he would have died for sure if it wasn't for Einar. But the mage wasn't on board. She grabbed her hat and said she couldn't accept those terms. She offered a compromise instead. We wouldn't get the rift stone for free, but she'd give us the right to bid for it. I figured a chance to get it was better than nothing. With that settled for now, the dwarf spoke up again. He reminded everyone that the undead golem had dropped its essence. He held it up, suggesting a new mage. Asura completely lost it. She explained that the undead golem's essence was an incredibly rare item. It was so mysterious that even the Adventurers Guild didn't know all of its effects because so few had ever been found. She mumbled to herself, desperate to get her hands on it for research. I knew I had her. This was the real start of the negotiation. So I made my offer directly to Asura. I told her I'd give her the essence of the undead golem if she really wanted it. But there was a catch. She would only get it if she agreed to let me have the essence from the next boss, the Guardian, if it dropped one. I asked her what she thought of the deal. She just stood there weighing her options. The mage, MS Raven, wanted to be absolutely sure. She asked Bjorn if he was really willing to trade the undead golem's essence for the one from the Guardian. She reminded him that there was no guarantee the Guardian would even drop an essence. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He told her he'd risk it. Her face completely lit up. She said there was no way she could refuse the offer. Turns out she was far more fascinated by the undead golem's essence anyway. With that, the deal was done. The dwarf then asked MS Raven what she planned to do with it, pointing out that mages can't consume essences. She just chuckled and explained she was taking it back to her lab for research. That's when she pulled out a magic vial and the dwarf looked completely shocked. A magic vial is a really expensive item. It's designed to perfectly preserve the essence of a powerful monster, like a tier 7. The dwarf was stunned. He admitted that even he only had one of those himself. She was willing to use something that valuable on a tier 7 monster's essence. It showed just how much she wanted it. Bjorn knew this was a risk he had to take to get his hands on the Guardian's essence. With the deal settled, Raven looked at the rest of the group. It was time to move. Someone in the group couldn't wait any longer and shouted that it was time to get out. The dwarf laughed, agreeing completely. He added that he was really hoping the Guardian would drop its essence, putting everyone's thoughts into words. So the group headed deeper into the ruins. The hallway was lined with creepy statues and the whole place felt heavy. Raven stopped to look at one of the statues. She pointed out that they weren't magical at all, just plain old stone decorations. She figured that a huge palace must have been right above them once. It was a shame it had completely crumbled. As she touched the statue's face, her finger pressed something. A quiet click echoed through the hall. Suddenly, a book dropped from a hidden spot in the ceiling. But before it could hit the floor, the stone hand of the statue moved and snatched it out of the air. Everyone just froze. Turns out they weren't just decorations after all. The dwarf asked Raven how she knew about the hidden book. She just smiled and said that books are for passing down knowledge. I knew she was playing dumb. She could have just told him she read about it somewhere. I recognized the book immediately. It was the Necronomicon, a grimoire of dark magic that would sell for a fortune. My plan to come back for it later was completely ruined. I had to admit she was smarter than she looked. It was frustrating watching her just claim the secret loot for herself. Raven announced she was keeping it since she found it. The dwarf just shrugged, saying it was fine since they probably couldn't get it out without a special spell to protect it from the light anyway. But then she let out this really awkward laugh. That's when I knew for sure she was lying. The Necronomicon was a normal item. It wouldn't be destroyed by light and it didn't need any kind of special magic. But that just made me wonder. If she knew so much, how did she miss the other hidden item under the fountain? I just stared at her and she started to get stiff. She nervously suggested that we should get moving. So we pushed deeper into the demon's sanctuary, fighting our way through packs of monsters. They took down everything that stood in their way, from gargoyle statues to vicious chimera wolves. And that's when they found it, the second mid-boss of the dungeon, the Bone Knight. Raven was thrilled. She couldn't believe their luck getting the undead golem's essence and now facing a less-type Bone Knight. Her excitement made me a little uneasy. I'd been having a good run myself and it felt like she was stealing my thunder. I knew exactly what she meant. The Bone Knight is a tier 7 mid-boss that can spawn with one of 3 random properties: hatred, sorrow, or lust. The sorrow type creates a mist that causes confusion, making the fight super annoying. But the hatred type is the one you never want to see. It has an attack that can permanently lower your level. And then there was the lust type, the one standing right in front of us. Raven explained that while it could heal itself with every hit, her wound exacerbation spell would completely cancel that out. She told everyone to attack without holding back. With her spell active, we charged straight at the Bone Knight. The hits landed hard, she was right. Out of the 3 types, this was definitely the easiest one to deal with. And my luck didn't stop there. The Bone Knight dropped its essence. I couldn't believe it. First the undead golem's essence and now the Bone Knight's. This was just unreal. Raven congratulated us, saying we had the right to consume the dropped essences. I just thanked her. I turned to Einar and told her she should take it. She was shocked and couldn't believe what I was offering. I'd be lying if I said I didn't want it. But thinking like a gamer, it just made more sense for Einar to absorb this one. The essence's main ability, Vitality Absorption, works way better with a bladed weapon like her greatsword. My expertise was with a shield, so it wouldn't be as effective for me. But the biggest reason was simpler. I knew I could absolutely trust her. Einar was overjoyed. She promised she'd repay me no matter what. I knew she would. She could be stubborn, but she was loyal to the end. I tried to be patient. With this power-up, Einar would be a huge help in finding the right essence for me. But there was one problem. I'd forgotten to tell her about one of the side effects. The red glow faded. Einar wondered if it was over, her clothes suddenly feeling loose around her. At first, she didn't feel any different, but then her heart skipped a beat. Her eyes shot open. She looked up at me in shock, yelling that I'd gotten huge all of a sudden. Then she turned on the others, accusing them of changing size too and demanding to know what they'd done. I had to break it to her, it wasn't us who changed. She was the one who got smaller, a lot smaller. The mage started explaining what happened. She said that losing height was a basic effect of the Bone Knight's essence. In exchange for getting shorter, Einar's bone density, cutting force, and agility would all be much higher. The system window showed the numbers. Her bone density and agility had shot up, but her height had dropped by 25 points. She also got 2 new skills, one that reduced poison damage and another that let her absorb life from enemies. The mage tried to tell her it was okay since she hadn't lost any strength. But before she could finish, Einar screamed that she was ruined. She cried that no one would ever see her as a great warrior now. All her hard work fighting against people's doubts because she was a woman felt like it was for nothing. The mage tried a different approach, grabbing Einar and telling her she looked absolutely gorgeous now. Einar just stared back confused. The mage kept going, saying Einar was way more attractive now. She even started wondering if she could sell this effect to rich ladies. That's when Einar understood what she meant. Einar said it out loud. She didn't look like a warrior anymore. I tried to tell her that everyone in our tribe knew she was great. But inside, I knew I had to think of something better before she lost all hope. The dwarf just laughed, joking that if he took the essence, he'd be invisible. The mage asked if she could study the effects on Einar's body back in the city. Einar just slumped down, completely ruined, realizing they were all just thinking about themselves. I tried to get her to calm down, but she was completely devastated. Just then, a monster appeared. This was my chance. I told her to trust me and put her new abilities to the test. Everyone was on edge. I called out her name, putting all the pressure on her. She finally agreed. She said that even if she wasn't a warrior anymore, she still had a job to do. With that, she charged forward, dragging that massive sword behind her. She swung with everything she had. The others couldn't believe what they were seeing. The mage stammered that she had killed the fiend with a single strike. I made sure she understood. I yelled that this was proof she'd gotten way stronger. She looked just as surprised as everyone else. With tears in her eyes, she asked if this meant she was still the same warrior she used to be. I yelled back that she wasn't the same at all. She was a much stronger warrior now. We celebrated, but the others were already telling us it was time to get going. We finally stood before the Guardian's chamber, a massive door separating us from the final boss. The others started getting sentimental, talking about how much they'd enjoyed the dungeon run. They were all hopeful our luck would hold and the Guardian would drop its essence. I had to agree we had been lucky. We'd found the perfect essence for Einar and secured a bigger share of the loot, but something just felt off. In my experience, things never went this smoothly without a huge problem waiting around the corner. I started running through the possibilities of what could ruin everything. The dwarf didn't share my worries. He grabbed the handle to open the door, but then he just froze. He stared at the door handle, which was now glowing bright red. He realized it wasn't supposed to be that color and screamed for everyone to close the door immediately. The dwarf didn't understand what was happening. Then a system message appeared for all of us to see. The Lord of the Brutal Citadel was waking from a deep slumber. The entire chamber began to shake. It was too late. The mage was in disbelief. This wasn't the death knight they had prepared for at all. A wave of dark energy washed over us from the open doorway. A voice echoed from the darkness saying it had been a long time since it saw any living thing. The system confirmed our worst fears. The Guardian had changed. The mage stammered in terror, realizing what we were facing was a vampire. She explained that vampires were rare, only appearing on floor 6 or higher, but this was something worse. This was an elite boss, one with a name and the intelligence to match. The creature sat on a throne looking down on us. He asked where we came from, then introduced himself. This was Cambormir, the vampire duke. My mind started racing, trying to make sense of the situation. I knew there were 4 ranks of uncommon monsters. The first were veterans, basically regular monsters with a special skill, like a goblin, archer, or swordsman. Next were elites. These were just flat-out stronger versions of monsters on any given floor. The death fiends Einar and I fought were a perfect example of that. Then you had the rare monsters. These only showed up under specific conditions like an undead golem or sometimes just randomly like a mimic. But the last category was the worst, unique monsters. They had names, stories, and were also known as elite bosses. That's exactly what we were running from. The dwarf was screaming, completely freaking out that we were up against a vampire. The others just yelled at him to stop whining and keep moving. I knew exactly who he was. Cambormir, the vampire duke, a tier 5 elite boss who fought alone and was a master of both dark magic and close combat. The mage was in shock, saying that having an elite boss as a guardian was completely unheard of. But the guy carrying her wasn't so sure, claiming he'd seen them inside rifts on the 3rd floor before. He was wrong. Sure, you might find one in a 1st floor rift, but I'd played this game more than 10,000 times. I had never not once seen a vampire duke in a 1st floor dungeon. Something was seriously wrong here. The thing is, I'd never actually fought this creature myself in the game. I only knew about it because I'd seen a video another player posted online. As we were running, the mage suddenly asked how I knew something was wrong. She pointed out that I'd warned them about the door before anyone even touched it. Her curiosity was getting on my nerves. We needed to focus on escaping, not asking questions that I couldn't answer honestly. I had to give her a simple answer. I just told her it was a gut feeling and that I noticed the color of the door handle looked off. Of course, it wasn't a gut feeling at all. I remembered watching that video for hours trying to find the trigger for this boss. The door handle was the only difference I ever found. I wondered if I would have even noticed it if I wasn't already on edge. All that good luck we'd been having made me paranoid, and that paranoia saved us. But the mage wasn't giving up. She argued that we couldn't leave without killing the Guardian anyway, so maybe we should just turn and fight. Someone yelled that we should at least get to the surface where there's sunlight. Before he could finish, a cold voice echoed from the darkness calling us rude guests. The vampire's body dissolved into pure dark energy. He was using a skill called Vengeful Spirit. This is why I hate magic users, they're just too unpredictable. I yelled for Adua to cast her spell and for everyone to close their eyes. Adua unleashed her spell and a blinding flash of light filled the entire chamber. The vampire screamed. The light was so bright I had to cover my face. When the light died down, the vampire was gone. Adua looked around, totally confused, asking what had just happened. Turns out, Vengeful Spirit lets the vampire's soul travel at high speed, and another skill lets his body teleport to it. Adua's spell didn't stop him, but it did buy us about 3 minutes of time. Someone yelled that the vampire should have reappeared back in his room. Then they screamed my name, telling me he'd gotten the mage. I turned just in time to see Adua collapse into another hunter's arms. She was completely out of it. Adua started coughing up blood. I didn't get it. Vampires don't have skills that can attack someone from the inside. Then I realized it had to be a power from another monster's essence that the vampire had absorbed. I remembered watching a playthrough video for this fight. The player died so fast that I never got to see what other powers the vampire had. We were going in blind. I pushed those thoughts away. Getting out of here was the only thing that mattered. I told everyone we were heading for the surface. But the dwarf pointed out the obvious problem. Adio was the only one who knew the way and she was out cold. I told him not to worry. I knew the way too. The dwarf was completely stunned and asked if I'd been to this dungeon before. I lied and said I memorized it on the way in, telling them to follow my lead. I knew this was a huge risk. Acting this smart could get me killed, but it was our only chance to survive. With that, I took off, leading them through the dark corridors. The entire route was mapped out in my head. I'd explored this dungeon hundreds of times in the game, so I knew exactly which path to take. And just like that, we were at the exit. The dwarf stared up at me, completely amazed that I'd actually memorized the way out. But just as we thought we were clear, I felt it. Something was coming up fast from behind. One of the others screamed. It was him again. The vampire was right on our heels, floating behind us in his spirit form. The dwarf yelled that we had to make it to the surface now. I didn't need to be told twice. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me. We all just sprinted for our lives. Everyone was terrified. We were running on pure instinct. We burst out of the darkness and into the light. The vampire's spirit form couldn't handle the sun and just dissolved. The mage gasped that we were lucky it wasn't night yet, since vampires in that form are weak to sunlight. Once he caught his breath, the dwarf just stared at me. He couldn't believe I'd actually memorized the route after only seeing it once. The dwarf was still staring at me, amazed. He couldn't believe I was just a newbie barbarian who had only started exploring the labyrinth last month. Einar jumped in, saying of course I was a great warrior. The dwarf nodded but said he saw potential in me and maybe I'd become one in the future. But we didn't have time to talk. The sun was already going down and that meant we were in serious trouble. I knew we had to move. I told the dwarf to carry Adu on his back. He was shocked by the order. He tried to argue that Lady Adu needed a break. I cut him off and explained the plan. We had to get to the outer courtyard where there were places to hide. There was no time for debate. I yelled at him to get up unless he wanted to die right here. We had to do everything possible to survive. Then I made it clear. I told him it was his job to protect the mage, even if it cost him his own life. He didn't argue anymore. He just nodded, his expression completely serious. He understood what he had to do. We finally had a moment to catch our breath. But looking at the setting sun, I knew this was my only chance to do what I needed to do. I told the others I was going to scout the area while the mage rested. The truth was, I was going back for an item I couldn't get my hands on earlier. I found the statue I was looking for. One quick hit and I shattered it completely. And there it was, hidden right inside. The item was called Tears of a Goddess. It was a rare consumable that could be used for healing or to fight evil enemies. The system confirmed I'd acquired it. By the time I got back, the mage was already awake. She said it looked like we'd escaped the vampire for now. But she knew he'd be back as soon as the sun set, and she was right. I needed to know how much she remembered, so I asked her what she thought had attacked her. She said she wasn't sure, but she suspected it was a skill called pain sharing. That was actually a relief, since it came from a tier 8 monster's essence. I needed to know how long it would take her to recover. She figured maybe 20 minutes, but even then she'd only be able to cast a few powerful spells. That wasn't nearly enough. I had an idea, so I asked if she knew any spells that use sunlight. She immediately got defensive, telling me how rude it was to ask a mage about their spellbook. I told her I already knew that because I'd read it in a book. Then I just looked at her and asked something. I grinned, reminding her that I was just a big dumb barbarian. I told her I was the most uncivilized person she'd ever meet, so rules didn't apply to me. She just sat there completely speechless and annoyed. My act was working perfectly. Finally, she gave in. She told me to forget it and admitted she could use a spell called Sunspot Sphere. The system explained the spell. It was an attack similar to a fireball, but it drew its power directly from sunlight. Against a vampire, that was exactly what we needed. I asked if she could make the spell even stronger. She said she could, but it would take 10 more minutes to gather the energy, so I gave her 30. I told her to focus only on her spell while the rest of us held our ground. She started to agree, but then she just paused, looking completely stunned. She demanded to know why I was acting like the leader. I just asked her if there was someone better for the job because I really didn't care. She couldn't argue with that. The dwarf suddenly started laughing. He told the mage that for some reason he found me trustworthy. He said he always trusted his gut about people, and it had never failed him. I just muttered a quick thanks. That's when a system message appeared for all of us. Night had fallen. From the darkness, we heard the vampire chuckle. He said that looking at us was making him incredibly thirsty for blood. He licked his lips and said maybe we could give him some answers. Then, in a flash, he was moving. He was coming right for us. We had to hold out. Our only chance was to buy the mage 30 minutes to cast her spell. The entire party took their positions, ready for the fight of their lives. Einar's sword blazed with fire and the mage began to gather her power. I roared at them that we had to stand our ground, no matter what happened. The vampire let out a monstrous roar and this dark red energy just exploded from him. The fight was on. He hovered over us ready to strike. I immediately yelled for Tarzine to grab Adua and get her out of the fight. Tarzine didn't hesitate. He grabbed the mage and pulled her back to safety. I knew this part, it was just like the game. Even bosses that could talk just followed a script. They'd say a few lines and then the real fight would start. And just like that, the talking was over. The vampire shot towards us like a bullet. Someone screamed a warning. He was right on top of us. He swung with everything he had. But the dwarf was ready for him. He met the attack head on and the impact was huge. The vampire just sneered, mocking the dwarf for getting angry. But he was doing more than just blocking. He was holding his ground against an insane amount of power. I knew exactly why. It had to be from an essence he'd taken, the special ability from a tier 7 monster called Iron Tusk. The skill was called Counterweight. It made him immune to being pushed back as long as he was on his feet. It was a really good essence for a tank. This was our opening. I yelled for Einar to move, telling her I'd flank the vampire from the left. Vampire turned, completely surprised by the sudden movement. She slid in low, bringing her blade around in a wide arc. He didn't have time to defend himself. Einar tightened her grip, ready to put everything into this one swing. Her flaming blade slammed right into him. The force sent him sliding back, but he was still on his feet. But then Einar's hands started to twitch. She could feel the pain from her own strike. The vampire's pain split ability was sending the damage right back at her. She couldn't believe it, her attack hadn't even scratched him. As the party watched, he was suddenly covered in a dark shroud. Einar shouted a warning. He was shapeshifting into a whole swarm of crows. In seconds, a massive cloud of them filled the air. Then they all dove straight for the party. Someone screamed for everyone to look out. The dwarf stepped forward, shouting that he would block the attack head-on. A massive blue shield appeared around him. I recognized the skill instantly. It was emergency restoration of living armor, the second essence he'd taken. The swarm slammed into the shield. The impact was huge and blood went everywhere. He did a great job holding them off, but the blood was a serious problem. I knew it would be bad if anyone got touched by it. Einar yelled my name, panicked. A strange mark had appeared on both her and the dwarf. They were covered in the vampire's blood. It was exactly what I was afraid of. They were now under the effect of the vampire's special ability, offering imprint. The system confirmed it. They were now marked as offerings, and the vampire would get stronger for each one of them in the area. The ability also granted the vampire immortality, letting him regenerate at an insane speed. He appeared before us, now with massive wings, looking more powerful than ever. The system explained another one of his skills, blood mastery. Every time he drank someone's blood, he actually stole a piece of their power. All of his abilities were designed to be absolutely deadly up close. But the real problem was that he wasn't just a close-range fighter. Cambormir could also cast dark magic. He could turn into mist to avoid physical attacks, or shapeshift into a flock of crows that would just explode on contact. He could even summon undead creatures from the pools of blood on the ground. On top of all that, his stats were just completely overpowered. And then he struck. The dwarf took a massive hit. Someone screamed my name, yelling that the vampire had gotten Hikurod. We were barely holding on. I yelled at Einar to keep paying attention. This fight was exactly why most people quit the game before the 6th floor. I shouted at the mage Adua, asking how much more time she needed. She yelled back, telling us to hang on for just 5 more minutes. 5 minutes was way too long. The dwarf was out and both Einar and I were completely exhausted. I knew I had to change the plan right now. I yelled at Einar to grab the dwarf and fall back to safety. She paused, completely surprised, and asked if I was sure. I dropped my shield, telling her I would hold the monster off myself. I just needed her to go. She didn't hesitate, she agreed and rushed out of the fight. The vampire lunged, sneering that he didn't even need a weapon for this. But I wasn't trying to have some honorable duel. I just grabbed his arm and let the attack go straight through me. The vampire looked totally confused. I just took a drink from a bottle and told him to keep trying. From a safe distance, the others could only watch. I was completely engulfed in flames, facing the vampire all alone. The mage watched from the side, completely stunned. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. She realized his entire plan was to just stand there and chug potions to stay alive. It was insane. She had never seen such a brutal, uncivilized way of fighting in her entire life. The thing is, drinking potions while you're hurt causes terrible pain. The worse the injury, the more it hurts. And he was going through them one after another. His entire body was steaming from the damage and the constant healing. Even the vampire couldn't believe it. Anyone else should have died from the shock alone. But Bjorn wasn't just standing there. He was still fighting back, even managing to block an attack. The vampire couldn't believe it. After taking so much damage, Bjorn shouldn't have been able to move, let alone block an attack. He was taking blows all over his body. The vampire was just too fast to stop every single attack. But every time the vampire aimed for a vital spot, Bjorn anticipated it perfectly and defended himself. Watching from the sidelines, the other warrior remembered something he'd read in an old history book. It said that barbarians are feared not because of their strong bodies, but because of their unbreakable will to fight. Seeing Bjorn refuse to go down, he finally understood what the author meant. He turned to the mage Adua, saying it was getting too dangerous and they should run. She snapped back, asking if he was out of his mind. There was nowhere to go. She told him there was only one way to leave this place. They had to kill the guardian and clear the rift. The mage Adua knelt alone in the darkness. She was completely lost, wondering what she was even doing. She thought about Bjorn. He was just a rookie barbarian, but he was fighting bravely, all because he'd made the smartest call for the entire party. And while he was doing all that, she, the mage, was just standing by. She gripped her staff, knowing that if Bjorn went down, they were all doomed. That's when she finally made a decision. She ordered someone named Tarzine to go and take care of Mr. Murad's injuries. She then told Einar to get back into the fight against the vampire. Einar, who was helping Murad, understood immediately. Adua finally understood. A mage's job wasn't just to hide in the back and cast spells. It was to use all their knowledge to come up with the best plan for the party. She had to make the right call if they were going to survive this. She looked down at the vial in her hand. This was it. This was the best plan she could come up with. She used the item and rose into the air, ready to face the vampire head-on. She began layering spells one after another. She added buffs for accuracy, range, and even a homing ability to make sure her attack wouldn't miss. Suddenly, a voice screamed out Bjorn's name. Floating high above, she launched her attack, sending glowing projectiles hurtling toward the ground. Bjorn looked up, his eyes wide. The projectiles were coming straight for him. He raised his shield, but the impact was too much. It shattered instantly. But instead of pain, there was a flash of light. A message appeared, telling him he had just consumed the essence of an undead golem. His stats began to skyrocket. His pain resistance, strength, and even his bone density all shot up at once. He could feel the power surging through his body. He was now level 2, and his overall combat power had jumped massively. The Vampire Duke was starting to weaken. His head was spinning and his vision began to blur. But even in this state, he knew he had to make a tough decision right now. He had to figure out what he was willing to sacrifice, and what he absolutely had to save. He had to force himself to stay strong and see this through. With his mind made up, the vampire lunged forward with everything he had. He knew he couldn't stop every counterattack. His plan was to risk his arms and legs, as long as he could protect his own vital areas no matter what. But as the hit landed, something else shattered. A system message appeared, telling Bjorn he had just consumed the essence of an undead golem. The vampire's claws still found their mark, but they couldn't pierce his bones anymore. Bjorn realized he'd absorbed the golem essence against his will. The vampire looked shocked by his sudden durability. This messed up his long-term plans for his character build. It was going to be a massive headache to fix later. But in the short term, it was exactly what he needed. He wasn't just a tank who could barely stand his ground anymore. He could actually move, dodging and fighting back. It wasn't a huge change, but his chances of survival had just shot way up. Still, getting hit over and over was taking its toll. It was painful and he was feeling every blow. Then one of the attacks smashed a health potion he was carrying. System message confirmed the potion was working, regenerating his health. That's when he noticed the mage. She had finally recovered. He realized that if his health could keep regenerating this fast, the entire fight was about to change. A new, brutal plan formed in his mind. With renewed hope, he stopped just defending himself and started fighting back with everything he had. He roared, embracing the full power of his barbarian state. He stopped dodging completely, letting the vampire's claws tear right into him. He didn't care about the cuts and bruises. Every hit he took was part of the plan. Turns out every time the vampire drew blood, Bjorn's own acidic blood was burning the creature. Seeing his plan was working, he grabbed another potion from his belt. But instead of drinking it, he smashed the bottle right into the vampire's face. The vampire was burning from his acidic blood, while Bjorn's own health was regenerating thanks to the potions and the golem essence. He just had to outlast him. The vampire growled in frustration. The burns on its face were getting worse. As Bjorn continued his attack, a voice screamed his name. It was Einar charging into the fight. She yelled that she was there to help. She moved like a flash, zipping right past the vampire to draw its attention. The plan worked perfectly. The vampire turned its head, completely caught off guard. That was the only opening Bjorn needed. He swung with everything he had. The blow smashed right into the vampire's back. The vampire spit blood, furious from the hit. It lashed out with dark energy, blasting Einar and sending her flying. Just then, a voice from the back yelled out to Bjorn. It was Hikurod. His spell, the Sunspot Sphere, was finally ready. Bjorn's eyes narrowed. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. But the vampire was faster. It lunged forward and grabbed Bjorn from behind, locking him in a tight hold. He gritted his teeth as the vampire squeezed with all its might. With a powerful roar, the creature threw him across the room like he weighed nothing. But even as he was flying through the air, Bjorn saw his opening. He screamed for Hikurod to attack now. Hikurod didn't hesitate for a second. Lightning crackled around him as he unleashed the spell. Hikurod gathered his power. The system announced he was activating his lightning. Then he released it all at once. He took a deep breath and the energy shot forward. The vampire looked up just in time to see the attack coming straight for him. The lightning hit him hard. A system message popped up, confirming the Vampire Duke was now unconscious. This was their chance. Bjorn charged forward without a second's hesitation. He pulled out a small item from his pouch. He'd been saving this trump card for the perfect moment. It was called Tears of a Goddess. He rushed toward the unconscious vampire, ready to end this fight for good. He shoved the item right into the vampire's mouth, forcing it down. He slammed his fist down, and the item exploded with blinding force. A flash of light washed over everything. The system announced that a special grace had fallen on the area. Turns out, the grace completely wiped out all of the Vampire Duke's resistances. He was now taking heavy damage. The vampire collapsed, completely paralyzed from the attack. That's when Adio screamed for Bjorn to get out of there immediately. But it was too late. Adio had already used a Tier 6 offensive spell, Sunspot Sphere. She watched in horror, realizing Bjorn was going to get swept away by the spell too. A massive ball of fire came crashing down, engulfing the entire area where the vampire stood. As the spell came crashing down, Bjorn realized he was right in the blast zone. There was absolutely no time to escape. A huge explosion of fire tore through the area. A message from the system appeared, announcing that the Vampire Duke had been knocked unconscious by the blast. But before going down, the vampire used one last skill, pain sharing. The system immediately reported that Hikurod, Einar, and Tarzine were all unconscious. The entire party was down. Well, almost the entire party. Bjorn was on the ground, beat and brutal, but his eyes were wide open. He struggled to breathe, his mind racing. He had to know if their desperate plan had actually worked. But everything was completely silent. He wondered if the vampire was finally dead or if something else had happened. He needed to get up and check on the others. He tried to push himself off the ground, but a sudden shudder ran through his entire body. But then he saw it. The Vampire Duke was still standing, his body broken but his energy surging. Bjorn couldn't understand how the creature was still alive after that massive attack. The system immediately gave him the answer. The vampire had a skill called Immortality that let him regenerate based on how hurt he was. He also had a passive ability that kept him from dying as long as his heart was undamaged. As Bjorn watched, the vampire's torn flesh began to knit itself back together. It was an absolutely broken ability. He knew that at this rate, the monster would be back at full strength in no time. He glanced around, the rest of the party was out cold. He didn't have time to figure out why. He pushed himself up. There was one last thing he had to do. He had to kill the vampire for good before it woke up. With the last of his strength, Bjorn slammed his body into the vampire, pinning it to the ground. He collapsed on top of the creature, completely out of breath. He could see that the vampire's entire body was a wreck, but its heart was somehow still fine. He realized the monster must have used its arms to shield its vital spot from that massive spell. Furious at the cheap trick, he raised his fists, ready to smash the creature's heart himself. But then he stopped. He remembered there was another way to do this, an ability he could activate. He used it, and the vampire's body just completely burst from the inside. The power came at a price. He grunted in pain as his own body was torn apart in the process, but he knew it was the only way. The ability activated again and again, causing massive explosions. Bjorn could feel his body giving out. He knew he was reaching his limit. He knew that even if he could kill the vampire with a few more hits, the system sent a critical warning. His health had dropped below 1%. He realized he was going to die right along with the vampire. But he didn't stop. He kept attacking, tearing both of them apart. Then the system announced his health had hit 0. A final countdown had begun. But even with his life ticking away, Bjorn refused to stop. He had to finish this. The system warned him that his spirit was draining away every second. But Bjorn didn't care. He figured he was going to die either way, so there was no point in stopping now. The countdown was relentless. More and more of his life force drained away with every passing moment. So what little he had left, Bjorn poured everything into one final, brutal attack. He was completely out of breath. He looked down and saw that his hands were just gone. But that didn't stop him. He just collapsed forward, ready to use whatever he had left to finish the job. Final burst of energy erupted. Then a message appeared. He had defeated the vampire duke. He looked at the fallen enemy, thinking about the insane price he'd paid. But the countdown was still ticking. He was still dying. The system gave him bonus experience for the kill, and he leveled up. But he knew it didn't matter. In this game, leveling up didn't heal you. But as he stood on the edge of death, it turns out this was all part of his plan. He was actually counting on this one possibility. And there it was. The system explained that the Guardian had a chance to drop its essence, and his gamble had paid off. A dark energy began to flow into him from the ground. Bright light flashed as he absorbed the vampire's power. The system gave him a new skill called Source of Darkness, which meant he couldn't be killed unless his heart was destroyed. His health finally started to come back. And just like that, the death countdown stopped. He even got an achievement for surviving it, which permanently boosted his spirit stat. His new status window showed he was now level 3, and his combat power had skyrocketed. Bjorn's eyes shot open. The first thing he saw was Einar holding him and looking incredibly relieved. It seemed he had actually survived. His first thought was about the rest of the party. Einar told him they had all left 3 days ago, but she was more concerned about how he was doing. She explained that he'd been out cold for 3 whole days. The news hit him hard. Bjorn shot up, panicking. 3 days. That meant it was already the 7th day. He quickly checked his body, clenching and unclenching his fists. He was surprised. He didn't feel any pain at all, and there were no wounds on his body. It was like the fight never even happened. But then he realized something felt off. He looked down and asked Einar the one question that suddenly mattered most. What happened to his pants? Einar explained that his pants were completely destroyed in the fight, so she just threw them away. Bjorn was silent. She tried to cheer him up, telling him there was no need to be embarrassed because he'd been a great warrior. He just grunted, clearly wishing she would stop. He quickly changed the subject, asking what had happened while he was out. Einar explained that the dwarf took a special numbered item and the mage took the rift stone. That's when it clicked for him. The fact that he was still alive meant he must have absorbed the Guardian's essence. So, the boss had dropped all 3 of its rare items. He asked her if they had rolled dice for the rift stone like they were supposed to. Einar told him they didn't, because the mage was being completely unreasonable about it. Einar recalled the moment. The mage had insisted on taking the stone to make up for her losses. The dwarf didn't seem to care, but Einar argued they should roll for it. That's when the mage said something strange. She had argued that since Bjorn already got the best item from the boss, he wouldn't object to her taking the rift stone. Bjorn understood immediately. It looked like the mage was the only one who figured out he had absorbed the essence of the vampire duke. But Bjorn wasn't mad. He remembered that the mage had used the essence of an undead golem and a ton of potions to keep him alive. He figured she had every right to take something to make up for her losses. Einar, on the other hand, was furious. She couldn't believe the mage just picked up items and left through the portal before he even woke up. She ranted about how selfish and greedy all mages were. Privately, Bjorn had to agree with her. Bjorn thanked her for having his back. Einar just laughed and tapped his arm, telling him they were companions and that's what friends do. She asked if they could finally leave the rift. Bjorn shook his head. He told her there was still one more thing they had to do before they left. He figured the mage probably took most of the items in the area, but he was pretty sure she had no idea about one particular thing he was after. He was determined to get it. Then he paused and awkwardly asked Einar if she had anything he could use to cover himself up. A message from the system appeared, announcing they had entered the crystal cave. Another message followed right after, stating that the first floor of the labyrinth was now closed. The system then announced they were being transported to Rafdonia. Back in the crowded city, Bjorn felt a sense of relief. After everything he'd been through, he couldn't wait to see how much money he'd made. Back in the city, the clerk at the exchange counter held up a bag of money. She told him the total came out to 231,520 stones. Bjorn looked at the bag. He thought it was a pretty small reward for all the trouble he'd gone through, but since he'd gotten 2 essences, he decided it would have to do. But just as he reached for it, the clerk suddenly snatched the bag away. She glared at him, her tone completely different. She told him that was way too much money for a Tier 9 adventurer to make in one trip. Then she demanded to know what he was carrying in his backpack. Bjorn was completely thrown off. He couldn't understand why she was asking questions she'd never asked before. That's when she ordered him not to move a muscle. In an instant, armored guards appeared out of nowhere, surrounding him with their spears pointed right at him. He was stunned, demanding to know what the hell was going on. The clerk calmly told him he'd get his chance to talk in the interrogation chamber. Meanwhile, in the busy city square, Erwin stood among the crowd of adventurers. Erwin let out a long of relief. The 3rd floor of the labyrinth had been much tougher than she'd expected. She thought back to the monsters they'd faced. The Tier 7s were bad enough, but they'd even stumbled upon a Tier 8. Still, it was a great adventure, and she couldn't wait to tell Bjorn everything. She got in line with the other adventurers, looking around for him. She started to worry that he might have already left. But then she remembered the new essence she'd gotten. A smile crept onto her face as she imagined showing it to him. She winced, remembering how painful his last test had been, but even that couldn't kill her excitement. She knew he was going to be amazed. She stood in the busy exchange hall, waiting for her turn at the counter. When it was her turn, the clerk looked at her earnings with suspicion. She said it was an unusually high amount for a Tier 9 adventurer. Erwin calmly explained she'd been traveling with her sister. The clerk asked for the sister's name while flipping through a large record book. Erwin gave the name, Daria Waitember di Tercia. The clerk bought her story. Since her supposed sister was a well-known adventurer, the large sum of money made sense. With that, Erwin was free to go. She headed back through the city, feeling great about how things turned out. After changing her clothes, she figured Bjorn must be back by now. She decided to use the money she'd earned to treat him to a big dinner. She couldn't stop smiling, wondering what kind of crazy adventure he'd been on this time. But when she asked about him, the person at the desk had bad news. The barbarian from room 302 hadn't come back yet. Her good mood vanished instantly. She tried to tell herself not to panic. She took a breath, forcing herself to believe he was just running late. He had to be back soon. A week passed, still no sign of Bjorn. Erwin was heading to Bjorn's room when she saw a man dragging his things out into the hall. She immediately confronted him, demanding to know why he was taking Bjorn's belongings without his permission. The man explained they'd already waited a whole week just for her. The labyrinth had closed and Bjorn still hadn't returned. He asked her what she thought that meant. Erwin couldn't find the words to argue. She was shaking. He told her to just give it up. Bjorn was probably dead. His words hit her hard. She wandered out into the rain, completely lost, and finally collapsed. She was so out of it, she didn't even notice someone walking up to her until they called her name. Erwin flinched, looking up. The woman told Erwin she knew what had happened. But she said it was time to get up, asking how long she planned on just sitting there in despair. Something inside Erwin changed. She looked up at her sister, her eyes burning with a new fire. She said she was done being weak. She wanted to get stronger so she could protect the people she truly cared about. Turns out, while Erwin was worried sick, Bjorn was in a completely different kind of trouble. He'd been locked in a cell for a whole week, accused of being a plunderer. During his first interrogation, they questioned him about a crossbow. The interrogator pointed out that barbarians don't use ranged weapons. Bjorn told them the truth. He took it from the party that tried to kill him, which was just self-defense. The interrogator claimed they couldn't be sure who struck first until the investigation was over. But Bjorn knew something was off. The Adventurers Guild was acting weird, and he suspected this wasn't really about the crossbow at all. He explained that the guild had changed its rules. They were now doing intense investigations on low-tier adventurers to stop plundering. Bjorn saw right through it. Being a low-tier adventurer was like being at the bottom of a caste system. He knew they were targeting people like him, adventurers with no connections but valuable items. The interrogator leaned in, demanding the truth one more time. He wanted to know exactly where Bjorn got the crossbow. Bjorn didn't change his story. He repeated that he took it from the party that attacked him, a group of 4 plunderers who had ambushed him in the labyrinth. But he left out one detail, the red-headed woman from that group. He knew that if he mentioned anything about a vow he made, they could accuse him of being possessed by an evil spirit, and that was a death sentence. The interrogator didn't believe Bjorn could have survived getting his throat slit. He demanded to see the scar. Bjorn reached up to his neck, ready to show him. But when he touched the spot, there was nothing there. The scar was completely gone. He realized the vampire essence must have healed it, and that was a huge problem. So Bjorn had no choice but to tell him the truth about what happened in the rift. The interrogator just laughed in his face, saying he'd have to come up with a better lie than that. Bjorn was getting desperate. He yelled at the man to summon a mage and cast a memory reading spell on him if he didn't believe it. But the interrogator just scoffed. He explained that a Tier 9 adventurer had no right to make that kind of request from the guild. Bjorn asked if he could pay for it himself. The man laughed, asking why he'd waste money when they were just going to take all his stuff anyway. Still, he said he'd consider asking a mage. And that's how Bjorn's first day in prison ended. 2 days passed. They finally brought in a mage to read his mind. But the spell didn't work. Turns out, Bjorn's magic resistance was so high that even a Tier 8 mage couldn't get through his defenses. The interrogator was making excuses. He said it was a waste of time to bring in senior guild members for such a small case. Bjorn had told him about Asura and the dwarf, but the man hadn't even bothered to listen. He leaned in, trying to pressure Bjorn into just giving up and confessing. He wasn't looking for the truth, he was just trying to force an answer. This went on until the 7th interrogation. The man suddenly slammed the table, shouting that they had finally found damning evidence against Bjorn. Bjorn recognized it instantly. It was the message stone from his fight against the Crystal Union. The interrogator explained that they'd traced the stone's ID number to a dead adventurer and secured testimonies that blamed Bjorn for the crime. The verdict was in. He was going to be executed in just 3 hours. He knew this couldn't be solved peacefully anymore. But breaking out by force would just turn him into an escaped plunderer, which wouldn't help him prove his innocence. He realized there was only one way out of this. He had to prove he was innocent no matter what it took. He gripped the bars of his cell. His mind was made up. He was going to survive. He activated a skill called Flesh Burst. A blinding flash of light filled his cell. The cell door exploded outwards in a shower of metal and stone. Bjorn stepped out of the smoke and dust. A guard on the floor stared up at him, completely terrified. Guard scrambled backward, unable to believe what he was seeing. With the guard taken care of, he took a moment to look at his handiwork. The skill had torn his hand apart, but he didn't care. He was getting out of them. He was done waiting. The prison break had officially begun. He reached down and took the keys from the guard he'd just dealt with. The other prisoners started screaming and cheering from their cells. They were calling him a hero and begging him to let them out too. He knew some of them were probably guilty, but a barbarian wouldn't care about that, would he? He figured it was better to just let them all out. The cell doors swung open and the prisoners flooded out. They were screaming about freedom, ready to tear the place apart. They were calling him their liberator. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, everything was calm. Suddenly, the main doors slammed open. The guards at the entrance had no idea what was happening. A mob of escaped prisoners stormed into the lobby, screaming that there was a prison break. A guild official panicked and yelled for help, offering a huge reward to any adventurer who would take down the escaped prisoners. The adventurers in the hall didn't need to be told twice. They let out a war cry and charged straight into the fight. While the brawl exploded in the main hall, Bjorn was already moving. He knew the prisoners couldn't last long. They were unarmed and disorganized. He figured he had 5 minutes at most. He had to make every second count. He sprinted up the stairs. His goal wasn't just to get out of the building. But at the top of the landing, a line of guards was waiting. They spotted him and yelled that they couldn't let him pass. Bjorn didn't hesitate. He raised his hand and unleashed a skill called Flesh Burst. A wave of red energy exploded forward, and the guards were completely overwhelmed by the force. One of the survivors screamed in agony. Whatever that power was, it felt like acid burning right through his skin. Suddenly, a new skill activated, offering imprint. The system explained that his physical power would get a huge boost based on the number of people around him. Red energy started swirling around his body. Bjorn could feel the power surging through him. It was an incredible rush. He didn't waste a second. He lunged straight for one of the guild members, a woman named Yahello. His punch landed with brutal force, slamming her right into the ground. She looked up, absolutely furious, but she was too late to do anything about it. That's when another attacker, a knight in full armor, slashed Bjorn across the back. But the knight could only stare in disbelief. The deep wound on Bjorn's back was healing right before his eyes. The knight was still trying to figure out how he was healing so fast. Before he could even finish his thought, Bjorn grabbed him by the head and smashed him into the ground. He could feel it, his entire body was overflowing with energy. He taunted the other guards, asking how they liked a barbarian with enhanced physicality. Then he moved like a blur, taking them all down before they could even react. The remaining guards backed away in fear. They couldn't understand how a Tier 9 adventurer could be this strong. They had no idea what to do. That's when it clicked for Bjorn. This branch office only held low-tier adventurers. These guards were completely defenseless against him. He didn't give them a chance to regroup, he just tore right through them. With the guards taken care of, he walked up the stairs until he reached the 3rd floor. He stopped in front of a big door. This was the branch manager's office. He threw open the door to the manager's office. It was an ambush. A blade slashed right across his chest, sending blood flying. The attacker grinned, thinking he'd landed a fatal blow. But then his skin started to sizzle. The man screamed as Bjorn's blood burned him like acid. Bjorn just stood over him, asking if he was surprised. A young woman was hiding behind a desk, completely frozen. The attacker, who was the branch manager, stumbled to his feet and demanded to know who Bjorn was. The manager desperately warned Bjorn not to touch her, yelling that she was the daughter of the guild's district chief. This changed everything. Bjorn realized he'd just hit the jackpot. The manager tried to threaten him again, but Bjorn wasn't listening. He cut him off with a single punch. Bjorn stood over the unconscious manager. He realized his original plan was completely useless now. He had to come up with something new. The district chief's daughter started screaming at him, accusing him of setting this all up. Bjorn knew her presence could either make things much easier for him or completely ruin everything. She kept yelling, someone screamed. He couldn't stand how full of herself she was. Holding her tight, he turned to the guards in the hall. He told them to immediately summon 3 people, the investigator who questioned him, the leader of the Crystal Union, and a mage from the tower. Then he made the threat crystal clear: bring them or the woman dies. The guards froze in terror. With his demands made, Bjorn dragged the woman out onto a balcony, right where everyone in the city could see them. He took a deep breath, getting ready to shout. Then he roared her name for the whole city to hear. He stood on the balcony and roared at the top of his lungs. He was done running, it was time to fight back. He screamed his name for everyone to hear, Bjorn Yandel. Down below, the crowd started to murmur. They recognized him as the prisoner who had escaped. He told them he was a Tier 9 adventurer who had been framed for murder by the Adventurers Guild. He swore in the name of his god that he was innocent. He screamed that the guild was trying to execute him for a crime he never committed and that he had done nothing wrong. This was his plan all along. By making a huge public scene, he knew the guild couldn't just sweep this under the rug anymore. Far away at the mage's tower, someone wondered why the adventurers guild would need their help. An elder mage explained that the branch manager had personally requested their assistance. Apparently, the guild was dealing with a pretty big problem. A young woman looked up from her work, repeating the words. She seemed curious about what kind of trouble was brewing. The elder mage explained the situation. Someone had released all the prisoners, taken the district chief's daughter hostage, and was now demanding to see a mage from the tower. The young woman couldn't believe what she was hearing, but the news just made her more curious. She smiled, deciding she had to see this bold criminal for herself. And this was the scene she was walking into. Bjorn Yandel holding the terrified daughter of the district chief. When the mage arrived, she was completely stunned. She couldn't believe the person causing all this chaos was Bjorn Yandel. She demanded to know what in the world he was thinking. She called him an idiot, asking if he had a death wish. But Bjorn cut her off. He told her to skip the questions and cast a memory reading spell on him to speed things up. He told her to hurry, saying he didn't have all day. She thought for a moment, then agreed, but she had one condition. He had to promise to return the favor later. Bjorn said that was fine, as long as it was something he could actually do. With the deal made, she stepped forward to begin the spell. The mage placed her hand on Bjorn's forehead and began to cast the spell. A blue light crackled around them as she focused her power. But something was wrong. The spell wasn't working. She asked if he was wearing anything with magic resistance, but Bjorn just gestured to his own body, asking if he looked like he was. Before she could try again, a man's voice shouted from down the hall. Two men stumbled into the office. One of them, a man in a red uniform, looked completely exhausted. The other, an official in a white coat, rushed to his side to see if he was all right. The official explained that most of the prisoners downstairs had been dealt with. He wondered aloud what could have happened up here. That's when his eyes locked onto something across the room. He stared right at Bjorn, his face filled with shock and anger. He pointed a finger at Bjorn, yelling that he was the one who released all the prisoners. But the man in the red uniform just told him he already knew. The official was stunned, asking why they hadn't done anything yet. The man in red sighed. He explained that the barbarian was claiming he'd been framed for murder. Then he looked at the official and asked if he was the one who investigated the case. The man in the red uniform pressed him for an answer. He demanded to know what evidence was used to determine Bjorn was a plunderer. The official started to sweat, unable to respond. The official waved his hand dismissively, yelling that Bjorn's claim of being framed was complete nonsense. He started laying out his case. First, he said Bjorn had reported a huge amount of mana stones, far more than any Tier 9 adventurer should have. Because that seemed suspicious, they searched his backpack. Inside, they found a ton of items that were obviously stolen. The final nail in the coffin was a message stone. They traced it back to its owner, who belonged to the Crystal Union. That guild gave a testimony, claiming Bjorn had killed one of their members and stolen everything from the body. But the man in the red uniform wasn't impressed. He pointed out that a testimony from the same group was biased. Without magical verification, it had no legal power. He turned to the official and demanded to know why he hadn't done it. The official shouted back that it was because Bjorn kept lying during the interrogation. He explained that the barbarian told a ridiculous story about surviving a slit throat by consuming the essence of a vampire inside a rift. He couldn't believe it himself. The essence of a vampire? On the first floor, he asked the man in red if he could see just how crazy the story was. He argued that Bjorn obviously made up the story because he was born with a natural resistance to magic. Why would he waste a mage's precious time to disprove a claim that was so clearly false? The official was grinning, thinking he had won. But then the mage in the red hat spoke up. She calmly stated that Bjorn really did consume the essence of the vampire on the first floor. The official stammered, completely caught off guard by her claim. She told him she was there and saw it happen with her own eyes. She then pointed out what a shame it was that he couldn't order a memory reading spell on her. The man in the red uniform couldn't believe it. He asked her if she understood how ridiculous her story sounded. The official suggested that she was only covering for Bjorn because she knew him personally. That's when the mage's expression turned cold. She asked him if he was actually accusing her of making the story up. She became furious. She yelled at the official, asking how he dared to point fingers at a mage. She reminded him that his authority to investigate low-tier adventurers didn't make him her equal. The official immediately dropped to the floor and bowed. He apologized over and over, insisting that's not what he meant at all. Turns out mages from the tower hold a very high status in this world. They form a single, powerful union and have protected their rights as elite magic users for a long time. The branch manager stepped in. He agreed that the investigator had dug his own grave by questioning a mage from the tower and asked her not to be too harsh. He tried to explain the investigator's side of things, saying the story was so crazy that it was understandable why someone wouldn't believe it without seeing it themselves. The mage seemed to consider this for a moment. She admitted that a vampire appearing on the first floor was definitely something that had never happened before. The manager started to thank her for understanding, but she cut him off with a shout. She pointed right at him, yelling that his attitude was completely wrong for someone in his position as the branch manager. The manager froze, sweating under her intense glare. She reminded him that ever since the labyrinth appeared, it's always been full of unimaginable mysteries. Even veteran adventurers never know what to expect. She got right in his face and demanded to know if he was really sure that a vampire's appearance was impossible. The manager just groaned, unable to answer. Bjorn watched her tear into the branch manager. He was starting to understand just how much power mages from the tower really had. Just then, someone else walked into the room. The man looked down at the scene and demanded to know who the barbarian causing all the trouble was. He introduced himself as Niall Urbans. Flanked by 2 guards, he asked Bjorn if he understood the gravity of what he'd just done. Before Bjorn could answer, the girl he was holding screamed. She called the man father. In that instant, everything clicked for Bjorn. If that man was her father, then he wasn't just some guild official. He was the district chief. The Adventurers Guild was at the center of everything in this world. They managed clans, sold information, and provided all kinds of services for people exploring the labyrinth. The whole thing was run by a council of 13 district chiefs. With only the guildmaster above them, they were the ones who were really in charge. But even the district chiefs had people they couldn't push around. Suddenly, the investigator from before was thrown hard to the floor. He looked up completely confused. A well-dressed man stood over him with 2 guards, saying he heard they were looking for someone. The branch manager's eyes went wide. He knew exactly who they were talking about. Bjorn stepped forward, looming over the investigator. He called him by his full name, Hearts Young of the Crystal Union. Then he accused him directly of giving a false testimony about the message stone. Hearts tried to deny it, but before he could finish his sentence, a hand crackling with energy grabbed his face. The mage's hand crackled with energy as she held it to Hearts' face. She declared that he wasn't speaking truthfully. The district chief's voice boomed across the room. He announced that a mage from the tower had just verified it, so Hearts couldn't deny it anymore. The branch manager quickly tried to sweep everything under the rug. He turned to Bjorn, told him he was innocent, and said he was free to go. But Bjorn wasn't leaving. He grabbed Hearts and lifted him into the air, demanding to know what was going to happen to him now. The chief explained that for giving a false testimony, Hearts would be interrogated as a suspect. If found guilty, he would face the ultimate penalty. He then suggested that Bjorn should do the same to the clan Hearts was associated with. Bjorn agreed, saying the Crystal Union had been causing trouble for a while. The chief wasn't done cleaning house. He told the investigator who had questioned Bjorn that he was being removed from his duty. The man panicked, insisting he was just following protocol. The chief's voice turned ice cold. He asked if the man was implying the guild was incompetent. Then he promised that every single case the investigator had ever worked on would be put under intense review. The chief's reflection in the man's glasses was cold. He promised that if they found even a hint of corruption in his past cases, he would pay dearly. The investigator was sweating, knowing his career was over. As the guards led the others away, the branch manager turned his attention back to Bjorn. He smiled, saying it was time to discuss compensation for the whole mess. The manager's offer was simple. He would officially make Bjorn a Tier 7 adventurer and give him brand new equipment to replace everything they had taken from him. Bjorn was furious. He yelled back that a tier adjustment wasn't compensation. He argued that consuming a Tier 5 essence automatically met the criteria for Tier 7, so he would have gotten that promotion anyway. The manager tried to argue, pointing out that Bjorn had only been active for 2 months. But Bjorn cut him off, getting right in his face. He challenged the manager to bring any Tier 7 adventurer from the guild, promising to prove who was stronger right then, and he roared, demanding they bring him a challenger. The manager flinched back, trying to calm him down by saying the reward he offered was already unheard of for a newcomer. Just then, a woman in a large pink hat stepped forward. She calmly agreed that the situation was, of course, unprecedented. Bjorn turned to look at her, surprised by the interruption. The manager recognized her, calling her Adua. Her eyes were fixed on Bjorn with a strange intensity. Adua laid out the facts. She explained that no adventurer with only 2 months of experience had ever consumed the essence of a Tier 5 vampire and returned alive. She argued that for a feat like that, he should have already been promoted. The manager groaned, completely defeated. He finally gave in and asked Bjorn what he wanted for compensation. A grin spread across Bjorn's face. He knew he had them right where he wanted them. He told them he wanted money, a lot of it. He demanded 5 million stones. He knew it was a crazy number, but he figured he could get away with it by pretending to be a simple barbarian who didn't care about his reputation. The manager started to argue that the amount was way too much. But before he could finish, another voice cut in and simply accepted the deal. Bjorn couldn't believe it actually worked. He glanced at Adua, realizing she was the reason his demand was met. The manager confirmed it, thanking Ms. Raven for her help. It was becoming clear just how much influence the Mage's Tower really had. And all that power was centered in one place, the Mage's Tower. A time later, Bjorn found himself in the private lab of Adua Raven. She was a mage from the Altemian school, and it looked like she was ready to begin her research on him. Adua chuckled to herself, admitting her lab was a bit of a mess. Bjorn just looked around at all the strange diagrams and equipment covering the walls. She held out a flask filled with a glowing blue liquid, telling him to take it. He was a little confused, asking what it was. He hesitantly took a drink, asking if it was really water. She smiled and explained that it was, she just didn't have any cups. She even offered him some basilisk extract if he didn't like it. He told her water was fine, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the flask had probably been used for monster organs just a few minutes ago. After drinking, he sat down and got straight to the point, asking why she had called him all the way out here. She just laughed and reminded him that he had agreed to do her a favor. He suddenly remembered his promise. He'd only said that because he was running out of time back at the guild. Still, he figured it wouldn't hurt to have a connection with a powerful mage. He reminded her that he would only help if her request was actually possible. She assured him it was nothing outrageous and started to explain what she wanted. She finally told him what she wanted. She demanded exclusive rights to research the essence he had consumed in the rift. She tried to sell him on the idea, saying he'd benefit from it too. But Bjorn saw the real reason in her eyes. It was pure, genuine curiosity about the unknown. He had to admit she had a point. The whole thing was weird. A vampire lord showing up as the guardian of the rift was so rare, he'd never seen it happen in all his time playing the game. Still, Still, her excitement was a little much. He wondered if all mages were this crazy about research. Either way, he figured the deal wasn't a bad one for him. But then something clicked. He suddenly remembered what she'd said back at the branch office when they were signing the papers. He recalled her making them all agree not to tell anyone else about what had happened. She had specifically requested that they not keep any record of the fact that he had consumed the vampire's essence. At the time, he honestly thought she was doing it for his sake. He even felt grateful. Asura looked a little nervous trying to figure out how to explain herself. But Bjorn didn't need an explanation. He finally understood why she'd done it. She laid out her terms. She wanted to study him for 3 hours a week for about 6 months. Bjorn immediately refused. He said 6 months was too long, offering 3 instead, and demanded to see the research results. Asura tried to pressure him, reminding him that she saved his life and got him a huge payout. She looked surprised by his firmness. Bjorn explained that while he was grateful for her help, this was a completely different matter. He told her that for this to be a real partnership, he needed to set his terms clearly. Then he dropped the bomb. He said that she should be the one paying him. Asura was completely lost. She demanded to know what he was talking about. Bjorn stepped forward, his huge frame towering over her. He explained that just accepting her offer without pushing back would have been a rookie move. Asura flinched, clearly scared. He got right in her face and reminded her of what she did. He accused her of making him consume the essence of an undead golem without his permission. Asura pushed him back, furious. She couldn't believe that's what he was upset about, yelling that other adventurers would be desperate to get their hands on an essence like that. Bjorn wasn't buying it. He accused her of forcing the essence on him just so she could survive their fight. Asura shot back, yelling that it saved his life too. He told her he never wanted it, and now he had a new problem. He'd heard it cost 10 million stones to remove an essence at the temple. Asura finally snapped, screaming at him for being a ridiculous barbarian. Bjorn explained that it wasn't the essence he wanted and her actions had caused him serious damage. But Asura was fuming. She argued that essences are incredibly valuable, and if anyone deserved to be compensated, it was her. He told her that was just her prejudice talking. As a mage, she couldn't consume essences, so she didn't understand. He challenged her to ask any other adventurer for their opinion. Asura just laughed. She knew he was assuming she didn't know any other adventurers. She told him to stay right there. She walked over to a glowing blue orb and placed her hand on it. The device lit up, establishing a connection. A voice came through asking who was calling. Asura introduced herself, reminding the man Patsarin that they had met before with her master. The voice on the other end sounded pleasantly surprised to hear from her. She told him she had a question. She asked him how he would honestly feel if someone forced him to take a highly valuable essence without his permission. The voice on the other end, Patsarin, seemed confused. He said it was a strange question and not one he expected to hear from her, but he agreed to answer anyway. Asura looked incredibly nervous, waiting for his response. Bjorn, on the other hand, just smirked. He was sure he was about to win. Asura was sweating, waiting for the answer that would settle the entire argument. The voice on the other end, a man named Grim, said he'd probably get really upset. Asura couldn't believe it. She asked why he'd be angry, even if it was an incredibly rare Tier 7 essence. Grim explained that it didn't matter how rare it was. Any essence that wasn't part of his plan would just complicate things for him. Bjorn just leaned back in his chair, enjoying every second of it. He told Asura that since she was a mage, she probably couldn't understand. Adventurers have to be extremely careful about what they consume to get stronger. Asura looked completely humiliated. She nervously asked what kind of payment he would demand in that situation. Grim didn't even hesitate. He said he'd want cash first. He thought for a second, then said that 15 million stones would probably be enough. Asura's jaw dropped. 15 million. Grim explained that removing an essence costs a fortune at the temple, and the price just keeps going up. He complained about how greedy they were. Completely out of options, Asura asked what he would do if the person couldn't pay with money. Grim paused, saying it was a good question. He started to think about what he'd do if the person responsible was right there in front of him. Grim's answer was simple and cold. He said if someone did that to him, he'd probably just get rid of them. Asura started to panic, realizing she had no way out. Bjorn just watched, thinking to himself how poorly people in this world thought things through. He knew he had her. She'd asked a random adventurer, thinking it would prove her point, but it had done the exact opposite. Now it was time to collect what he was owed. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoed through the room. An old man walked in, telling Bjorn he was far more clever than he'd heard. The man introduced himself as Dayan Tivahirian. He said he was the master and mentor of the girl Bjorn had just made cry. Asura immediately denied that she was crying. Bjorn's mind raced. He knew that name. Dayan was the leader of the School of Altemian, a group that controlled 5 entire floors of the tower. This man was one of the most powerful people in the city. Dayan just smiled. He told them he had thoroughly enjoyed their little conversation. Asura couldn't believe it. She yelled that she had cast soundproof magic. Dayan just shook his head and told her she needed to practice more. He said her spell was full of holes he could easily get through. Dayan explained that he couldn't help but be curious. It was the first time his apprentice had ever brought a man to her lab, especially a living barbarian. Bjorn was confused by that last part. Dayan's tone turned dark. He said that most of the barbarians they see are either dead or they just get their hearts. The old mage just smiled, looming over him. Bjorn didn't even flinch. Then Dayan started to chuckle. He burst out laughing, telling Bjorn it was just a joke and not to look so serious. Bjorn thought to himself that mages had a weird sense of humor. Bjorn decided to play along. He said he was a cultured barbarian who could blend in and then purposely got the mage's name wrong. He grabbed Dayan and got right in his face. He said he'd return the favor with some barbarian humor, yelling that he wanted to crack the old man's skull open. Dayan looked completely stunned. Then Bjorn started laughing. He told the old man it was just a joke and that he should laugh along with him, calling him Snowbeard. Dayan was completely stunned. Bjorn mocked him, pointing out that apparently, it's okay to say the most ridiculous things as long as you claim it's just a joke. Then Bjorn started laughing and patting the old mage on the head. In the background, Adjo was freaking out, thinking he had completely lost his mind. Bjorn pretended to think about apologizing for a second. But then Dayan just burst out laughing. He admitted that Bjorn was far more interesting than he'd ever expected. Dayan said he wasn't like other sensitive mages. He was actually impressed that Bjorn had the insides to take his joke and throw it right back in his face. The old mage decided he was feeling generous. He brought up the 10 million stones Bjorn had been demanding and offered him something else instead. He opened a small red box revealing a golden ring with a purple stone. He called it the Ring of Frost Spirit. Bjorn's eyes went wide. He knew this was a numbered item. They were legendary treasures dropped by the strongest monsters, and each one had a unique, incredible power. He couldn't understand why anyone would just hand over something so valuable. Dayan smiled and told him it was the perfect item for him. It had the power to seal and suppress one of the essences the wearer had consumed. Dayan explained that the ring would help suppress the undead golem essence. But as Bjorn listened, he realized the old mage had no idea about the ring's hidden feature. So he accepted the deal. As he was leaving, Adua shouted after him, reminding him he had to show up to her lab twice a week for research. Bjorn just agreed and kept walking. She watched him go, worried that he wouldn't actually keep his promise. Adua went back to her master and apologized for causing so much trouble. But Dayan just waved it off, telling her the ring was useless to them anyway and he couldn't find a buyer. He laughed, saying the ring was only worth about 1 million stones. He was sure the dumb barbarian would be furious when he found out he'd been tricked. But Bjorn wasn't tricked at all. He thought about how mages were supposed to be the smartest people around, yet even Adua didn't know how to get a legendary item. This led him to a conclusion. Turns out, even the most powerful mages were just beginners compared to someone who had mastered the game. He grinned, absolutely certain they had no idea what the Ring of Frost Spirit was really worth. Later, Bjorn went back to his inn. The innkeeper's eyes went wide when he saw him, yelling that he thought Bjorn was dead. The man explained he'd already removed everything from the room. When Bjorn demanded to know what he did with his belongings, the innkeeper admitted he threw everything out. Bjorn was furious. He reminded the man he'd paid for a full week in advance. The terrified innkeeper immediately apologized and promised to pay for all the losses. He clenched his fist, thinking about how easy it would be to just beat the guy up. But then he stopped. He wondered since when his first reaction to a problem was violence. He remembered being perfectly calm when the man next to him was executed. It was the same when he took his first life. Even though the guy deserved it, he found it surprisingly easy to do. And he barely thought twice before breaking out of prison. He was definitely changing. He thought back to all the things he'd done. He hadn't hesitated at all. Even that stupid argument he got into at the tower. That wasn't something his old self Hansu Lee would have ever done. At first, he thought the change was just because of the crazy situation he was in. But over time, a suspicion grew, and now he was pretty sure he knew the real reason. Just like how his barbarian instincts took over in a fight, he realized his mind was being taken over by a savage beast. He had to ask himself, was he slowly becoming a barbarian from the inside out? But he supposed it was better this way. It was probably necessary to survive in this world. With that settled, he turned back to the innkeeper. He told him 30,000 stones and he'd let the whole thing slide. The innkeeper couldn't believe it. He slammed his hand on the counter, yelling that 30,000 stones for a few useless items was completely insane. The innkeeper started sweating, completely caught off guard. He stammered, trying to figure out what to say. Bjorn leaned over the counter, his voice low and dangerous. He reminded the man that he'd just claimed to have thrown everything away. Turns out the innkeeper paid up. Bjorn used the money to move into a much nicer room. It was twice as expensive, but for the first time he felt like he was actually living. He finally had a room with a window and even his own private bathtub. Lying in bed, he realized he needed to meet up with Einar to split the loot from their last adventure. The next day, he headed over to the Angry Rhino Inn. As soon as he arrived, Einar shouted his name. She ran and threw her arms around him, telling him she knew he'd come back safe. Bjorn just told her he'd run into a few problems. She pulled back and asked if he'd heard the news. Bjorn had no idea what she was talking about. Einar explained that the whole city was talking about a hero they were calling the Barbarian of Liberty. Bjorn's face dropped. He realized they were talking about him. He nervously asked Einar if she knew the warrior's name. The man scratched his head and said that, strangely, nobody seemed to know the hero's name. Bjorn let out a quiet sigh of relief. The guild had kept their promise. Another warrior shouted with pride, boasting about how their clan brother single-handedly crushed hundreds of enemies before being proven innocent. The crowd was in a frenzy, celebrating the hero who freed all the prisoners. Bjorn watched them, worried. He never expected the rumors to spread this fast. After that, they headed to a new part of the city called Kamelby. Einar was amazed, saying it was her first time there. Turns out, Kamelby was a rich area that surrounded the royal capital. It was full of shops and artisans, a place where the middle and upper class lived. Some even called it the free market. They found a spot on the street, and Bjorn handed Einar her share of the money. He explained that he'd sold all the extra gear from the plunderers, making about 800,000 stones. He handed Einar a bag with 300,000 stones. She couldn't believe how much it was, but he insisted she take it, telling her she'd earned every bit. Einar was grateful, but then she saw something that completely amazed her. She pointed to a street vendor and yelled that people were eating clouds on a stick. Bjorn recognized it immediately. He couldn't believe they had cotton candy here. She was completely mesmerized. They sat down to eat, and Einar couldn't stop talking about how smart humans were to invent something so amazing. She was just so happy to be able to spend the money she earned. Bjorn watched her amused. He joked to himself that cotton candy was like a new currency for her. He told her to eat before the rest of their food got cold. Einar looked up from her food and thanked him again, but this time it was for treating her the same as before. Bjorn was a little taken aback. She explained that ever since her appearance changed, her own clan members had been avoiding her. They didn't see her as a warrior anymore, and that wasn't the only problem. Now human men were constantly asking her out on dates, something she'd never experienced before. She felt like she had lost her identity, crying out about what she had become. She slammed her fists on the table, looking at Bjorn with desperate eyes. She asked him if she was ugly now. Bjorn was completely lost. He had no idea how to even answer a question like that. But before he could say anything, Einar suddenly yelled that she'd made her decision. She told him she didn't deserve to go into the labyrinth with him ever again. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. He yelled back, demanding to know what on earth she was talking about. So that's what really happened. Einar left the party. But it turns out it had nothing to do with her new appearance like she was so worried about. A great swordsman, he remembered asking her why she couldn't just take one day off to go into the labyrinth with him. She looked so apologetic, explaining that she really wanted to, but the special training course she was on meant she was forbidden from leaving the sacred grounds for 6 whole months. She was talking about that special training course. She told him not to wait for her, and that she wouldn't expect him to accept her back into the party no matter what. Her eyes were filled with a fiery determination. She promised him that she would do her absolute best and come back as an amazing warrior, someone who would never hold him back in a fight again. He didn't say anything back, just quietly took a long drink from his mug, listening to her words. He let out a heavy looking, completely defeated. He felt so frustrated with himself. In the end, he just couldn't stop Einar from leaving. His mind flashed back to their second trip into the labyrinth. He remembered how the plunderer had completely overpowered Einar. She was left beaten and helpless on the ground, forced to swear an oath she never wanted to make. And then he remembered the fight against the boss in the rift. While everyone else was fighting for their lives, Einar could only watch from the sidelines, unable to do anything to help. Thinking about all that, he finally understood. That was probably the biggest reason she made this decision. All those moments where she felt weak and useless must have pushed her to leave. He sat there tapping his mug on the table. With Einar gone, he knew he had to find new companions. But another thought crossed his mind. Maybe he could just explore the labyrinth by himself. After all, he was way more skilled now than he was just 2 months ago. He'd grown a lot stronger. He remembered consuming the essences of an undead golem and a vampire, and one of them was even a guardian. His base stats shot up like crazy, and he even got new abilities and skills from it. With this power, he was sure that no monster on the first or second floor could give him any trouble now. But he knew that wasn't true for the third floor and the ones above it. The labyrinth was designed to force people into parties. It was just the way the world worked. No matter how powerful someone was, it was impossible to clear the whole thing alone. He started walking, his mind made up. Going to the higher floors without certain types of adventurers was fatal. It was absolutely necessary to find and recruit people who were talented in different areas. He had to build a new team. He knew what he had to do. To hunt tougher monsters and climb higher, he absolutely needed to find reliable companions. The floorboards creaked under his heavy footsteps as he walked into the room. A woman with blonde hair looked up from her desk as he came closer. She smiled brightly when she saw him, as if she'd been expecting him. Bjorn's mind was racing. He thought that if he could just recruit Adir Raven, a tier 6 mage from the tower, it would make things so much easier. He looked back at her with a confident smile. Just having someone like Adir on his team would be a massive advantage for what he had planned. But then Adir's voice cut through the air, asking him if he was ready. Suddenly, a horrible image of a blood-stained chair with leather straps flashed before my eyes. A heavy, dark feeling filled the room. Bjorn realized this wasn't a simple meeting. He had to survive whatever experiment she was planning for him today. Adir stood up, crossing her arms with an angry look on her face. She didn't even hesitate. She just shouted that she refused his offer completely. She pointed right at him and told him that if he was serious, he needed to come back after recruiting other tier B or higher adventurers, including a priest. She wasn't finished, though. She added that building a team like that would take him at least 3 years. And she completely changed the subject, telling him to stop with the silly suggestions. She held out a stack of papers, explaining that it was the data she'd put together from her analysis of the vampire essence. He took the papers and glanced over them. It was just a rough breakdown of the stats showing high, average, and low ranges. But that didn't really matter to him. He already knew the exact numbers by heart from his time playing the game. His natural regeneration, vitality, strength, mana sensitivity, and resistances all shot up. But that wasn't even the best part. The essence he'd taken from the Guardian gave him some amazing new skills. He got a passive ability called Source of Darkness, which meant he couldn't die as long as his heart was safe. On top of that, he got an active skill that boosted his physical power for every enemy he touched with his blood. And there was more. Another skill let him temporarily copy one of his victims' abilities after drinking their blood. Then there was immortality, which massively increased his healing speed at the cost of some of his life force. These were some seriously overpowered skills that he knew would be incredibly useful. He thought about all of it, the immortality, the imprint, and the Guardian's essence. With all these new powers, he felt his regenerative tank build was pretty much complete. He crumpled the paper in his hand with a smirk. His character had never improved this quickly, not even in the 10 years he'd spent playing the game. Feeling pretty good about himself, Bjorn decided it was time to go and told her he was leaving. But just as he was about to head out, Adio suddenly called out, telling him to hold on a second. She stopped him, her expression turning serious as she said there was something she'd been curious about. She looked him right in the eye and asked him what that thing was he used back in the fight. She pointed, reminding him of the moment he stuck something inside the vampire's mouth. She told him she felt a flash of divine, holy power from it, and she clearly wanted an explanation. As he casually picked something to keep up his act, Adio shot back, insisting that she saw it happen with her own 2 eyes. But then she suddenly stopped. Bjorn thought to himself that this was the perfect time to use his barbarian physical abilities to run away. But before he could even move, Adio just turned and bolted out the door. She stopped just outside, shaking with frustration. Sometime later, inside a huge library with endless rows of books, Adio began her search for answers. She reached out a hand and a blue light shot up to a high shelf, pulling a heavy book right into her grasp. She had found it, the complete Book of Rifts. She remembered there was one specific page she needed to find, the one that talked about the brutal citadel. A page with information about it. Remove this sentence. But then she remembered something. She was sure she'd read about the tears of a goddess in another book. Without hesitating, she reached out her hand, and a blue light shot across the room, pulling another heavy book right off the shelf and towards her. She caught the book and quickly flipped it open. There it was. The page was covered in strange ancient writing, but she knew she had found what she was looking for. So Erwin was looking through this old book and found a page about something called the tears of a goddess. The book said that nobody knew where this stuff came from, but it was a consumable item. If you used it, it would unleash a huge amount of holy blessings all around you. She kept reading and her eyes went wide. Turns out, the last time it was ever recorded in history was 150 years ago. A man named Cardinal Andron used all 3 of them to save the Grand Archbishop. She realized this thing was a sacred item, and the description of how it worked was exactly what she saw Bjorn do. A cold feeling washed over her as she thought, this can't just be a coincidence. Her mind started racing, filled with questions. How could a barbarian, one who had just become an adult, possibly know about the location of the tears of a goddess? How would he even know what it did and the way he used it? It was like he had experience, like he'd done it before. It just didn't make any sense. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Staring at the memory of his serious face, a single terrifying thought formed in her mind. Could it be that Mr. Bjorn was something else entirely? And her thoughts shifted to another legendary item she'd read about, the Golden Mask. She remembered the text clearly. It was an artifact that could only be acquired by satisfying some very special conditions on top of defeating the boss of the brutal citadel. He sat on his bed staring at the Golden Mask. He knew exactly what it did. It could change the wearer's face to anything they wanted for a full 30 days, and it had 5 uses. He remembered back when this was all just a game. He never cared about changing how his pixelated character looked. It was pointless. Every time he got one of these masks, he'd just sell it off for a huge amount of game currency without a second thought. But this wasn't a game anymore. This was real life. He thought about how he was framed and thrown in prison just a little while ago. He knew that with one wrong move, he could accidentally make the entire city turn against him. Looking down at the mask, he knew it could be a lifesaver. It was too valuable to get rid of. He decided right then and there that he had to keep it. Erwin paused. She said it was completely outrageous. She just couldn't wrap her head around how a whole solid clan could just vanish overnight. She was talking about the Crystal Union. They were a huge clan of adventurers who offered all sorts of services to people exploring the first floor. They built up this massive communication network with message stones, and because of that, their fame and size just exploded over the last 10 years. One person yelled that the Crystal Union was a joke and they were condescending. Another countered that they were solid. Erwin seemed to agree with the criticism, but she also remembered a different time. She put her mug down on the table with a tap. She thanked the person she was with for the meal. She remembered the real reason she hated them. It was because of what they did to her sister. Her sister was assaulted. Erwin looked serious as she spoke. She admitted that as much as she hated to say it, things would have gotten really, really bad if that barbarian hadn't stepped in when he did. In another part of town, a woman was leaving a bar. She mentioned she'd been planning to get revenge on the Crystal Union soon, but now it seemed she didn't have to. She turned and asked her friend why they would just disappear like that. Her friend couldn't believe she hadn't heard the news, telling her it was all because of the Barbarian of Liberty. It was just so ironic. The whole thing came down to a single barbarian. Elsewhere, 2 men were deep in conversation about it. One of them explained that this was the same barbarian who broke out of prison and held a branch manager's daughter hostage just to prove he was innocent. The other guy nodded along, listening. The first man continued, saying the whole thing got so out of control that there were rumors the Adventurers Guild might start inspecting all the low-level adventurers to find any hidden plunderers. The man then added the craziest part of the whole story. He said that the barbarian was only a tier 9 adventurer when all of this went down. The woman he was talking to just paused, letting that sink in. It meant he had only just come of age not too long ago. He was practically a kid. A tier 9 adventurer barbarian. What if that barbarian hadn't actually died? If it is really the same barbarian that broke free from prison and liberated prisoners? She still wasn't sure if it's the right thing to tell her sister that. So Bjorn walked into this big fancy-looking building. It looked like some kind of adventurers guild with people everywhere talking and doing business. He went straight up to one of the front desks, and the clerk there asked him what he needed. Bjorn got right to the point. He told the clerk he was looking to build a new team. The clerk asked him for the details, so Bjorn explained that he needed a party of at least 4 members, all strong enough to be active on the 3rd floor or higher. The clerk listened and then asked for Bjorn's identification and personal information to process the request. Without a word, Bjorn just placed his papers on the desk, along with a wooden stamp to make it official. The clerk picked up the document and began to read through it. He mumbled the name to himself, Bjorn Yandel, and noted that he was a Tier 7 adventurer. He paused for a moment, looking a little thoughtful as he took in the information. But then, as he kept reading, his eyes shot wide open. His calm expression completely vanished, replaced by pure shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and he stammered out loud, asking in disbelief if Bjorn really had 5 stars. The clerk immediately got flustered. He started stammering, pretending he had no idea what Bjorn was talking about and denying he ever said anything about stars. He quickly tried to change the subject, shoving a list of potential teams into Bjorn's hands. Bjorn saw right through the act. He knew the clerk was trying to hide something. He figured the whole 5 stars thing was probably some kind of secret code the guild used to classify certain adventurers, either VIPs or people on a blacklist. Either way, he realized it meant he was going to get special treatment. He started scanning the list of names, but then his eyes locked onto one in particular. He couldn't believe it. He was completely stunned by who he saw on that paper. A man appeared and called out, laughing. He said he knew it was really Bjorn, but admitted he wasn't sure because Bjorn was listed as a Tier 7 adventurer. Bjorn greeted him. Ikurad asked Bjorn if he'd already recruited someone else. Before Bjorn could even answer, the dwarf just laughed and said he heard their new teammate was going to be a mage. He seemed really happy about it, saying that meant they already had 3 members for their party. Bjorn was completely floored by the news. A mage? He couldn't believe their luck. He knew that mages were incredibly hard to find for a normal adventuring party. The idea of having one join them was just amazing. Just then, Hikurad grinned and said it was perfect timing. He looked right past Bjorn and started waving, yelling for someone to come over. Bjorn turned around, completely caught off guard, wondering who on earth it could be. Suddenly, we're in a completely different place. A man with blonde hair and a monocle walked up to a table with a friendly smile. He approached Bjorn and a red-bearded dwarf. The dwarf shook his hand, laughing, and asked if he was the mage they were supposed to interview. The joke went right over the dwarf's head. Bjorn had to spell it out for him, confirming that yes, this was the guy. The dwarf laughed it off and introduced himself as Hikurad Murad. He proudly announced he was a Tier 6 adventurer and a Tier 8 mage, recognized by the court. Bjorn knew exactly what that title meant. Court mages weren't from the powerful tower, they just handled paperwork. In his mind, Hikurad was just an average mage. Nolan seemed surprised. He noted that Bjorn was very knowledgeable for Barbarian and asked for his name. Bjorn already didn't like the guy's attitude. He introduced himself as Bjorn, son of Yandel, and told him to have a seat. Nolan took a seat at their table. Nolan decided to get straight to the point. He asked Bjorn why he wanted to be an adventurer. He also found it strange that a Tier 8 mage would want to go into the labyrinth. Hikurad chuckled, explaining that it was simple. Tier 8 mages weren't strong enough for the upper floors, and the lower floors didn't pay enough. They could make more money doing safer jobs in the city. That's when Nolan made a dramatic announcement. He claimed his only wish was to become a famous adventurer to bring glory to the house of Martin the Baron. Hikurad jumped up, completely shocked, and asked if Nolan was a nobleman. But Nolan's explanation was just a confusing story about a distant relative. It was clear he wasn't a noble at all. Nolan just smiled and told them to relax, promising he wouldn't use his status to look down on them. Bjorn was now completely convinced the guy was trying to cheat them. Bjorn sized him up. He looked slick, but he was thin and had zero experience in the labyrinth. He only knew a few simple lifestyle and curse spells. But even with all the red flags, Bjorn had his reasons. Having a mage on the team, even a weak one, would attract better applicants later. So he accepted Nolan as their third companion. The plan worked. With a mage on the team, better people started applying. So Bjorn and Hikurad met a few times a week to look over the papers. Of course, Bjorn was the one actually reading everything while Hikurad just watched. Hikurad was relieved they finally had a full team. With the party formed, Bjorn went to get some new gear. He got a brand new set of armor and a massive shield. He walked up to a woman at a desk, but she just stared at him, completely uninterested. She finally asked what he was holding. Bjorn took that as his chance to show off. He proudly told her they were made of lithium. The system confirmed it. The new chest plate and shield boosted his overall item level by a ton. He then pointed to his back, showing off his new expandable backpack. The system explained it would let him carry way more stuff. The woman was not impressed. She held up a hand and told him to take off the armor and shield before coming into the library. Apparently, other people had complained. After leaving the library, Bjorn headed back out into the city. Suddenly, he heard a pained groan coming from a nearby alley. He saw another barbarian slumped against the wall, obviously starving. People nearby were already whispering about him. They couldn't understand why he didn't have a weapon. For a barbarian, that was like choosing to starve. Bjorn decided to walk over to him. The man looked up and was terrified to see Bjorn standing over him. Bjorn told him to relax, he wasn't going to hurt him. He just asked why a warrior like him was unarmed. The man explained that he sold his weapon for money, but then he called Bjorn sir, which immediately made Bjorn suspicious. That wasn't how barbarians were supposed to talk. But something about the guy felt genuine. Bjorn decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. He introduced himself as Bjorn, son of Yandel. The other man stammered that his name was Tarakan, son of Rian. He was clearly terrified that his strange way of talking had exposed him. So Bjorn took him to get some food. The man ate like he hadn't seen a meal in weeks. Between bites, Tarakan promised he would never forget this kindness. That's when Bjorn figured it out. Tarakan was a barbarian who had just come of age a month before him. He listened to the rest of Tarakan's story. The kid claimed he got lost on his way to the labyrinth. But Bjorn knew that was a lie. He was sure Tarakan just got scared of fighting monsters and ran away. And honestly, Bjorn could see how it would happen. With all the other warriors roaring and excited for the journey, it would be easy for one scared kid to just slip away. But the more he thought about it, the less sense it made. Anyone who knew this world would know how barbarians are treated in the city, so why didn't he just enter the labyrinth? Something was off. Bjorn pushed for more of the story, asking what happened after the first month's money ran out. Tarakan admitted that he never went back into the labyrinth. Bjorn absolutely lost it. He couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked if the guy was out of his mind. Tarakan yelled back that he couldn't just fight monsters without a weapon. Bjorn shot back that this was exactly why he should have gone in the first time. He started to seriously doubt if this guy had ever even played the game before. Tarakan just explained that he was kicked out of the inn once his money was gone. The rest of his story was just as bad as Bjorn expected. He was hungry, cold, and exhausted. He even tried to get help from other barbarians, but for some reason they turned him away. Listening to all this, Bjorn couldn't help but think about his own first day. He realized that if he had let fear win and run away, he probably would have ended up in the exact same situation. After telling his sad story, Tarakan looked at Bjorn hopefully. He asked if hearing all that made him feel like helping out a poor fellow barbarian. Tarakan tried to sell himself, claiming he knew a lot about the labyrinth and would be useful. But Bjorn cut him off cold. He told him straight up that he would never enter the labyrinth with someone like him. Tarakan was completely stunned, but Bjorn wasn't finished. He said he would still help him, just not in the way he wanted. He was going to give him some money instead. Bjorn held out a few coins. He told Tarakan to take the money, buy a weapon, and get back into the labyrinth. Tarakan was stunned. He took the money, promising that he would never forget this kindness. But Bjorn wasn't interested in his thanks. He turned away, telling Tarakan to leave because he had other things to do. Tarakan quickly agreed and started to ask if he could find him here later, but Bjorn cut him off with a sharp rejection. He then laid out the rules. He explained that it didn't matter if Tarakan wasted the money, lost it, or actually succeeded and made a fortune. He made one thing crystal clear. Once Tarakan left this place, he was to never ever look for Bjorn again. He demanded an answer and Tarakan quietly agreed. Later, back in his room, Bjorn sat alone with his thoughts. He couldn't shake the feeling that what he'd just done was completely despicable. He realized why he'd helped the man. It was because Tarakan reminded him of his old self. He knew how people would see it. The logical ones would call him stupid for helping at all, while the emotional ones would say he didn't help enough. He figured they'd both be right, and maybe that made him a hypocrite. But it was the best he could do. All he could do now was hope Tarakan survived. Soon after, the day came to enter the lab. System window appeared. They had entered the crystal cave on the first floor. A young mage looked around, completely amazed by the glowing crystals. He excitedly asked where they were headed next. His name was Rial Dwaki, a tier 8 mage. He couldn't get over how beautiful the cave was, practically bouncing with excitement. Another adventurer, a tier 7 named Brown Rotmiller, told Rial to calm down and give him a moment to get settled. Brown checked their location. He confirmed their starting point was good and that they could stick to the plan he'd laid out before. The leader of their party was a tier 6 dwarf adventurer named Hikurad Mured. He was a tank just like Bjorn. Hikurad laughed, excited to finally be exploring the labyrinth with a team again. And then there was the last member of their group. Her name was Misha Carlston, a tier 5 adventurer with 7 years of experience. She was fired up and ready to crack some monster skulls. Bjorn noticed she had a weird habit of dragging out the last word of every sentence. Hikurad just laughed and teased her, calling her Your Royal Highness. Misha got frustrated and yelled at him to stop calling her that. Turns out she actually was a princess of the cat tribe, though Bjorn couldn't remember which one. Misha just kept threatening to scratch the dwarf. Another adventurer with them finally cut in. He told them to stop messing around because they needed to get going. He took the lead and warned everyone to stay close. And with that, their journey into the crystal cave began. Rotmiller turned out to be a great navigator. He got the team to the portal leading to the second floor in just 10 hours. The only problem was it was already open. Someone had beaten them to it. He seemed pretty unhappy about it. Even though 10 hours was a great time, he clearly wasn't satisfied. Bjorn knew there was a special skill called Wayfinder that could pinpoint a portal's location. Rotmiller didn't have it, which made his speed even more impressive. With that thought, he decided it was time to move. The only thing bothering him was the missed experience points. Since someone else had already opened the portal, he wouldn't get the reward. He knew a glitch he could have used with Einar or Erwin to get the points anyway. But he couldn't risk revealing that trick to this new group. Just then, a system window announced they had entered the Lairs of Beasts on the second floor. The new area was called the Lairs of Beasts, and it lived up to its name. One of the adventurers immediately started complaining about how awful the place was. The dwarf Hikurad turned to the young mage Dwaki and asked him how he was holding up. Dwaki looked like he was about to be sick. While he struggled, Misha just laughed at him. She yelled about how disgusting the place was, complaining that it smelled like animal waste. Bjorn turned to Rotmiller, asking if he was okay since he'd taken something that made his sense of smell stronger. Rotmiller just brushed it off, saying he was used to it. Rotmiller took the lead, warning everyone to watch their step through the filth. The dwarf Hikurad was pleased. He knew recruiting an 8-year veteran like Rotmiller was the right call. The ground was disgusting, but they pushed forward. This floor was a huge maze of ravines. There were no traps, but getting lost was a real danger. For a group this strong, the monsters weren't the problem. And they were right. The party cut through the monsters easily, racking up experience points with every fight. With Dwaki's magic and warriors on watch, Bjorn was actually able to get a good night's sleep. But the young mage was confused. He asked why they even needed a watch when he had his danger alert spell. One of the adventurers explained it wasn't about his spell. The problem was danger alert only worked on monsters. Dwaki still didn't get it. That's when he was told the truth. In the labyrinth, the real threat wasn't the beasts, it was other adventurers. The young mage looked horrified. The adventurer told the young mage, Dwaki, to get some sleep, reminding him that mages don't stand watch. But Dwaki was still reeling from the news that the real threat wasn't monsters, but other people. Rottmiller watched him from the side. He figured this would be the last time the kid ever joined them on an adventure. The next day, Rottmiller took the lead. He explained that just past this area was the portal to the third floor, where the high-level monsters they were hunting could be found. He explained that while the second floor had several different areas, they all led to one single, huge map on the third floor called the Pilgrim's Path. As the party walked on, Rottmiller added that their starting point on the third floor would depend on the portal they took. He just hoped they didn't end up in a terrible spot. Misha, the cat girl, turned to Bjorn, asking if it was true he'd never been to the third floor. When he said it was, she was amazed, telling him it took her a whole year to get there. She then mentioned it took her 2 years to reach the fourth floor, realizing it was probably the same for him. She started fuming, complaining that Bjorn was already tier 6 when she was only tier 7, despite her having more experience. The dwarf, Hikurad, just chuckled and reminded her that she was born into a powerful family, which evened things out. Suddenly, Rottmiller stopped. He turned around and told Misha and the dwarf that he'd had enough of their arguing. The two of them quickly apologized. Bjorn watched the exchange, thinking that Rottmiller seemed much more annoyed than he'd ever seen him. He figured it made sense. Rottmiller was working hard to find the right path, and their bickering from behind was probably just irritating. Just then, a system window appeared. They had officially entered Pilgrim's Path on the third floor, starting at a place called Iron Rock Hill. But something was wrong. The moment they stepped through, they were ambushed. Hikurad yelled for Rottmiller to get out of the way. Without a second thought, Bjorn charged forward, raising his shield to block the attack. The impact was massive. The monster had been waiting for them right at the portal's exit. Bjorn gritted his teeth, holding his ground. The creature's strength was unbelievable. He knew if it wasn't for his special shield, that single blow would have sent him flying. The monster slammed into Hikurad's shield with so much force that cracks started to spread across it. Just as it looked like the shield would shatter, a system window appeared. The dwarf had activated a skill called Emergency Restoration. Hikurad shouted a warning to Bjorn, telling him these were iron tusks and he shouldn't try to push them back. Bjorn already knew this. He just watched as the dwarf's shield repaired itself in an instant. He remembered from the game that iron tusks had a skill called Counterweight that made them impossible to push back. This just proved how useful the dwarf's defensive skills really were. The dwarf stomped his feet hard into the ground, bracing himself. He activated another skill, Countermeasure, digging in to stop the monster's charge completely. With the monster locked in place, their mage Dwaki made his move. He unleashed a tier 8 curse spell, and purple energy shot towards the beast. Hikurad grinned, impressed with the mage's perfect timing. With the monster pinned, Bjorn brought his weapon down with incredible force. The ground exploded on impact. From a distance, the young mage Dwaki could only watch, hoping the fight was finally over. But it wasn't. Misha, the cat tribe princess, shouted that there was still one left. She used the downed monster's head as a stepping stone to get to it. She launched herself into the air, daggers drawn, aiming for the beast that Hikurad was still holding down. She was practically screaming with excitement, hoping the monster would drop a valuable essence. She came down hard, slicing deep into the creature's neck. The beast let out one last pained roar before it finally collapsed. System window confirmed their victory, giving them a few experience points. But while the others relaxed, Bjorn knew something was wrong. This wasn't where iron tusks were supposed to be. Their sudden appearance was a very bad sign. Sensing something was off, Bjorn asked Rottmiller if anyone was nearby. Without a word, Rottmiller activated his thermal detection skill. His vision changed, allowing him to see the heat from living things. The area was empty. There was no one around. But his other senses told him a different story. He explained that he could smell people who had been there just moments ago. He figured they left after watching the party handle the ambush. Hikurad was stunned, asking if they were being targeted. Rottmiller calmly replied that he didn't think it was personal. He explained it was a common trick for plunderers to lure monsters towards other adventurers. Misha, however, got fired up. She wanted to hunt them down, arguing they could even make money from it. But the young mage Dwaki pointed out the problem. They had no proof. If they attacked, they could be the ones framed as plunderers. Misha just screamed back that the dead can't defend themselves. Hikurad cut in, ending the argument. He said the best they could do was put up a warning sign for other adventurers near the portal. The talk of plunderers had clearly gotten to Dwaki. He was trembling, gripping his staff tightly. As they continued on, Dwaki admitted this was his first time seeing a plunderer's trap. Rottmiller said it was rare to run into them anyway, but Bjorn seemed to disagree. Misha asked how many times they'd run into them. She'd only seen them about 8 times in her 5 years as an adventurer. Bjorn couldn't believe it. He told her that was nothing. He'd run into plunderers 5 times in just the last 3 months. The others just laughed. Misha joked about what kind of criminal he must have been in a past life to have such terrible luck. Hikurad added that plunderers had become much rarer in recent years. Misha kept going, suggesting that maybe they only ran into trouble because he was with them. Bjorn just looked down, completely defeated, wondering how he could be so unlucky. Rottmiller finally stepped in, telling them to stop. He pointed out that Misha was known for having great luck. Then he told Bjorn not to worry, admitting that he also ran into plunderers about every 3 months. Rottmiller started to add that Bjorn's luck was still pretty bad, but Bjorn had heard enough. He told them to stop the chatter and get moving. A moment later, system messages started popping up as they got back to work clearing the camp. Rottmiller announced they would make camp for the night. He explained that they were at a border between two regions, a spot where monsters were less likely to show up. As they settled down, Hikurad noticed Dwaki looked troubled and asked him what was wrong. The young mage was surprised it showed on his face. Misha agreed, pointing out that the normally talkative mage had been completely silent for a while. Finally, Dwaki spoke up. He admitted that the reality of being an adventurer was completely different from what he had imagined. He knew how it must sound to them, like he was just some spoiled kid who didn't know anything about the real world. The idea of adventurers hurting each other and that taking them down in self-defense was seen as a good thing. It was all so much darker than he'd ever thought. He realized that if he kept going down this path, he would probably have to eliminate someone himself one day. Dwaki explained that he had tried to strengthen his resolve the whole way there. That's when Bjorn finally spoke up, cutting straight to the point. He asked if it worked, if Dwaki had actually managed to convince himself. Dwaki just nodded slowly. The campfire flickered in his glasses as he admitted that yes, he had tried. But he confessed that honestly, he wasn't confident he'd have the insides to do it when the time came. His voice was full of doubt and fear. Hikurad looked up at the young mage, his expression full of concern. Another adventurer chimed in. He said that at least it was better than idiots who act tough but don't have the nerve to actually do the job. That's when Rotmiller spoke, a small smile on his face. He explained that the ability to not overestimate yourself is a key trait for an adventurer. He told Dwaki his honest thoughts were more reassuring than empty confidence, then asked if everyone could spare him a moment. He told them there was something he wanted to show them, and the whole group turned to listen. Rotmiller led them away from the campfire. The ground beneath their feet began to glow with a strange blue light. When they looked up, everyone was speechless. The cave ceiling was gone, replaced by an endless starry sky. It was like they were walking through space itself. Floating lights drifted all around them, and a castle stood against the night in the distance. Rotmiller smiled, telling them it was a beautiful sight you could only see at this time of day. No one knew why it happened, but it was always incredible. Dwaki was completely lost in the moment. He said that once you see it in person, you stop caring about what could cause it. Rotmiller turned to the young mage. He asked if seeing this gave him enough courage to keep exploring the labyrinth. Then just as quickly as it appeared, the light vanished. The darkness returned, covering the entire floor once more. Later that night, back at camp, everyone else fell asleep. Bjorn was the only one left awake, keeping watch over the fire. Everyone else was asleep, or so it seemed. He saw Erwin roll over. She was pretending to be asleep, but her eyes were open. The next morning, the group set off again. Dwak was calculating in his head, realizing he'd gained more experience than he first thought. He was at level 3 right now, which meant he could absorb up to 3 monster essences to gain new powers. He'd already taken 2 essences from powerful monsters he'd defeated. That left 1 slot open. He was hoping to find a really good one on this trip to complete his build. Sometime later, Dwak stopped walking. He turned to the others and told them they were here. In front of them was a huge settlement surrounded by wooden walls and watchtowers. They had finally reached the orc colony. Dwak explained that this part of the 3rd floor was filled with all kinds of monsters. He warned them that most were tier 8 or even stronger. He admitted it was the 2nd most dangerous area to survive in. But for gaining experience, there was no better place on this floor. Rotmiller laid out the plan. They would spend some time here just practicing how to fight together. After that, they'd figure out what to do next. Just then, one of the adventurers shouted a warning. A group of orcs was coming right at them from the northeast. The lead orc let out a low growl, its eyes fixed on the party. Rotmiller sounded pleased. He told everyone this was the perfect time to put their training to the test. The whole party got ready to fight. Without any warning, the orcs charged forward, weapons raised. Dwak was the first to attack. He unleashed a tier 8 offense spell called Icicle Spear. The ice spear slammed into the front line of orcs. The plan was simple. Dwak and the archer would deal damage from the back, while Bjorn and Hikurad held the front line. Misha moved through the chaos, cutting down any orc that got close. Hikurad stayed calm, his eyes locked on the enemy. But then a new message popped up. An orc sorcerer had just used a skill called Frenzy. The team knew exactly what that meant. Spell hit a huge orc warrior. For the next 10 seconds, its physical resistance was boosted by a crazy amount. Suddenly, the biggest threat on the field had just gotten a lot harder to take down. The frenzied orc slammed into the front line with everything it had. The whole plan depended on holding this monster back from the weaker fighters in the room. But it wasn't enough. The orc broke right through. Someone screamed for Rotmiller, knowing exactly who the monster was headed for. The creature charged straight for the back line. Rotmiller immediately moved to block its path, shouting for Dwaki to stay behind him. The young mage had the lowest physical defense and wouldn't survive a direct hit. Rotmiller took the full force of the attack head-on. The impact was enormous. But the orc flinched. It seemed confused, like it expected to smash right through him. That's when the 10 seconds were up. The frenzy spell wore off instantly. Misha seized the opening and cut the warrior down. A moment later, system messages confirmed they had defeated both an orc warrior and an archer. But there was no time to breathe. Another orc stepped over the body of its fallen comrade. This one looked different, more dangerous. It swung a massive axe with incredible speed, and the blow landed on a shield with a deafening crash. The orc sorcerer was finally down. A system message confirmed the kill, giving them 2 experience points for the fight. The whole team took a second to breathe. Misha admitted her heart was still pounding, saying that was way too close. Rotmiller was already thinking about their performance. He knew they were slow because they had 2 shield warriors, but he decided their stability made them a very reliable team. Misha was ecstatic. She couldn't believe she'd actually taken down an orc and said she was really starting to like this team. They pushed deeper into the orc village, fighting their way through. The farther they went, the more types of enemies they ran into. They even managed to take down a tier 7 elite monster without any problems. But just when everything was going perfectly, their luck ran out. A group of people suddenly appeared, led by a man named Iherno. He looked absolutely furious. Without warning, a massive explosion tore through the area. One of the adventurers yelled out in shock, asking Arch what was going on. If that blast had hit them, they would have been finished. The man stepped forward, holding a staff with a clan flag. He announced that this orc colony was under the control of Clan Dzarwi and told Rotmiller's party to go somewhere else. This was a real mechanic from the game. Restricted access zones were first used to stop players from entering areas before they were supposed to. Later on, players could establish their own restricted zones after they founded a clan. Rotmiller was confused. He'd heard of Clan Dzarwi, but they were a high-level clan that was supposed to be on the 6th floor or higher. It made no sense for them to set up a restricted zone way down here on the 3rd floor. So he decided to ask them directly. He wanted to know why such a powerful clan would bother restricting access to a simple orc colony. The man just stared back coldly. He told Rotmiller he wasn't obligated to tell him anything. Rotmiller didn't back down. He said he knew the court gave some clans exclusive rights, but he'd never heard of this area being one of them. Then he flat out said they had no proof they were even from Clan Dzarwi. The man seemed almost amused, calling Rotmiller an interesting person. Rotmiller just replied that he hears that a lot. As the party's leader, he had to stand his ground. That's when one of the adventurers noticed Misha hiding behind him. He looked confused for a second, then seemed to recognize someone in the other group. He called out, asking if it was the loser he thought it was. Misha flinched, looking terrified. That's when Misha looked up at the red-haired man from the other clan. She nervously called him Big Bro. Her brother completely lost it. He screamed at her, telling her never to call him that outside of their family's territory. Misha just shrank back and apologized. The leader of the other clan looked disgusted by the outburst, calling it embarrassing. He then turned to Rotmiller and asked if Misha was, in fact, his sister. But the brother cut him off. He insisted there was no need for any special treatment, adding that his father wouldn't care even if they didn't make an exception for her. Rotmiller just listened, his expression unreadable. He wasn't getting anywhere with these people. So the clan leader finally decided to explain. He said that for reasons he couldn't share, his clan desperately needed the essence of an elite orc warrior. He told them to find somewhere else to hunt for now. This immediately sounded wrong. The essence of an elite orc warrior wasn't that rare for a powerful clan from the 6th floor to go to all this trouble. It meant they were really after something else entirely. The clan leader chuckled. He added that even if they stayed, his party would clear out every single monster, leaving nothing behind. The message was clear: leave now or they would make sure the trip was a complete waste. Rotmiller explained that in the labyrinth, power is everything. He muttered under his breath that sometimes you just have to know when to take a step back. He understood Rotmiller was trying to protect the party, but just as he decided to walk away, Dwaki stepped forward. The young mage announced he would try talking to them himself. Dwaki approached the other clan's mage with a friendly smile. He introduced himself as Rial Warb Dwaki, a Tier 8 mage recognized by the Royal Council. But before he could finish, the other mage cut him off, calling him filthy garbage. The old mage looked down on him with pure contempt. He told Dwaki never to associate with a real mage again, calling him a maggot who could only cast basic spells. He mocked the idea that Dwaki had dedicated his life to magic, saying he was just a talentless hack. He spat that Dwaki's shameless claims disgusted him. The young mage just stood there, completely stunned. His party could only watch, thinking the old man had gone way too far. That's when Hikurad had enough. He shouted at the old mage for going too far. But a warrior from the other clan just yelled back, calling him a stupid dwarf and telling him to retreat instead of covering for his friend. Hikurad was furious. He couldn't believe they were being treated this way. A blue light crackled around him as the system announced he had activated his lightning skill. He was done talking. Hikurad let his anger loose, calling on lightning as blue power tore through the air around him. Even as someone shouted that fighting a 6th floor clan here was madness, Hikurad dashed straight at them, wrapped in crackling light. The old mage only narrowed his eyes at the charging dwarf, his calm face saying he did not see a threat at all. A red blast dropped from above and hammered Hikurad into the dirt, tearing the ground open in a single strike. Their shield warrior had thrown himself in front just in time, his huge shield still glowing from the force it had taken for everyone else. The others stared in shock as their frontliner slammed Hikurad to the ground, telling him to snap out of it before he got them all wiped out. The shield warrior shuddered, knowing they had almost been wiped out. The old mage calmly pointed out that the barbarian had just saved their lives and said they owed that companion a debt they would never finish paying. Later, at the ruined gate, Hikurad dropped to his knees in front of the others and apologized, fully aware that his outburst had almost gotten them all erased. Hikurad lowers his head, sweat running down his cheek as he admits he lost control and acted without thinking. Rotmiller crosses his arms and tells Hikurad that his hot temper almost dragged the whole party into danger, and the dwarf can only offer a stiff apology. Rotmiller thinks they should stay strict so Hikurad remembers this, but seeing that everyone is safe, he eases up and says they can let it go this time. Rotmiller adds that even if it was reckless, stepping in to shield a party member was the right move, which leaves the others stunned that he is now complimenting Hikurad. The shield warrior sighs, thinking Rotmiller is being way too gentle and fighting the urge to explode and lecture Hikurad himself. The red-haired beastwoman scratches her head and wonders if she should be the one apologizing, but the young mage quickly reaches out, begging her not to talk like that. The young mage sniffles as the beastwoman gushes over him, saying Hikurad's earlier words really encouraged him, while the rest of the party watches the sudden burst of emotion in puzzled silence. The shield warrior stiffens, feeling goosebumps crawl over his skin as he thinks about how much he hates this kind of emotional fuss, and even wonders if he is the weird one for feeling that way. The beast woman lowers her gaze and admits she hates talking about her past, because out of all her relatives, she is the only one who failed to form a contract with a soul beast. Soul beasts are ancient creatures that beastmen can form pacts with, and only a gifted few are chosen. Some call their beasts to fight beside them, some merge with the beast's souls to boost their bodies, and others borrow strange powers as blessings, which is why having one means everything in their society. Miss Shaw is not just any beast woman. She comes from the direct bloodline of House Karlstein, the clan that rules over the others, which makes her failure to gain a soul beast a huge stain on her family name. She explains that being unable to command a soul beast is seen as proof she might be a half-blood with no talent. She remembers how she used to get along with her siblings, until she came of age with no pact, and they suddenly started pushing her away. Her kin now sneer at her as a half-blooded loser and treat her like she does not belong, turning their backs while she stands there, hurt and alone. Miss Shaw says people even whisper that she was an unwanted baby, and with their mother gone so early, no one can prove anything. Tired of the dirty looks inside the clan, she walked away from her house and threw herself into combat training instead. All that hurt has turned into a hard, steady fire in her eyes, the look of someone who carved out a new life as a fighter with nothing but her own strength. Miss Shaw grabs the dwarf's hands with a wide, toothy smile, saying she knows how hard it is to share something like this, and that his anger earlier proved he truly saw them as comrades, which leaves him sniffling with relief. Mured scratches at his helmet, saying the mood has gotten weird and that he should share something too, even if it is not as tragic. In his mind, he goes back to the forge, where his only wish was to become a skilled blacksmith, hammer ringing again and again on glowing metal. Mured thinks about how that dream is gone, since he spent 10 long years as an useless apprentice who never improved. With the forge behind him and no skill to rely on, he finally turned to adventuring in his 30s, simply because it was the only way he could earn enough to live. The young mage suddenly blurts out that in terms of raw talent, he is sure he is the weakest one here. He remembers how his rich family paid for years of magic lessons, yet even with all that support he still failed to qualify for the great tower of mages that he once stared up at. He pictures himself standing before the tower's robed mages, and thinks that if he had joined their ranks, things would have been different. In his mind, the old man who mocked him earlier would have had to greet him with respect instead of spitting on his efforts, and that thought makes his eyes sting and his grip tighten on his staff. The beastwoman and Mured rush to defend Dwaki, calling the old mage a fool and saying this young wizard has already proven how strong and reliable he is. Hearing that, Dwaki almost glows, clutching his staff with teary eyes in a mix of relief and joy, while the tall warrior behind them just watches, not quite sure how things turned into a praise circle. The armored warrior mutters that he has teamed up with countless adventurers, yet this level of open sharing is a first for him. Bjorn hangs his head in front of him, thinking he has already had more than enough drama for one day. Rotmiller suddenly speaks up, saying he has his own apology to make. He admits that when Mured and Miss Shaw talked about their many years in the labyrinth, he let his anger and jealousy take over and lashed out, secretly resenting how they were born outside the Mani race and could live lives he could only dream about. Miss Shaw laughs awkwardly and tells Rotmiller that humans have plenty of good points too, like being able to wield aura and pick from all kinds of paths such as elementalists, mages, or priests. Then she adds that in truth, only a rare handful of humans are ever gifted enough to reach those heights, so there is not much sense in envying each other. Mured bursts out laughing, saying their group is basically a bunch of losers, but that it is perfect because no one has to feel smaller than anyone else while they travel together. Dwaki and Miss Shaw beam and say they will keep doing their best, calling this a great team they hope will stay together for a long time. Down front, the armored warrior listens in stiff silence, sweat running down his helmet as the mood turns almost too warm for him. Dwaki, Miss Shaw, and Mured all turn to Bjorn with bright, expectant eyes, staring at him like it is now his turn to confess some weakness of his own. Bjorn stiffens under their stares, thinking that if he stays quiet he will drag the mood down, yet he has no idea what he is supposed to say, and hates being pushed into this kind of talk. He swallows hard, then suddenly yells that he does not have a mother, the words ripping out of him louder than he meant and echoing across the clearing. Bjorn keeps insisting that he has no mother, voice cracking with anger. Mured and Dwaki stare at him wide-eyed, one of them stammering that they heard him and quietly wondering if that alone is really enough to count as sharing. The barbarian raises his voice even more, forcing out that his mother passed away right after he was born. He roars that his father also vanished into the labyrinth when he was still young, leaving him with no parents at all, and slamming a harsh end to what had been a cheerful round of sharing. Bjorn clutches his chest and yells that even now, as a full warrior, he still can't see or talk to his parents no matter how much he wants to. Bjorn stands there panting after his speech, while the rest of the party just stare at him in awkward silence, not sure how to react. Beastkin Girl starts tearing up, saying he went through too much at such a young age, and blaming herself for ever bringing up family in the first place. The party's mage breaks into loud sobs, saying he knows he can never replace Bjorn's parents but offering to act like a father if Bjorn ever needs one, while the dwarf grabs at him in a panic. Bjorn suddenly yanks the dwarf's arm away and barks at them to stop this nonsense. The others huddle together with wet eyes, saying Bjorn is the youngest in the party and never needed to hide something like that from them, while Bjorn rubs his forehead, thinking he has somehow turned himself into the one with the absolute worst life, even though he actually does have a mother back home. Bjorn puffs out his chest and reminds himself that none of that matters anyway, since he is a super elite barbarian racing toward the top, already hitting tier 7 in just 3 months, far ahead of the rest of this bunch. His mind wanders as he thinks about how he was thrown into this game world by pure bad luck and forced through one deadly trial after another. Then he suddenly freezes, realizing this line of thought has nothing to do with the sad barbarian act he just put on. The beastkin girl stares at him, worried, and blurts out that Bjorn suddenly looks terribly sad, as if the weight of everything just hit him at once. Bjorn just stares ahead, stunned, as it hits him how twisted everything has gotten, and he curses to himself, wondering why his life has to be packed with so much misery. The beastkin girl clings to Bjorn and loudly offers to treat him like family, and even the mage chimes in with his own awkward offer. But Bjorn waves it all off, and calmly says he was actually thinking they should head for the witch's forest on the 3rd floor. The beastkin balks at the idea of the witch's forest and suggests an easier marsh instead. The leader points out it would take nearly a week just to reach it, and the mage even tosses out the idea of going straight to the 4th floor. But he admits the witch's forest is bad for close-range fighters, while the dwarf cuts in and insists it is still too soon for them to advance. Ikurad explains that he has seen too many teams treat the higher floors lightly and never return, so he insists they spend a few more days on this floor sharpening their teamwork before even thinking about whether moving up is realistic. Bjorn thinks about how most adventurers treat the witch's forest as a forgettable pass-through zone with no real hunting benefit, yet notes that Hikurad keeps pushing for it anyway, which only shows how deadly the 4th floor must be in his eyes. In his mind, the 4th floor fills with snarling tier 7 and tier 8 beasts, and he remembers that true nightmares, the rare tier 6 monsters, still show up often enough that a few days of active hunting almost guarantees they will cross paths with one. He remembers sitting in his old room, tearing at his hair after another run where a single bad fight on a higher floor wiped him out. And from all those close calls, he learned the hard way never to mess with odds that include even one tier 6 monster. Even with all those bad memories in mind, Bjorn lifts his head and firmly declares that they should advance to the 4th floor, choosing danger over slow, safe grinding. On their 3rd day inside the labyrinth, Rotmiller checks his watch and calls it, deciding this rough patch of ground will be their camp for the night. One of the dwarves points out that everyone still feels lively and urges Rotmiller to keep moving deeper instead of stopping here. Rotmiller shakes his head, explaining that they would need hours of travel to find anything better. And with that, he settles the matter and sticks with camping here. As the others sit and snack, Hikurad checks the watch and notes it is around 9, almost the exact time they stopped on the first 2 days as well. Bjorn thinks back to the map and finally gets it. Rotmiller had marked every safe campsite ahead of time and kept their pace just right so they would always reach each spot on schedule. A quiet skill that matters a lot in a place with no real day or night. Later, while Rotmiller reviews the route again, Bjorn asks about tomorrow, and the leader answers that if they keep this pace, they should hit the witch's forest before midday. Rotmiller reminds them that the forest will be rough and tells everyone to rest while the first watch is taken, and the others settle down around the crackling fire, calling out their goodnights. Some time later, a tense voice calls Bjorn's name, and his eyes snap open at once, his body already bracing for trouble. Bjorn starts to rise, thinking it is already his turn on watch, but the robed leader stops him, saying they need to wait a bit longer. Bjorn demands to know if they are dealing with monsters, and the leader answers that the danger is from both monsters and other adventurers. Bjorn repeats the idea in his head, trying to grasp how twisted that mix is. Panic shout for help rings out from the trees, and Bjorn stiffens at the sound. He quietly wonders if someone out there is running from a monster. The leader agrees the voice sounds like someone fleeing a beast, but says that is not the real issue, reminding Bjorn how iron tusks rushed them right after they left the portal 2 days ago. Bjorn recalls the signs that fight had been set up on purpose by someone else. The leader states that the smell in the air is exactly the same as during that first ambush. The dwarf gulps and asks if that means the same plunderers have found them again. The leader admits he has no idea who these people are, only that they have locked onto their party, and he predicts they will show up acting like worn-out adventurers begging for help. Out in the dark, a small group sprints toward the camp, gasping for breath as if fleeing for their lives. A fox-eared woman grips her dagger with shaking hands, fretting over what they should do as she stares ahead. She spots the warm glow through the trees and yells that there is light right in front of them. One of the armored fighters settles his helmet into place, eyes steady. He says they should use this chance to their own advantage. Bjorn tightens his grip on the mace, told to stay still unless he can fake it. Ahead, the so-called survivors sprint toward the fire, yelling that they need help. The man in green armor jerks back, eyes wide, as a fierce order to stop slams into him. Even his partner behind him stiffens, their fear suddenly very real. Rotmiller plants his shield and blocks the path, warning them not to take another step. The air between the two groups turns sharp, more like a duel than a rescue. With orcs glaring from the trees behind them, the trio gasps for breath and insists their party has already been wiped out. They promise rich rewards if the camp will just step in and save them. Rotmiller calmly tells them to put every weapon on the ground. The man in green snaps back that orcs are chasing them and asks if they really have to go that far just to get help. Rotmiller narrows his eye behind the helmet, cutting his gaze past the whining men and toward the shadows where the orcs wait. The orcs cling to the trees, keeping their distance as they study the camp, clearly counting how many enemies they might have to face. Seeing the monsters hold back, Rotmiller decides the delay only helps his side. He tells the three that it is their call now. Either lay every weapon on the ground or turn around and walk away. The man in green armor breaks, shouting that he will do it, panic shaking his voice. Their swords and shields slam into the dirt as they beg the camp to just save them now. Rotmiller steps past the firelight, ordered to gather the weapons and stash them while the others hold their guard. One of the orcs lets out a rough snort, its lips curling as it watches the humans disarm. The orcs thud back into the trees, deciding this camp is too much trouble now that real adventurers are backing the bait. Rottmiller's gaze softens a little as he hears the survivors pour out their thanks for the rescue. The priestess Alyssa steps forward with hands clasped and thanks them, saying they would not have survived without this rescue. Light dances around Alyssa's torn skirt, and the sudden focus on her bare legs leaves someone nearby coughing awkwardly to hide their embarrassment. Ikurad speaks softly, telling the shaken dwarf he is safe now. Bjorn watches him out of the corner of his eye, thinking how easily this fool walked right into their bait. The man in green armor steps up, thanking the camp for saving them and giving his name as Arita Tayson. The man beside him follows his lead, calmly introducing himself as Hans Argo. Rottmiller stiffens at the name Hans, a chill running through him. In his mind he sees another man in green, the first plunderer he ever met in the labyrinth, smiling like nothing was wrong. Hans shrugs that his name is nothing special, plenty of people share it. Rottmiller agrees, adding in a flat tone that the Hans he knew had his skull smashed long ago. Alyssa clutches her shining pendant and breathes out in relief, saying she cannot imagine what would have happened without this help. She praises Rietlas, certain the goddess showed them mercy tonight. One of the party members narrows his eyes at the mention of Rietlas and asks if she serves at the temple. The idea of having a real priestess here clearly makes him both hopeful and wary. The priestess smiles and proudly explains that she serves Rietlas, the goddess of stars who guards adventurers and their destined ties. With hands clasped, she speaks about twilight stars that will guide them on the right path. Bjorn scoffs inside, certain their holy talk is just a cover and that these people are plunderers putting on a show. Still, he smiles and asks Alyssa to check his wounds, and the priestess happily steps in to tend to him. Bjorn's eyes shot wide under the helmet, his mind jolting as what he was seeing did not match the act he thought they were putting on. Warm light poured from Alyssa's hands as she calmly healed the man's arm, the holy glow making it clear this was real divine magic, not some cheap trick. The beast-eared girl stared at the glowing healing and stammered that Alyssa had to be a real priestess, then turned to Rottmiller, begging him to rethink the idea that these people had lured them into a trap. Rottmiller's face tightened as he muttered that he had been so sure. Yet seeing real divine magic from someone blessed by a god left him rattled in a world where priests are treated as holy guides by most humans. Alyssa stepped forward with a bright, harmless smile, saying that after showing her holy power and their thanks, they had surely proven they were just normal adventurers, and asking if their weapons could be handed back now. Bjorn loomed over her and calmly turned her down, making it clear he would not be handing anything back just because she could shine a little light. The priestess froze, clearly not expecting pushback. The barbarian told her he understood she served at a human temple, but reminded her that only mattered to humans, while his people followed ancestor gods and did not bow to her church. Bjorn said they would talk about rewards first, insisting they owed him for saving their lives, and added that holy tricks meant nothing to him, so he had no reason to relax his guard around them. Alyssa pressed a hand to her chest, and trying to stay calm, said she understood the custom of rewards among adventurers and asked how much payment he wanted. Bjorn calmly put a price of 1,000,000 stones on their lives, a number so high Alyssa blurted out that they never carried that kind of money, and begged to settle the debt once they were back in the city. The barbarian leaned over her with his mace hanging at his side and said he did not trust promises from non-barbarians, telling her that if they had no money, they would have to pay him right now with whatever gear they carried. Their armored companions stiffened in shock, as Bjorn coolly added that the armor they were wearing looked good enough to cover the debt. The older man let out a tight laugh as he started unfastening his armor, admitting that handing it over was a small price to pay compared to having just had his life saved. Looking over the heap of armor and weapons at his feet, Bjorn judged that they had taken just about everything of value, and then asked if his party could finally get some rest. As the other adventurers nervously told them to come over and make themselves at home, Bjorn tightened his grip on his weapon and mused that in any RPG, squeezing NPCs for rewards like this was just standard play. As they began to settle in, Alyssa spoke up again, asking if anyone was still hurt and saying she could heal them if needed. As Alyssa cheerfully offered to patch everyone up, Bjorn's arm moved. The barbarian lifted his mace high over her head, remembering the simple rule from every raid he had ever run. You deal with the healer on the other side before anyone else. His mace crashed down on her in a single savage swing, slamming her into the ground before anyone even understood what was happening. Bjorn did not stop at one hit, sending the healer's body skidding across the dirt. One of the armored men stared at the mess, gasping as he realized the barbarian had just taken down their priestess. The adventurers he had just saved shrank back, yelling his name in panic and demanding to know what he thought he was doing. Bjorn's jaw tightened under his helmet. Fresh blood streaked across the metal as he held the silence just long enough to rattle them. Then the barbarian flashed a brutal grin and gave a lazy apology, saying he had just panicked at the thought that their healer might be a plunderer hiding in their ranks. Two of the men staggered back, shaking so hard they could barely stand, one babbling that he had never pictured his end coming like this, while the other spat out that Bjorn had gone way past what was needed. One of the men in green clutched his head, confused by how everyone's eyes were fixed below his face. A heartbeat later he doubled over, coughing up blood as it dawned on him that something had already pierced straight through him. The wounded man slumped forward as purple power ripped through his chest, coughing out blood before he collapsed. His comrades panicked, one accusing their mage of casting something and the mage shouting back that he had done nothing. All around them, strange laughter rolled through the dark woods, making it clear that something else was playing with them. The priestess's torn body rose again, soaked in purple haze, as if some other will was using her like a puppet. Below her, the barbarian froze every muscle tight, then slowly shifted his gaze toward her. Through her lips, the thing inside her calmly called the situation odd and asked Bjorn how he had known she was an enemy from the start. The possessed priestess leaned in, one eye burning bright red through the blood and grime as purple power flared around her. The thing inside her repeated its question, almost curious now, wanting to know how Bjorn had spotted an enemy hidden so well. The thing riding the priestess burst into wild laughter, her broken body cracking as purple power wrapped around her. It bragged that they were already too late, like whatever it had planned was already in motion. Bjorn glared from behind his helmet, sweat running down through the blood on his cheek. He cursed to himself, wondering why nothing in his life ever went the easy way. The nearby adventurers stood stiff with fear, hands shaking around their blades. Their minds flashed back to the brutal citadel, to that time an undead golem had almost wiped them out while they just stood and watched. Bjorn snapped at them to get a grip, forcing his voice to boom like a reckless brute. He promised he would handle the monster, even though he knew he was mostly buying them a bit of courage. Without waiting for anyone to answer, the barbarian raised his mace high and brought it straight down on the priestess's head. The impact exploded in a spray of light and red, turning her body into a broken mess. The priestess's body hit the ground with a dull thud, faint smoke curling up from what was left. One of the armored men stared at Bjorn's brutal mace and shouted in horror, unable to believe he had gone that far. The bearded warrior's face twisted between fear and anger as he rounded on Bjorn. He shouted that smashing a corpse like that was defiling the dead and demanded to know if Bjorn had lost his mind. Bjorn wiped the blood from his cheek, forcing a shaky laugh as he claimed he had just been too scared to think and that sometimes hitting first was the safest move. Inside, he focused on the real problem. Only one kind of cleric could keep coming back to life like that, and he was sure they were dealing with it now. Bjorn thinks of what she really is, one of Karui's twisted priests, the kind of cleric that should not exist on these floors. In his mind, he runs through the details. This kind of cleric gives insane battle boosts, throws out curses, and even bends both holy and dark power at the same time, but the price for that strength is brutal. He remembers that Karui is treated as an evil god, and any priest of that god who gets exposed is dragged straight to the block without a second thought. On top of that, the class only stays active if they keep feeding it living people. So hunting travelers in the maze becomes the safest way to stock up on victims. Back in the clearing, one of the armored men claws at his neck as Karui's purple haze pours into him, his body breaking apart from the inside. His body hits the ground while the possessed priestess stands there with her hand raised, purple power twisting around her like she is just picking off toys. The thing sharing Alyssa's face seethes, raging that Bjorn cost her 2 loyal followers and acting like their lives matter more than anyone else here. One of the battered warriors snaps back that she is the one at fault, saying only someone raised without any real guidance could twist things this badly. Bjorn roars at the twisted priestess, blaming her for Hans and Tayson and saying they would still be alive if she had stayed down the first time. He cuts off her excuses and swears he will make her pay for their deaths. The nearby adventurers stare in shock as his fury finally boils over. Dark power spills from Alyssa's spell and wraps around the fallen bodies, dragging them back up with empty, glowing eyes. The bearded warrior stares in horror, shouting that Hans and Tayson are moving again even though they should be gone. The warrior stammers that this is death call, the basic trick of any priest who serves Karui. He explains that it normally just pulls up undead monsters, but with the bodies of loyal followers, it can turn even strong fighters into puppets. The priestess lifts her hand and orders the twisted bodies of Hans and Tayson to tear into their own allies. The undead surge forward, purple power trailing behind them as they rush straight at Bjorn's group. One of the warriors slams his boot into the ground, locking his stance instead of backing away from the rushing corpses. The reanimated men smash into the dwarf and Bjorn, their weight and speed slamming against shields and armor hard enough to rattle the whole line. Miss Shaw jumps onto Bjorn's back as he drives forward, her hand already coating her blade with a sickly green glow. Using his momentum, she lines up a clean path straight toward one of the undead. Miss Shaw's poisoned blade carves through the charging corpse, green energy burning across its body as she shouts her challenge. The hit shows that even these twisted puppets can still be cut down if they strike hard enough. Rial Warbdwaki thrusts his staff forward, sending a huge spear of ice screaming toward the undead line. The shield warrior plants his feet and lets the icy spears whistle past his shoulder, moving in perfect step with the mage behind him. The ice crashes over the puppet, but it just keeps grinning, and one of the adventurers curses that poison and frost barely scratch undead like these, while shouting for Rotmiller and Grom to hurry up with their own move. The others diving aside, one bomber hurls a flaming bottle, while another fighter shoves a puppet into its path. The bottle smashes against the puppet's skull and bursts, covering it in burning liquid that tears it apart in an instant. One of the warriors watches the blazing corpse and growls that this is it. Fire is what really hurts these undead. Enraged by the loss of her puppet, Alyssa Behank throws up her hand and calls down a storm of crimson flames, unleashing her skill Fire of the Dead. Alyssa's crimson blaze swells and twists, dragging every nearby flame into itself until even their own firebombs are swallowed, and the adventurers stare up in horror as their best counter is turned against them. The shield warrior stares at the twisted flames, teeth clenched and sweat running down his cheek, as it hits him that their best weapon against the undead just vanished. He shoves his shield forward and roars for everyone to rush the priestess, while he and his bearded partner promise to pin the undead in place. Thanks to stripping the puppets of their gear before the fight, the green-cloaked fighter can leave the line, carving past the shield warrior's side as he sprints straight for the priestess. With the path opened, the red-haired beastwoman bursts ahead, and the rest of the assault team races after her, weapons ready and feet pounding across the dark field. The beastwoman leans forward and pushes even harder, eyes locked on Alyssa's twisted form as she tries to reach the priestess before another spell can land. The system flashes a warning that Alyssa Behank has summoned Shadow Guard, and a tide of writhing purple shadows spills across the ground in front of her. Hovering inside the storm of darkness, Alyssa points at the adventurers and orders her shadow guards to rush them, and the group tightens up, bracing as the purple mass closes in. The beastwoman hacks into the nearest shadow, a shield fighter barrels in behind her with a roar, and the blue-robed mage drives a massive icicle spear straight into the heart of the swirling darkness. Alyssa cackles inside the storm of purple energy, drunk on her own power. In front of her, the red-haired beastwoman lets her aura explode, muscles tensing as she gets ready to cut a path through the darkness. The beastwoman plants her feet and raises her blade as two massive shadow beasts dive toward her, the air around them tearing with dark energy. An armored fighter skids across the ground, boots grinding through dust as he hurls himself into the path of the oncoming darkness. The beastwoman hacks through the nearest shadow, then spots a heavy armored warrior, Hikurad, bursting out of the purple haze beside her, his blade carving a fresh line through the swarm. The bearded shield warrior bellows that Bjorn ordered him to back them up, trying to steady everyone's nerves as the fight turns wild. The beastwoman carves another shadow apart, shouting over the roar of magic to ask what is happening with Bjorn. Bjorn grits his teeth and slams his shield into place, taking the full force of another strike so the rest of the party can keep charging Alyssa. Alyssa, the twisted priestess, snarls at their defiance and sweeps her arm, hurling a storm of slicing shadows that tear across the battlefield toward everyone in reach. Alyssa shrieks for Hands and Tayson to save her, cursing them as useless for failing to shield her now that the fight has turned against her. The armored warrior just grins through the blood on his helm and calmly tells her that Hands and Tayson have their hands full right now. The armored fighter drives one of the twisted men into the ground while the other sinks his teeth into him from behind, making it clear that the friends Alyssa relied on are now nothing but raging undead. Alyssa snarls in pain, swearing that she will remember this moment as she triggers her hidden skill to slip away from them. Body turns hazy and weightless as the vortex of dark energy lifts her into the sky, the party watching helplessly while she slips out of their reach. The armored warrior stares up at her fading shape, blurting out that she cannot be allowed to run after coming this close to beating her. Clutching her holy symbol, Alyssa glares down at them and declares that none of them will ever see the world outside the labyrinth as her power sweeps them up in a roaring pillar of purple light. When the light finally dies down, the armored fighter looks around at the battered group and mutters in frustration that the boss escaped right before they could finish her. Bjorn's heart jumps as the system starts spamming warnings, listing one curse after another piling onto his body. Energy, stamina, even his spirit are all being dragged down at once. Dark energy swirls around him as his hand trembles, and the system warns that he's stacked with several curse effects at once. Bjorn curses Alyssa for dumping this mess on them, then clings to the hope that Dwaki's knowledge of curses might save the party. Bjorn turns to Dwaki and tells him to start clearing the curses off everyone right now. The mage stiffens, repeating the request in a shaky voice as if he already knows there is a problem. Bjorn narrows his eyes and points out that Dwaki himself claimed he could use curse spells. The mage laughs weakly, admitting that part is true but clearly hiding an important detail. Dwaki finally comes clean, explaining that he only knows how to throw a few curses around and never learned how to lift them from someone already hit. The mage leans against Bjorn with a bright giggle, acting cute, as if that will somehow make everyone forget that he just admitted he cannot fix any of these curses. Bjorn glares at the smiling mage and calls him out for being completely useless when it actually matters. Bjorn's jaw tightens as the system adds one more warning, stating that if they do not clear these curses with real holy power or strong magic, their bodies might stay weakened forever. Bjorn gasps for air, blood on his armor and rage in his eyes, furious that the curses are dragging him down when he needs strength the most. The dwarf beside him shouts over, asking if he can keep going, and Bjorn forces out that he will manage, even though inside he knows he is one step away from dropping. Twisted purple spirits cling to Bjorn's back as he runs, and he knows that without the vampire essence boosting his magic resistance, those curses would have already finished him. He spots the same foul energy wrapped around his comrades and hears them yell that they are almost safe, begging him to hold on a little longer. The priestess of Karui comes back to his mind, clutching her holy symbol as she spat out a curse, swearing that none of them would ever make it out of the labyrinth alive. Bjorn barrels ahead with the shield up while the curses gnaw at his legs, cursing the fact that one of them is eating his stamina and slowing how fast it comes back. He knows this is different from his tough body. Once that hidden gauge empties, no amount of raw health will let him move. Grinding his teeth, Bjorn thinks back to the game rules, remembering that a character would lock up completely once stamina dipped under 10, and figures from how his body still answers him that he might have only a few dozen points left at best. The system pops up a message, telling him he has pushed his stamina down to the last scraps and as a twisted reward, locks in a small permanent rise in his spirit stat. The mage in front shouts that it is just a little farther, promising that safety is close, and Bjorn drags his near-empty body after him, refusing to slow down now that the exit is finally in sight. Bjorn drags in a ragged breath, blood drying on his armor, and his eyes lock on the exit ahead like it is the only thing keeping him moving. High above, a black bird with burning red eyes cries out, and the air below twists with sickly purple light as if the forest itself is waking up. The land ahead turns into a tangle of black trees and purple mist, the witch's forest spreading out under a sky full of restless crows. 5 hours earlier, by the campfire, the party's mage rubbed his chin and admitted that a priestess of Karui targeting a small group like theirs was hard to wrap his head around. Bjorn reminds them that priests of Karui are strong enough to roam the 5th floor and higher, and admits that if she had hit them head-on, none of them would have stood a chance. Looking around at the fallen foes, the party agrees that taking the priest's weapons and gear ahead of time is the only reason most of them are still breathing. And the red-haired scout beams, as she calls Bjorn the Rock, holding their party together. The beast girl throws playful punches in the air, laughing about how she first thought Rottmiller had slipped up by forcing the priestess to use divine power, only for Bjorn to step in and smash through her anyway, and the barbarian answers with a small, proud grin. Later, Bjorn asks the mage if there is any way to track the priestess, and the man admits he has no idea, only that she will likely move against them again before they escape the labyrinth now that her cover is blown. The blonde wizard just laughs, saying they already pushed her back once and can do it again if she shows herself. Bjorn's eye narrows behind the helmet, annoyance cutting through his tiredness as he thinks about how exposed they still are. The mage clutches his staff and nervously points out that if the priestess hits them from behind while they are stuck fighting monsters, they are done for. Bjorn cuts him off, saying that is exactly why they need to move according to his idea. Bjorn tells the others they are heading straight for the witch's forest, not later, but right now, leaving no room for argument. The witch's forest spreads around the portal to the 4th floor, packed with tier 7 and 8 monsters and spirits that ignore blades and fists. For a party built around 2 warriors, it is a terrible hunting ground, but right now it is the only place that might turn things in their favor. As they cross an unseen line, the system pops up and states they have stepped into a special area where every status effect is wiped out except the field's own rules. The beast girl stiffens, realizing this is exactly what Bjorn was counting on. The beast girl throws her arms up, laughing as strength floods back into her limbs, while the robed man rolls his shoulder in surprise, saying it feels like a heavy weight has been ripped off his body. The robed man glances back at Bjorn and admits he never imagined a brute from the 3rd floor would think to use the witch's forest's own field effect to cancel curse spells. Bjorn just stands there, letting the praise roll past while keeping his act up. Bjorn forces a crooked grin and brushes it off as dumb luck from a few hours spent in the library, then quickly asks them to stop digging into how he knew, more worried about protecting his cover than enjoying the compliment. The beast girl bursts out laughing and the mage joins in, joking that there is no way a barbarian like Bjorn could read a book. Bjorn just goes quiet, letting them laugh rather than risk sounding too smart. The mage calmly explains that the priestess's curses vanish inside the witch's forest, but the field's own status effects take over instead. The system confirms it, and the beast girl's eyes tighten as she feels something strange press against her mind. Voices in the purple haze start howling for him to be gone, spitting out every cruel insult they can, even jabbing at parents who never wanted him. In the middle of that storm, Bjorn just stands there, staring ahead without a word. The beast girl drops to her knees, clutching her head and screaming as the voices tear into her. Bjorn feels the same pressure clawing at him, yet he keeps his feet, only a bead of sweat giving away how heavy it really is. Still shaking, the beast girl looks up at Bjorn and blurts out that the non-stop abuse is driving her crazy, asking how he can stay so calm through this. To him, though, it really just feels annoying rather than dangerous. Bjorn notices that the 3 who have already been through the witch's forest seem almost used to this, with the dwarf even laughing and the quiet man barely reacting. The beast girl, on the other hand, just squeezes her ears and grimaces, wishing the voices would stop. The mage does not handle it nearly as well as he claimed and suddenly bends over, clutching his staff as he throws up in a bright rainbow spray. The forest might not break his mind, but it clearly wrecks his stomach. Bjorn's eyes narrow behind the helmet, calm and cold as he measures how each of them is holding up. To him, the witch's forest is not just a threat anymore. It is a weapon he plans to turn on the priestess next. The whole forest twists like warped glass, colors bending and stretching in every direction. Bjorn realizes this must be the illusion and confusion effect, like staring at the world through a bent mirror while unseen spirits giggle around them. Behind Bjorn, the mage tries to act cool about casting spells, then doubles over and throws up in a bright stream. Watching that, Bjorn wonders if all mages fold this hard when things get even a little strange. The dwarf suggests they stop for a bit, pointing out that none of them slept right and they still need time to adjust to the forest's tricks. Bjorn stands guard while the beast girl crouches, still rubbing her ears as the quiet man just watches in silence. The dwarf insists he will handle watch duty and waves the others off to rest. With that, one of his teammates just lets their body drop, packs and gear thudding as they finally give in to exhaustion. Flat on his back, Bjorn stares up at the twisted sky and quietly curses how drained he feels. The armor on his chest is smeared and heavy, and even breathing takes more effort than he wants to admit. The dwarf leans close to Bjorn and quietly brings up Ms. Alyssa, the woman they had met before, stressing that she is not just some harmless lady but a witch. Even through the haze, Bjorn perks up at the hint that there is more to her story. In his memory, the dwarf sits at a desk in the guild office, clumsy with a quill while a bright blonde woman stands behind him, smiling as she guides his hand. She had seemed friendly enough back then, just asking all sorts of questions about the party he was trying to form. Her smile fills his thoughts now, soft and harmless, and that is what chills him. Looking at that face, the dwarf finally understands that the polite woman from the guild and the witch they crossed paths with are one and the same. The dwarf grips his wrist guard and admits he first met her in the Rift Brutal Citadel, where he somehow scored a numbered item called the Guardian's wristband, and now he is sure she must have heard about it. He thinks about how crazy that wristband really is, a numbered item in the 3000s that should only drop from rifts on the 4th floor or higher, and decides the exact effect does not even matter compared to its worth. Bjorn remembers that fight and seethes, thinking how the dwarf mostly sat back while he went through hell, yet somehow walked off with a numbered item worth 50 million stones. Bjorn snaps at the dwarf for not spotting her sooner, and the dwarf hurriedly argues that she looked nothing like the neat woman from the city, wearing a dirty, torn priestess robe that threw him off completely. Bjorn dryly sums it up, saying the dwarf never really saw her face because he was too busy eyeing the rest of her, and the dwarf just laughs weakly, caught with no good comeback. He goes on, saying every team meeting was held in a noisy pub, which made it simple for her to sit nearby, listen to their plans, and set everything up against them while they never even noticed. The dwarf puffs up and repeats a proud dwarven saying about how danger always walks with treasure, but Bjorn cuts through it and pins the mess on his carelessness. Bjorn glares at him from the ground, and the dwarf clears his throat, muttering that he never expected it to turn out like this before hastily telling Bjorn to just focus on resting. Bjorn lay there, staring into the dark, and wondered if this party could really handle what waited for them in the witch's forest. A sharp yell yanked Bjorn out of his thoughts, and his eyes flew open as he realized he had actually dozed off. The beastkin mage grabbed his head and scolded him, saying even barbarians with strong minds usually struggle here, and she could not believe he had slept so deeply with all the dangers around them. The ranger cut her off and told them to focus, reminding Bjorn that monsters were still close and they could not afford to relax. Bjorn steadied his breath, raised his shield, and narrowed his eyes into the purple mist, trying to spot what had crept up on them while he slept. Then he saw them, a cluster of glowing fairies drifting between the dead trees, their wings leaving bright trails in the purple fog. Bjorn knew fairies were tier 9 monsters that only scattered toxic, mind-warping dust and usually stayed harmless unless someone struck first. But the way they giggled and circled together here felt wrong. Seeing that many fairies flocking together, Bjorn guessed the real monster was hiding close by, and when the dwarf quietly asked if they should go for it, Bjorn agreed, knowing chances to meet that kind of prey did not come often. Hikurad Murad narrowed his eyes as blue lightning crawled over his armor, building into something huge around his clenched fist. The system announced that Hikurad had triggered his lightning skill, and the dwarf swung his weapon, sending that power roaring out into the purple fog. With the charge fully built, the dwarf let it burst, a blinding wave of lightning tearing down through the forest air toward the startled fairies. The fairies tried to scatter, but the storm swallowed them, their tiny bodies locked in place as the light burned through the purple mist. The system calmly reported that a fairy had been defeated, and that the party had earned a single point of experience for it. Bjorn watched the lightning tear through the trees, and from deep inside that storm, something huge let out a furious roar that shook the whole forest. A giant gray hand crashed out of the fog and into the ground, the impact alone enough to send dust and broken earth flying. Out of the swirling mist stepped a half-troll, a tier 7 brute with glowing eyes and a heavy club, growling as it fixed its gaze on Bjorn's party. This half-troll only shows up inside the witch's forest, clinging to fairies wherever they go like some twisted stalker. The half-troll lets out a furious roar and drops low, pounding forward on all fours, each step shaking the ground as it rushes them. The half-troll's huge club slams into the dwarf's shield, the impact bursting out in a blast that almost buries him. The dwarf grits his teeth with a low groan, sweat running down his face as the pain from that single hit crashes over him. Bjorn glances back at the dwarf, who is kneeling and shaking behind his shield, and remembers that unlike him, the little warrior has no special resistance to pain. He thinks about why physical fighters avoid the witch's forest, knowing that frontline warriors already have to take most hits head-on, and here the field effect called pain enhancement twists every blow into something several times worse. On top of the pain boost, Bjorn knows most monsters here barely feel normal weapons and love using skills that go straight for an adventurer's mind. So the dwarf shouts for their mage to get the spell ready, and the caster answers that it is almost done. The system announces that Rial Warbdwaki has fired off a tier 8 buff called Freeze Enhancement, flooding his staff with cold light and cranking the damage of his next ice spell to a whole new level. The mage hurls his powered-up icicle spear, and a blinding river of ice tears across the forest, swallowing the half-troll as it howls and thrashes inside the freezing blast. The half-troll lies frozen and still at their feet, the dwarf sagging in relief while Bjorn watches with his weapon ready, and the mage grumbles that a rare monster like this dropping no essence is a real waste. Their support caster warns that the witch's forest is a terrible place to sit around, urging everyone to pack up and push on toward the 4th area before something else finds them. As he speaks, his gaze sharpens, shapes move in the purple mist ahead, and a bead of sweat slides down his cheek as he realizes they are not alone. Footsteps echo through the twisted trees as a line of shadowy figures marches closer, and the wounded man on the ground realizes with a start that an entire group of adventurers has just walked into the clearing. The priestess forces a shaky smile, a drop of sweat on her cheek as she calls out to the newcomers, praising them as brave adventurers who arrived just in time. The priestess steps forward with her robes in tatters, jabs a finger at Bjorn's party, and shouts that these are the ones who took down her companions. The knight in front throws himself between the witch's group and Lady Alyssa, barking for her to stay behind him while he raises his axe. The priestess clutches her staff with a tense face as their battered party crowds together, already feeling cornered. The battered leader stares at the enemy line and knows they will not survive a straight fight. With no other path left, he decides they have only one move and calls on Hikurad to use their trump card. Hikurad's eyes widen as he realizes they are really doing this, Then he clenches his fist and channels power into the strange wrist guard that flares with blue light. The system announces that Hikurod Murad has triggered the rare item called Guardian's Wrist Guard, locking in their one shot at escape. Blue energy races around Hikurod's arm as the wrist guard hums to life, the force inside it climbing to a breaking point. The wrist guard explodes in a roaring wave of light that hurls the witch's followers back and strips every curse and slowing effect from Hikurod's party. With their bodies suddenly clear and the enemy line broken, someone shouts that this is their chance to run. The leader and a red-haired beastkin dash through the twisted trees, breath ragged, as she frets over how the witch managed to chase them this deep into a forest that should be almost impossible to track in. Still running, the leader wipes sweat from his cheek and narrows his eyes, deciding to sort through the chaos and lay out how he thinks everything played out. The leader looks back at Lady Alyssa and figures the witch could not have chased them through the witch's forest on her own. Someone must have been guiding her steps. He pictures Alyssa playing the victim, then dropping the act and smiling like a maniac. In his mind, she is the one who pushed the others to attack. Also, the witch can swallow both parties in one go. Hikurod runs hard and shouts that talking can wait. The Guardian's wrist guard only works for 5 minutes, and that short window is almost over. As they race through the warped woods, the system calmly states that the wrist guard's power is gone. The witch's forest tightens around them again, its field effect pressing back into their minds and bodies. Bjorn watches the man running at the front and thinks about navigators, the ones who sense approaching enemies before anyone else. Their job is to steer the party along the safest, fastest routes. He thinks about how they map paths using what they know about the labyrinth and all the records they have gathered. That works fine up to the 3rd floor, but in the witch's forest, the last stop before the 4th, their skill is the only thing keeping a party alive. Bjorn focuses on Rottmiller, whose sharp nose is what makes him special. Rottmiller once bragged that he had taken the right essences to push his sense of smell far beyond normal, and now he sniffs the air like a hunting dog while they run. Rottmiller veers and yells for everyone to follow as he cuts through the purple haze. Thanks to that nose, he can still lock onto the right direction and lead them toward the 4th floor, even in a forest that twists your senses and lets the trees themselves wander. Rottmiller runs at the front, nose leading them through the warped forest by the faint smell of magic. Bjorn realizes the witch's group must have someone like that as well, because they keep closing the gap without getting lost. With the enemy party gaining on them, the leader calls for more speed. Rottmiller leans forward and sprints even harder, forcing everyone to match his pace. He knows it all comes down to who reaches the portal to the 4th floor first. The problem is clear on everyone's faces now. After all the fighting and running, most of the party is already close to their limit. The red-haired beastkin girl gasps for air, legs shaking as she forces herself to keep up with the others. Her tired foot snags on the rough ground, and she loses her balance mid-stride. She pitches forward and crashes into the dirt, her pack and tail whipping over her as pain shoots through her body. She sits up with a groan, trying to wave it off even as her ankle swells and throbs red. The armored fighter runs back toward her, worry cutting through the rush to escape. Bjorn takes one look at her swollen ankle and says it is no simple cramp. She rolled it and sprained it. Without wasting more time, the barbarian hoists her onto his back, choosing to carry her so the party's pace does not break. The beastkin girl blushes hard on his back, trying to shift around despite the pain, until Bjorn's grip tightens to hold her still. A wave of strange purple mist rushes through the forest, and Bjorn slows, confused as he realizes the path and sounds around them have changed. Clinging to the armored fighter, the beastkin girl panics about the dwarf suddenly being gone, while the man in armor clenches his jaw, stunned that they managed to lose people in just a few breaths. Beastkin girl starts hammering the fighters back, yelling that they have to find the others, but Bjorn's huge hand pins her pack down, keeping her from bolting off into the cursed woods. Bjorn hoists her higher on his shoulder, douses his temper, and tells her to stay quiet, trusting that Rottmiller will notice they are missing and follow their trail instead of them wandering deeper alone. The witch's forest lies around them in heavy, unnatural silence, and she knows that without a navigator's guidance, finding the right path again is almost impossible. As Bjorn stands frozen with her on his shoulder, her nervous question about how long they have to hide is answered by a distant, terrified scream that he instantly recognizes as the dwarf's. The beastkin girl's eyes flare with panic as she begs Bjorn to move, insisting they cannot just stay hidden while the dwarf screams for help somewhere out in that cursed forest. The armored warrior forces himself to ignore the dwarf's distant scream, telling himself they would never find him in this twisted forest and that enemies will be busy with the other group. Gasping for air, he decides their only hope is to get out of here as fast as they can. As he runs, Bjorn's mind lists off the basics for any disaster: water, food, stamina, tools. All of them matter, but he remembers the one thing that decides who makes it out. More than any item in his pack, he trusts pure willpower. The light on Bjorn's helmet blazes as he charges through the dark trees, lungs burning with every breath. He refuses to slow down. Miss Shaw clings to his back, sobbing that she refuses to end here after everything she has suffered to get this far. Terror drowns out any thought of what to do next. Bjorn calls her name sharply and tells her to calm herself, saying that in a nightmare like this, the only way to live is to accept what is happening instead of denying it. Miss Shaw chokes out that if she had not slipped, they might not be in this mess. Bjorn shuts that down, shouting that if she truly wants to live, she has to forget the past and do exactly what he tells her right now. Bjorn tells Miss Shaw to dig into his backpack, find a health potion, and drink it so she can stand on her own feet. Still sniffling, she forces herself to listen and reach for it. After what feels like endless running, Bjorn slows and decides they need a short break. standing alone in the glowing purple woods with his breath coming in rough gasps. Miss Shaw gulps down the potion while still hanging onto her knees, ears drooping as she pants and admits she really thought she was done for back there. Bjorn stands beside her, blood on his armor and fire burning on his helmet, watching the dark forest for anything that might come next. Bjorn finally looks away from the trees and asks how her ankle feels, wanting to know if she can still fight. Miss Shaw studies him for a moment, then says she thinks she can manage. As the fire crackles, Bjorn counts the days and realizes it has already been 4 since they entered the labyrinth. He knows the rest of this trip will be anything but easy. Staring into the flames, Bjorn works it out and realizes they have to survive 11 more days with just him as the tank and Miss Shaw as close-range damage. The thought hangs heavy between them as the fire pops in the quiet forest. Bjorn thinks about their weapons and grimaces, knowing that with just steel and brute force they can hardly scratch the spirit monsters that fill these woods. What they really need now is some kind of special attribute that can actually hurt those things. Bjorn bites down on his lip, eyes hard behind the helmet, and makes up his mind. If they want to live through this forest, he will have to push things further than he planned. With his decision made, Bjorn leans forward and calmly asks Miss Shaw if she is married. She stiffens at the sudden question and admits she is not, clearly unsure where this is going. Miss Shaw's cheeks turn bright red as she hears Bjorn ask if she follows any rule about not showing her bare body before marriage. She laughs weakly, sweating as she says she has never really thought about that and that he is asking something pretty strange. Miss Shaw suddenly reaches up and grabs the little charm tied around Bjorn's brutal helmet, as if trying to stop whatever crazy idea he just hinted at. Bjorn just sets his helmet down on a nearby rock, moving with slow, steady hands while Miss Shaw stammers in shock, unable to understand how he can call this good. Bjorn steps toward her with a calm smile, and Miss Shaw scrambles back, yelling for him to stay away as if he is about to cross a line she is nowhere near ready for. Miss Shaw clutches herself and shouts that she is not ready for anything like that, begging him to back off. Bjorn ignores the fuss, opens his palm, and tells her to take what he is holding instead. Bjorn gently presses a small ring into Miss Shaw's shaking hands, saying he has held onto it, waiting for the right person to receive it, while she stares down at it and stammers in disbelief that it is really a ring. Bjorn holds her hand tight, and with the ring already on her finger, asks her to swear in her guardian's name that she will stay by his side from now on. Miss Shaw's jaw drops as she yells that he must have lost his mind. Kneeling in front of her, Bjorn promises that if she accepts the ring, he will swear on his honor as a warrior to stay with her and support her, and he asks her to make the same promise in return. Miss Shaw touches the new ring on her finger, cheeks burning, and asks if he is really serious, admitting that no one has ever asked her for something like this before and that, against all odds, it actually makes her feel a little proud. Miss Shaw's lips tremble as she forces herself to speak, sweat running down her flushed face. Catgirl fidgets and admits to Bjorn that she has never thought of him in a romantic way at all. Bjorn stays quiet, his face stiff as he waits for her to finish explaining herself. Inside, Bjorn is lost, wondering how her answer ended up here when he never even brought up romance. Miss Shaw suddenly explodes, yelling that she only likes thin men while Bjorn flinches at the random attack. Red with anger and embarrassment, Miss Shaw screams that she does not see him as attractive, while a tiny Bjorn in his mind wails about being rejected before he even asked. Bjorn frantically waves his hands and insists she got it all wrong, explaining that he only wanted to form a permanent party with her in return for the ring. Miss Shaw freezes, eyes wide and cheeks still pink, as it hits her that he was only talking about teaming up, not confessing. Miss Shaw bursts into loud, awkward laughter, her face still red as she waves a hand. Bjorn watches her with a stiff, sweaty look, already tired of this mess. Out in the dark forest, Miss Shaw pumps a fist and makes him spell out the contract, needing to be sure. Bjorn calmly adds that she can walk away if she ever finds the same ring or helps him earn a huge profit from it. As Miss Shaw fumes about the price, Bjorn grabs her wrist, drawing her focus to the ring. He tells her that even 15 million stones is cheap for something that can grant the dream she has chased her whole life. Bjorn thinks back to the years he poured into dungeon and stone, knowing that without that time, he never would have dared to live like this now. Looking up at him, Miss Shaw blushes as Bjorn grips her hand, the ring glowing faintly between them. He steels himself, deciding he will use everything he knows to draw out Miss Shaw's real strength. Miss Shaw's heart pounded as cold light wrapped around her, and a thrilled smile crept over her face when she felt the ring react. She lifted her hand toward the light, the ring shining as if it was guiding her fingers. Her palm pressed against the frozen snout of the giant ice beast, and the simple touch was enough to lock their bond in place. A roaring stream of ice and snow crashed down from the beast into Miss Shaw, soaking her in Skadia's chilling power. She floated in the swirling cold, eyes closed as the storm sank into her body, and the contract ritual finished without a hitch. The icy wind curled around her feet, keeping her hanging for a breath as the last of the power settled. Then the glow eased and she stepped lightly onto the ground, testing this new, colder strength inside her. Miss Shaw's joy fades as she remembers her father and wonders why he never told her this ring could do something like this. Bjorn calmly tells her that her father likely had no idea either, hinting that this power was only uncovered long after the ring first changed hands. Hearing that some mage only cracked the ring's secret after endless study, Miss Shaw suddenly narrows her eyes and demands to know how Bjorn learned about this hidden effect and where he even found such an item. Bjorn brushes off her question, saying they can go into details after she puts something on, and Miss Shaw blinks, thrown off by how neatly he dodges her curiosity. Miss Shaw suddenly notices her bare body and panics, while Bjorn points out the pile of clothes and spare gear he set aside and tells her to hurry up and get dressed. While she wraps herself in fresh clothes and Bjorn pointedly looks the other way, the system quietly reports that her overall item level has shot up by 83. As she tugs the shirt over her head, Miss Shaw's face burns and she stammers, struggling to accept that she had been standing there completely exposed. Bjorn explains that he took her clothes off because the ritual would have ruined every piece she wore. But Miss Shaw, now fully dressed, shouts in his face, furious that he undressed her at all, and even had the nerve to ask about her marriage status on top of it. Bjorn calmly says he only asked about a husband, because touching another man's wife like that would be disrespectful. Miss Shaw storms after him, yelling that if he had time to think about manners, he had time to explain the ritual instead of rushing her. Bjorn slows down as she reminds him there is still something he owes her, something he has not said yet. Bjorn turns back with a baffled look, honestly unsure what she is trying to drag out of him. Miss Shaw's anger melts into embarrassment as she squeezes her shirt and quietly forces out her thanks. Miss Shaw stammers out a proper thank you, but when Bjorn brushes it off, she fidgets and wonders if she really has to spell out just how much this means to her. The beast girl lowers her head and lets out a soft laugh, clearly amused by how slow Bjorn is at picking up her feelings. Bjorn hears her call his name and turns his head, suddenly alert, unsure what this grateful yet mischievous partner is about to ask for. Miss Shaw leans against the trees and admits there was a time when she was so lost, she tried to throw her life away. In her memory, a younger Miss Shaw stands against a wall, barely breathing and covered in blood, until her father discovers her like that and drags her back from the end. Back in the forest, Bjorn comments that she should at least be thankful her father saved her, while Miss Shaw turns away, saying the story is not as simple or pretty as it sounds. She recalls stepping into a grand hall where her father sat with his back to her shadow stretching toward him as she braced herself for what he would say. Instead of comfort, her father addresses her by full name and snaps that if she really wants to throw her life away, she should do it inside the labyrinth and stop dragging the Karlstein name through the mud. Hearing that, Bjorn stares ahead and thinks to himself that her family is even more messed up than he had guessed. Miss Shaw smiles weakly and says that is why she began exploring the labyrinth, not because she wanted to end herself there like her father implied, but because it was the only way she could run from that home. In her mind, she remembers being hurled through a storm of sneering mouths and glaring eyes, all spitting the same poison, calling her a half-blooded loser, saying they would rather be gone than live as her and that she should feel nothing but shame. Miss Shaw thinks that if she could rise on her own without any soul beast, maybe her father would finally see her differently. She admits that he might never change his mind and that she is starting not to care, while cold blue energy bursts to life in her hand. Miss Shaw plants her feet on the forest floor, steadying herself for what she is about to do. She bends almost in half toward Bjorn, pouring all her feelings into a deep, clumsy bow of thanks. Still bowed, Miss Shaw says she is truly in his debt, and promises that what he did for her today will stay with her for the rest of her life. Bjorn lets a small smile slip, and asks if she is ready to stake those words on her own guardian deity. Miss Shaw presses a hand to her chest, and almost shining, swears in the name of her guardian deity that her thanks and debt to Bjorn are real. Images of other warriors flash by, their bodies boosted by raging beasts and crackling energy, as summoning enhancement is a type of power that strengthens the user themselves. Miss Shaw sinks through a sea of blue light as a glowing orb forms in her hand. The rules are simple. Most beastmen who make a pact with a soul beast get one of 3 standard powers. Miss Shaw, though, is about to break that pattern. Glacial Beast Skadia's strength is now carved into Miss Shaw's body for good, turning her into a walking ice weapon. She leaps forward with a shout, her fist wrapped in freezing light as she drives it toward the enemy. Her icy punch slams into the target, blue power exploding outward and swallowing everything in front of her. The blast stretches into the shape of a roaring ice dragon that rushes down the path and wipes out the wraith ahead. The system calmly notes the result, rewarding them with a single point of experience. Miss Shaw clutches her glowing chest with a proud little smile, blue light leaking between her fingers. Behind her, Bjorn watches with that fire bobbing over his helmet, thinking how this changes everything now that they can finally deal real elemental damage to spirit-type foes. Spirits swarm around Miss Shaw, their bodies thin and hazy, but every icy punch he throws makes them shriek and ripple. Bjorn knows these things crumble fast as long as you can touch them, and Miss Shaw, still a bit stunned she is really making contact, could probably handle this whole pack by herself now. Bjorn thinks back to how the immortality imprint route deepens over time, each mark on the body unlocking a new layer of strength. In the same way, a beastwoman's soul beast grows by stages, turning both fighter and spirit into something far beyond their first form. Miss Shaw drives another glowing fist into a lesser spirit, her bare knuckles doing what her weapons still cannot. Bjorn studies her from the side, knowing that at this first stage she cannot yet coat blades with ice, and while she will not struggle much against small fry like these, the witch's forest is still far too harsh for her to clear alone. More pale spirits rise out of the dark mist, and Miss Shaw whirls around, baring her fangs as she warns Bjorn that another group is closing in. Bjorn yells that they should just run for it, and the pair bolt through the forest, his flaming helm cutting a bright line through the purple haze as Miss Shaw keeps pace beside him. As he dashes through the twisted woods, Bjorn tells himself that this is where their real fight to stay alive finally begins. Hours crawl by in the warped forest as they follow a simple rule. Strike when the enemy group is small, and run the moment they are outnumbered. They cut down spirits, beasts, and twisted forest monsters one after another, the system calmly counting each victory and drip feeding them experience, while bright mana stones spill from the bodies. Miss Shaw groans that she is worn out, but Bjorn brushes it off and tells her to stop whining and help him scoop up every last mana stone from the ground. With his fists full of crystals, Bjorn thinks how lucky they are not to have run into a tier 7 monster yet, and that the crazed priestess Alyssa has not shown up, though he knows their problems are far from over. He thinks back to the frost spirit ring he sacrificed to draw out Mishaw's talent and realizes that, with the ring gone, the undead golem's sealed passive has fully awakened inside him again, adding a new, eerie weight to every step he takes. Bjorn studies the burn marks on his armor and curses to himself, knowing the monster's acidic blood is slowly eating through his equipment. The barbarian thinks about how even his pricey lithium breastplate and shield are scarred, and he grimaces at how much gold it will take to fix them. As they push deeper between the warp trees, Bjorn thinks how it also sucks that they still have not found a single piece of elemental essence. Misha staggers and pants, and Bjorn can tell she is getting more and more worn out as the hours drag on. Even while gasping for breath, the gamer inside the barbarian runs the numbers and decides they maybe have a 3 in 10 chance of making it back to the city alive at this pace. After 12 straight hours in the witch's forest, the system quietly stacks another field debuff on them, making every step heavier and turning the whole place even more hostile. To cut the risk, Bjorn pulls out a coil of rope and tells Misha to tie it around her waist so they can yank each other back if the forest tries to pull them apart. Misha grips the rope at her hip and nods, saying she knows about the strange status that starts twisting anyone who spends too long inside these woods. Bjorn feels the witch's eye weighing on him but pushes it aside and orders that they keep moving. He decides they cannot stop even once now, because slowing down in this forest would only get them both erased. Bjorn drags in rough breaths, thinking how over 60 hours have passed since he and Misha lost the dwarf and the others. Misha staggers through the warped trees, and even after all that time they still cannot properly find their way in this cursed forest. They keep trudging without a single break since the witch's eye effect kicked in, because Bjorn knows that if they stay still for 10 minutes, a carnivoro will show up and turn their rest into a death trap. In his head, Bjorn does the grim math. It takes them at least 15 minutes to take down a single carnivoro, so if one appears while they are idle, more will spawn before they finish and the whole pack will bury them. One adjustment they made in this nightmare was to tie their bodies together with a rope, a crude lifeline so that even if the forest bends space again, they can haul each other back instead of vanishing alone. Misha huffs and asks Bjorn if they can slow down, but even as the words leave her mouth she forces herself to agree to his pace, knowing that stopping now could cost them everything. Her face has gone even paler, and Bjorn can tell that since morning her condition has crashed, yet there is no disease eating at her and no single wound that explains it. The rope digs tighter into her waist as she walks, and Bjorn knows it is nothing fancy hurting her now, just 60 hours of non-stop strain finally crashing down on her body. Misha's steps keep breaking, her body pulled forward by the rope even though Bjorn has already slowed his pace. Bjorn trudges forward through the warped forest while Misha pants behind him, the rope tight between them. He admits to himself that she has been the one pouring out magic and cutting through the illusions this whole time. Bjorn looks back at her and orders her to climb onto his back, saying she should sleep for a while to get some strength back. Misha stammers a weak protest, trying to remind him that he has already been pushing his own body for hours. Bjorn does not bother arguing and simply grabs the rope around her waist. With one smooth pull, the barbarian lifts Misha off the ground, ignoring her startled cry as he gets ready to throw her onto his back. Bjorn swings her fully onto his back and in a hard tone, tells her to stop talking and just let him carry her. Misha hangs limply against him, only managing a tired grip on his armor, and Bjorn realizes that on any other day she would have fought this idea, but now she is simply too worn out to argue. Barely awake on his back, Misha drifts off while mumbling a drawn-out thanks to him. The system reminds Bjorn that they have been wandering the witch's forest for 87 hours, that the forest's power has grown even harsher, and that the witch's eye curse on him has climbed to level 6. As Bjorn trudges on with Misha hanging from his shoulders, the forest whispers turn into wild laughter and cruel shouts, calling him trash and blaming him for every life he has taken. Bjorn gasps for air, sweat running down his face, and he knows his body is almost done, so they have to find what they came for before he collapses. A sultry voice calls out to him, wondering why he has not taken advantage of the girl on his back, and Bjorn stiffens as he realizes he knows exactly who that voice belongs to. Flat on his back, Bjorn stares at the woman glowing beside him as she calmly points out that he already dealt with the worst burden Misha ever carried. The woman folds her arms and laughs, saying that after what he did, all it would take is a little flirting for Misha to completely fall for him. Bjorn's eyes narrow as sweat beads on his cheek, and he finally places her face, stunned that his ex-girlfriend from his past life is standing here in the witch's forest. Bjorn keeps trudging through the forest with Misha on his back, telling himself this woman is only in his head, yet every word and smile feels real. The illusion of his ex leans against a tree and digs right into him, asking if he is scared of being turned down all over again. He can almost feel her warmth just by looking, and that makes it harder to remember she is fake. The woman strikes a playful pose and laughs, calling him out for the dirty little daydreams running through his head. Bjorn studies her and admits to himself that of course she acts this way. The forest is pulling straight from his own memories. The illusion steps closer with a knowing smile and says this has always been his problem, that he tries to understand and control everything. She pouts in a cute, exaggerated way and says it is not fair, since he never shares anything real about himself with anyone. Bjorn grumbles that she is no better since she always kept her own walls up. The woman puffs out her cheeks and fires back that he already knows every little thing about her, as if that should end the argument. She turns her back to him with a slow sway, saying he understands her better than anyone in one very simple way. With her cheeks flushed and a sly smile, she reminds him that he has already explored every part of her body, letting the words hang between them like bait. Her fingers brush his cheek, and Bjorn jerks in surprise, feeling a real shiver even through the metal. For a moment his guard slips and he understands just how easily this forest could drag him under. The woman stands over him in the purple haze, eyeing her new tights and teasing that he still has a thing for this look. Bjorn's eye twitches behind the visor as he curses himself, wondering if he is really the kind of guy who gets excited even in a life or death mess like this. The woman wraps herself around Bjorn's arm, urging him to forget the beast girl and come back to the lover who truly fits him. His pack slips from his hand and hits the ground, a clear sign that his focus is breaking. Clinging to his back, the woman strokes his armor and insists that no one in this world could ever understand him the way she does. Bjorn stares down at her dazed, mumbling that maybe she is right, and the woman smiles softly, acting like that was obvious all along. She leans in with a bright smile, promising they will have an amazing time together, but over her words a distant voice screams Bjorn's name and begs him to snap out of it. The real Miss Shaw unleashes a freezing blast with a twisted, furious face, and Bjorn lets out a pained grunt as the shock tears through the illusion. Miss Shaw's freezing blast hammers into the false woman and flings her through the blue haze. Bjorn stands behind her, finally free enough to just watch as the fake body tumbles away. Something smacks into Bjorn's head and his eyes go wide. He staggers, wondering if his mind is still playing tricks on him. Miss Shaw charges with a wild cry and slams another blast of ice into the falling body. She keeps hitting it like she wants to erase every trace of the thing that messed with Bjorn's head. Bjorn sucks in a sharp breath as Miss Shaw's voice cuts through the fog. Sweat slides down his cheek while his mind claws its way back to full awareness. Miss Shaw strides up to him, eyes shining, saying she handled the thing that charmed him and he needs to pull himself together. Bjorn just stares, still trying to match her words with what he remembers. Bjorn's pupil tightens as he repeats the name in his head, stunned that it was a dryad. The idea that such a monster had him dancing on strings makes his skin crawl. The wooden mask splits, and the dryad's real tree face shows through, its red eyes burning. The system explains that the bewitched effect is gone and that this thing is a rare Tier 8 monster that lures adventurers to their doom in the witch's forest. The dryad's leafy body twists apart into light and drifting leaves as it collapses. The system calmly reports that the dryad has been defeated and Bjorn's experience points climb higher. Bjorn feels sweat slide down his neck as it clicks that the fake world felt so real because a skill hit him, not just the forest's normal haze. Bjorn thanks Miss Shaw, knowing things could have gone bad fast without her, while the vampire just shrugs and jokes like it was nothing. Miss Shaw's smile vanishes as she stiffens and calls out to Bjorn, clearly having seen something that worries her. Ahead of them, Miss Shaw spots a group of adventurers gathered around a torch, the first people they have seen since losing their own party. Two members of the other party study them, noting that there are only two of them and guessing they must have gotten separated from their team. Bjorn knows that running into other adventurers in this huge but unpopular hunting ground is rare, and after 8 days on the third floor, any strong party should already be far ahead. The leader of the group kindly guesses that Bjorn and Miss Shaw were split from their team, and Bjorn agrees out loud while quietly reminding himself not to trust anyone here. As they move with the new group, Miss Shaw wonders if this means they are finally safe, but Bjorn shuts that idea down, refusing to relax even for a moment. One of the archers laughed easily while the bearded leader spoke in a warm tone, saying they meant no harm and even mentioning he had kids back in the city, as if that proved they were safe to trust. Bjorn shut him down right away, saying he would pass and pointing out that having family waiting in the city was exactly the kind of motive that made people do anything for money. He went further, saying someone like that would chase profit by any means, and the archer who had been laughing before turned back toward them, lips stretching into an eerie grin as his eyes lit up in a way that killed any sense of safety. Miss Shaw tugged at him in a panic, asking what he was doing and insisting that the strangers just seemed to be trying to help. Inside, Bjorn went back to the question he had chewed on for hours before this: what to do when they met other adventurers in this cursed forest. His plan had been simple. Every time they met a group like this, he would ask for help first and offer a fair reward just to get dragged out of the forest alive. But before offering anything, he wanted to know exactly what kind of people he was dealing with. So the barbarian planted his feet, raised his shield, and boomed out his name as Bjorn, son of Yandel. The bearded man only smirked at Bjorn's caution, calling the giant timid before giving his own name, Handstobe, and saying he was the navigator guiding this party through the forest. Bjorn stiffened as soon as he heard the navigator call himself Hans, his mind jumping to how annoyingly common that name was in this world. To Bjorn, the fact that there were so many men named Hans roaming around just felt like one more warning sign, while the navigator only stared back, puzzled by the barbarian's sudden tension. While one of the archers kept up his friendly grin, Bjorn broke their group down in his head. 2 warriors up front, 2 archers in the back, and a navigator to guide them through the forest. Bjorn shot a sideways look at the archer, and the man answered with a shaky smile and beads of sweat that made it clear he was far from relaxed. All those little signs stacked up in Bjorn's mind, and his gut finally screamed that sticking around this party would be a serious mistake. Bjorn tightened his grip on the shield, told them he would be moving on, and turned as if this was just a normal goodbye. He signaled Miss Shaw to follow, already planning for trouble even while he played the harmless traveler. In his mind, Hans and his group were already painted in red, their smiles twisting into the kind you see on people who hunt other people. Bjorn admitted he needed help, but every instinct screamed that trusting this lot would get him and Miss Shaw robbed or worse. The barbarian raised his fist and barked that they did not need anyone's help, making it sound like dumb pride instead of careful doubt. He ordered Miss Shaw to move, using his loud act to cover the fact that he was backing out before they could spring anything. An arrow ripped through the air toward Bjorn's back, the answer to his refusal coming as cold steel instead of words. The barbarian twisted just enough, and the arrow smashed into his shield with a sharp burst, sending sparks across the dark forest. Bjorn's jaw tightened as the impact rang up his arm, and he cursed himself for being right. These people were not simple adventurers looking for work. They were the kind who hunted their. One of the younger archers grabbed Mrs. Bates's arm in a panic, demanding to know why she had started shooting when things were still calm. The older woman only glared at him, calling him a fool for not noticing how valuable the barbarian's armor looked. Mrs. Bates stared at Bjorn's armor with wild eyes, sweat and drool running down her face as she raved about the rare metal it was made from. In her mind, if they could bring down that walking treasure chest and sell the pieces, they would be set for a long time. The young archer panicked, begging his leader to stop since Bjorn and Miss were just fellow adventurers. The red-bearded man told him to back off if he lacked the insides, already treating this like a job they had to finish. Bjorn stared them down behind his flaming helm while the woman's voice rose, pointing out the rare expandable pack on his back. To them, he was no longer a person, just walking treasure they could never afford honestly. The archer still tried to argue that this felt wrong, but Mrs. Bates only pulled her bowstring tighter, sweat shining on her crazed grin. She told the others to decide for themselves, making it clear she was going through with it either way. One armored warrior stepped up with his axe and calmly said he would help. He admitted he had fought other adventurers before and was too broke to walk away from a payday like this. Miss tugged at him, clearly wanting to run, but Bjorn's eyes stayed hard over the shield. In his head, he counted 5 enemies against the 2 of them and added how drained they already were, knowing the numbers looked terrible. Bjorn watched the group spread out and knew they would track him easily as long as their navigator was alive. He accepted that running would only get them caught from behind and decided there was only one way to break this trap. Keeping his voice low, Bjorn told Miss they had to stall these people, not flee from them. She swallowed hard and agreed, trusting his plan even though fear was written all over her face. Bjorn raised his voice and tried to sound desperate, offering his rare backpack and even his shield if they would just let the 2 of them walk away. Before he could finish, Miss burst out that they should forget the deal and take the barbarian's life instead, sobbing that she was a beastman princess who could pay a huge ransom if they spared her. One of the armored men stared down at Miss unsure if this whole princess thing was real. Miss shook like a scared child, wailing into his chest, selling the act with everything she had. The red-bearded leader panicked for a moment at the word princess, asking what they were supposed to do now. Mrs. Bates snapped back that it changed nothing, saying they had to erase both of them or risk being dragged to the authorities later. The 2 armored thugs lit up at the thought, saying a princess had to be loaded with treasure. Their eyes shone with greed as they talked about stripping her of anything worth money. The leader barked that whoever found her stash first could keep it, and that was all it took. With wild grins, the men rushed forward, weapons raised, racing each other toward Bjorn and Miss Bjorn watched them sprint in and knew their little act had only slowed things for a heartbeat. It was not much, but for his plan, that brief pause was enough. Twisted voice echoed through the forest, promising to wipe everything out. A skull-faced beast with burning red eyes pushed through the haze, and someone shouted that the Tier 7 monster Carnivero had arrived. The monster loomed over them, and the leader choked out its name in terror. He finally understood that these 2 had been trapped in the witch's forest with Carnivero for 5 whole days and were still somehow alive. Bjorn did not waste the opening. He roared at Miss to grab onto him and not let go. She gulped and clung to his back, knowing whatever came next would be even crazier than the fight they had just started. Bjorn knew there was no running from Carnivero once it locked on. So he lowered his shield, Miss hanging on tight, and sprinted straight at the monster. He rushed right by Carnivero instead of clashing, betting on its urge to chase. If it followed him like always, he could drag it straight toward the adventurers. The red-bearded leader spun around, stunned to see Bjorn charging straight at his group. Panic hit him as he tried to call out and stop whatever was about to happen. While the leader was still thinking about using Bjorn as bait, a brutal blow smashed into his forehead. His greedy plan flipped in an instant, and now he was the one being thrown to the front. Bjorn slammed the leader's group toward Carnivero and then bolted past them without slowing. With the monster now locked onto the adventurers, he and Miss finally had a real path to escape. The system announced that Carnivero had triggered a skill called Mana Mine. Purple energy burst from the creature, spreading through the ground like a net ready to explode under any wrong step. The leader clutched his wounded head as his party huddled close, too scared to take another step. They understood that the whole area was now littered with unseen mana mines that could blow at any moment. Gritting his teeth, the leader yelled for everyone to pour everything into Carnivero instead of chasing Bjorn. In his mind, the mines meant those 2 barbarians were trapped just like them, so taking down the monster was their only hope. Bjorn lifted his heavy boot over the glowing purple haze, fully ready to stomp right into the field of mana mines. He slammed his foot down without flinching, knowing there was no way to avoid the traps and choosing to set them off himself. Purple blasts burst all around as Bjorn barreled ahead with Miss clinging to his back, calmly thinking that stomping through every mine had been his escape plan from the very beginning. As more blasts went off under them, Miss stared at Bjorn's back in shock, realizing how much punishment his body was taking for this crazy charge. Behind them, Carnivero threw its arm up and poured mana into the air, wrapping itself in blazing purple fire as it prepared another skill. The monster's flames twisted into shapes, and a pack of snarling mana hounds burst out of the glow, ready to hunt down anything still moving in the minefield. One of the hounds leapt straight at the red-bearded leader, and he could only curse as he saw the monster closing in while mines pinned his feet in place. The hound crashed into the leader and dragged him down as he screamed, while a nearby adventurer yelled that he could not even move to help, terrified of setting off the mines under his feet. Purple beams ripped through the trapped adventurers, dropping them where they stood. Nearby, a woman collapsed and clutched her head, shaking as she begged the darkness to spare her because she refused to die in this place. Bjorn kept stomping through the purple fog, each step setting off another blast under his feet as he forced a path ahead. One of the mana hounds lunged with jaws wide open, its red eyes locked on fresh prey. The hounds caught up and clamped onto Bjorn's legs, chewing through flesh while he still carried Misha and forced his way through the minefield. Bjorn unleashed Flesh Burst, turning the meat around his legs into a violent blast that hurled the mana hounds back with pained cries. As the blast faded, Bjorn felt his legs falter and realized he could no longer feel anything below his ankles. The system flashed a warning that his body had taken serious damage and that his legs might never fully recover without quick treatment. Bjorn glanced at his ruined feet, accepted that he could not keep running like this, and decided he needed a new plan on the spot. Bjorn kept dashing forward with Misha on his back, telling her that from here on she had to handle the rest and to get ready to hurl him toward their target. Bjorn plants his ruined legs, grabs Misha, and hurls her straight into the purple storm like a living spear. Misha shoots through the air, fangs bared and eyes burning, crushing the handle of her dagger as she aims to finish the adventurer herself. She dives from the sky with her dagger shining blue, the twisted forest blurring past as she locks onto the panicked figure below. Her blade crashes down in a burst of light, ripping through the adventurer and leaving his body torn apart in the swirling mana fog. As the light fades, Misha's eyes slide to the side, a bead of sweat running down her cheek as she spots movement in the fog. Ahead of her, the last conscious adventurer drags herself through the battered ground, choking out a plea while her comrades lie motionless around her. The wounded woman's whole body shakes as she reaches out, sobbing and begging Misha not to finish her and to spare her somehow. Misha looks down at her with flat, tired eyes as the woman begs for potion, saying nothing while she decides whether this enemy is worth saving. Her promise to repay them in the city cuts off as a single strike lands, and a dark spray covers the ground. While Misha stares at him in shock, Bjorn studies his ruined leg. Letting the potion sizzle against the torn flesh like this is just another problem to solve. As red light swirls around the stump, Bjorn calmly weighs the damage. Treating this shredded limb like it is just another type of injury to measure. The system calmly reminds him that his vitality has shot up thanks to the immortality effect, turning what should be a crippling wound into something his body can handle. Muscle and bone pull themselves back together in the red glow, and Bjorn decides that for him, this kind of damage is nothing more than a scratch. Misha stares at his leg, her voice shaking as she tries to understand how it just grew back when she barely used any real potion at all. Bjorn thinks through it all with a steady face, knowing this crazy healing comes from the immortality imprint, the vampire essence that keeps mending him, and the immortality skill he has running on top of it. Misha watches him sit there without even a real flinch and finally blurts out her fear, wondering what kind of monster he is if even this level of pain barely makes him frown. Bjorn grips the potion and tells himself this is just the willpower of a barbarian, the kind of grit that lets his people push through pain most would never handle. He recalls Einar gulping the same searing potion without a single complaint, and he figures that whether it is her raw will or his high pain tolerance stat doing the work, the result is the same. They both can keep moving. Bjorn folds his leg under him and feels the joint, treating the freshly healed limb like it is already good enough for another march. He pulls the rope tight around his waist, locking everything in place like the fight and the missing leg were just a short break in their trip. Bjorn leads them back into the dark forest, saying they need to move before another carnivero hunts them down, and Misha, still shaken, asks how he knew those adventurers were hiding something. As they tramp through the trees, Bjorn just says he trusted his gut because their navigator was called Hans, a name he claims to flat out hate, and he lets that stand as his whole reason. Misha stares at his back, baffled by that kind of logic, yet she cuts herself off and reminds herself that what really matters is that his call saved them. They walk, Misha lowers her gaze and admits to herself that she never thought a gentle-looking older woman could snap like that, and a small part of her still wonders if Mrs. Bates might have been a good person before greed twisted everything. Bjorn thinks that if they had not looked so weak and loaded with gear the others understood, things might have gone another way. He figures that meeting those people back in the city instead of out here in the labyrinth could have changed everything. He admits that in another place that woman might have seemed kind, maybe even helpful. But in the end, she was the one who loosed the first arrow at them. Bjorn looks back at Misha and in his clumsy barbarian tone, says he does not really get it and asks her why she chose to become an adventurer at all. Misha lowers her eyes and says she took this path because she has to provide for others, just like that woman did. She needs to bring something back for the people waiting on her. The memory of the city's killing ground flashes up, a place where people who cannot pay are simply erased. In a world like that, piling up wealth is the only real shield a person has. He remembers Mrs. Bates smiling and urging them to travel with her group, acting like a caring aunt. Thinking back now, he guesses she also had kids or family riding on every coin she earned, more lives stacked on her shoulders than just her own. Back in the present, Bjorn keeps marching and thinks how this one trip is stuffing his head with new lessons about people and this world. Every step through the dark feels like another hard class he has to pass. Almost 109 hours have crawled by since they lost their way, and the forest still will not let them go. Misha blinks and looks over as Bjorn calls to her, dragged out of her thoughts by his voice. A strange purple light spills through the trees, and Misha almost jumps with joy, begging Bjorn to confirm that this glowing spot is the place they have been hunting for. For the first time in hours, the forest feels less like a maze and more like a path leading somewhere. Misha laughs with pure relief while Bjorn stares at the glow, hardly believing it as he realizes they have finally reached the witch's hut. This is the only place in the whole forest where they can rest without something trying to hunt them down. The barbarian lifts his hand toward the light, throat tight as he hopes this really is just a quiet resting spot and not another trap. After everything that has gone wrong on this trip, even stepping into safety feels like a gamble. Bjorn pushes his hand into the glow, and light explodes around his fingers as the barrier accepts him and pulls them through. There's no turning back once he steps inside. A system message pops up, calmly stating that they have entered the witch's hut, turning their risky guess into solid fact. For the party, that single line means shelter, sleep, and a break from running. The system calmly states that there are now 5 people inside the witch's hut, and that the door has shut for good. Bjorn and Miss Shaw step into a field of flowers under swirling pastel light, and she gushes over how amazing it looks, still unaware that they are now trapped here with others. Miss Shaw keeps babbling happily, stretching out Bjorn's name as she jokes around. Bjorn's eyes harden, and he tells her to stop talking for a moment. The barbarian explains that there have to be other people here, since the witch's hut only allows 5 at a time, and the portal closes once it hits that number. Miss Shaw clutches a flower and nervously asks if he means there are other people using this place to rest. Bjorn confirms it and tells her they should scout the area. Their steps carry them through the flowers until they spot a large axe and a helmet lying abandoned in the blooms. Clear proof that another adventurer reached this place first. Bjorn stops cold, the fire on his helmet flickering as he stares ahead. He realizes he actually knows the man resting here. Lying in the flowers is the priest who had been traveling with the witch Alyssa, his purple robes dirty and his face marked with wear. Bjorn studies him and wonders what kind of mess left him like this. Miss Shaw peers past the flowers and says she can sense more people deeper in the hut, probably the same adventurers they clashed with earlier. Bjorn lifts his mace with a calm grip, deciding it is safer to put those people to sleep before they even wake up. Bjorn brings his weapon down, and the priest's head takes the full force, turning the quiet flower field into a sudden mess of red and motion. The beast girl flinches at the dull thud and crunch, staring down with wide eyes as she realizes Bjorn did a lot more than just tap them. Later, the priest kneels on the rug, wrapped in thick rope and covered in bruises, weak steam rising from the fresh blows as he hangs his head in front of the towering barbarian. Miss Shaw eyes the beaten men and wonders if it is really worth tying them up when they already look close to the end, but Bjorn just opens a small bottle, acting like extra safety never hurts. The barbarian tips the bottle, letting the sharp-smelling liquid drip onto the man's torn scalp, trading gentle healing for a jolt that will drag him back to his senses. The liquid bites into the priest's head, and he snaps upright with a raw scream, dragging the 2 other bound adventurers into the panic as the rope strains around their chests. Gasping for air, the priest lifts his swollen face and finally sees the huge barbarian sitting calmly in front of him. And shock hits as he recognizes the same warrior from the forest. The priest trembles and blurts out a frantic excuse, claiming they were only tools in the witch's plan and begging Bjorn to believe that everything that happened was just a huge mistake. The priest remembers when his group finally caught up, finding only 3 of Bjorn's allies still standing. Their party went straight for the man guiding them, planning to cripple the group before they could run. Rottmiller takes a glancing hit to the shoulder, and they think it is nothing serious. Then a strange wall of light bursts out from the forest, slamming into the attackers and tossing them through the air before they can react. When the light fades and his head clears, the priest finds Rottmiller on the ground, already taken out by a sharp icicle spear. He stares at the body in panic, trying to figure out when their enemy slipped that. Back in the hut, the priest gulps and says that at least Hikurad and the others must have gotten away, guessing the scream they heard was when Rottmiller was first hurt. Bjorn just watches him, weighing every word. With Rottmiller gone, their party could not track Bjorn anymore and ended up wandering the maze like forest themselves. He explains that they drifted like that for 2 full days before things truly went wrong. During that march, Lady Alyssa suddenly pressed herself close to one of the knights and kissed him, leaving the man red-faced and stunned. None of them understood why the usually calm priestess was acting like that. Soon after, the knight she clung to starts screaming as twisted corpses crawl out of the purple mist around them. The priest remembers shouting for hands in confusion while the rest of the party freezes, unable to grasp what is happening. Only when one of their own withered away in front of them did they grasp the truth. Lady Alyssa was smiling in the middle of the dead, guiding them like puppets. The priest admits she had been a wicked priestess serving Karui the whole time. The priest babbles that they were tricked and never meant to plunder, but Bjorn cuts him off with a flat order to be quiet. The barbarian's tone makes it clear this is not a debate. The priest breaks, sobbing as he shouts that they were fools, not villains, and that they will pay for every bit of damage. He begs Bjorn to spare them just this once. Miss Shaw nervously says she will go along with whatever Bjorn decides, leaving the final call to him. Bjorn stares ahead, weighing their words and wondering what choice he should make. His mind jumps back to the first people he took down after coming here, men who smiled and tried to lure him in with sweet offers. Back then, they were obvious scum and the danger was clear, so he never had to look for another way. Now the priest and his knight sit bound and shaking, stammering for mercy with swollen faces. Bjorn knows they put him and Miss Shaw through a nightmare, but in the end no one on his side actually died. Sitting there with fire burning over his head, Bjorn feels like he is on trial between 2 versions of himself. He wonders if it is really right to take their lives, when this time the line between guilt and simple stupidity is so blurry. One side of him snarls that right and wrong do not matter, only the fact that leaving them alive could bring revenge later. The other side pushes back, saying that wiping people out just because they messed up is simply wrong. His lips tighten as the inner voices fade, leaving only his choice. Bjorn draws a breath, ready to state what will happen to the men tied before him. Bjorn stares ahead as the flame over his head flares, deciding that the rules he grew up with only mattered back on Earth, not in this dungeon. The barbarian finally asks Miss Shaw what she really thinks, admitting he cannot bring himself to trust the men begging on the floor. Miss Shaw lowers her eyes and admits that, accident or not, they still tried to take them out, and everything she was taught says you do not show mercy in a moment like this. Hearing her, Bjorn feels the haze in his head burn away, and his choice settle into something sharp and simple. His fingers tighten around his weapon as he accepts that if he wants to live here, he has to act by this world's rules, not the gentle ones he left behind. The barbarian lifts his mace high over the priest, who babbles that it was all just a mistake, but Bjorn's arm does not slow. He swings with burning eyes, telling himself that maybe this time was a slip, but every part of his gut says they would pull the same stunt the next chance they got. As red sprays across his visor, a system window calmly announces an achievement for taking out 10 people and tells him his spirit has risen, turning his grim choice into nothing more than a game reward. Bjorn stands over the ruined body, his weapon hanging at his side while red stains climb up his arm, and he knows this is the kind of choice that comes with this body. As pieces of the mask fall and drip onto the floor, he repeats the name Bjorn Yandel in his head, treating it as the only name he is allowed to live under now. Inside the warm hut, Miss Shaw stares at Bjorn as his hand trembles around the brutal spike, and he tells himself that if he wants to live here, he has to stop being a visitor and become a real barbarian. Bjorn swallows hard but keeps his voice steady, brushing off her worry and telling her they should just gather the loot. Outside, the hut looks calm under the bright sky, but Miss Shaw's shout for Bjorn rips through the air, full of shock. Back inside, the priest's limp legs scrape over the floor, leaving a dark smear that makes one of the adventurers stammer in disbelief. Bjorn grips the body under the arms and hauls it toward the fireplace, telling the others that he is only doing what this place expects from him. When the body is pushed into the flames, the fire roars higher, and the system calmly reports that a new offering has been made, and the witch's hut will stay open for 8 more hours. Bjorn stares at the firelight dancing over his helmet, realizing this part plays out exactly like it did in the game. With 2 more bodies feeding the flames and a full day of safety earned, Miss Shaw nervously asks if Bjorn is really okay, while he just presses his brutal hand to his helmet and does the math. Bjorn takes a drink and tells Miss Shaw to stop standing there and get some rest, while she just sweats and hugs herself, unsure how to answer him. When she still hesitates, Bjorn simply decides he will sleep first instead. He drops face first onto the soft bed, muscles sinking into the mattress, and remembers how much he missed this kind of simple comfort. Lying there with his cheek on the pillow, Bjorn keeps his eyes open, feeling how wrong it is that this all matches the game so well. He admits to himself that none of this even feels ironic anymore. It just feels natural. As his blood-stained mace rests under the bed, he understands that the more he throws away his old civility, the better his chances are to stay alive in this world. He used to worry about emails and deadlines, not monsters and dungeons. After work, he would joke with a coworker, then sit across from her at a grill, thinking that this boring, warm life might last forever. Nights were for the game. He would sit locked onto the screen, chasing one more clear, while she lay on the bed reading, close enough to touch but kind enough to let him chase his crazy goal. Back then, he would fall asleep with her in his arms, certain that tomorrow would be just like today. He smiles in the memory, not knowing that this soft, normal happiness is something he will never get back. Bjorn snaps awake, chest heaving, the warmth of that old bed ripped away. For a second, he almost expects to see her beside him again, then the rough ceiling and his huge body remind him where he really is. He drags his heavy body upright and sits on the edge of the bed, breath fogging in the warm air as he fights to calm down. The dream still clings to him, but he knows he cannot stay inside it. To him, that office, that small room, that woman's warmth are nothing more than a dream tied to a dead body. The barbarian tightens his jaw, knowing that longing for it will only get him killed here. He studies the thick fingers and corded muscles that are now his, this body built only for breaking things. Dreaming about his old life is useless. In this world, he has to lean into this monster's strength and fight real monsters head-on. Bones crackle and collapse inside the roaring flames, the last proof of someone traded for a few more safe hours. Bjorn knows this is what it takes now, and he is ready to keep paying that price if it means staying alive. Bjorn blinks himself awake, a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek as he tries to guess how many hours have slipped by. He looks down and finds the cat-eared girl curled against his leg, fast asleep and mumbling about wanting just one more bite as a little red drool stains her lips. Still half asleep, Bjorn mutters Miss Shaw's name and tells her to get up, dragging out the words like someone begging for 5 more minutes in bed. The barbarian's eyes snap open, glowing with pure rage as his sleepiness vanishes in an instant. Shouts and thumps burst out of the tiny wooden hut as Miss Shaw yells at the barbarian to knock it off, while outside the peaceful forest doesn't care that they have only a day left before the labyrinth and the witch's hut both vanish. Bitter, Bjorn leans back on the bed chewing dried meat beside Miss Shaw, and they quietly admit they still can't believe they survived, telling themselves that if they last just one more day they can finally leave this cursed forest and head back to the city. Miss Shaw grumbles about how terrible this journey has been and talks about taking a long, clean wash once they get back, then looks up and asks what he plans to do after the witch's hut spits them back into the forest, and its strange protection fades away. Time seems to lurch forward, their short rest inside the hut racing toward whatever waits for them once its magic fades. The sky outside twists into a brutal eclipse, turning the forest into a nightmare. Miss Shaw and Bjorn step out and freeze, staring up as a heavy, sick feeling crawls over them. Miss Shaw stammers Bjorn's name, asking what on earth is going on. The barbarian just stands there, muscles tight and silent, because even he has no idea what this nightmare sky means yet. But runs down under Bjorn's helmet as he curses to himself, knowing this cannot be normal. Far away from the forest, a lonely computer wakes up with a sharp beep, its blank screen flaring to life. The system calmly lists the 5th, 6th, and 7th offerings made inside the witch's hut. Then a new line appears, stating that a special rule tied to 7 offerings has just been fulfilled. From the churning red gloom, a towering beast covered in twisted armor drags itself into the open, each step shaking the forest. The system names it the Lord of Chaos Reincarnates, the true ruler of this floor now roaming free. The thing towering in the flames is not just some monster. In the game, things like this were field bosses, special lords that ruled each floor and were all completely different. The cat-eared adventurer almost loses it, yelling that there was supposed to be no lord on the 3rd floor. The armored man admits there is one after all, and that its way of being summoned was kept secret from normal people. Sweat runs down the man's face as he says the truth is worse than rumors, because if someone called this thing on purpose, it would wipe out far more than a few people. He finally names the 3rd floor's lord as Reincarnates, the Lord of Chaos. The system coldly declares that the takeover has begun, driving every monster on the floor into a crazed hiding state. As pale shapes melt away into the dark, it explains that this beast now touches the whole 3rd floor and will wander the maze, taking down anything alive until it finally falls. The next notice hits even harder, saying the portal has been shut off during the takeover and travel between floors is blocked. Power crackles across the ground as it warns there is now a real chance that every adventurer stuck on the 3rd floor will be wiped out. The girl stares at him with spinning eyes, demanding to know why the floor lord had to show up now of all times. The armored adventurer, just as shaken, says it is most likely because of something they did themselves. He tells her to think back to the witch's hut, to when they tossed a few corpses into the fire, and explains that this is actually one of the rules for calling the lord. Down by his feet, the memory plays out at the hearth while the girl can only gasp in shock. He explains that the last time this thing was called was more than 10 years ago, so he figured tossing in 3 extra bodies would not matter. Forcing a weak grin as sweat drips down, he now wonders who on earth had already fed 4 sacrifices to that fire before he ever got there. The cat-eared adventurer snaps, shaking with fear and fury as she yells that Bjorn has doomed them all. She breaks down, crying that the stupid barbarian has ruined her life, while the armored adventurer hisses that they must keep quiet or the others will tear them apart, even reminding her she was praising him not long ago. With her still sniffling at his side, the armored adventurer says the forest curse has lifted and they can finally leave without a guide, urging her to get out of these woods as fast as possible. He lays out their goal, pointing to the emblem of the orc colony ruled by Clan Dzarwi as the place they need to reach. Their party reaches the orc colony, staring up at the fortress marked by Clan Dzarwi's banner, knowing this massive clan holds more than 100 fighters from the higher floors. Staring at the grand hall bearing the clan's mark, he admits that running into Reincarnates now would be certain death, so their only real hope is to join these people. As the crowd murmurs around them, he guesses that while the full clan will not be on the 3rd floor, they must have sent at least 10 teams to hold this hunting area, which is why there are so many people here. Clan leader raises his voice over the noise, ordering the shaken adventurers, including Bjorn, to calm down and follow the clan's directions so they all have a chance to survive. Adventurers scream over each other, begging any high mage in Clan Dzarwi to open a gate and get them out, even offering all the money they have. Some start accusing the clan of bringing the floor lord here in the first place and demand to know what will happen to everyone now. Bjorn watches the mob lose it and lets out a long sigh, knowing this mess started with his choices. Misha clings to her chest beside him, shaking as the shouting grows louder around them. The clan's priestess presses her hands together and prays hard, golden light pouring from her grip as she chants the skill called Destruction of Evil. Sweat runs down her face, but she keeps pushing the power higher. Her prayer explodes outward into a bright golden dome that wraps the whole orc colony. The adventurers huddle in the glow as holy lines crawl across the ground, marking this place as protected ground against the chaos outside. The leader of Clan Dzarwi raises his voice and tells everyone to calm down, saying the barrier from their priestess will keep evil away. He adds that their navigators are already on watch, so as long as people listen, this place is the safest spot on the floor. The clan leader announces that the 3rd floor will shut down in one day, so every move from now on counts. He promises that Clan Dzarwi will do everything it can to help as many adventurers as possible return alive, because they are bound by a deal with the royal court of Refdonia. The leader's voice turns sharp, as he warns that anyone who ignores their orders or stirs up fights will be treated as a threat to everyone's survival. Bjorn stands stiff beside Misha as the leader finishes by saying that anyone who causes problems will be thrown out of the safe place. Both of them swallow hard, fully aware that one wrong move could leave them outside with Reincarnates. The clan leader watches the crowd fall silent, a bit of sweat still running down his face. He thinks how his rough tone did its job, and with the priestess's barrier up, everyone can at least breathe for a while. Destruction of Evil is one of a priest's main skills, forming a holy field that forces every monster away. Only people can walk in and out of this golden space, turning it into a true shelter in the middle of the chaos. Out beyond the glowing wall, the forest groans under the burning sky as something fast slices through the air, reminding everyone that the danger has not gone anywhere. Bjorn leans against the tree with Misha at his side, finally sure they will not be thrown out of the safe area. Even so, he keeps his guard up, already thinking about the trouble he knows is going to show up next. To prepare for that problem, Bjorn asks Misha if she trusts her own ears. She proudly talks about how some people have even liked her ears in a different way, clearly missing what he actually meant. Bjorn groans and fires back, asking what on earth she is thinking, then spells out that he is talking about her skill to catch sounds from far away. Miss Shaw laughs in embarrassment but quickly insists her hearing is top-notch. Bjorn has her start picking up nearby talks, telling her to pass along anything that might matter for their chances of getting out alive. Soon after, Bjorn glances around the tree as a nearby group talks about how the Lord of the Third Floor has not appeared in 10 years. Exactly the kind of detail he was hoping to hear. Nearby adventurers joke that only a fool would have started this mess, then thank their luck that a sixth-floor clan just happened to be active here. The armored leader listens in silence, knowing their lives really do hang on that one coincidence. The heavy warrior and his friend grin as they talk about how crazy it is to see destruction of evil cover such a huge area. They say this is what you expect from a major clan, and for a moment the fear in the crowd eases. The clan leader studies the glowing barrier and thinks that if Clan Dzarwi stayed on the third floor for this reason, their crazy plan might not be as suicidal as it first seemed. With a force like that backing them, the risk of this gamble drops a lot. Miss Shaw drifts off with a silly happy look, drooling a bit as the warm light of the barrier washes over her, like she has already forgotten they are trapped in a deadly forest. She curls up against Bjorn's side and snores softly, a little trail at the corner of her mouth. The barbarian sits rigid, sweat running down his neck, clearly not sharing her peaceful mood. Bjorn suddenly swings his arm, brushing Miss Shaw off his shoulder so she drops to the dirt with a heavy thud. He clearly decides nap time is over. Miss Shaw bolts upright, rubbing the sore spot on her head and glaring up at Bjorn as she demands to know if something happened. The barbarian just watches her, more worried about the danger around them than her complaint. Miss Shaw's ears twitch as she looks around, suddenly wide awake, and she tells Bjorn that the air feels wrong, like something big is about to start. She urges him to pay attention to the forest instead of treating this like a safe camp. Adventurers pack together so tight they can barely move, low voices buzzing through the air. Someone guesses there must be at least 500 people stuck in this so-called safe zone. Spear-wielding warrior and a red-haired beast girl trade worried looks, wondering what will happen to all of them. They count roughly 50 members of Clan Dzarwi and try to guess how that small force plans to keep such a huge crowd in line. The clan leader raises his voice, cutting through the noise as he orders everyone to listen. From the platform, the clan leader tells them this spot is the only place on the third floor that the chaos cannot touch, all thanks to the skilled destruction of evil. Then he adds that their priestess expects everyone here to show proper respect to the goddess. With a proud smile, the leader lays out the price. Each person must hand over 1 million stones on the spot, and the goddess will accept that either in mana stones or in gear. The spear warrior narrows his eyes, realizing how sly this is. No sane adventurer walks around with that many mana stones, so the clan clearly plans to strip people of their equipment to keep everyone under their thumb. Facing the sea of heads, the clan leader calls the 1,000,000 stone payment a simple show of respect to the goddess in return for her shield. He warns they might have to part with a few pieces of gear or consumables, as if that loss is nothing compared to staying alive. He throws his arms wide, cloak flaring, and laughs off their worries, boasting that with Clan Dzarwi standing here, they have nothing to fear from the chaos outside. Bjorn scoffs inwardly, knowing the skill they brag about is useless against the real lord of this floor. To him, their promise of safety is nothing but bait for desperate people. Bjorn admits to himself that those zealots alone could never take down the floor lord, but they still have to look like they are following along. He tells Miss Shaw to leave the potions and other life-saving items and only pull out spare gear they can live without. Miss Shaw grins, relieved that they stripped enough equipment off other adventurers to cover this so-called offering. Bjorn adds another helmet to the stack, deciding they can spare it. Bjorn's mood hardens as he thinks past today's shakedown. If they keep handing over gear like this, they will not have enough left to earn money next month. Several adventurers glare toward the clan's camp, muttering that 1,000,000 stones for a single day is insane and they will not go along with it. They turn their backs on the so-called sanctuary, choosing to take their chances outside. Bjorn watches a small group stride toward the blazing edge of the safe zone and vanish into the light. He notes calmly that this is exactly how he expected things to play out. Miss Shaw comes back with a light step, having dropped off the pile of spare gear as their offering. Bjorn nods, satisfied that they paid just enough to avoid trouble. Bjorn clicks his tongue as he does the math, realizing they just pulled 1,000,000 stones each from around 300 people without breaking a sweat. To him, it feels like an endless money cheat. And on top of that, they used it to quietly push out anyone who dared complain. Bjorn knows even those fanatics can only pray and hope now, because if the floor lord reaches this camp, every single person here is finished anyway. He figures they are betting that meeting the floor lord is less likely than dodging the roaming beast for a whole day in this huge third floor. And the ones who left without paying are clinging to that same hope. Bjorn, though, always plans around the worst thing that could happen. And even if those dark guesses often miss, he cannot shake the question of how this one will play out with only about 5 hours left before the labyrinth shuts. When the first heavy drops hit his helmet, he realizes the thing he had hoped to dodge has finally arrived. The sky opens into the rain of despair, a passive field from Ryukis, the Lord of Chaos, and the system warns that this downpour is seeping chaos into their bodies while shredding their magic resistance. The rain spreads over the camp, turning the whole place into Ryukis' territory, wiping out every other field effect, and carrying a warning that staying in it too long will mess with their minds. Miss Shaw grabs Bjorn's arm, shaking hard as she calls his name, her nerves breaking now that the floor lord's power is falling right on top of them. Out in the storm, Ryukis, the Lord of Chaos, stomps into view and lets out a deafening roar, making it clear that Bjorn's worst-case guess was not a guess anymore. The adventurers break down, screaming at the guards and hunters to do anything about the beast that just arrived. They accuse them of planning to run and leave everyone behind after taking all their gear, shouting that they are not ready to die yet. The camp leader stands between the roaring beast and the crowd, watching Ryuki's stomp closer through the red rain. He lets out a tired sigh, already counting the loss, and thinks that this month's earnings are gone the moment they choose to fight. The commander snaps out of his thoughts and roars over the storm that Ryuki's the Lord of Chaos is right in front of them. He orders his people to bring out every item they prepared for this, no holding back. The support mages grit their teeth and rip open bundles of scrolls, flooding the camp with bright green and blue light. The system confirms that advanced endurance and energy recovery boosts are now active on their side. The commander pulls out a treasured numbered item, the Sun Lord's flag, and triggers it without hesitation. Holy light wraps around his weapon as he rushes forward, slamming the glowing pole into the ground to mark the start of their stand. One armored warrior stares ahead, a bead of sweat sliding under his helmet as he feels the buff settle on his body. He knows they just burned through piles of enhancement scrolls, consumables, and even an one-time numbered item worth a fortune, all for this one fight. Raising the blazing flag high, the commander yells for everyone to throw in every item they have. He swears they will save as many people as they can and make it out of this place together. The armored warrior swallows hard, fingers tightening around his weapon as the golden light washes over him. He had expected the leaders to stall or run, and he is honestly shocked that they are really going to face Ryuki's head-on. The armored warrior's lips curl into a shaky grin, sweat running down his cheek. He realizes he was not the only one who had planned for the worst, and that shared resolve actually makes him happy. Rows of hardened hunters fall in behind the glowing flag, boots pounding the soaked ground in steady rhythm. These veterans have pushed through too many deadly fights to be called lucky, and now they move like people who know exactly what they are doing. The commander throws his head back and roars, ordering every fighter to their post. He swears they will hold the line and stop Ryuki's the Lord of Chaos on this very ground. As the giant beast slams into the ground, he realizes this is it. The kind of real boss raid he used to only dream about behind a screen. All around the field, hunters stare up at the monster, legs shaking and faces pale, begging for this to be a bad dream and already certain they are not making it out. Ryuki's opens its jaws and fires a blazing beam toward the front line, and the veterans scream for everyone to dodge, because he has already learned the hard truth that trying to block this thing is just asking to be erased. One warrior hurls himself aside as the monster's strike turns the ground into chunks, and his commander yells at Rayos, desperate to know if they have to keep buying even more time like this. The tanks and melee dealers keep slipping back instead of meeting the monster head-on, blocking only the weakest swings as they shout for potions and curse that charging straight in against this thing is nothing but suicide. Fresh burns still glowing on his armor, the warrior grits his teeth and sprints back toward the monster, because the moment the heel lands, every frontline fighter is already running to get smashed again. Not everyone makes it back up. One cloaked warrior drops to his knees beside a fallen friend, hands trembling as he begs the man to hold on and refuses to accept that his brother might be gone for good. The commander roars at his men to stop losing themselves in grief and lock back onto the fight, because in this raid, even a moment of distraction is enough to get the rest of them wiped out. One warrior is crushed under Ryuki's step, and 3 ranged fighters are erased by its breath, turning the front line into a brutal mess in seconds. Behind Bjorn, the cheaper hunters whisper that 4 people are already gone, and curse the clan for charging a fortune to drag them into what now feels like a death trap. Up front, the warriors brace themselves and keep Ryuki's busy, while the mages pour power into a shining barrier, doing everything they can to stop the Lord of Chaos from pushing any closer. Ryuki's throws its head back and roars as red spheres swirl above it, drawing in some deeper power that makes the whole battlefield feel like it is about to break. The raid commander yells for everyone to stop poking at Ryuki's and instead pour everything into the growing sphere, realizing their strategist even knows how to handle the dark sphere pattern he feared most. As spells and arrows hammer the glowing sphere instead of Ryuki's itself, the Watcher finally gets it. The clan is holding back on purpose, keeping the Lord of Chaos calm so it never shifts into a far worse second phase. The men behind him grumble that the leaders must be crazy. Bjorn watches the pattern and realizes they are using the perfect plan against the Lord of Chaos, and for the first time he thinks they might actually hold out until the labyrinth shuts. Bjorn checks the time and hears there is just over an hour left until the labyrinth closes, as the crowd around him buzzes with fear, knowing they only have to survive that long against a monster that has already taken so many. The warrior studies the chaos with tight lips, sweating as he counts the fallen and tells himself the losses are still bearable if things do not get any worse. The cheaper adventurers stare at the battlefield with pale faces, shouting in fear as it hits them that people from their own group really did not make it. The warrior looks over the shouting crowd in front of the burning field and decides the other adventurers, not Ryuki's, might be the real threat if their panic keeps spreading. He remembers how every time Ryuki sent out a wild attack, the paying spectators who huddled nearby were caught in it and erased on the spot, all because they wanted a close look at a raid they never should have watched. Near the back, a beast-eared woman tugs at Bjorn, insisting they have to step in, but the barbarian just frowns at the uproar and forces himself to think before moving. Round them, more adventurers raise their voices, saying they cannot just watch any longer and that they need to band together to protect themselves before the numbers drop even more. Their shouts twist into rage as someone reminds them that Clan Dzarwi took every piece of their equipment, leaving them wide-eyed and helpless with nothing to fight or even defend themselves with. Not far away, a mountain of swords, shields, armor, and packs gleams in the firelight, a glittering pile of stolen gear that could save them, if anyone dared to take it back. Bjorn jerks into motion, telling Miss Shaw they are done here and leaving right now, and her eyes light up with relief as she hurries to stick close to him. The cheaper adventurers scream at the Dronzer guards to actually protect them if they took their money, then start yelling that they will pull back before they all get dragged into the chaos. One of the Dronzer guards lunges forward, shouting as furious adventurers shove past him, each of them screaming for their own gear and clawing toward the stolen pile like it is their only lifeline. Bjorn charges ahead with his shield up, telling Miss Shaw to stay right behind him, and he is not even surprised that the so-called raid party has already turned into a crazed mob around them. Bodies are thrown aside, and someone lets out a terrible scream as the steps ahead turn into a burning mess, and Bjorn barrels through the flames with Miss Shaw at his back, knowing anyone who hesitates here will not make it out. Spirits of chaos pour out of the fire with gaping jaws, and Bjorn throws his shield up to meet them while Miss Shaw shouts a warning. The two of them pinned between the monsters and the burning field. Bjorn suddenly swerves, shouting that they will take a detour, and he pushes his legs harder, knowing he cannot afford to stop and crush every single spirit if they want any chance to live. Bjorn and Miss Shaw tear across the red ground with chaos spirits snapping at their heels, and all that matters now is getting as far from Ryaki's and this killing field as their legs can carry them. Bjorn drives his legs harder, certain he is only a little distance away from leaving the central area and the worst of the chaos behind. Sharp pain pounds in Bjorn's head as the system calmly reports that Ryaki's Lord of Chaos has fully drawn the power of origin. The system warns that a field called Evil Hiatus now covers a 3-mile radius, and as blackness pours over them, Bjorn realizes this is Ryaki's instant death move. Bjorn grits his teeth, knowing now that the beast really did swallow every last sphere. Miss Shaw's voice shakes as she clings to him, demanding to know what will happen to them inside this nightmare. Bjorn curses under his breath, admitting his fear had been right all along, and that the thing closing around them is truly Evil Hiatus. His mind Bjorn runs through the mechanic. Evil Hiatus is a field attack that wipes out enemies once Ryaki's has eaten 10 or more spheres, and back in the game the timer was around 45 minutes. No matter how strong a character was, anyone who failed to get out of that range in time simply did not survive. And to make it worse, the skill drags everyone caught inside straight toward the center. A rush of force tears through the field, and the adventurers suddenly find themselves dragged back toward the middle even though they had been sprinting the other way, leaving the whole crowd shouting in shock at what is happening. Bjorn the packed faces around him and realizes there are only about 200 adventurers left, all of them now stuck together inside Ryaki's killing field. Bjorn counts roughly 20 people from Clan Dronzer huddled together, all wrapped in the same purple cloaks. They had started this raid with 50, so almost 2/3 of them were already gone. Bjorn remembers that only 11 people had fallen in the first 3 hours. In the short time he spent running for his life, far more than that were wiped out, so he knows the field must have turned into a slaughterhouse behind him. Some adventurers try to shout up at the platform, begging the Dronzer leaders to explain what is going on. One of the warriors roars at them to shut up, while the mage beside him spins up a glowing spell circle as a warning. The Dronzer warrior screams that countless people perished because of these selfish fools. He warns that if anyone dares to step closer, he will have them all taken out on the spot. The crowd yells that none of this is their fault, since Clan Dronzer stripped them of their equipment at the start. One man sobs and begs to be allowed into the protected area, swearing he never joined the riot and will even pay more if they just let him live. The Dronzer warrior snarls that they should be grateful just to be alive. He warns that if anyone tries to stir trouble again, their mages can easily burn every last one of them. The platform looms over a sea of shaken adventurers, their voices mixing into a dull roar. No one has a plan, and worried whispers about what they should do now spread through the crowd. A shaky hand lifts into the air as one adventurer gathers the courage to speak, saying he thinks he once read about something like this happening before. One of the adventurers raises a shaking hand and blurts out that some ancient script warned this kind of field wipes out everyone who fails to escape in time, and he is sure there is a time limit hanging over them. The nervous man hurriedly adds that the script also said anyone who gets about 3 miles away should survive, and the others start buzzing about teaming up and making a run for it, while the armored warrior watches the growing clamor and silently admits the man's guess is spot on. Someone from Dronzer spells out that the moment they step away from the central safe zone, swarms of Ryaki's clones and spirits of chaos will rush them. But a few adventurers still laugh nervously and say that if they are going to die anyway, they would rather try their luck than just stand here. As groups peel away into the darkness, Einar tugs at Bjorn and anxiously asks what they are going to do. And he realizes that in just a short time more than half of the survivors have already left the central area to bet everything on that escape route. Bjorn decides that kind of all-or-nothing bet is not for him, so he turns on his heel and starts walking away with his own plan in mind. Thinking that he always sticks to low-risk plays, Bjorn heads not for the exit but straight toward the raised platform, and the fox-eared mage at the top barks at the barbarian to stop, warning that one more step will be met with force. The mage squints down, suddenly recognizing Bjorn, and snaps at the so-called incomplete barbarian, demanding to know why he dared to come here. Bjorn just flashes a broad grin and acts like he is happy to see the mage again, which makes the fox-eared girl behind him whisper his name in shock. And the mage snaps back that a barbarian like him has no right to treat them like old friends. The fox-eared mage smirked, bragging that of course his clan had secured the orc hero's essence and treated it like a sure thing. The mage's grin vanished, his eye twitching as it hit him that a barbarian should not even know this secret existed. The fox-eared mage yanked out his sword, glaring down at Bjorn and barking in fury, demanding to know how this so-called dumb barbarian had learned about the orc hero's essence. Bjorn let a small grin curl under his helmet, pleased that the mage's outburst had already proven the essence was real and in their hands just like he had guessed. Away from Bjorn, the battered clan banner lay on the ground while someone listed what was left of Dzari. 3 clerics, 6 mages, 12 ranged supporters, and only 2 warriors still able to fight. Raj Magrain, vice master of Clan Dzarwi, grimaced as he repeated that they were down to just 2 melee warriors, hardly enough to stand between Ryuki's and the rest of the raid. Raj grabbed his head, haunted by the warriors who had already fallen while they kept Ryuki's pinned down, knowing they had only bought a little time by letting the beast swallow those dark spheres. Senior mage strode up to Raj and demanded to know his plan, reminding him that anyone who had truly studied Ryuki's, the Lord of Chaos, should realize that their remaining time was slipping away fast. Raj pressed a hand to his head, feeling it throb as he admitted that losing so many warriors had pushed them past the limit. With barely any frontliners left, the whole raid was hanging by a thread. His mind jumped to the last 2 warriors, a spearman and a swordsman still able to fight. They were strong, but neither was built to stand in front and soak hits for everyone else, which meant the raid had no true defender. Raj's jaw tightened as he caught himself wishing for just one adventurer who could really act as a shield. With a real defender, he might still have a way to keep everyone alive. One of the adventurers rushed up and reported that people were already leaving the danger zone. He begged Iraj to decide now, warning that if they waited any longer, they would lose their last chance to move with them. Iraj answered with a raw shout, saying he would carve the path forward himself. In that moment, he stopped hesitating and chose to stake his own life on breaking through. Before he could act on that choice, a loud commotion from behind made Iraj spin around. Someone else was forcing their way into the mess he meant to handle himself. Bjorn shoved at the fox-eared mage, trying to force his way through while the mage braced against his chest and barked at him to stop. Nearby adventurers stared, wondering who this armored brute was and why he was making a fuss, whispering that he seemed to be traveling with Karlstein's younger sister. Raj cut off the nervous brush off and said he would decide for himself whether it was important. He told the man to explain everything, and the shaken adventurer began to say he had no idea how that barbarian had even learned about the orc hero's essence. The essence of the orc hero burned in the air like a living flame, wild and blinding, the kind of power that could change who walked out of this place alive. The vice master called on his hidden skill, and golden light flared around him as survival instinct snapped awake. Through that power, Iraj saw a blazing light pouring off the barbarian, far brighter than anything he had ever seen from an adventurer. Trusting the instinct that had pulled him out of danger again and again, the vice master started walking straight toward the barbarian. He stated plainly that their only hope of living through this was to win that barbarian over to their side, leaving his fox-eared aide staring at him in alarm. The vice master asked for his name, and the towering barbarian answered with a sharp grin, calling himself Bjorn, son of Yandel, as his second risky plan fell neatly into place. Raj Magrain steps closer, voice sharp, and demands to know where this barbarian even heard that Clan Dzarwi had already taken down an orc hero. Bjorn, still playing the dull barbarian on the outside, says he just figured it out and waits as Iraj orders him to explain. Bjorn explains that a huge clan would not come all the way down here just to clear a few elite orcs, and that the way they seized the colony and dragged in mountains of supplies meant they had a bigger goal. He points out that no one brings that much gear unless they plan to hold this place and chase something hidden. He lays out the rest, saying there is a hidden boss here, a tier 5 orc hero that appears when 777 mana stones from elite orcs are piled onto the altar at the colony's center. In his head, Bjorn adds that they must have stocked up that hard in case they ran into the orc lord, a monster so rare most people never see it. Raj rubs his chin, thinking how they still have plenty of supplies, and admits to himself that this barbarian even nailed the part about them never finding the orc lord. With a thin smile, Iraj tells Bjorn that his guesswork is impressive but not enough, and orders him to prove why someone like him is worth keeping around. Bjorn answers by calmly stating that he carries an immortality imprint and has eaten the essences of a vampire and the guardian of the rift. In his mind, the twisted forms of those beings flare up, along with the memory of an undead golem whose gift lets him endure pain far beyond normal limits. The vice master nods, saying Bjorn's story is enough and that this strange mix of traits lets the barbarian keep fighting while chugging potions to patch himself up. Iraj asks if there is anything else he should know. The vice master lets out a low chuckle and admits that for someone stuck on the 3rd floor, this barbarian is far from weak. Iraj bursts into loud laughter and says that, compared to the 2 battered warriors he has left, Bjorn would make an amazing defender for their group. Facing Bjorn across the broken steps, Iraj folds his arms and formally accepts the barbarian's offer to stand as their shield. One of the clan members panics, reminding Iraj that the essence Bjorn asked for was promised to a noble family. The vice master snaps at him to drop it, saying they will simply report that they failed to get it. Facing the gathered hunters, Iraj declares that if giving up a single essence lets them keep one more clan member alive, then the trade is worth it. The others whisper and argue among themselves at how bold that choice is. Iraj calls out to Karlstein and tells him to bring the essence at once, thinking to himself that this settles their first problem. The armored warrior tightens his jaw and moves to follow the order. Bjorn runs through what he knows about the altar, remembering that 3 different orc heroes can appear when enough mana stones are offered. Each one is a named elite boss, and one-of-a-kind monster with its own nasty set of abilities. He remembers that even one orc hero is so strong that a whole band of adventurers has to gang up just to bring it down. In his mind, he runs through the 3 orc brothers, starting with Denish, who leaves behind a red essence that holds a wild frenzy skill, and Belta, whose blue essence grants a battle banner that powers up allies. Then he thinks of Tarugas, the last brother, whose green essence holds the one skill his shield barbarian build really needs, and he wonders which color clan Dzarwi managed to bring back. The armored warrior lifts the vial, and the liquid inside glows bright green, giving Bjorn his answer. As he twists the cap off the green essence, Bjorn can't shake the memory that every time things lined up this well for him, everything later spun out of control. The system announces that he has consumed the orc hero's essence, and his strength, agility, aggression, toughness, and even bone density all jump by absurd amounts as green power surges through him. His whole body hums with strength, his chest pounding so hard it almost hurts, and he realizes the boosted aggression is making him itch to test this new power on something. While Bjorn stares at his trembling hand, Iraj looks him over and tells the barbarian to take off his equipment for a moment, so they can see exactly what that essence did to him. The armored barbarian grips his helmet and pulls it tight, sweat running down his face as he forces himself to stay calm for what is coming. Raj snaps at his people to use every scroll and potion they brought, thinking that only a huge clan like theirs could back a single fighter this hard. Miss Shaw hugs the heavy supply box to her chest as a large hand taps it, and she is told to keep it safe while they pull out what Bjorn needs. Several scrolls are torn open in a rush, and the system confirms that his defense, endurance, and stamina recovery all spike upward at the same time. Bjorn pops the stoppers with his teeth and downs one potion after another, feeling his strength surge, his body harden against strange powers, and even his pain dull to a distant buzz. The clan's casters chant in unison, loading him with blessings that harden him against spells, speed up his healing, and make every monster in the area lock onto him first. As the last spells settle, Iraj tells the red-haired warrior that, for a skill like Master of Blood, any of Karlstein's strange gifts will be perfect for Bjorn's new form. Without hesitating, the brown-skinned warrior drags his blade across the pale arm, letting thick drops fall to the ground as the price to call out Karlstein's power. Bjorn drinks deeply from Talon's arm, taking in the power he was offered. The system confirms that Master of Blood has been activated. The system tells him he has taken Talon Karlstein's passive skill, the Unclean. Bjorn's eye flares bright red as the borrowed power settles in. The Elder studies Bjorn's now crimson eyes and says it matches the Unclean. The system adds that this passive boosts every active skill by half again, but it eats up one of his essence slots. With the buffs locked in, Iraj asks if it is time to begin. Bjorn grips his shield and calmly agrees. Bjorn shuts everything out and forces himself to focus, sweat sliding down his face. In his mind, he pictures the skill he gained when he consumed the orc hero's essence. His eyes burn like twin torches as he fixes the image in his head. Bjorn calls out the giantization skill, pouring his will through that gaze. The system confirms giantization, and Bjorn's body surges upward, tearing through his gear as he grows. By the time the stretching stops, his size, raw strength, and the danger he gives off have all shot through the roof. Bjorn now stands like a living mountain, steam curling around his swollen frame while the hunters gape up at him. This is his barbarian hero mode, built to draw every monster's eyes and crush anything that comes close. The red-haired hunter grabs her own face, eyes shining as she stares at Bjorn's new form, while the robed man beside her can only gulp. To them, he no longer looks like a person at all, but like some huge monster that just woke up. The older knight clutches his cloak, staring up at the towering barbarian while the others mutter about how huge Bjorn has become. Even while sweating from the pressure, he orders more capes brought over so they can at least cover this living giant a little. Bjorn tightens the rough cloth around his waist, muscles bunching under the makeshift gear. With even this light cover in place, he decides he is set and tells them he is ready to fight right now. The elder warns Bjorn that they only have 30 minutes and asks if he can really pull this off. Bjorn answers with a sharp grin, acting like that tight limit is nothing to worry about. Bjorn sucks in a huge breath, every vein in his neck standing out. Then he throws his head back and lets out a raw barbarian war cry, calling out Yahello with everything in his lungs. Power surges through Bjorn as he hurls his giant body into a full sprint, each step shaking the ground. In this state, with every skill boosted and his blood burning, he feels like nothing in this dungeon can hold him back. The elder throws out his arm and yells for the hunters to move, warning them not to fall behind that charging giant. With Bjorn already tearing ahead, he pushes the whole group to follow close on his heels. Bjorn's huge frame pounds down the passage, bare feet slamming into the stone like hammers. The hunters race after him in a tight pack, their footsteps echoing as they chase the living battering ram straight toward the orc heroes. Behind the giant barbarian, the hunters who chose to fight sprint in with him, hauling gear and weapons. They are not just watching anymore, they are throwing their lives into this charge. Strange marks flare on the hunters' foreheads as they run, binding them into the ritual. The system tells Bjorn that offering imprint is active, and that every one of these people within 300 feet will push his body even further past its limits. Bjorn feels the rush hit like fire in his veins and his grin twists wider. His strength soars, and for once this wild urge to smash everything in front of him is not a problem, but exactly what the fight needs. He hurls his huge body down into the pit of roaring beasts, green light trailing behind him. The monsters answer with their own furious cries as his shadow falls over them. 3 huge horned beasts loom over the barbarian, jaws open and eyes blazing red. Bjorn plants his feet and glares up at them, treating their size like a challenge instead of a warning. Bjorn's swing slams into the nearest beast, his body turning into a green blur as he drives it back. Even as its skull twists under the hit, he can tell this still is not enough to match the power raging inside him. The system announces that Wrath of Ryakis has kicked in, and Bjorn's body erupts in red light as his fists tear through the monsters like a storm. Each strike lands harder than the last, but the same chaos that boosts him rips back through his body, carving a painful price into his health. Smoke curls off Bjorn's skin as he grits his teeth, his whole body shaking from the blast that followed each fallen clone. He knows this is exactly why the main tank has to stand in front during this phase, soaking hits that ignore dodging, and even with his high pain tolerance the shock chews straight through him. Bjorn feels the power in his chest flare, his heart glowing like a furnace while the rest of his body smokes and burns. Thanks to the vampire essence and that dark source inside him, he knows he will keep moving as long as that heart stays intact, no matter how wrecked the rest of him gets. Charred smoke rolls off Bjorn's shoulders as he strides ahead like nothing happened. One of the hunters behind him yells that they almost overdid it, and that taking out too many clones at once is a good way to get everyone wiped. But even he admits holding back in this mess is easier said than done. Bjorn swells even larger, muscles stretching as he roars and lets the giantization skill take over. He knows that in this state, every bit of extra height cranks up his threat, dragging the monster's attention off the others and straight onto him. The barbarian bellows like a wild beast, throwing every bit of rage into pulling the aggro toward his giant frame. He basically flips into full provocation mode, turning himself into a walking wall so the adventurers behind him can move and strike with far less to worry about. One of the fox-eared fighters uses the opening and dives straight at a clone's head, driving a blade down with a sharp, eager strike. With Bjorn holding the front, this ally clearly thinks it is the perfect time to go for a big hit. Pain shoots through the fox-eared fighter as soon as the blade lands, and they flinch, clutching at the fresh wound. They realize this monster throws back exactly as much damage as it takes, meaning every strong strike hurts the attacker just as badly. The wounded fighter twists around and yells for the priest to hurry and patch them up before the next hit lands. Bjorn cuts them off with a furious roar, ordering them to quit taking pointless damage and to stay behind his massive back where they belong. Holy light flares from the priest's hand as he mends the fox-eared fighter's wounds, sweat running down his own face from the stress. He quietly urges Lord Talon to calm down, reminding him that losing his cool here will only make Bjorn's job harder. Bjorn smashes through the clones, letting their blows tear into him until his health finally sinks under half. The system kicks in at once, warning him about his low vitality and then flooding him with the orc hero's passive heroic path. Every layer of defense and resistance on his body spikes upward, turning his battered frame into a walking fortress. He remembers the towering orc hero he took this power from, a monster wrapped in green flame with eyes full of madness. That creature's passive skill, Heroic Path, now beats inside his own chest. Bjorn's heart hammers as he runs, and he thinks back to why he hunted that orc hero in the first place. Heroic Path starts stacking every kind of defense the moment his health dips under half, and the boost goes crazy once he drops below a fifth. To squeeze the most out of it, he knows he has to stay right on that razor edge without actually going down. His chest keeps pounding as he spreads his arms and blocks the path, barking at the others to stay behind him. Bjorn declares that he alone will handle every strike from the monsters, forcing the whole raid to fall in line behind his massive back. Bjorn bolts toward the swarm, each step shaking the ground as he throws himself into the thick of it. The hunters race after him in a loose wave, close enough to support but far enough back to let their living battering ram take the hits. The fox-eared fighter glances at the chaos ahead and admits he will stick to long range this time, addressing the gray-haired mage as Master Hernesian. Hernesian nods and keeps running, matching Bjorn's charge while staying just far enough back to watch the field. Hernesian says the Vice Master chose well by letting Bjorn hold the front alone, but reminds his partner that they still have to watch every angle for surprise attacks. The fox-eared hunter agrees, tightening his grip on his gear as they keep pace with the rushing crowd. As they run, a sharp throb bites into the fox-eared fighter's arm, the same agony that hits every time he tries to swing his weapon. He knows that rebound damage forced him to pull back earlier, and the memory of falling out of the fight like a coward still burns in his chest. Bjorn hurls himself forward like a boulder, every step shaking the ground while the others just try to keep up. For anyone watching from the back, it feels clear that no normal person should be able to run into that mess and stay standing. Hernesian runs with the others and stares at Bjorn's back, wondering what kind of monster of a man he is. He admits he first wrote Bjorn off as some random adventurer his useless sister had tagged along with. He remembers Bjorn from before, just an armored rookie who barely stood out in the crowd. Back then, the barbarian would not even raise his voice when Hernesian told him to get lost. Now that same barbarian is tearing forward, roaring with eyes blazing, not even slowing down. Hernesian knows Bjorn can endure pain and is meant to shield the party, but he still cannot grasp how someone can rush in like this without a hint of fear. Bjorn's back grows smaller in the distance as he races ahead, and the fox-eared hunter can only marvel at how real barbarian fearlessness looks up close. She gushes that having someone like him in their clan will be huge, thinking the Vice Master was dead right to bring him in. The hunters chase after him, lungs burning, and start wondering who this barbarian even is. They figure a man who charges like that has to be famous already, someone who treats the thought of dying like it is nothing. The fox-eared hunter hugs a supply box to her chest and calls out to Miss Shaw, asking if she knows the name of the barbarian who is saving them. Miss Shaw, flustered, can only admit she is not really sure who he is at all. Ernesian runs with sweat on his brow and mutters that if the old tales were true, this is how the legendary barbarian hero Valken must have looked. The idea that such a figure might have come back to life makes Bjorn's charge feel even more unreal. Bjorn's back burns with strange marks and shadowy power as he runs, every muscle lit up like a living weapon. To anyone behind him, he now looks exactly like the kind of monster hero old stories warned about. The fox-eared hunter squints through the flash and decides his name does not matter right now. In her mind, a man who moves like that is about to become someone the whole labyrinth talks about. Hunters shout that they are almost there and force their tired legs to move faster. Ahead of them, Bjorn tears toward the blazing front line, already running like a man whose name is about to spread through every clan in the city. The system calmly announces that the field effect called Evil Hiatus is over, signaling that whatever strange pause it gave them has now run out. The system beeps and pulls up Bjorn Yandel's status, showing he has reached level 3 with his physique, spirit, and special ability all jumping sharply. His general combat power now sits at over 800, and the list of essences he carries includes an undead golem, a vampire guardian, and even an orc hero, proof that this barbarian has already stepped into a different league. Bjorn drops to one knee, chest heaving, as the hunters around him burst into tears and cheer that they are still alive. For a second, the only thing that matters is that they outran that nightmare. Bjorn looks up at the spinning red sphere and sees shape still being sucked toward its center. The hunters realize some people never made it out and were swallowed by that thing. The red mass tightens on itself, dragging in air, dust, and bodies with a roar that shakes the ground. Bjorn can only watch as the power at its core builds past anything a normal hunter could handle. Then the power snaps loose, turning into a blinding red beam that rips across the colony. Anything still closed to the center is erased in that single blast. When the light fades, a huge red crater yawns where the orc colony used to stand. In a single strike, the whole place has been turned to ash and broken rock. Bjorn lets out a shaky breath, feeling his body back to its normal size and weight. His giant form ended the moment he cleared the blast zone, and he knows one step slower would have meant getting taken out with the rest. An older hunter with a scarred brow steps up beside Bjorn and says their timing could not have been tighter. Even he sounds shaken by how close Ryakis came to wiping them out. The veteran's eyes harden as he reminds everyone that they cannot relax because Ryakis is still out there. Bjorn agrees in silence, knowing this blast was only the opening. The red storm finally dies down, leaving only burned earth and scattered bodies. The instant wipeout is over, but everyone knows the real hunt is about to start. Bjorn stares at the shaken hunters and runs the odds in his head. One of them will be tagged as prey, and there is a real chance it could be him or Miss Shaw. Miss Shaw drops to the ground, her legs shaking so hard she can barely stay upright. Bjorn looms over her in giant form, and even he can see something is very wrong. Her limbs stop answering her, leaving her frozen on the dirt while her whole body still shakes. The system picks Miss Shaw Karlstein as the prey and locks her in place like a statue. Bjorn's eyes go wide as the name sinks in, and rage hits him like a punch. Of all the people here, it had to be Miss Shaw who got marked. Miss Shaw tries to ask why Bjorn suddenly looks so tense, but her words trail off as a chill runs through her. Around them, the other hunters turn with glowing eyes, realizing that some new cruel rule has just taken hold. The mage, Daniel Carmine, stares ahead with sweat running down his face as he pieces it together. He slowly turns toward Miss Shaw, knowing the prey mark has just painted a target on her for something far worse than that blast. Far above their heads, Ryakis, the Lord of Chaos, opens all of its burning eyes and fixes them on Miss Shaw alone. The debuff makes her a beacon, promising that the beast will not stop chasing her until either it falls or she does. An armored hunter steps forward across the scorched ground, finally moving after watching the mark land on Miss Shaw. Daniel stares at Bjorn, saying he never thought someone from their side would be picked, and then offers to bring Bjorn into his clan, promising support if he accepts. Bjorn calmly turns the offer down, saying he is not ready to risk his life for someone else's goal, even though they both know he would have grabbed that lifeline if the prey mark were on him instead. Daniel says this is where their partnership ends and jokes about sharing drinks back in the city, while Bjorn tightens the rope around Miss Shaw and answers that if he makes it through this fight, he would not mind that at all. Daniel smiles and tells Bjorn he is sure the barbarian has what it takes to live through this, saying his gut is rarely wrong about people. Wanting to at least tilt the odds, Daniel and Tarots raise their hands and pour bright magic into the air, preparing blessings meant to push Bjorn a little closer to survival. The system announces that Daniel's blessing of the wind has pushed Bjorn's speed to a new level, and that Tarots' voyage is flooding him with faster soul power, wrapping his giant body in swirling light as his strength climbs. Bjorn gives a short thanks as the power settles into his limbs, and Daniel tells him not to make that gratitude pointless, saying he needs Bjorn and Miss Shaw to live so the Lord of Chaos does not come after his own party next. Daniel just smirks, calling Bjorn a clever one and agreeing to let him do things his own way. The system warns there are only 15 minutes left before the labyrinth shuts, and Bjorn's huge body surges forward, every step pounding like a drum. Far behind them, 3 burning eyes snap open as Ryakis, the Lord of Chaos, fully awakens and lets out a roar that shakes the whole passage. Bjorn's bare foot smashes into the ground, his boosted body tearing forward as he runs for their lives. Strapped to his back, Miss Shaw feels the heat pouring off Bjorn's body while the beast's roar grows louder behind them, and she is sure they will both be gone if this keeps up. Clinging to his shoulders, Miss Shaw yells Bjorn's name and calls him the son of Yandel, desperate to get his attention while he barrels ahead. As she feels the air shake behind them, Miss Shaw finally understands that the monster is not chasing Bjorn at all, but is locked onto her marked body. Faces of the other hunters flash in her mind, all those heavy stares from before suddenly making sense now that she knows she alone was chosen as the prey. The priest thinks back to his past, remembering how even his own family had turned their backs on him, leaving him with nothing but that old hurt. Miss Shaw sits on the rough ground, shaking as she realizes that even this priest had been thrown away by his own blood, just like she always feared she would be. Clinging to his back as he sprints, Miss Shaw demands to know what Bjorn means, warning him that if he keeps this up he is going to lose his life along with hers. Miss Shaw forces a bright smile, telling Bjorn he has already done more than anyone ever would, that she would have been gone without him anyway, and that he even made her dream come true. Her eye snaps wide as Bjorn shuts her down, refusing to let her talk like she has already accepted her own end. Bjorn barrels down the tunnel with the howling spirits right behind, insisting that she does not really want to die and demanding to know why she is talking like she does. From high above, the pair look tiny as Bjorn races ahead, and Miss Shaw shouts that he has it all wrong, even while the shrieking mass rushes down on them. Pressed against his back, Miss Shaw stiffens as Bjorn tells her she is not chasing death at all, only running from the pain of being abandoned, and the words leave her stunned and speechless. Miss Shaw clings to Bjorn's back and yells that she never wanted to drag anyone down, that being a burden scares her more than anything else. Bjorn snaps back, asking if that pride of hers really matters more than staying alive and telling her to stop dancing around what she wants. He tells her that if she wants to live, she needs to say it straight and ask for help, and Miss Shaw is struck by how his blunt, barbarian talk still points to a real way to survive. Miss Shaw thinks back to every close call since the witch's forest, seeing how Bjorn always did whatever it took to survive while she just clung to him and cried, and shame starts to burn in her chest. Miss Shaw finally speaks up and says that if Bjorn can get her to safety, she will stick by him and help him from then on, and he dryly points out that she already promised that once before. Flustered, Miss Shaw adds that he can have every mana stone she earns from this trip if they make it back to the city, and that honest bribe finally makes Bjorn chuckle. Cold notice flashes that the blessing of the wind is gone, and Bjorn realizes every boost the Dizari clan gave him has just faded, shrinking their slim lead. Cold drops start to fall around them, and Bjorn grimly notes that this strange rain always comes with the beast, a warning that their hunter is almost on top of them. Chaos spirits swarm behind them, snapping at their heels, and Bjorn feels them closing in from every side. With no room left to stall, he reaches for the one power he had wanted to save for the very end. Green light explodes around the barbarian as he triggers giantization, his muscles swelling and his body shooting up in size. The system notes that his threat and physical stats soar along with his new height. Each step now makes the ground quake, and the spirits shrink back from his towering frame. Bjorn notes that the stat boost is nice, but what really matters is how far he can cross with every single stride. He works out that with the sole power he has left, this giant form will only hold for 2, maybe 3 minutes at best. Bjorn tells Miss Shaw to track every second for him while he focuses only on running. Miss Shaw checks the swinging pocket watch and blurts out the exact time left, down to the last second. Bjorn accepts it and tells her to keep counting, since that is the only thing she can safely handle right now. Clinging to his back, Miss Shaw yells out the numbers in a shaky voice, counting down from the high 190s. Each heavy step from the giant barbarian pounds the limit of his time deeper into both their heads. Realizing he cannot just run forever, Bjorn starts plowing straight through the nearest spirits, his giant fists turning one of them into nothing in a single blow. The system reports that the spirit of chaos is gone and that this patch of ground now belongs to him. He does not slow down, smashing aside another wave of chaos spirits as they try to swarm him from all sides. Behind his shoulder, Miss Shaw keeps shouting the falling numbers, each count marking how many seconds of giant strength they have left to break through. Bjorn barrels through the swarm, every step shaking the ground as his huge fist wipes out another chaos spirit. Miss Shaw's voice cracks behind him as she calls out that they are already down to around 120 seconds. Bjorn grits his teeth and forces even more power into his legs, feeling his giant body start to protest. Miss Shaw shouts that they are just past the 100-second mark, and he answers with a raw roar, refusing to slow down. A flood of blazing red energy rushes across the ground, washing over everything in front of it like a burning tide. Bjorn sprints with the roaring heat at his back, eyes widening as he realizes the beast has started using its breath attack. Miss Shaw stammers that they are already down to 90 seconds, and cold fear mixes with the burning air on his skin. The ground ahead is burned black and stamped with a massive footprint, proof of how far the monster's breath can reach. Miss Shaw warns that they have finally stepped into the beast's range, where a single mistake could finish them. Huge claw crashes into the ground right behind Bjorn, tearing up the floor where he was a heartbeat ago. He throws himself forward in a desperate burst of speed, knowing one slow step means he is done. Bjorn's eyes twitch and sweat runs down his cheek, but he forces his jaw tight. He can feel the monster's breath on his back and knows he cannot afford even one mistake. The Lord of Chaos rears up, its many red eyes burning and jaws packed with fangs. The beast reaches out through the smoke, as if it already owns Bjorn's life. The barbarian digs his toes into the cracked floor and explodes forward. Every step is a bet that he can outrun a god of chaos for just a little longer. Clinging to his back, Miss Shaw snaps at Bjorn to cut the complaining and focus. Her words are sharp, but the fear in her eyes shows she is just as scared of what is chasing them. As Bjorn pounds across the floor, Miss Shaw shouts over his shoulder that she will not let him die here. He cannot understand why someone like her would go this far for a rookie barbarian who should mean nothing to her. Bjorn listens as she insists she always keeps her promises and even brings up the frost spirit ring she handed him. The weight in her voice makes it clear she is tying her own fate to his, whether he likes it or not. Miss Shaw wonders if she is really ready to face death at his side just because of one promise, but Bjorn shuts that thought out, In his mind there is only one choice left now. They are both getting out of this alive no matter what it takes. Bjorn twists his body to shield Misha and a blinding red strike rips across his side. Pain explodes through him, but he keeps forcing his legs to move. Misha's eyes go wide as she sees that Bjorn's arm has been torn away, blood pouring down his side. She cries out that he has to drop her and save himself, warning that staying with her will get him killed. Bjorn glares ahead with blood on his face and roars for Misha Karlstein to stop talking nonsense. He orders her to tell him exactly how much time they have left. Tears stream from Misha's eyes as she yells back that they have 60 seconds left. The number hangs between them like a final deadline. Bjorn sprints with only one arm, feeling Ryukis's power building like a storm over his head. He knows he cannot outpace the beast anymore and just has to endure this last minute. Bjorn admits to himself that this is as far as running will take them. He plants his foot, twists hard, and turns back toward the monster. Instead of fleeing, Bjorn barrels straight toward Ryukis, muscles straining with each step. Misha screams that he is running the wrong way, but he shuts her down and orders her to keep counting, forcing her to choke out that only 53 seconds remain. Bjorn gasps for air as Misha shouts that they are down to 52 seconds, and a blast of burning breath rips through the spot he stood in a heartbeat ago. He notes with grim relief that the attack stops short of Ryukis' own body, proving even the Lord of Chaos cannot unleash it too close to itself. Bjorn drives his legs harder, cutting right under Ryukis' massive foot even though one wrong step could flatten them both. He clings to that risk anyway, because getting close is the only way his plan works. With 50 seconds left, Bjorn forces his battered body into an even faster sprint. Every stride sends fresh pain through his torn side, but he refuses to slow down. Huge limb tears through the air, and Bjorn twists just enough for it to miss, hearing that only 44 seconds remain. He keeps moving, never letting the beast pin him down. Bjorn kicks off the ground in a sharp leap, moving exactly when he knows those jaws will snap shut. He had watched this monster fight Clan Dzarwi and burned every motion into his mind. Another burning wave tears past their backs, close enough to scorch the air, but Bjorn is already moving where he knows the gap will be. All that time watching Ryuki's toy with Clan Dzarwi is now the only reason they are still alive. Ryuki smashes the ground where they just were, the impact ripping the floor apart as Misha shouts that only 30 seconds are left. Bjorn keeps running, knowing one slip here ends everything. The Barbarian lets his momentum carry him into a long slide, carving a path through the torn ground instead of tumbling. Even while half-broken, he keeps steering his body exactly where it needs to be. Bjorn sucks in ragged breaths as the count drops to 25, every muscle screaming. He grits his teeth and refuses to think about the pain, focusing only on lasting a little longer. The timer dropped to 9, and every heartbeat suddenly felt way too loud. Bjorn clamped his teeth into his own arm guard and let out a rough groan, using the pain to stay awake as he carried the girl on his back with only 8 seconds left. He shot past Ryukis' snapping jaws, the monster roaring behind them while the count fell from 7 to 5, each number feeling like a step closer to the end. Ryukis lunged once more, and Bjorn crashed to the ground with the girl, gritting his teeth as he flung out his hand to grab hold of something before the counter slipped past 3. Ryukis roared and lunged for them, but the last second vanished, and Bjorn met that fury with a brutal grin as the system shut the labyrinth and cut the monster off. Far above the dungeon, a purple vortex raged open near the city walls, and townsfolk packed the street, buzzing with nervous chatter as they waited for the hunters to come back. Some in the crowd joked about how much profit the hunters would bring back this time, while the little girl clutched her mother's clothes and silently hoped her dad was still alive inside that vortex. The vortex swelled and burst into blinding purple light, marking the moment the hunters were finally hurled back from the depths of the labyrinth. The vortex spat the hunters out all at once, hurling them into the square in a storm of purple light while the crowd closed in from every side. People rushed forward, horrified by how broken the returning hunters looked, and someone yelled for the guild while others started dragging the wounded toward a spot for a makeshift infirmary. A man in red knelt beside one hunter, staring at the torn face in shallow breaths before muttering that this one might not last much longer. Amid the groans and shouting, the cat-eared hunter's eyes fluttered open, her gaze hazy as she tried to figure out where she was. She pushed herself upright, feeling the solid ground under her and realizing she was back in the city, then her ears twitched as she called out for Bjorn, suddenly afraid he had not come through with her. Around her, citizens whispered in fear about what could have happened down there, pointing out that most hunters looked half gone, and even the usually tough barbarians seemed ready to collapse. The cat-eared hunter shoved at the wall of bodies, voice cracking as she begged them to move aside so she could reach Bjorn. Bjorn lay on the ground with one arm gone, his chest soaked in blood and dark slime, breathing faintly as if one more push in the labyrinth would have finished him for good. The cat-eared hunter wrapped her arms around Bjorn's ruined body and screamed for someone to drag him to the temple, begging them not to let him go. Her hand pressed hard against his chest, and then a heavy thump hit her palm, making her eyes widen as she felt his heart still pounding inside. Relief crashed over her, and she laughed through her tears, joking weakly that the big idiot had only been taking a nap. Bjorn lay still on the stone, his face a mess of dirt and blood, but his chest rose and fell in steady breaths that proved he had made it. Later, people packed the streets, trading rumors about a floor lord showing up on the 3rd floor and how badly the hunters had suffered. In a nearby tavern, a weary hunter told the others that the guild would soon admit the losses were in the hundreds, and that only one person's actions had kept many from Clan Dzarwi from being wiped out. The drinkers first assumed it had to be some famed iron-willed vice master, but the storyteller shook his head and said it was only a 3rd-floor adventurer who had stumbled into the fight by chance, which stunned everyone at the table. As Bjorn slept off his wounds in a small room, word spread that the unknown savior was Bjorn, son of Yahello, the rookie barbarian who had reached the 3rd floor in only 3 months. One of the storytellers passed on what a mage had told him about the barbarian, saying that even at his age, with few big feats on record, Bjorn was clearly walking a hero's path. Because of that, he said it only felt right to borrow the name of the bravest hero from the old tales and place it on Bjorn's shoulders. As that name was spoken, people began to call him Little Valken, tying him to a legend far greater than himself. In the background, the system quietly noted that his reputation kept ticking upward, 1 point at a time. The system flashed a warning, stating that his odds of triggering some kind of special event had just gone up. His new name was not just for show, the world itself was starting to react to him. In an office washed in evening light, a senior official flipped through the report and paused at the new moniker. He murmured that Little Valken was an interesting choice, clearly hooked by what he was reading. The man thought back over his years on the job and admitted to himself that almost no adventurer earned a title in just 3 months. He could hardly name even 3 who had pulled that off since he started this work. He went over the essences Bjorn had taken, from an undead golem to a vampire guardian and even an orc hero, and felt a chill. For someone still called a novice, that list was far too strange to blame on simple luck. His thoughts drifted to the handful of people in history who seemed born for greatness, the ones whose paths were marked from the start. Most of them had become heroes whose names were praised for generations, and Bjorn now felt uncomfortably close to that same path. In the end, the question hung over Bjorn himself, the man now being singled out by so many eyes. Would he be remembered as a hero, or exposed as an evil spirit wearing a barbarian's skin and turned into a target for everyone? In the packed tavern, one of the drinkers laughed and shouted that of course he knew the tale of the brave barbarian, proudly calling him Little Valken as the noise swelled around him. While people joked about an adventurer that strong roaming the 3rd floor, the system kept chiming, line after line showing his reputation ticking up by single points before suddenly jumping by 16. All while others cursed the fool who had dragged Ryakis onto that same floor. Later at a tavern table, Bjorn and Miss Shaw looked up as Rottmiller and his companions hurried over, shouting their names and saying how glad they were that the 2 of them had made it back alive. Rottmiller started to apologize, saying that if he had not been hurt, things would have gone differently. But Bjorn stopped him short and suggested they focus on ordering food first, leaving Rottmiller flustered but willing to drop it. Bjorn brought his mug down with a solid tap and called out to Hicurod, making it clear it was time to eat. Once the plates were down, Bjorn asked what had happened to them after they split, and Rottmiller, talking around a mouthful of food, said he would skip what Bjorn already knew and explain how they bought extra time by triggering the power of Guardian's wrist guard again. Miss Shaw stared in surprise, saying she had no idea the wrist guard could be used that often, while Bjorn, keeping his face steady, guessed to himself that Rottmiller must have tied it to a certain combo. Rottmiller chuckled and laid it out, saying that emergency restoration did more than heal and even reset how many times an item's effect could be used. A neat bit of wisdom passed down from their elders, while the others joked around the table and pushed broccoli at the robed caster. Rottmiller says they only managed to patch him up after getting far from the attackers, and by then they had gone so deep into the forest that his tracking skill could no longer sense Bjorn or Miss Shaw, even though they still kept roaming the woods hoping to run into them. He goes on, saying they even bumped into that insane witch again on the 3rd day, and the beastwoman shoots up and slams the table, demanding to know what they did after that. Rottmiller admits they ran and pushed through the portal to the 4th floor, and that only their group got through, which makes Bjorn tense up as he realizes the attackers had twisted the entry limit to shut everyone else out. Rottmiller explains that on the 4th floor the portals lead to different towers based on color, and once a tower's trial is cleared it never resets, so their group ended up alone in a cleared tower, completely safe but stuck doing nothing for more than 10 days. Then Rottmiller casually adds that they even picked up an essence for clearing that first trial, and Bjorn just stares in dull silence, trying to wrap his head around how lucky they got. Rottmiller admits the essence was from a tier 7 mimic, and that he kept it for himself, and Bjorn finally snaps, leaning over the table and roaring at him, unable to believe how casually they are talking about such a jackpot. The others explain that Mimic is a rare tier 7 monster whose essence is prized not for fighting, but for its treasure vault skill, a personal storage that, the first time it opens, already comes packed with random goods, which in their case meant around 2 million mana stones and 3 top-grade potions. When they finish by saying the vault also spat out 2 numbered items in the 8 and 9,000s, Bjorn's face twists even more, caught between envy and disbelief at just how far their luck ran while he was fighting to stay alive. Bjorn forces out an apology, saying he just got carried away, but his thoughts are boiling as he wonders how they ended up this lucky while he was barely staying alive. He does the math in his head and realizes those 2 numbered items alone would sell for around 10 million stones, even after cutting out Rottmiller's essence share. Bjorn says he is glad for their success, yet his hand squeezes so hard that the spoon twists out of shape. Bjorn brushes off the bent spoon as a side effect of the orc hero essence, then adds that she still has not seen all he can do, leaving the beastwoman red-faced and demanding to know what he means while Rottmiller drinks in awkward silence. Bjorn waves off the teasing and says he will explain what happened to them, hinting that there are parts of the story they cannot share openly. The barbarian's face hardens as he starts to give a short rundown of everything they went through in the labyrinth. In a rush of memories, he runs through how they bled through trials, bargained for life-saving potions, and fought their way out of the labyrinth when everyone else was falling around them. By the time he finishes, the others can only stare, sweating as they realize just how close Bjorn and Miss Shaw came to never returning at all. Sim frowns, not getting why Miss Shaw keeps saying it was all thanks to Bjorn. Miss Shaw almost yells that she would not have made it back alive without him, making it clear who she thinks the real hero is. Dwarf balks at the idea of 2 million stones just for protection, then insists his group will cover half since they share the blame. Bjorn can barely handle how generous this stout little guy is being. The scholar in purple gushes that their adventure is the most glorious tale he has heard in years and says no one will doubt Bjorn's name after this. The dwarf chimes in and mentions that people have already started calling him Little Valken. Bjorn stares down at the tableware, puzzled by this Little Valken talk. The dwarf just grins, ready to explain that this is what people are actually calling him now. In people's minds, Bjorn is already being lined up next to the old barbarian hero Valken. They call him Little Valken, a title that ties him straight to that legend. Bjorn mulls over the nickname and admits it sounds cool, but he feels it is way too early to be treated like some hero. He knows he is not at that level yet. The system starts chiming as Bjorn's reputation jumps again and again. Then it warns him that this sudden spike in fame will raise the odds of special events, the kind that drag in people he really does not want noticing him. His companion cheers that Bjorn has already made a name for himself and even grabbed a tier 5 essence, saying this is only the start. Bjorn just nods and thanks him, keeping his worries about that growing fame to himself. Miss Shaw leans forward with a playful wink and says it is time to talk about the important part. How they are going to split all the loot and the reward for turning in the Priestess of Karui. The numbers are crazy. After paying for repairs and even growing back Bjorn's arm, their net profit still sits at 65 million stones. Bjorn says they would normally split it down the middle but reminds Miss Shaw of the promise they made. Miss Shaw's eyes well up as she calls him a heartless barbarian, yet she still tells him to take the whole amount. A few days pass and Miss Shaw is back out in the city, her red ears twitching as she waits. Bjorn walks up the street toward Miss Shaw, thinking that even though the labyrinth is brutal, life in the city is not exactly easy either with all the things they have to handle. Their steps fall in line as Bjorn notes that at least they have taken care of the important stuff. Bjorn goes over the checklist, saying they got their gear fixed, restocked all the items they used, and even checked the auction for anything useful. Miss Shaw laughs in relief, happy that everything is set for their next dive. As they walk, Bjorn notices how Miss Shaw keeps sticking close and wonders if she is still holding a grudge over the prophet, since he ended up taking every last stone. Bjorn decides that 65 million stones is not much at all compared to what they will face later. In his mind, that money already belongs to Miss Shaw's growth, from better essences to proper weapons and gear. Miss Shaw's heart jumps when Bjorn calls her his main companion, and she stares at him, suddenly shy and a bit thrilled by how serious that sounds. Nearby Knight glances back at the ruckus, wondering if the loud barbarian is really the same Bjorn he heard about. With the group splitting up, Bjorn says he will head back for now and asks Miss Shaw what she plans to do, and she answers that she wants to visit her clan. Miss Shaw says she might stay with her clan until tomorrow or the day after, forcing a shaky smile. Bjorn agrees on the surface, but inside he wonders why she seems so tense just talking about going home. Bjorn admits to himself that he is a bit worried about her clan, but in the end he decides it is her family business and not something he should stick his nose into. Miss Shaw forces out a thanks, ears drooping as her voice wavers. Bjorn can tell she is pretending to be okay because the way she sounds does not match the brave words at all. To shake off the heavy mood, Bjorn tells her to cheer up and slams his hand into her back, making Miss Shaw cry out and call him an uncivilized brute, yet the outburst already sounds a lot more lively. Miss Shaw stomps off a few steps, then looks back and says she will be back in 2 days for sure, ordering Bjorn to eat properly until then and making him promise to listen. After she yells at him to eat his vegetables and dashes away, Bjorn stays behind with a smug grin, already picturing how Miss Shaw will feel in his debt and never forget how much he has done for her. As Bjorn heads out, he thinks Miss Shaw fusses over him like family, then corrects himself and admits she reminds him more of a clingy ex. The wagon rumbles along the dusty road, carrying him back toward the city and his next set of problems. By the time he reaches District 7, Bjorn knows he could jump to a stronger party now, but that path would force him to drop Miss Shaw completely. So he chooses to stick with this team for now, planning to keep running with Miss Shaw until her soul-beast bond grows, her essences improve, and she has real weapons in her hands. His planning stops when wild cheers explode from up ahead, and Bjorn curses under his breath, knowing that kind of noise never means anything good. He reaches the square and finds the ground already soaked and stained, proof that the execution has just been carried out. Up on the platform, a guard stands by the device while townsfolk whisper that this was an evil spirit host, shocked that he looked so normal and even bled like any other person. The prisoner, a bound barbarian called Tarakan, hangs over the block while someone in the crowd rants that creatures like him are filthy for living among normal people, and bitterly complains that Tarakan never even used the money they gave him to buy a proper weapon. Bjorn watches, thinking Tarakan threw away his final chance by running back into the labyrinth. As the bound barbarian's eyes bulge and the device starts to move, Bjorn's chest tightens, wondering if that desperate look means Tarakan recognized him. The blade whistles down, and Tarakan uses his last breath to cry out Bjorn's name before everything is cut short. Bjorn turns his back on the platform, shoulders tight, carrying that final shout with him. Bjorn pictures Tarakan from that day, shoving a few coins into his hand, and realizes he could have been the one on that block. He swallows hard and decides he will never let pity drag him into someone else's downfall again. Still in a foul mood, Bjorn hears someone call out to Bjorn, son of Yandel, and he tells them to get lost. He just wants to leave the square behind, not deal with more trouble. The blonde man just smiles and presses a finger to his lips, telling Bjorn not to be so cold since they are stuck in the same mess. The blonde man leans in with a smug grin and starts guessing where Bjorn came from, tossing out names of distant lands like it is nothing. Bjorn feels a headache coming on, thinking that yet another person from his old world has shown up, and wonders what kind of problem this one will bring. The blonde man laughs, grabs Bjorn's arm, and casually says he is from America, acting like ending up in this world was always going to happen. Bjorn just walks beside him, already annoyed that this kind of trouble showed up so fast. Bjorn sucks in air through his nose and puffs it out, settling on the only answer that keeps him safe here. He will copy Einar's over-the-top barbarian act and play dumb. Bjorn suddenly looms over him like a real brute, and the blonde outsider flinches, bumping into that huge chest and stammering in confusion. The blonde man forces a grin and says Bjorn almost tricked him, admitting he really thought this was only Bjorn's third month here and calling him an impressive actor. Still half laughing, the outsider says again that he knows Bjorn is just putting on a show and tells him to relax, claiming he is not here to pick a fight. He steps right into Bjorn's space, acting familiar as he guesses that Bjorn also got dragged here because of that Gwame group. The outsider chatters on, amazed that Bjorn picked up a nickname in just 3 months and grumbling that it took him 3 whole years to get used to this place, calling his own starting class almost useless. Bjorn listens in silence, cursing this loud stranger in his head. Laughing, the blonde man says it does not really matter which country they came from, since in this world they are all just outsiders trying to survive. Bjorn's eyes sharpen as he decides to push this outsider and see how he reacts. The barbarian leans in, his huge body casting a shadow as he suddenly takes charge of the talk. Bjorn jabs a finger at the blonde man and bluntly demands to know if he is an evil spirit, turning all the doubt onto him. The blonde outsider forces a smile, admits he was not being honest, and even calls himself an evil spirit like it is some kind of joke. Bjorn suddenly charges like a mad bull, yelling that his chief ordered him to deal with every evil spirit he finds. The blonde outsider stares up in shock while the nearby people whisper in fear, repeating the words evil spirit and barbarian. The barbarian's fist cuts through the air, a full force swing aimed straight at the outsider. Night falls over the city, and attention shifts to the public peace agency, where the people in charge of keeping order are gathered. Inside the agency, Souza clasps Bjorn's hand and thanks him, saying her younger brother came back from the labyrinth alive because of him. Bjorn asks if the man was from Clan D Zarwi, and she explains he was only a customer who bought their protection, which makes Bjorn realize there were barely any survivors from that group. Bjorn leans back in the chair, arms crossed, already hungry and itching to bash the so-called evil spirit if they would just hurry up. Outside, guards struggle to hold Bjorn back as he roars that the blonde outsider is an evil spirit who tried to pull something on him, while the man lies on the ground groaning. Inside the office, a nervous guard rushes in on the captain, saying they are still checking Bjorn's story when he suddenly blurts out that something has come up. The armored guard stammers that they searched the blonde man and found an evil spirit hunter license on him, leaving both the captain and Bjorn staring in surprise. In the sick room, a higher officer clears his throat and calmly explains that the injured blonde man is recognized by their side and counts as one of their own. Bjorn snaps, shouting that the blonde man clearly called himself an evil spirit earlier, and demanding how they expect him to believe the story has changed now. The officer coughs into his fist and starts to explain that they pull this kind of hidden check on any adventurer who climbs too fast, but his careful wording only makes the whole thing sound shadier. The captain exhales in a heavy sigh, already tired of trying to smooth over this disaster between the barbarian and the so-called hunter. The captain finally spells it out, saying they had pretty much tagged Bjorn as an evil spirit. Bjorn snaps back in disbelief, furious that anyone would even think that about him. Bjorn roars, demanding to know who dared call him an evil spirit, and swears he will smash that person right now. He charges straight for the blonde hunter, dragging the panicked guards who are barely holding onto his arms and legs. Bjorn barks that all these fancy terms are losing him, and the officer hurriedly promises this kind of test will never touch him again. The blonde hunter flinches on the bed, sweating as he listens to the barbarian rage only a few steps away. Later, Bjorn stomps through the quiet streets, still cursing under his breath. He cannot believe the people here know so much about evil spirits and the world he came from. He remembers the blonde hunter casually naming places like America and Europe, proof that at least some people in this world are not clueless at all. Bjorn grits his teeth, blaming this Gwame group and thinking he only caught on because of the man's bad accent, then wonders what this Gwame actually is. That thought suddenly makes sense of Tarakan's fate, the barbarian who had been executed in front of everyone. Tarakan had been lost in a strange city with no one to trust until someone stepped in, spoke like they understood his secret, and led him straight to his end. Bjorn silently swears, feeling sick as he pictures how many others have been tricked the same way. The more he turns it over in his head, the more this city feels like a trap built just to squeeze and erase people like him. Back at his room, Bjorn pushes the door open and steps inside, shoulders still tense. As the wood creaks behind him, he admits to himself that for all the danger, he somehow dodged a huge hit today. As he crosses the room, his shoe presses down on a lone envelope lying on the floor. He tears the envelope open, and a bright red pill slips out and lands in his palm. Bjorn sits on the edge of the bed, eyes widening as he reads the strange message in the letter. The letter explains that it was sent to someone who cleared the game, warning that if they can read these words, they must never admit they are a player, not even under an evil spirit hunter. It goes on to say there is a hidden community of gamers that can only be reached by swallowing the enclosed pill. The writer tells him to destroy it if he wants no part in this, signs off as Ghostbusters, and even tosses an accrued insult about Raydonia's king. Far away at the Ministry of Security, a high-ranking officer hears that the target was left beaten nearly senseless and cannot believe it, since he claims he only ordered quiet watch. The kneeling officer sighs and admits they thought it would be easy to squeeze information from a barbarian with only 3 months of experience, then trails off when asked what happened next. The superior decides to answer by action, pressing a button on the crystal orb so it flares to life and shows a clear image of Bjorn, son of Yandel, moving through the city. Studying the image, the superior touches his chin and admits that Bjorn nearly tricked him, calling the barbarian an impressive actor. The officer recalls how Bjorn played dumb, saying he only followed his chief's order to wipe out any evil spirit he met. In the memory, blows land hard, yet instead of trying to escape like a real spirit would, the barbarian rushes in without a hint of fear. To the investigator, that one choice says more than any words. Watching Bjorn stand firm in front of his allies, the superior finally makes his call and clears him of all charges. For now, Bjorn Yandel is no longer treated as a monster hiding in a human body. Later, as the night wind tugs at the curtains, the officer thinks about how fast Bjorn's name is spreading. In just 3 months, the barbarian has already picked up a title, and the man at the window quietly wonders if this brute might be the kind of hero their broken world has been waiting for. A low laugh slips out as he admits to himself that this is perfect. A city like this never has enough strong hands, and someone like Bjorn could tip the balance. At the same time, the system quietly logs it all, bumping his reputation up again and again. Bjorn has just become someone the whole city will start to watch. The next day, Bjorn stands before the mage's tower, clutching the letter that talked about other players. The more he thinks about it, the more it feels real, so he heads inside, ready to show anyone watching that he is trying to figure this thing out. Inside a cluttered lab, glass flasks bubble while a cheerful alchemist listens to his story. She points out that only well-known adventurers get letters like that, which makes Bjorn realize his latest stunt raised his name far more than he thought. The alchemist waves the vial and explains that these kinds of letters show up for anyone who climbs high enough, so he should not overthink it. To her, it is just another sign that Bjorn has finally joined the ranks of real adventurers. The alchemist tells Bjorn that if he had come last night, she could have read the strange writing, but now the letter is wiped clean, likely by some spell. She asks if he is not even a little curious about what those evil spirits were planning for him. As Bjorn shifts on the stool, the alchemist casually adds the part she forgot to say earlier. She explains that the letter he brought was actually sent by an evil spirit. Bjorn bursts out in shock, saying he had not even realized it was a proper letter. Playing the fool, he praises her for being so clever about things like this. The alchemist lifts her chin and says that, to be fair, this kind of detail is meant to be hidden knowledge anyway. She then asks about the small pill that dropped out with the letter, wanting to know if he understands what it is, and Bjorn has to admit he does not. She explains that the pill was made by a top mage who knows mind magic, dimensional magic, and alchemy inside out. According to her, swallowing it sends a person's mind into a certain spiritual realm. Bjorn listens closely while the alchemist tells him to picture it as another layer of reality. She says that only his mind would move there while his body stayed put in this world. She sums it up like a lesson. The pill drags your mind into that same spiritual realm on the 15th of every month where evil spirits likely trade secrets. Many adventurers once tried to sneak in that way, but each one was found lifeless the next day with clear signs something had gone very wrong. Hearing that, Bjorn feels a cold chill and silently thanks his luck that he never swallowed it. Bjorn grips the crumpled letter, thinking that this thing might as well be poison and wondering what kind of maniac would send something so deadly to him. The alchemist laughs off his worry, saying mages are not crazy enough to lace the pill with poison. So Bjorn demands to know why so many people still ended up dead after taking it. The alchemist explains that the leading theory is that evil spirits can tell normal people from their own kind and can somehow pull an intruder's soul away from their body in that realm. Hearing that, Bjorn calls it a truly dangerous pill and realizes some player he has never even met might hold the power to decide whether he lives or dies. The alchemist goes on, saying that inside that spiritual realm everyone shows up in the shape of their soul, so no one can tell what they actually look like back in the city. Bjorn, still uneasy, wonders if a strong mage could use magic to track who swallowed the pill and stepped into that realm. The alchemist waves off the idea, saying that if mages could trace pill users like that, evil spirits would have been wiped out long ago, and Bjorn has to admit her logic checks out. With the talk settled, the alchemist sets her hand on the table and says it is time to start today's research, beginning with taking some of Bjorn's blood. As he rests his hand on his leg, Bjorn thinks through it all and realizes that inside that strange realm, everyone can move and scheme in complete anonymity. Bjorn walks forward, telling himself that if this thing lets him gather real information, then maybe the risk is worth it. The alchemist waves him toward the crackling chair, saying they do not have all day and that he will be fine, while Bjorn freezes at the edge and wonders if he should really go through with this. Bjorn sits under the buzzing metal ring, jaw tight as he decides to go ahead with the trial, while the alchemist giggles behind him and urges him to take the pill. 2 weeks pass after Bjorn comes back from the labyrinth, and the mage's tower stands tall under the night sky, waiting for the next move. Inside one of the upper labs, a mage watches the clock hit the set time and reaches for a glowing crystal orb to begin their report. The hooded mage asks Soul Queens through the orb about the new recruit from this term, listens to the short reply, and realizes nothing unusual showed up. The mage's eyes narrow behind the glasses as they decide the recruit really is not a player, at least not by anything Soul Queens could find. Rubbing their face, the mage decides they cannot delay just because of a hunch and orders the invitations to be sent out in the proper order. They remember how they had pinned their hopes on the barbarian who chose a shield in the ritual, then let out a tired sigh, knowing he was not the special candidate either. At the Adventurers Guild, Bjorn stands at the counter as the clerk tells him he has been promoted to Tier 6, and he accepts the news with a simple thanks. Bjorn spends each day on the tasks he is supposed to handle, like training and guild work, and the quiet city mornings blur together as time slips by faster than he expects. Cold water runs over his hands as he washes up, letting his mind drift to where all his money went. Bjorn thinks about how he burned mana stones like crazy, but only on gear he truly needed. At the shop, he picked out a mace so huge the clerk nervously asked if it was overkill, then added acid-proof armor for his chest and shield without a second thought. He even paid a fortune for special trousers so he would not be left exposed whenever he grew huge, stacking them with repairs, shape change, and acid resistance. The clerk stammers over all the enchantments, cheeks burning, while Bjorn calmly turns the talk to her and asks how her new blades. Out on the training grounds, the beast girl darts forward and carves through the dummies with her twin swords, saying she is finally getting used to them. Those blades cost a pile of stones, along with the beast blood Bjorn bought to raise her soul beast level. Her strikes now leave a trail of frost on the targets, which Bjorn guesses came from the beast blood, but he still calls her movement stiff and orders more practice, making her grind her teeth. For himself, he knows the last big step is finishing Phase 3 of the Spirit Imprint, and just thinking about how bad Phase 2 felt makes his skin crawl. He remembers how Phase 2 ended in just 10 minutes yet somehow hurt far more than the 12 hours of Phase 1. The horned elder calmly told him it was fine to scream if he needed, and his roar shook the whole building, leaving the warriors outside staring up in shock. The system chimes in, showing that Phase 2 of his immortality imprint is unlocked, nudging up his endurance, mana resistance, and even his spirit and special ability. The horned elder chuckles, amazed that Bjorn is still conscious after all that, and suggests he draw a stick so his fate can be read while there is still time. Bjorn reaches into the wooden box and pulls out a single stick, still breathing hard from the imprint. The elder takes it from his hand and studies it closely, humming as if the small piece of wood holds the shape of Bjorn's whole future. Bjorn stiffens when the elder suddenly asks for his exact birth date, mind racing because that kind of detail does not fit a dumb barbarian act. The horned elder quickly waves it off with a grin, joking that no warrior would ever know something so tricky. As the elder studies the stick, he explains that Bjorn is bound to face trials most people would see once, over and over again. He calls it the kind of path that only those labeled as heroes ever walk. Later, while pulling on his clothes, Bjorn grumbles to himself that fate means nothing to him. To him, the only thing that matters is doing what needs to be done right now. He steels himself, deciding he will push through whatever comes his way. A sharp knock at the door cuts through his thoughts, pulling him back to the present. At the door, a bright-eyed beast girl stands with a basket full of food, calling out to check if Bjorn is awake. Inside, he has already decided he will do everything he can to be ready for the future the elder spoke of. Soon after, Bjorn returns to the candlelit hut for another imprint, and the elder laughs softly, amused that this warrior is already asking for the next phase. Inside the circle of candles, the horned elder tells Bjorn he now has 3 paths before him: the spirit of flame, the spirit of steel, and the spirit of the wild. The choice will decide how his power grows from here on. Bjorn notes that the choices line up exactly with what he remembers from the game, so he calmly picks the spirit of the wild. The elder agrees and tells him to brace himself, and Bjorn tightens his grip, ready for whatever pain this path brings. Bjorn's scream rips out of the hut loud enough to send birds flying. Spirit Imprint Phase 3 begins, burning through 2 million mana stones in one go. The system reports that Phase 3 of his immortality imprint has opened, boosting his body and fire resistance by a huge amount. It says the spirit of the wild now lives inside him, his base threat rating has jumped, and he has gained a new skill called Wild Outburst, costly and painful but insanely strong. Bjorn pictures himself standing in a swarm of monsters, his body blazing like a beacon. With this imprint, just being alive in a room will pull every creature's eyes onto him, and Wild Outburst can push that pull even higher while pumping up his strength. Gasping over the burning marks on his skin, Bjorn thinks about how this power drags enemies in while making his body stronger at the same time. For a shield that stands in front of everyone else, it is the perfect trait. He thinks about mixing this new trait with giantization, another skill that makes him even harder to ignore. As he lets out a low laugh, Bjorn admits he never thought he would reach this level in only 3 months. The horned elder leans close and softly tells Bjorn that the rite is done and he can go rest. Bjorn twitches at the whisper, his body still buzzing from the imprint. Bjorn pauses mid-step when the horned elder says there was one thing he left out about Bjorn's fate. The barbarian looks up and asks what else he is supposed to watch for. The horned elder explains that wherever Bjorn goes, he will keep running into people who carry heavy grudges. If he helps settle what eats at them, those ties will turn into strength for him, but if he leaves their problems to rot, they will grow into dangers that come back for him later. The horned elder studies Bjorn for a moment, then gives a small nod, satisfied with the answer and ready to send him off. Bjorn steps out of the hut into the gray light, already thinking that with Imprint Phase 3 handled, it is time to move on to the next task. As he walks past the trees, Bjorn freezes when Einar bursts out of the bushes with branches in both hands, calling his name in a loud whisper. The barbarian girl hurriedly tells him she will get in trouble if anyone sees them, and urges Bjorn to follow her deeper into the trees. Hidden among the bushes, Einar beams and says the elder told her he is now known as Little Valken, calling him amazing and begging to hear everything about his journey. while Bjorn awkwardly tries to play it down. Einar's eyes shine like gold as she hugs the branches to her chest, so excited by his new title that Bjorn finally agrees to tell her what happened. After a short while, Bjorn wraps up the story of his journey, and Einar brightens even more when she learns he is in the same party as Hikurad, saying she had worried about him going alone but can relax knowing someone that reliable is with him. Then Einar squints at him, saying he looks strangely slim and even joking that maybe the elder has not been feeding him. And Bjorn calmly explains that his new shape comes from grinding his muscles down with harsh training every single day. Bjorn eyes the branch in his hand and admits that his training is basically about compressing his body somehow, but even he is not fully sure how it works. A furious voice from the village calls out Einar by her full title, demanding to know if she has run off again, and the barbarian girl groans that she has to go, already turning away from Bjorn. As she hurries off, Einar says she really enjoyed hearing about his journey and urges him to come find her again. Before fully leaving, Einar hesitates and asks if he will really be okay with the way he is pushing himself. Bjorn claims he will be fine as long as he doubles his training and cuts down on sleep, which makes Einar laugh and pump her fists. But inside, he knows that reckless plan is exactly what worries him most. Later, as Bjorn walks along the forest path, Einar steps up behind him and calls his name, wanting to say one last thing before they part. Facing him with a bright smile, Einar admits she has been meaning to say that he feels far more relaxed than he used to, and that the tense, tightly wound Bjorn from before seems to be fading. Einar goes on, saying he carries himself with more calm now and guessing it is because he finally found companions he can trust, but another sharp shout orders her back, so she dashes away, promising to meet him again as a proper warrior. Bjorn stands alone under the bright sky, the marks on his back burning like brands. For the first time in a while, he actually wonders if the constant tension in his body has finally eased. As dry leaves drift across the path, he admits to himself that he is not always on edge anymore, and that simple fact feels strange after living so long ready to fight at every breath. Later, in the quiet library, a tower mage calls his name through a glowing circle, and calmly points out that his name has started to spread. Across the table, Bjorn turns toward the librarian, surprised that she started talking to him and guessing she might have some request, even though the whole thing already feels like a hassle. Bjorn gives a brief farewell and heads for the door, thinking how he once tried to get close to her only because she was a mage. But now that he is tier 6 with a title, that kind of networking feels pointless. As his steps echo between the shelves, he notes that his party already includes a mage anyway, even if that caster is not tied to the tower. He tells himself that a librarian mage stuck here cannot be stronger than Dwaki, so there is no loss in keeping his distance, then realizes he is only piling up excuses to feel better about ignoring her. With the librarian staring at his back, the barbarian repeats his core rule that other people's problems are not his concern and that survival comes first. His mind jumps to the dungeon, to a comrade broken on the ground, and he remembers how those days taught him to doubt every action around him and pick apart people's behavior like a puzzle. Bjorn remembers how he used to treat people like products, always weighing how useful they were to him before stepping in. He thinks back to all the people he took down because they were dangerous, the backup plans he made for when allies might turn, and the tricks he kept ready to squeeze any benefit from them. The image of a dying comrade flashes in his mind, and he remembers how his habit of using people and expecting betrayal had pushed things that far, just like Einar once warned would happen. As he walks, Bjorn admits he suddenly wants to take on some boring, messy task for someone else and wonders if life in the city has made him soft. He keeps pacing and wonders how he is supposed to fix this, then reminds himself that, for now, he has to handle everything as a simple barbarian would. Bjorn plants his hand on the desk and tells the librarian to stop just staring at him and say what she wants already, deciding he will deal with this the barbarian way. He adds that the way she kept sneaking looks at him made it obvious she had something on her mind. The librarian's eyes soften and her cheeks flush as Bjorn quietly resolves to follow his own heart this time, even if it drags him into trouble. The system pulled up Bjorn's status, and the numbers were wild for someone only at level 3. His body, skills, and gear had all climbed, pushing his combat power past 1,000 thanks to essences from monsters like an undead golem, a vampire guardian, and even an orc hero. For so-called simple barbarian, he was turning into something the city would not be ready for. The librarian's face softened, her eyes shining as she thought about the barbarian who had just shaken up her quiet life. The next day at lunch, Bjorn pushed open the doors of a place called Promise of Flowing Waters, walking into a bright dessert cafe packed with flowers, tea, and laughing women. Bjorn hunched to squeeze inside, already wondering what kind of fancy spot this was, while nearby customers whispered about a barbarian showing up in a place like this. A woman in neat work clothes shot up from a corner table, waving both arms and calling Bjorn over, asking if he was the one she had asked to meet. She greeted him with a bright smile, introducing herself as Shavin, a 7th-ranked deputy director from the administrative agency and a friend of the librarian, and Bjorn quietly noted she looked a bit older than he had imagined. Shavin said she had held off on ordering so he could pick, and Bjorn, keeping up his act, asked for beer and meat, deciding that was fair payback for being dragged into a sugary place like this. The table was covered in pastel teacups and tiny cakes, all sweetness and hearts, as Shavin tried to steer past his order and asked what he wanted to know, wondering if Lagna had already filled. Bjorn frowned and asked if she meant the librarian when she said Lagna, and Shavin nodded, calmly giving him the full name, Lagna Litinil Pefruk, as if it were something he should have known all along. Bjorn rolled her full name around in his head and wondered if Lagna was some kind of noble, But Chauvin brushed that off and told him to just say what he wanted from her. The deputy director calmly explained that the job was simple on paper, just patrolling the sewers where criminals and tax dodgers like to hide, yet she kept trailing off like there was something she was not saying. Her half-finished words turned into a memory of the third-floor incident, where the patrol teams were caught in a sudden disaster, and none of them made it back. Bjorn quickly pieced it together, guessing that the patrols from that area were gone and they now needed someone to fill the gap. But he still wondered why they had come to a barbarian like him, and if this was tied to those fanatics who hunted so-called evil spirits. Chauvin laughed and said he was the hot topic in Valken right now, a walking muscle poster that everyone was curious about, and she admitted she had wanted to see this famous barbarian up close too. Hearing that the job only paid 200,000 stones, Bjorn felt it sounded light for sewer work, and already tired of her pauses, pressed her to finally say what the catch was. Munching on a bright pink cookie, Chauvin finally laid it out, saying her agency was picky about who they hired, and that if he joined them on this patrol, other guilds and offices would see him as a trusted, certified hunter. Bjorn thought about how this was his first real quest since getting a title, and how nobody ever trusted a barbarian to handle proper work anyway. He pushed those doubts aside, flashed a bold grin, and agreed to take the quest. With the deal made, Bjorn rose from his seat, ready to start preparing. A moment later, the chair sat empty, leaving the deputy director alone with her cooling tea. As she lifted her cup, Chauvin admitted to herself that she had only asked because Lagna almost never brought up other people. The librarian decided that Bjorn felt strangely pure, someone whose presence eased her mind, yet she reminded herself that she knew nothing of his past and might just be trusting too fast. In the end, Chauvin smiled and decided it was time for Lagna to make a few more friends, starting with that odd barbarian. 2 days later, they gathered at the sewer entrance, gagging at the thick, rotten smell while trading sharp comments about what they had signed up for. The gatekeeper nervously hands over maps and headlamps, warning that the lights will record everything and must be brought back. Bjorn grunts his agreement, but inside he wonders why the simple sewer job suddenly turned into a group trip. Then he remembers talking about the quest at yesterday's meeting and realizes that one comment dragged all of them here. In his memory, Guardian Hikurad slammed his drink and said he wanted in just to poke around the ghost-filled sewers, not even caring about the reward. Across the table, Mage Dwaki shyly asked to join too, saying his head hurt from nothing but books and he needed a change of pace. Gout Rotmiller had calmly said the sewers were perfect for trying out his new sixth sense, since getting lost down there was so easy. Warrior Misha, ears twitching, pointed out that criminals were known to hide in that muck, but she still wanted to come so she could get used to her twin blades. Back in the present, Klut just shrugged at the crowd and said he would never turn down free help. Her boots splash into the filthy water as they move into the tunnel, and Bjorn admits to himself that whatever he thinks of the others, Rotmiller's skills will be a real asset down here. Klut looks around at the huge stone passage and mutters that it is much bigger than he expected, which explains why so many people vanish into it. Laughing, Hikurad points out how dark it is and calls for Dwaki to light the way. Dwaki lifts his hand and sends small suns drifting into the air, washing the tunnel walls in warm light. With the new lights floating ahead, the group walks in a line along the slick stone path, while talk turns to a rumor about some terrifying creature that supposedly lives in these depths. Misha edges closer to Dwaki and quietly asks if he thinks that monster is actually real. Misha hugs Dwaki's arm, ears flat, and asks once more if that sewer monster really exists. The mage forces a smile, but his shaky answer makes it clear he is not sure at all. He explains that all the waste from the magic tower flows down here, mixing like rainbow sludge in the dark water. If those potions and strange reagents soak into a monster's corpse, they could twist it into something completely new. Down in these tunnels, that kind of mistake would turn into a nightmare no one has seen before. Rotmiller narrows his eyes behind the helmet, turning the idea over in his head. He has spent enough time in the dark to know that, with magic involved, even wild stories can come true down here. The guide up front insists that the people in charge have seen no trouble down here for 2 years, and that a monster like that is just a story. Rotmiller follows in silence, not fully buying the comfort those reports are supposed to give. Even while he talks big, the guide's fingers clutch the map a little too tight, like he is trying to hold on to his own courage in the stink and gloom. Rotmiller suddenly says he can feel something moving in the dark with them. The whole party stiffens at once, weapons lifting as they demand to know where it is. The system reminds them that the mimic essence he swallowed pushed his sixth sense up by 50 and even raised his luck. With numbers like that, a bad feeling from Rotmiller is more than a guess. It is almost a promise. Misha's eyes lock on a shape in the stone, and she yells that there is someone jammed into the wall. The man, covered in tattoos and shaking with fear, looks like he has no idea how he ended up sealed inside the rock. One of the warriors reaches out without hesitation, gripping the stranger by the chest and yanking him free of the wall. They want him out in the open where he can explain what he is doing in a place like this. The warrior drives the tattooed man into the filthy water, grinding his face down until he thrashes in pain. Any thought the captive had of slipping away dies right there in the muck. Shaking with rage and fear, the captive slips a knife into his hand. He curses under his breath, ready to gamble everything on one wild strike. The captive hurls himself at the warrior, eyes wild and knife raised high. He brings the blade down with everything he has, aiming to take the warrior out in one blow. The warrior's hand snaps up and clamps around the captive's wrist, stopping the knife cold. To him, the wild strike feels more annoying than dangerous. Still gripping the knife hand, the warrior lets the man dangle and thrash. He admits he almost respects the effort, since people will try anything when they are scared of not making it out. With the knife taken and his body pressed to the floor, the captive finally drops to his knees. The warrior stands over him with the others close behind, ordering him to explain why he was hiding down here. The warrior's eyes harden as he leans in, asking if the man plans to stay quiet. He hints that if the earlier hit hurt this much, keeping his mouth shut might be the last mistake he ever makes. The captive breaks down, tears running past the brand on his forehead as he begs them not to finish him. He swears he has not hurt anyone, explaining that he is only hiding here because he is broke and could not pay his taxes, though he knows they have no reason to trust a word of it. The robed hunter studies the mark on the captive's forehead and explains that brand is only given to people who did truly awful things, so skipping taxes cannot be his only crime. The dwarf bursts out laughing, saying it reminds him of his blacksmith days, when men with that same mark lined up at his fort. The branded man pants on the floor, clinging to Bjorn's boot like it is his last hope. One of the hunters worries aloud that he might just be a regular citizen, but another reminds him that normal people would never be hiding down here and that the agency does not make mistakes. They point out that the man will probably be executed anyway once they drag him back. Shaking all over, the branded man suddenly begs them to cut a deal, saying he will trade information if they let him go. The dwarf leans closer, surprised and curious about what kind of information a sewer rat like this could have. Bjorn's group glowers down at him, warning that trying to trick them will end badly. The branded man stammers that he is telling the truth, then blurts out that some insane woman stole his hiding place a few days ago and that she is the one they really want. He swears she used some kind of twisted dark magic and would fetch them far more money than he ever could. The man remembers the woman in a dark robe, standing calmly among a pack of twisted bodies that moved nothing like the usual undead from the labyrinth. He says those corpses followed her around, and that if they hand her over to the temple, the reward will dwarf anything they would get for him. Bjorn's eyes widen behind the helmet as the pieces click together, and he wonders if the woman the man described is really the one he is thinking of. In his mind, the image of her is clear now, and once holy priestess with long blonde hair, body ruined and moving like a corpse, wrapped in a sick purple glow. Bjorn says that if the woman is truly that priestess, they cannot leave her wandering the sewers since she holds a grudge against them. He wants to confirm she is really down here and asks the others if they are willing to go after her. Most of the hunters jump on Bjorn's idea, fired up about dragging the priestess in and getting paid for it, even if it means extra risk. One cautious hunter still tries to argue that chasing her might be pushing their luck. The armored barbarian cuts the talk short, saying they will go after the priestess, but only after they finish the job they came here for. Half an hour later, they have the branded man on a rope, making him lead the way through the maze like tunnels, while a hunter warns him to stay close to the light. As their boots splash through the muck, the hunters grumble about how twisted this place is and tease the branded man for picking such an obvious hideout. The branded man mutters that he was only in that open spot because the crazed priestess stole his real hideout, and he ran into their patrol while searching for a new one. Soon they reach a deep shaft that leads to the priestess's hideout, and one of the hunters tells everyone to lower their voices as nerves start to kick in. Bjorn leans in and quietly checks whether there is any other way out, and the branded man, pale with sweat, swears this tunnel is the only entrance and exit. Hearing that there is no escape, Bjorn lets out a cold breath and says that if the Asuraskans failed before, they will make sure the priestess learns what real justice looks like now. Bjorn shoves the branded man to the front, making him walk into the dark first. The guide hurriedly demands that if the woman ahead really is the priestess they want, they have to let him go once this is over. A few steps later, they find hunters from their party already sprawled on the ground, eyes empty and gear scattered. The branded man stammers in horror, but Bjorn cuts him off and orders him to shut up and keep walking. Bjorn roars for the others to fall back and hurls himself at the red hooded figure. He drives his fist forward, choosing to meet the threat head-on before it can cast anything else. In answer to the charge, the rogue spellcaster releases a towering blast of dark energy that swallows the tunnel. A hunter's scream rips through the air as the purple wave crashes over them. In the thick dark, Sacrally pauses and lifts his head, feeling that something has finally answered him. Sacrally grips his strange pendant and admits he still has no clue where the underground city lies, then remembers the whisper that only an offering will open the way. As he walks deeper into the tunnel, Sacrally clings to the promise echoing in his head that if he brings an offering, the hidden power here will finally show him the path. The system reports that the group has stirred up 120 revenants, but because their dark resistance is high enough, the curse on their bodies and their maximum HP will hit about a third less hard. Bjorn's gauntleted hand clenches the thick braids as he huffs for air, forcing his shaking body to stay upright after pushing through the revenants. Still breathing hard as he props the older man up, Bjorn insists he is fine, even while he admits in a low growl that the last exchange almost finished him. Bjorn turns to the others and asks if anyone is hurt, and the party members answer that they are fine, clearly grateful that his charge took the worst of it for them. Looking down at the fallen enemy, the cat girl points out that having Bjorn go first kept the trap from wiping them out, and another teammate quietly admits they would have been gone if he had not taken the hit for them. Someone in the group cuts the talk short and pushes everyone to keep moving through the maze. The dwarf soldier suddenly tells the knight behind him to wait, his eyes locked on something he just found among the remains. The dwarf grins as he fishes out an identity plaque from the body, bragging that he knew the man was registered and starting to read the name carved on it. The knight says they can hand the plaque to the administrative agency as solid proof, yet cold sweat runs down his face as a bad feeling creeps over him. The group steps into Hans Markom's hiding place, a cramped room packed with crates, a neat bed, and a small table that makes it look strangely cozy for a den in the sewers. One of the hunters jokes that, judging by this neat little nest, Hands must have been surprisingly good at keeping house for someone who looks so rough. As the light swings over the stone, the party's mage says they can feel a faint trace of mana, guessing that something is hidden under the floor. Their leader answers calmly, taking in the hint of magic below and already planning how to uncover whatever hands hid there. Bjorn slams his boot into the floor, testing how tough the stone really is. The barbarian lifts his huge club high and announces that he will smash the floor open, while the dwarf and the mage below stare up, sure that raw strength cannot beat magic. Bjorn ignores their doubts and triggers gigantification, letting the system flood his body with power as his size, toughness, and threat level all shoot up. Eyes blazing, Bjorn pours every bit of that swollen strength into a single wild swing aimed straight at the ground. His weapon crashes down and the floor erupts, a wave of light and broken stone blasting outward as if the dungeon itself just exploded. Every hunter in the room freezes, sweat running down their faces as they realize the idiot barbarian actually broke through the spell with pure muscle. Thus settles to show a smashed ring of stone and a wooden hatch below, and the others crowd the edge, teasing Dwaki for claiming that magic would stop Bjorn from doing exactly this. The party's tracker studies the dark gap and explains that he can only catch the scent of the woman they are chasing, so it should be safe enough to head down and confirm. Hearing that the scout's sixth sense felt nothing dangerous, Bjorn does not hesitate. He plants his boot on the broken edge and declares that they are heading down. Far away in the underground city of Nork, a guard sprints through the streets, gasping for air. Whatever he needs to report cannot wait. The door to a tidy office slams open as the breathless guard forces his way inside. The vice captain spins in his chair as the guard stumbles in and reports that a certain door has been destroyed. The officer's first thought is that the royal family is behind it, but the shaken runner explains that reports from above say otherwise. The vice captain leans on his desk and says the broken gate is the one everyone forgot after the Karui cult incident. He guesses that a priest on the run might have opened it and decides they have to look into it themselves. The vice captain turns to Amelia and calmly asks her to deal with the problem without drawing attention. She accepts the order and heads out while he relaxes a bit, trusting her to handle it. Back in the depths, the party reaches yet another split and starts to grasp that the sewer path is actually a maze. The cat-tailed fighter glances at Hikurod and asks if he recognizes where they are. The hunters stand shoulder to shoulder in the dim passage, staring down the branching tunnel. Joking that not every dwarf is a master builder, they turn to Dwaki instead, hoping the mage can explain what kind of place this is. The mage waves his hands in a panic and blurts out that all that reading was just to learn new spells, not to figure out why people built a maze under the city. The scout stiffens and tells the others that the woman's scent just spiked, saying this smell is fresh, not something left behind. Purple mist churns through the tunnel as the scout insists she is coming straight toward them now. As she rushes through the twisting hallway, she grumbles about how tangled this path is, only to freeze when strange, mocking laughter echoes through the dark. The hooded woman stares at the writhing dark wall and shivers, thinking back to every time that same cruel laughter rang out when her life went wrong. And she panics that the people from the temple might have already reached this place. She bolts down the passage, ready to run for her life, but when the smell she is tracking suddenly grows faint again, she twists her plan on the spot and races after it instead. Boots pound against the stone as the hunters break into a run, shouting that they have to catch the woman before she gets any farther and yelling for Bjorn to be careful up front. The blonde tracker flinches as a new voice reaches her, sweat running down her cheek while she wonders if that cursed woman set a trap ahead. When she recognizes Bjorn the barbarian and his group, the tracker grins as dark power coils around her, thrilled that they have walked right into her hands and vowing not to let them escape again. She spreads her arms and tears open a gate to the demonic realm, letting a tide of howling shadows pour out around her. The system names the creatures Shadow Guardian Knights as two towering shadow warriors surge out of the gate toward the hunters. A streak of blue-white power lined with snowflakes rips through the dark, racing straight for the Shadow Guardians. The red-haired warrior rides the frozen arc forward, laughing as her swing crashes into the Shadow Knights and blasts them back in a storm of ice. Bjorn charges ahead with a grin, thinking that the elemental bonus has pushed their allies' power way up, and that this clash will not play out like their last meeting. The system announces wild outburst as Bjorn's body explodes with power, his threat and strength surging while he slams forward with his shield to crash straight into the Shadow Horde. Bjorn barrels forward like a wrecking ball, his shield and mace ripping straight through the Shadow Knights as red light and dark mist explode around him. Ikurod races up beside his partner and hurls a storm of lightning and light ahead, his Lightning X Unleash combo turning the tunnel into a blazing lane toward the enemy. The corrupted tracker grits her teeth and spits out a curse at the party, dark power flaring around her arms as their lightning and arrows crash into her guard. The corrupted woman stretches out her hand and swears she will make them suffer, casting a curse that saps their stamina and twists every hit to hurt far worse. The support mage thrusts his staff up and calls down Brilliance, a blinding golden light that washes over the group and wipes away every trace of the dark element clinging to them. One of the hunters laughs and asks how they like that, while Bjorn notes with relief that Dwaki followed his advice and picked up a wide-range purification spell, even though learning something that strong had to be pricey. Bjorn smashes his mace through the last of the dark mist and slams into the blonde tracker, drawing a pained cry from her as he yells for Dwaki to move now. Dwaki flinches at the shout, sweat beading under his glasses as he stares ahead and hurriedly gets ready to cast. Bjorn towers over the blonde tracker, lifting his massive club for another blow as he roars for Dwaki to hurry up and fire. The system flashes as Dwaki triggers materialization, then adds aim assist, shaping a bright blue wisp into a guided shot. The system confirms Dwoki's magic worked, wiping out Alyssa's resistance to physical attacks, while the tracker stiffens in confusion, not yet grasping how badly the tide just turned. With her defenses stripped, Bjorn drives his shield and clubs straight down, slamming Alyssa into the ground before she can react. Dwoki and the others stare toward the pounding noises in uneasy silence, one of them finally pointing out that if they want the bounty, they probably need her alive. Bjorn sounds almost surprised by that detail, then casually decides to change how hard he is hitting her. Soon after, Bjorn has Alyssa roped to his back like luggage, while the rest of the party lies sprawled on the floor, too drained to even stand as he calls the fight done and tells Rottmiller to guide them onward. A sharp chill runs through Bjorn as the system warns that basilisk paralysis poison is spreading in his body. But it also notes that thanks to his massive physique, the venom's power is cut in half. Bjorn curses under his breath, feeling that their lucky run just snapped. Alyssa, who was supposed to be harmless luggage on his back, is suddenly moving on her own in the dark passage. The tracker stares at Bjorn and feels his stomach drop, thinking how much stronger the barbarian has become. He realizes this is the same madman he once saw in the land of the dead. Bjorn plants his shield in front of him, standing over Alyssa's tied body like a wall. The tracker edges closer, clearly nervous about getting anywhere near the barbarian. He recalls the red-haired hunter pressing a blade to him once before, making it clear she would rather erase him than risk him talking. Back then, she spared him because he was just a nobody, but now his growing fame makes him a loose end. The tracker blurts out that he kept their promise and never exposed her, yet she still chased him down here to finish him. His fear twists into angry confusion as he tries to make sense of it. Bjorn raises his shield and asks her to spell things out, acting like he just stumbled in without knowing where he is. He presses her about this strange place and how anyone is even supposed to open the way in. Bjorn explains that if she means the magic thing on the floor, he just broke it with his mace and walked in, then asks if that was an issue. The red-haired hunter rubs her forehead, stunned that he destroyed something so important so casually. Bjorn says he only wrecked the magic device because Alyssa bolted down this passage and he was chasing her. To him, it was just the fastest way to keep his prisoner from slipping away. The red-haired hunter looks down at Alyssa and explains that the woman is a wanted priestess of Karui. When Bjorn shows he already knew that, she relaxes a little, deciding they finally understand each other. Tracker grips his weapon and nervously insists he will never tell anyone about this place, hoping a promise is enough to buy his freedom. His armor clatters to the floor one piece after another, admitting she cannot just let him leave now that he knows about this hidden spot. Bjorn questions her, wanting to know what she is planning and what this other choice actually is. The red-haired hunter stares back, measuring him carefully before she commits. Bjorn stops waiting for answers and whips the long slab forward with all his strength, sending it spinning down the tunnel like a giant blade. The red-haired hunter twists around, eyes widening as the spinning mass roars past her, close enough to brush her hair. Bjorn's whole body follows through on the throw, his stance tight and focused, more like a trained athlete than the dumb brute everyone thinks he is. The slab whirls overhead in a tight spiral, arcing back toward the red-haired hunter in a path so clean that Bjorn proudly names it his Captain America throw. The red-haired hunter bends her whole body back, letting the spinning slab slice the air right over her face. From Bjorn's view, her dodge looks almost unreal, like her spine has no limit. Bjorn explodes forward, swinging a huge bare foot down toward her head. The hunter, still holding her dagger, jerks back with wide eyes, not expecting the barbarian to move like that. She twists away from the kick and crashes onto her back, boots skidding on the stone. Bjorn is already over her, his huge hand shooting down to grab her before she can roll clear. Bjorn notes how she pulled back only as much as she needed, just like he guessed she would. Since she keeps choosing the safest move, he decides it is time to try something she would never see coming. Green light bursts out as Bjorn calls on his gigantification skill, his arms swelling with power around her waist. The hunter stiffens in his grip, feeling his body start to grow while he refuses to let her slip away. In a blink, Bjorn swells into a giant, his muscles and tattoos stretching as he towers over her. He keeps one hand locked around her while drawing back the other, ready to smash down with all that new weight. Bjorn brings his huge body down and drives her into the stone, the ground bursting under the force. Dust and chips of rock shoot out around them as the impact shakes the tunnel. Bjorn grits his teeth and pulls his fist back again, not willing to stop yet. In his mind, one more clean hit should be enough to end this struggle. Bjorn leans in to finish her, but a sharp chill crawls up his arm, wiping the grin off his face. The red-haired hunter pours a wild aura into her dagger and swings for his forearm, clearly aiming to slice the whole thing clean off. Her dagger bites into his swollen flesh, and at once his body answers with a violent burst of warped meat and burning acidic blood. The blast rips into her, but the hunter still drives a fist straight at his chest, forcing her body to move even as it burns. Bjorn twists his massive body and drives a brutal kick into her side, sending the already broken hunter skidding across the stone, barely staying on her feet. Seeing her stagger, Bjorn's chest floods with relief, as he realizes the trap landed just like he planned and starts to believe he can actually take her down. Then a calm voice calls him Barbarian from behind, and Bjorn freezes as he spots another red-haired woman standing there, whole and steady while the broken one still kneels in front of him. The system calmly reports that Amelia Reinwiles has triggered a cloning skill called auto-reproduction and is now loading a deadly strike named Asura kick, turning this fight into something far worse than Bjorn expected. The charge kick slams down and a pillar of purple energy erupts, swallowing the space in raw force. Amelia swings her glowing leg down at him, saying he should be able to handle it after taking the vampire's essence. Bjorn stares up, stunned that she can copy herself and still hit this hard. The system calmly notes that Bjorn did not fall thanks to a passive called Source of Darkness, and another trait named Immortal starts pumping his HP back up to crazy levels. As the light fades, Amelia's helmet lies on the ground, its glow hinting that she walked out of that insane clash without a scratch. Amelia watches his neck knit back together and calls his recovery insane, pointing out that one potion bottle fixed even a missing head. Bjorn's new face forms and he mutters in confusion, trying to process that a simple potion did all this. Bjorn pushes himself up and snaps, asking why she did not finish him when she had the chance. Amelia studies him and says he is exactly the same as before, which only makes his confusion worse. Arms crossed, Amelia says his reaction is the same as before and asks why he always jumps straight to attacking her. She wonders aloud if normal people at least try to solve things with words first. Bjorn glares back and says fighting is the only answer when someone comes at him like she did. Amelia reminds him that she let him live last time too, asking what makes him so sure she truly wants him dead. Bjorn grits his teeth, every muscle ready to swing again, but her calm promise not to finish him off leaves him stuck between backing down and grabbing his weapon. His fingers creep toward the mace out of habit, sweat running down his hand as he fights the urge to grab it first and ask questions later. Bjorn rushes out a clumsy excuse, insisting he was not planning to jump her. Amelia sighs and calmly points out that he was simply getting ready in case she changed her mind, reading his paranoia like it is nothing new. Bjorn throws her a stiff thumbs up, trying to play the fearless brute. Amelia just groans at his attitude, then coughs into her brutal glove and asks if he has taken a potion, finally remembering that some essences clash badly with normal healing. With the potion issue set aside, Amelia reaches into her gear and holds something out to him, telling him to take it while Bjorn eyes it warily, unsure what kind of trick this might be. System explains that the thing in his palm is Leet's Blessing, a drug from an underground alchemist that wipes out the last hour of memories. Bjorn stares at the strange pill, wondering why she kept something this useful hidden during their last meeting. The other hunters lie sprawled on the stone floor beside his massive mace, easy targets worth a mountain of stones if he chose to finish the job, and Amelia quietly presses him on why he is sparing them instead. When Bjorn finally blurts out that he mostly thinks she is crazy, Amelia grabs his shoulder and leans in with fire in her eyes, furious that he would paint her as a monster when she is the one keeping everyone alive. Amelia suddenly jams the pill between Bjorn's lips, not giving him a chance to back out, and he flinches as it hits his tongue. His throat works in a hard gulp as he forces the pill down, deciding that trusting a shady drug is still better than ending here. Amelia stands over him with a smug little smile, saying the stuff only wipes an hour of memories and that he should just lie down and sleep. And Bjorn realizes she is right, that he has no other way out. Bjorn stares off, remembering her talk about 2 ways to push a person over the edge, and the name of the drug finally clicks in his mind. The system pops up, calmly stating that Leet's Blessing is seeping into his soul and starting its work. Bjorn's eyes fly wide as the world tilts, his body going heavy while the blessing drags him down like he is falling through the floor. New warnings flash that his soul cannot be blessed, and that the effect is being ripped back out, and Bjorn panics as he realizes even his memories are not acting the way they should. Bjorn lies on his back, staring up as the world stretches and blurs, his body too heavy to move. For a moment, he cannot even tell if he is falling or lying still. By the next morning, everything had moved to the city offices, where clerks calmly checked their story and confirmed the plaque from the man they brought in. An official drops a stuffed pouch on the counter, explaining that Hans Markham was a wanted robber and killer, and that the quest plus bonus comes out to 180,000 stones for their party. Bjorn rubs his chin, calling this job a special case, because the last thing he remembers is nearly dying and then coming to in the filthy sewers. Back in that moment, the barbarian sat up in the muck and checked his belongings, relieved his armor and weapons were still there, but cursing as he saw the headlamp and the little recorder inside it were smashed. As he flexes his arm and feels his head clear, Bjorn frowns, because his memories are somehow untouched, and he blurts out that it must be tied to Nyan, the reckless woman who is now lying dead nearby. The cat-eared girl panics, wondering why they remember nothing and why the bound woman is now a corpse, even tossing out that some monster might be to blame. Another fighter studies the body and says it feels more like this whole mess started with the woman herself. Itter Rotmler stands before a board and calmly walks them through it. They beat the woman, tried to drag her back to the city, and then she woke up and hit them with some kind of trick, which explains both the mace marks on her and the mage mana still clinging to her. Bjorn listens in silence, admitting to himself that Rotmler's theory fits the facts better than anything he has. The dwarf burst out laughing, saying an evil god wiping memories actually sounded about right, and that they must have beaten it somehow since they were still breathing. The mage beside him gripped his staff and forced a weak smile, clearly not as relaxed about that idea. Bjorn eyed the pair and casually called them nothing more than an office worker from the agency and a librarian. The woman in glasses snapped back, demanding why he was looking down on them when Lagna was actually a very skilled mage. Blue-haired mage said Bjorn should really be thanking Chauvin instead, since he had only been dragged along for the ride. She admitted she had no idea how strong Chauvin truly was, but pointed out that anyone who could afford gear like hers had to be loaded. Chauvin leaned in with a sly grin, teasing Lagna that she had been the one worrying about everyone, which sent the proud mage into a flustered denial. Down by Bjorn's side, Nyan tugged at his arm and quietly asked who these two fancy strangers were. Bjorn answered that one of them worked at the agency and the other was the librarian he visited all the time. Nyan forced a laugh and said she understood, but her ears drooped as she turned away, clearly annoyed that this rich librarian woman seemed so close to him. Paladin in gleaming armor stepped forward, reciting a holy phrase about the star at dusk guiding them and thanking Alyssa Vehench for what she had done. As he spoke with an easy smile, the officials wrapped things up, stating that the bounty for Hans Markham was now officially confirmed. Off to the side, a group of clerks huddled together, whispering that they had heard he became massive whenever he used a certain skill. Their cheeks burned as the talk drifted straight into dirty jokes, until one of them suddenly snapped back to reality and slammed her hand on the counter in protest. Her palm hit the desk with a sharp smack as she shouted at her coworkers, telling them to knock it off and calling out the whole group at once. The furious clerk snapped that she would report them for harassment, and the girls scattered, tripping over each other as they yelled apologies. Bjorn just watched from his seat, not even bothering to hide how little he cared. A small grin tugged at Bjorn's lips as he admitted to himself that her way of shutting them up was actually pretty good. Bjorn pushed his chair back and said he had to head out since his party was waiting. The librarian called after him, asking him to drop by the library when he had some free time. The librarian added that she had seen Lagna getting something ready just for him, giggling about how cute the mage was. Bjorn, a bit taken off guard, said he would swing by when he could, and she made him promise not to forget. Later at the tavern, the dwarf threw his head back and roared with laughter, unable to handle the silly name he had just heard. Round the crowded table, Nyan slammed her cup and shouted that she was serious, calling the dwarf a liar for claiming someone could be named Dick Johnson. The dwarf, already tipsy, puffed out his chest and slurred that he was actually the great mage Lear Wuevdwalk, while the blonde mage lay face down on the table and Bjorn watched the chaos. The sign outside swung gently as the tavern buzzed with light and noise. Inside, the group drank and joked, Nyan howling with laughter while the dwarf kept repeating that he was a famous mage, swearing up and down that he was not making it up. Not long after, heavy bags of coins hit the table, spilling gold everywhere and lighting up the room. The whole party stared in shock as the system confirmed the payout for taking down that insane woman. So much money that even after splitting it, each of them walked away with 2 million stones. Bjorn remembered how Nyan's body was torn apart in an instant, her hand bursting and even her head sent flying. To him, it was still vivid, but he knew the others had lost that memory and probably felt like they had just hit the jackpot instead. Back in the present, a red-haired girl leaned close and said her father had asked her to bring Bjorn along. She cut herself off mid-sentence as her eyes landed on someone behind him. Grinning man with yellow hair waved at him, acting thrilled to meet again and calling himself Hans Horge. Bjorn stared, digging through his memory, then finally placed him as the second Hans, a background extra who had barely mattered even in the original story. Hans went on about how Bjorn's father had advised him to visit the guild once Einar walked away from their party. In his story, that was how he ended up mixed in with the hunters at the counter that day. Trying to ride that connection, Hans asked if he could join Bjorn's party. Bjorn cut him off without a hint of warmth, making it clear he had nothing to discuss with him and that Hans was way out of line. Bjorn thought back to every Hans he had run into so far, and none of them had been worth trusting. This one gave off the same rotten feeling, so he decided not to let him get close. Bjorn told him they were heading out and that he should just go on his way. Hans wilted under that cold tone, mumbling that he had only come over because he was glad to see him again. Hans shuffled off, sweat running down his neck, not daring to push any further. Bjorn closed his eyes with a small, pleased look, as if he had just cleared an annoying quest labeled getting rid of Hans. The tavern door slammed open, and blinding light poured inside like a warning. 2 Moslem knights marched in, metal boots ringing on the floor, and the whole tavern froze, wondering why a group that only dealt with nobles had come to a place like this. The knights headed straight toward Bjorn's table, and he tensed up, cursing inside as he tried to remember if he had done anything lately that could drag Moslem down on him. Bjorn remembered the shaman's warning about drawing in people full of hate and wondered if that had meant men like Hans, since every time he got mixed up with a Hans, things went sideways, and now he even blamed this mess on that second Hans daring to talk to them. One of the Moslem knights pressed a blonde woman to the floor, and coldly stated that Lear Wuevdwalk was being taken in for speaking against the nobles. Lear's eyelids twitched behind her monocle as she started to wake, too dazed to even finish asking who dared to treat her like this. Hours later, the iron gates of the Moslem office towered over them as they were brought in and told to wait while the investigation ran its course. Bjorn leaned against the gate with his arms crossed while the others slumped on the stone, worn out and anxious as they waited for Moslem to finish digging into Lear's case. The dwarf clung to the doorway, face tight with worry, and begged Hikurad to stop talking like their friend might already be gone, reminding everyone that Chauvin was still looking into it. A pair of boots crossed the stone floor and stepped into the light, signaling that the person they had been waiting for had finally come back. Outside the Moslem gate, the dwarf grabbed Dwaki by the shoulders while the others ran up, shocked by the dark air around him and pressing him to say if he was all right and what Moslem had done. Later at a tavern, Dwaki sat with his hands clasped and after a long breath, told them he was going to leave the team, leaving everyone stunned and demanding he explain himself. Dwaki explained that his older brother was Baron Martoin, and Bjorn and the dwarf stared at him, trying to wrap their heads around the fact that their quiet mage was actually from a noble house. Dwaki went on, saying he was the child of the former baron and a maid, branded as the family's shame and handed off on paper to the Baroness's brother Turva the moment he was born, even though he only ever walked the streets holding his real mother's hand. He admitted that the adoption was only on paper and that his mother actually raised him, so he still grew up in a rich house, studying magic like any other noble son. The dwarf shot to his feet and slammed the table, yelling that none of this explained why Dwaki had to quit. And Dwaki finally said that everything had changed a year ago when his father died and his second brother took the title. His mind went back to the day his house fell, when the old baron and the rest of that branch were wiped out, leaving only him lying in the middle of broken glass and spilled red on the floor. The mage said he was sure his new lord had sent Moslin as a warning, annoyed that he had stopped hiding and joined a real party. Bjorn listened with a tight jaw, feeling like he was being blamed just for being the well-known one on the team. Round the table, Dwaki told them that, in exchange for not getting dragged off for insulting nobles, he had been banned from entering the labyrinth. The others sat in heavy silence, knowing there were only a few days left before the next dive and that this wrecked everything. In the end, they agreed to pick it up tomorrow, trading tired waves and promises of another drink as they split up in the cool night air. As they walked off, Nyan turned, ears twitching, when Bjorn mentioned he still had business at the library with that strange librarian. Nyan trotted after the barbarian, asking if she could come too, but Bjorn brushed it off and told her to get some rest, which only made her grumble that there was nothing waiting for her back at the inn anyway. Nyan slowed, cheeks hot and eyes shining as she clutched her hands, clearly not wanting to part. While Bjorn, now banned from the labyrinth, was already tossing aside his plan to rest and thinking about how he needed to start training again right away. The door swung open and heavy steps crossed the threshold, as Bjorn headed inside to deal with things on his own now that everything had changed. Bjorn finally bothered to introduce himself as Jandal's son, acting like this was the first real meeting. The librarian calmly said she already knew who he was and pointed out that the library was about to close, asking if he meant to stay longer. When Bjorn said he was not here to borrow anything, the librarian tilted her head slightly and pressed him to explain what he actually wanted. The librarian answered by giving her full name as Lagna Litinul Pefrock, then softly corrected the middle part, saying it a bit differently but brushing it off like it did not really matter. Bjorn stumbled over her name, hurriedly saying it was fine, then tried to steer the talk back to her, clearly working up to the real reason he had come. He finally asked if Lagna would leave this librarian job for a while and head into the labyrinth with him. But Lagna did not even let him finish before turning him down in a clear, sharp voice. Lagna's eyes stayed cold and steady, and when Bjorn backed down with a short acceptance, she did not soften at all, making it clear the matter was settled. Bjorn stares at the librarian, confused that Shavin supposedly set something up just for him and asking what she even means by that. Lagna explains that Shavin's position at work improved because of Bjorn, and that Shavin wanted to thank him but pushed the job onto her since she owes Shavin a favor, making it clear this reward is from Shavin, not from herself. Bjorn nods that he gets it, though inside he feels she really did not need to spell out every tiny reason like that. With that cleared up, Bjorn focuses on what matters and asks what he is actually getting, and she tells him his reward is a stack of books. As she explains that one book holds a spell by Byandon Farcio, meant to track down high-security books that normal detection magic cannot touch, and usually only nobles can use, Bjorn swallows, realizing just how rare this reward is. Later, Bjorn sits alone in the quiet library, poring over the high-security books and finding their content so useful that he feels an urge to devour every single one he is allowed to touch. He had cut it so close to closing that he almost lost the chance to read anything, so Lagna asks why he showed up so late, and he points out he could not have guessed she would open these books for him. She sighs and agrees to let him stay only while she finishes sorting, and thanks to that small bit of kindness he manages to get through quite a few useful volumes. Among them, one red volume lays out the whole Rafdonia organization chart, listing public facilities and even shadowy groups like the secret police, and Bjorn cannot help thinking that those who hold power seem the same no matter what world he ends up in. One of the volumes turns out to be a famous report on evil spirits, written by a secret police agent who barely made it back alive from their realm. With a security system that's strong around it, Bjorn feels a bit safer digging into its secrets. Bjorn reaches for the next prize, a thick volume called Complete Analysis of Ruptures Roman II, a book that breaks down everything known about ruptures, even if it only has room to cover 4 of them. As he flips through the pages, Bjorn sees that it reads like a perfect tutorial, packing in all the hidden tricks he spent 9 years finding on his own. Even by his standards, it looks flawless, which means to the people of this world it is nothing short of a treasure. Then he spots the author's name and jerks up from his seat, stunned that Oriel Gabus is written there, a name he never expected to find inside this world. Staring at the pages, Bjorn calms himself and works through it, deciding there are only 2 options. Either someone like him, a player, wrote this guide, or the developer behind Dungeon and Stone put it here on purpose. He knows that if the second guess is right, then his being dragged into this world is tied directly to the developer, which means none of this is random. In his experience, being part of someone else's plan is always the worst outcome. Bjorn even wonders if the so-called developer is less a person and more like some god of this place, but he pushes that thought aside. For now, what matters is that this book gives him his first real clue about why he is here. His thoughts drift to the Gate of Abyss from the game, and he has to admit he still knows almost nothing about how this all works. Even that final gate might not be the key to going back to his own world. Bjorn decides that if he can track down this name, it might be his ticket back home someday. But he also knows asking the wrong person could put a target on his back. He flips the page and his eyes catch on a short name, turning it over in his mind like a puzzle piece that might fit later. Warm light spills through the window, and Bjorn startles a bit as he realizes he has been buried in books until morning. Across the room, the librarian sits slumped at her desk, fighting sleep after a long night of sorting books. She straightens up and insists she was only taking a short break from organizing, while Bjorn calmly notes that it is already time to open the library. The librarian insists she really was working and tells him not to misunderstand, and Bjorn just agrees, deciding not to push it. Bjorn studies her for a moment, turning over in his head whether the strict librarian might actually be softer than she lets on. The librarian tilts her head and asks why he is not leaving yet, and Bjorn, hearing the concern under her words, starts to wonder if she might actually be a decent person. Hours later, the magic tower rises into the cloudy sky as someone below shouts for the mage named Raven. Raven cracks open her door, clutching a pillow and squinting, and asks Jandal why he showed up at such a late hour as he tells her he needs something from her. Jandal stands in the hallway and explains that his team needs a mage, but when Raven brushes that off, he quickly blurts out that there is another favor he wants from her. When Jandal slips a torn page toward the crack in the door and says it is from Complete Analysis of Ruptures Roman 2, Raven's sleepy eyes sharpen as he asks her to tell him when that paper was written. Raven reminds him that her work is never free and tells him to come inside, and Jandal steps over the threshold, ready to pay whatever she asks. Now seated with her arms crossed, the mage says she will answer his question only if he first explains how he used that relic to get the goddess tears, pointing out that even she had not known what that item really was. In his memory, a stone statue by the fountain shatters as Jandal explains that he only smashed it because he was bored, insisting he had not learned about the goddess tears from any hidden source. Back in the dark room, Jandal stiffens when Raven mentions a book called Complete Analysis of Ruptures, and he realizes she has tied his lucky break to that forbidden research. Raven stares up at Jandal in disbelief, asking if he really used that relic without knowing what it was, and forcing him to swear on his honor that he is not making this up. Jandal forces a calm face for the mage, but inside he panics, deciding he absolutely cannot tell her that the real Complete Analysis of Ruptures is sitting in the library. Raven sighs and says she will handle his request only if he helps her seniors with their research just once, adding that she will share the results of the paper analysis when it comes in next week. The table is covered in strange tools and syringes, a clear sign of how buried Raven already is in experiments even before dragging Jandal into more work. Later, at the spot where she was supposed to meet the outcast Barbarian, the fox-eared girl yells Bjorn's name at the top of her lungs, furious that he had not been at his place. When she demands to know where he vanished to all night and awkwardly hints at some other kind of business, Bjorn just says he had been at the library, calmly adding that he only stayed up reading books. The fox girl narrows her eyes and asks if he is really serious, while Bjorn insists there is no reason for him to lie, growing uneasy under her sharp, cat-like stare. Bjorn blinks and asks what she had wanted to tell him yesterday, and the fox girl's ears twitch as she stammers, clearly trying to say something big but choking on the words. The fox girl snaps into a bright greeting, acting like she and her friend have been waiting here the whole time, even though a nervous sweat runs down her face. Bjorn just stares, wondering why she is acting so weird all of a sudden. They gather around the table, and the man leading the talk tells everyone to share ideas, pointing at Bjorn to start. Bjorn says they should just look for a new partner, adding that he already tried to hire 2 mages, but both refused. The dwarf slams the table, shocked that Bjorn went to other mages, while the robed mage hurriedly holds him back and says Bjorn is not exactly wrong. With the dwarf still grumbling, they turn back to Bjorn and demand to know if he has any other plan. The mage calmly explains that they decided it would be best to talk to Baron Martoin in person, leaving the fox girl blinking, unsure how they could ever reach someone that high up. The dwarf laughs and admits this place is one of Baron Martoin's regular spots, saying the Baron usually drops by around this hour, while Bjorn stiffens as he realizes they are about to meet him today. The fox girl clung to the dwarf, bawling as she begged everyone not to run off, even promising a fat reward if they stayed. Bjorn rubbed his forehead, already regretting agreeing to this plan. The door to the hall swung open with a sharp clatter, snapping every nervous thought into silence. A richly dressed noble strode in with guards at his back, the air around him heavy with power. The mage trembled beside the fox girl, whispering that this imposing man was his second brother and pushing Bjorn to go speak to him. Baron's boots clicked across the floor, and this was the only chance to stop him before he passed them by. The mage dropped to his knees and begged the Baron to listen, shouting out his full name. The Baron paused, frowning as he repeated the word Dwarki, remembering it as the family of a former Baron's third wife. Realizing who the young man was, Baron Martoin relaxed a little and asked what matter was so urgent that it had to be brought up here. The mage's mind went blank, his words tangling as he tried to explain. The mage stammered uselessly, his courage melting away in front of all those eyes. The Baron's face hardened, already writing him off as a failure. The mage shook like he was about to faint, drowning in his own shame. Bjorn let out a sharp breath and rose from his seat, knowing he had to fix this before their chance slipped away. Baron Martoin looked Bjorn up and down, amused that a barbarian had stepped forward at all, then calmly asked what business this brute had with him. As Bjorn asked him to lift the labyrinth ban on the young mage who had been dragged away, the Baron only sighed that it was a shame and wondered why any of that should matter to him. Bjorn frowned as the Baron's blank look made it clear he had no idea what Bjorn was talking about, while the old attendant quietly reminded his lord about an unreported bastard son he had once brushed off as unimportant. The Baron even praised his aide for keeping quiet, saying the whole thing would have just wasted his time, and the mage's face went pale as he realized his own lord saw him as nothing. The attendant hurriedly asked the Baron to wait, then murmured that this towering barbarian was actually the little Valken everyone had been talking about. Bjorn's eyes narrowed as he caught the title Little Valken, quickly grasping that his deeds in the labyrinth had finally reached the noble's ears. Martoin burst into laughter, thrilled that the explorer his liege was so interested in had just fallen into his lap, and he promised a hefty pile of stones to the attendant, leaving Bjorn staring, unsure why everyone was suddenly acting so friendly. Resting his ring-covered hand on the armrest, the Baron fixed his gaze on the barbarian and calmly confirmed that Bjorn was indeed the name he had given. As the others perked up, eager to hear the favor, Bjorn stared down, a drop of sweat sliding down his cheek. He had expected strings attached and now had to decide how far he was willing to go for that maid. Baron Martoin calmly spoke about a grand banquet the Count would host in 2 months and said he wanted Bjorn to go with him. Bjorn asked if that was really all, trying to see where the trap was. In his mind, Bjorn saw himself half exposed on stage, twisting metal bars while nobles gasped and clapped. Rage boiled up as he realized the Baron only saw him as a strong pet to show off. Bjorn clenched his teeth, torn between pride and the need for money. Baron Martoin calmly added that he would pay a full 1,000,000 stones if Bjorn pulled it off, then asked if this barbarian could handle such a simple task. Bjorn let out a shaky breath and forced himself to agree, knowing he could never refuse that kind of money. The sum was just too big to walk away from. The next morning, Nyan and the others ran out to the gate, shouting for Dwaki as they spotted him standing there, looking worn out but alive. Nyan laughed and told them that getting Dwaki allowed back into the labyrinths had been almost laughably easy now that he had some pull. They joked that having power made everything smoother and talked about climbing even higher. And Bjorn told himself his fame and strength were enough for now, yet his face stayed stiff enough that Nyan poked at him about being in a bad mood. Later, Hikurad pulled out the 3 heavy pouches of stones he had promised and urged them to take the money, but everyone agreed to turn it down, and Bjorn felt too guilty to grab it for himself. Hikurad thanked Bjorn, saying it must have been hard to set aside a warrior's pride. But Bjorn just sweated and thought that no sane person would turn down 1,000,000 stones, and that only dumb barbarians would cling to honor over that kind of money. Fired up, Hikurad declared that he would never forget what Bjorn had done and would repay the favor somehow, even as Nyan tried to wave it off and asked why he was acting like he owed so much. Hikurad promised Bjorn he would return the favor tenfold as their leader, but Bjorn just said he did not care who paid him back, which made the catgirl laugh and joke that the big barbarian was getting shy. Time flew after that, and before Bjorn knew it, the long-awaited day of the labyrinth's opening had arrived. The sky ripped open in a swirl of purple light, and the warriors roared like kids at a festival. Bjorn stared up at the portal, already tired of how loud everyone was getting around him. Earlier, Bjorn had pulled a few rookies aside and laid out what he called the true warrior's way, telling them to guard their hearts and stay wary of strange fires and tricks in the dark. He kept the words simple, but every tip came straight from hard-earned pain. The young warriors lit up, swearing they would follow his advice and asking if it could make them as famous as him. Fired up by the thought, they shouted their thanks and promised not to waste the chance. In the end, he had walked them all the way to the labyrinth gate, and even shared the tricks that had kept him alive this long. The rookies yelled that the little Valken was a great warrior and sent him off with loud wishes of good luck. One of the onlookers noted how gentle he was with his own people, almost like an older brother. As they walked away from the light, Valken said he had only done what he could, adding that this place taught its lessons in the harshest way. Bjorn let out a short laugh, knowing all too well how true that was. That memory from a few days ago flashed through Bjorn's mind, and his gaze hardened as he pulled himself back to the now. A few days earlier, Karek, Vanon's third son, had told Bjorn he was working as a guardian on a second-floor team now, and that most of the men he started with were already gone. He looked worn out but steady, grumbling that instead of clinging to old customs, their elders should be teaching real skills if they wanted anyone to survive. One of the party members pointed out that Rottmiller was empty-handed and asked why he never carried a weapon. Rottmiller laughed and said his weapon stayed in the treasure room since he only bothered taking it out when he really needed it. As the rest of the party joined him at the glowing gate, they checked that everyone was ready and agreed to head inside. Bjorn thought back to his last 3 dives, each one a mess, and reminded himself this was already his 4th try. Bjorn marched toward the portal with his shield up, the ground glowing under his feet. He wondered what kind of monsters or tricks would greet them this time, already betting that something crazy would happen again. The portal swallowed Bjorn in a rush of purple light, tearing him out of the city. He pushed away any lazy thoughts and braced himself to face whatever the labyrinth threw at them. The system popped up a warning that he was already carrying as many essences as he could, pushing him to hunt new monsters and level up instead. A second notice told him they had landed in the second floor's stone desert. Day after day, the party cut down every kind of monster the stone desert threw at them, squeezing out as much experience as they could. Even so, they kept their pace high and managed to reach the portal to the next floor in just 4 days. The system marked their arrival in the 3rd floor's Pilgrim's Passage as they pushed on without slowing. By the 8th day, they had forced a path through the Witch's Forest and stood before the portal leading to the 4th floor. Stepping into the Sky Tower, Bjorn found the hall already packed with familiar beasts from the 3rd floor, mixed with tougher ranks and strange creatures he had never seen. The system warned that this place gathered every monster below and even added its own, turning the entire floor into one long test of endurance. Bjorn's eyes lit up as he understood what this floor really was. A perfect place to grind monsters and stack a crazy amount of experience. He hurled himself at the first beast in his way, shield crashing into its jaw as he forced the fight to stay close and brutal. The system kept spitting out messages, one after another, as they wiped out patrols, bosses, and rare monsters, until their total profit broke past 1,000,000 stones with a fat share for each of them. Back in the city, Bjorn and the others weighed their pouches and admitted the money was nice, but not amazing, agreeing that they only hit this number because the mimic's greed skill had boosted magic crystal drops. Staring at his share, Bjorn noted it was less than what he made on his first run and finally understood why so many hunters gave up on fair work and turned into plunderers instead. His thoughts drifted to an old record, noting how the year this world's game began, the founding king's death, the first full study of ruptures, and even that thick book all lined up on the same date. Looking through the market with Nyan, Bjorn decided that whatever tied those events together was no accident. But since there was no way to prove it yet, all he could do was keep entering the labyrinth and buy himself more time. Days slipped by until Bjorn stepped into the portal for his 5th adventure, his body swallowed once more by a rush of blinding purple light. Back at the counter, the group stared at the bags of stones, and Nyan nervously asked if they had messed up the numbers. Bjorn stayed silent with his arms crossed, while the man holding the bags frowned, clearly not thrilled with how little they had made. Later that night, soft candlelight filled Bjorn's room, the small flames swaying as the place finally went quiet. Sprawled across the huge bed, Bjorn stared at the ceiling and told himself there was no need to get worked up, since lately everything had been going smoothly. With his eyes closed, the barbarian let that easy thought sit in his mind, enjoying a rare hint of peace. Then he jerked up in bed, heart pounding, furious at himself for even daring to relax like that. Leaning forward with a hand over his face, Bjorn reminded himself that when life felt easy, that was when disaster always hit. He decided he could never slow down and had to keep getting stronger, no matter how well things seemed to be going. His fingers twitched as he set a rule for himself, deciding that only after reaching a certain point would he even think about easing up. He knew that if anyone watched him obsess like this, they would probably call him crazy, but he did not care. Staring ahead with cold eyes, Bjorn chose to keep planning for the worst at all times, even if it made him look unhinged. Bjorn let out a crooked smile and decided that if staying this tense kept him alive, then being a little insane was a fair price. The system laid out his progress: level 4, higher strength and ability, and new essences taken from powerful foes. With his combat power now over 1,000, a new day in the city began. The next morning, Nyang stirred a pot of thick soup and asked if something bad had happened to Bjorn. He brushed it off, acting like nothing was wrong. As they sat across from each other, Nyang said his eyes felt harsher than usual. Bjorn paused over his meal, suddenly aware that his stress had been spilling onto her. He slowly stirred the porridge and admitted to himself that pushing so hard was his own problem. Bjorn decided he needed to stop taking that pressure out on people who had done nothing wrong. Trying to help in her own way, Nyang leaned close with a shy smile and offered to let him touch her ears if it would make him feel better. Bjorn stiffened, completely thrown by the sudden offer. Kneeling by the table, Nyang explained that when she was little, her oldest brother said playing with her ears helped him relax, and that he was still sweet to her now. Bjorn stared back, quietly deciding that her brother sounded like a total creep. Bjorn blamed it on the place she grew up, thinking that her world had twisted what counted as normal. Looking at her bright, trusting eyes, he could tell she honestly just wanted to be nice and did not even realize anything about it was strange. Nyang's face went bright red as she snapped, suddenly aware that her offer sounded way too suggestive. Bjorn told Nyang not to argue and to just accept what he was saying, trying to end the weird mood she had started. So she quickly changed the subject and asked if he wanted meat instead, and Bjorn accepted right away, grateful for the normal offer. Later, Bjorn stepped into Misha's office, where she sat alone at her desk in the glow of the window. Seeing her up close, Bjorn said she seemed to be doing fine, and Misha answered that she was, then asked if he had been holding up as well. Misha hesitated, then told him to just say whatever was on his mind, wondering how he always seemed to know when she was holding something back. His mind, Bjorn pictured a dimension collapse, a brutal disaster inside the labyrinth that made even a floor lord look small, something that had only shown up once in a long while back when this was just a game. Bjorn stared into the dark and realized the reason things had felt so peaceful lately was probably because the labyrinth was saving up for that one huge collapse. Bjorn asks if she has any proof for this talk about a collapse, not willing to trust a random rumor. Misha answers that the warning came from a mage named Charnel Fergan from the Tarupane school, someone who studied such disasters for years. Misha can tell he still does not fully believe her, but she says it is fine and that ignoring it might even be safer for his mind. He thanks her for the warning and says he will dig into it himself, then turns to leave. Bjorn explains that he picked up a new quest and needs to handle that before anything else. Later, as days pass over the city, Bjorn digs through what records he can, but finds nothing about this Charnel Fergan, and he starts to wonder if the mage was even real. About 10 days later, the city finally starts buzzing with talk. Nyang bursts in, eyes wide, yelling to Bjorn that she has heard a rumor about a dimension collapse coming soon. In a crowded tavern, a pair of drinkers chat about the so-called dimension collapse, trying to remember where they even heard it. One swears it is something that happens from time to time and says people are claiming it will hit this month. Bjorn listens in and frowns, thinking how odd this all is. For a story to spread this far, there should be clear proof or at least a named source, but there is nothing, which makes him wonder if someone is pushing the rumor on purpose. Sitting alone with his drink, Bjorn watches the light chatter around him and feels stuck. He is sure the real answers are traded in places far more private than this, and it frustrates him that he cannot reach those hidden talks yet. Bjorn knows there is no way a so-called dumb barbarian can reach the people who really know the truth, so he narrows his eyes and settles on the one path left to him. He opens his hand, revealing a tiny red pill he had planned to save for 3 months before using. Deciding that waiting any longer is pointless, Bjorn flicks the pill into his mouth, trusting that taking it a month early will still be safe enough. His throat moves in a hard swallow and the pill slides down, locking in his decision. Later, Bjorn sits at his desk and glances at the wall clock, muttering that it should start working now. The hands line up at 12, marking the moment he has been waiting for. The system announces that GB027 has been taken, and a rush of blue light tears through the room as Bjorn's soul is yanked out toward a different realm. Back in the real world, the police have picked up Hansu's strange disappearance. 2 detectives go over Lee Hansu's file, noting that his company reported him missing after a month, and that he has a mother waiting for answers. The senior detective frowns, wondering why a basic missing person report has been handed to a violent crime team at all. The footage shows Hansu walking into his apartment and then nothing, with every window locked tight and no sign of him ever leaving. Reading through the report, the detective sees there was no break-in, nothing taken, and Hansu's bank card has been dead for a month. Photos of Hansu's room show his clothes sitting on the chair as if his body simply vanished out of them, leaving the detective stunned by how wrong it all feels. The senior orders that the room stay untouched and talks about calling in forensics, but the younger detective stops him, saying he has one more thing that might change how they see this case. The younger detective brings up the oddest thing they found, the monitor from the missing man's room. The monitor glows with game text about a ceremony and a new item, even though no cable is plugged in, leaving the younger detective to admit it was already like that when they arrived. He adds that other people overseas have vanished in almost the same way, turning Hansu's case from a weird one-off into part of something much bigger. Hansu remembers sitting at his work desk, fingers moving over the keyboard almost on their own the moment he saw his computer. Staring at the password prompt, Hansu realizes the goofy P.S. line about Rafdonia's king is the only thing that fits, so he starts typing that in as his guess. His fingers race across the keys, finishing the crude password that will end up changing his life. Hansu jerks back from the desk and studies his hands, stunned as it hits him that this is his actual body from before he vanished. Before he can make sense of it, the office shatters into glowing blocks of light around him, and Hansu is yanked up into the same strange force that stole him the first time. Hansu studies the place with a tense look, stunned that every detail of his room matches his memory and even feels real to the touch. He rushes to the fridge and pulls it open, finding it stuffed top to bottom with red soda cans just like he used to keep it. Hansu almost cheers when he sees rows of cold cans waiting for him, even while he wonders why this place only bothered to copy his soda stash. He snaps a can open without a second thought, desperate to taste something real again. He throws his head back and chugs the soda in huge gulps, waiting for the sharp sweetness and bubbles he has missed for so long. Hansu freezes, tears of frustration running down his face as he admits the soda has no taste at all, like he is just drinking plain water. And in that hollow moment, a polite voice asks to come inside. Sitting back in his chair, Hansu thinks it through, guessing this room is a copy of the place where he feels safest and that, thanks to his high defense, whoever is outside can only see its shape as drifting smoke while he struggles to keep his words simple, like a real barbarian would. His eyes narrow as he pieces it together, thinking that the first password he typed was only bait and that this strange guest pulled him here just to check the truth for themselves. Hansu starts to ask about the doorbell, confused because she claimed she could not see the room. The blonde guide just smiles and says he must have heard her calling out to him instead. Sitting across from her in his own room, Hansu jokes to himself about her fancy suit coming from an ex and wonders if she can see details like that. The guide brushes off his worries and tells him he is now an official member, sounding completely sure of it. The guide laughs softly and says there are other ways to check things, but the risky trick of ripping souls from bodies is off the table now, unlike what they did with the fake people in the game. Hansu relaxes a little, guessing that when she says NPCs, she means the people living in this world. Later, she leans in over his shoulder and walks him through the community forum, pointing out the menus while he tests the keys. To his surprise, it looks and works just like any normal message board he used back home. When he types in the username he always used for Dungeon and Stone, the forum blocks it and says it is already taken. The guide guesses someone else grabbed it first, so Hansu just shrugs and decides to change the spelling a bit. As she watches him work, the guide casually asks if he is a fan of the person who uses that name. Hansu stiffens, not even sure what she means, and a small doubt starts to form in his mind. The guide stands up, says she will head out, and tells him to call for private help if anything goes wrong. Hansu answers without thinking, then watches her vanish in a flash of light and turns back to the monitor, feeling like he just cleared a tutorial. With her gone, he starts joining random chat rooms to get used to how this strange forum works. Hansu lands in a campfire gathering under a starry sky, and the people around the flames cheer as they spot a new face joining their room. One man in a suit, calling himself Dartman, guesses Hansu has never used a place like this, and explains that the names above their heads are just usernames they make appear with their thoughts. Hansu wonders if he just has to will it like using an active skill, then focuses, and the name Elfnana appears above him in bright letters. Using that handle, Hansu greets the group, acting like the strange camp is just another game lobby. The other users jolt in shock, asking if he is the same Elf Nuna who wrote that famous stat analysis they all trusted like it came from a developer. While Hansu just stands there, not understanding why his old nickname is such a big deal. As people shout that they knew the author had to be Korean and beg to know if he is really that person, Dartman hurries in front of them, sweating a little. and tells everyone to calm down so he can explain that Elf Nunna is simply the username Hansu used before. Hansu thinks back to when he had been 3 years into Dungeon and Stone and tossed a simple stat summary onto the strategy board, remembering that it barely broke 100 views and wondering how that quiet post turned into something everyone here seems to know. Hansu decides he needs to cool things down, laughs it off, and tells them they got it wrong and that he is only a fan, thinking that letting this hype grow before he knows why would be a really bad move. Someone points out that his handle has an extra letter, and the name above him quietly shifts to the proper Elf Nunna, taking some heat out of the moment. Under the dark trees, Pink Eye grumbles that everyone is ignoring him while the famous Elf Nunna stands off to the side, lost in his own thoughts. Pink Eye takes a step toward him, deciding to butt into this strange meeting instead of just watching from the side. When Pink Eye asks how many years he has been stuck here, Hansu worries the real number would sound weird and calmly lies that it has only been a year. Pink Eye cheerfully says most people get pulled into this place soon after they start acting like clear evil spirits, and admits it is unusual that Hansu was invited just for being well known, then winces, knowing that might have been a bit rude. Joking that Hansu must be a great actor to fool people for so long, Pink Eye adds that outside it has only been around 70 days, sharing bits of real-world news that Hansu quietly files away. When Hansu finally asks how they can return home, Pink Eye admits there are plenty of guesses but no sure way out, which is exactly what Hansu feared hearing. Hansu then asks about the very first player, and Pink Eye says that poor soul has been stuck here for 20 years, ever since this whole campfire community first formed. Elf Nunna folds his arms and looks down, admitting that hearing about someone clearing the game in just 5 years hurts his pride as an old player. Looking at the crowd gathered before the pixelated gate, Elf Nunna waves his arms and thinks that, even if they look silly, everyone here reached the Gate of Abyss before him. Then he asks Hansu what difficulty he cleared the remake on. Hansu stares back, sweat forming as he repeats that he does not get what Pink Eye is asking, while the pink-haired man cheerfully explains he is talking about the remake's difficulty, not the original game. Pink Eye grabs Hansu's hand and excitedly explains that back in Korea people called it cheat mode, a special file on Stone Ivan that let you change the game's exp and drop rates. Hansu's face goes stiff and cracked as he hears Pink Eye casually brag about clearing the game on 50 times exp, and in that instant, he understands how all these people managed to beat what he thought was an impossible game. His thoughts spin as he pictures max exp, 100 times drop rates, a level cap of 30 with matching essences, and even being able to open ruptures whenever you want, realizing it all adds up to a flood of numbered items he never had. Hansu's head burns red with anger as Pink Eye keeps laughing about how even 50 times exp was tough, and how most people clear it on even higher settings, while somewhere else an older man calmly sets down his glasses, saying he is honestly impressed by those numbers. The older investigator picks up his glasses from the desk and coolly asks if Hansu took the computer with him. The investigator sits in his grand office, calmly saying they wiped the memories and cleaned every trace, so nothing about this will ever reach the news. Then he turns the talk back to the missing man. He opens his laptop and explains that no matter how deep they dug, Hansu looked like a completely average person in every way except when it came to this one game. The assistant says the game itself was built amazingly well, but it was closed 5 years ago because not a single player managed to clear it. The old man studies the case and says that if Hansu really cleared that game, maybe it was never a failed project in the first place. Leaning over his desk, the investigator admits he is truly curious about Lee Hansu, the only person in the world who managed to beat a game everyone else believed could never be cleared. The investigator types steadily, thinking how chatting with the pink-haired gamer had helped him in all kinds of ways, and he struggles to find the right words to sum it up. By the campfire, the pink-haired gamer jokes that a whole pizza would be enough to make him happy, then asks Elf Nunna what she craves, and she calmly answers that all she wants is Coke and hot soup with rice, which catches him off guard. Back at his desk, the investigator studies the data and notes that the space now closes on its own after only a few hours, when it used to stay open for 12. He decides to dig into the so-called dimension collapse and opens the trading market, where the system explains it is a place to trade goods or information using ghost points. Different offers scroll past his eyes, from cheap tips on melee training to pricey details about Sky Tower events and the Dragon Master skill, each tagged with its own ghost point cost. Deciding the low price posts are a waste of time, he sorts the list by highest price and clicks the mouse to see what knowledge people value the most. The top posts offer massive ghost points for a way to beat the first floor lord and for secrets about Skill Island on the 6th floor. And the investigator decides this focus on the highest bids is the most efficient path. The offer about the first floor lord hooks him right away, and he pays for an one-on-one talk with a seller named Tacitronin as the system confirms the deal and shows his remaining 70,000 ghost points. He picks the offer about Skull Island, the hidden spot on the 6th floor, and opens a private chat with the seller, watching his ghost points drop as the deal goes through. On the other side, the seller grins, acting like a veteran who knows every trick in this game and reminding him that every action here leaves a record. Back at his desk, the investigator cringes at his own cheesy username, as the system shows that a seller has already answered the ad he put up with his saved ghost points. Later, he meets a bearded scholar in a quiet room and considers digging straight into Charnel Fergan, the one who first spread the rumor. The scholar asks if this is all because of the talk about a dimensional collapse, and the investigator decides that by following this trail he can pin down whoever really holds the right information. The scholar explains that the man behind the rumor did talk about a dimensional collapse, but he insists that kind of disaster is not going to happen. The investigator asks what backs up that claim, but the scholar waves a hand and says it ties into powerful people and ugly politics. So it is not simple to explain, which pushes the investigator to sweeten the deal with more ghost points. With the extra payment agreed, the scholar brightens and explains that the Tarutane School, which specializes in dimensional magic and labyrinth research, had a master who wanted to test a risky experiment. And that is where all these collapse rumors begin. The investigator leans in, surprised that all this chaos boils down to some kind of experiment. The scholar calmly says the experiment itself is not deadly. They just need the labyrinth to be less crowded for it to work. Across the city, the Tarutane School quietly pushed the story, using talk of a coming collapse to scare explorers away from the labyrinth. Back in the study, the investigator wonders if the scholar should even be saying this, but the man just laughs, reminding him that he is getting paid in ghost points and has no stake in the mess. Out in the plaza, royal guards post new notices as the scholar explains that the royal family will clamp down on the rumor, since fewer explorers would choke off the flow of magic stones they rely on. He pictures it in game terms, fewer parties going and meaning far fewer magic stones coming out. And he has to admit it makes sense as he agrees to wrap up the trade and send over the extra 20,000 ghost points. The scholar beams, certain now that this client is loaded and must be a real fan of that top explorer, since tossing around that much money clearly means it is nothing to him. The investigator studies him and admits that this veteran's knowledge goes far beyond what he could uncover even after days of digging, which makes him think back to when he first began and reminds himself that whatever rank they cleared the game on no longer matters, because this place is not just a game anymore. The investigator stood there, finally admitting to himself that this place ran on pure survival of the strongest. Whatever he had been back on Earth did not matter here. In this world, he was just another rookie trying not to die. He felt a crooked smile tug at his lips as a crazy thought hit him. Even with all the danger, this whole thing was still insanely fun to him. He remembered the guy who had paid him just to learn how to beat the first floor lord. That player had stood there grinning in front of his screen, ready to throw himself at the dungeon again. Then there was the woman who had begged for every scrap of data he had on Skull Island. She had been sure that Hidden Place held the key to getting ahead of everyone else. Now there was this laid-back broker right in front of him, waving his hand like it was all a game. Just like those old clients, this man was using his hard-earned paths to reach places that had taken him years to figure out. The system flashed a message about clearing the coming-of-age trial and putting on fresh gear. He thought about how many years of grinding it had taken players to even see that screen once. Right after that, the system coolly reported that his character had walked straight into a goblin trap in the second-floor forest. One lazy step, and the dungeon was already trying to erase him. The old man stared at the laptop, wiping sweat from his face as more alerts popped up. He muttered that this player had to be out of his mind to charge in like that. The broker calmly says that only a little over 100 people have ever reached the second floor on their first try, then asks his aide if any of them started out as badly as this barbarian. She admits there has never been a case this rough. He studies Bjorn Jandel's status window and thinks that these numbers would be crazy even for a veteran who had played for years. Level 3, near 200 in raw body power, rare essences from a corpse golem and a vampire guardian, and all of it earned in just 2 months. The assistant says that, in theory, someone very unlucky could still reach those numbers with a streak of good fortune. Then she trails off, admitting that if luck alone could do this, there should have been another player like him by now. The broker thinks that once in a long while a monster like this shows up. In the memory, a nervous young knight asks his elder how far it is to the spot where they found the barbarian, and the answer comes back that without a shortcut, it is roughly 15 kilometers into the dark. The old veteran thinks about that 15-kilometer stretch and mutters that the barbarian had crawled all that way through pitch darkness. To him, Bjorn is a monstrous freak, the first person to turn something everyone thought was impossible into reality. Back in the dungeon, a gruesome skill tears through Bjorn's body, and the system coldly warns that his health has dropped to 0 and a countdown has begun. In plain words, he is one step away from going from something to nothing while the monster in front of him howls for the finish. The world seems to smear into black and white streaks, as if even time itself is grinding down while the countdown ticks in his ears. Back in the office, the broker's hand clamps down on the mouse, his knuckles tight as he waits to see if this insane barbarian will somehow pull through. Somewhere above the game, a cold notice marks Bjorn's growth as abnormal. A higher moderator locks onto him, treating this strange barbarian like a bug that needs to be checked. The broker leans forward, fingers locked, and remembers the day people mocked this whole plan as a failure. He can still hear the creator's final words ringing in his ears. In that memory, the creator had spoken calmly, saying he only needed one real success in his whole life. If he could shape even a single person right and send them out, the odds for humanity would rise. The darkness over his mind cracks like thin glass, and Bjorn's eyes snap open. The echo of that old man's words fades as he comes back to himself. Bjorn blinks hard, making sure this isn't another trick, and realizes he is back in his own body. The deadly countdown in the dungeon is gone, replaced by steady silence. He glances at the wall clock and does the math, matching the passing seconds to the hours he spent inside that ghost space. 1 hour there is just a heartbeat here, but it also means his body lies wide open for up to 12 long seconds each visit. Bjorn stretches his stiff arms and admits that Ghostbusters turned out better than he thought. For the price of a few risky seconds, he gets a treasure trove of information, so going in early was the right call. A huge yawn forces its way out as the long day finally catches up to him. He decides to crash now, since he has to drag himself to Baron Martoin's place once the next day rolls around. Bjorn stomps along in front of the glittering carriage, weighed down by showy armor he hates. He grumbles to himself that he needs to finish this escort fast so he can use the sky auction house, and every step makes his legs ache. A fussy attendant grabs Bjorn by the harness and hauls him straight, snapping that the leader of the procession must stare ahead and carry the Baron's pride on his shoulders. The servant keeps poking at Bjorn's helmet, grumbling that using a barbarian for this was a mistake and warning him not to disgrace the Baron. Bjorn just stares ahead, already tired of the nagging. The servant drones on about how the Count's estate is still 6 kilometers away and demands to know if Bjorn is even listening. Bjorn lazily answers that the old man is so tiny his voice barely reaches him. At the banquet grounds, the Baron laughs, delighted that simply walking in with Bjorn drew so many eyes. He tells his hulking escort that once this is over, he plans to pay him back well. The noble's polished shoes step off across the grass as he heads to greet the Count, leaving Bjorn behind to fend for himself among the guests. Bjorn stands alone in the garden while nobles and their kids steal glances at him. A child tugs at a parent for gifts, and nearby guests whisper that his horns look frightening, even likening him to some ancient demon. One of the guards in a bright red coat flashes a thumbs up and suggests Bjorn wait and relax with him until the Baron comes back. Bjorn blinks, thrown off by the sudden kindness and wondering who this guy really is. Bjorn slumps on the bench while the young officer stretches, saying he will not be welcome with the nobles anyway, and that he used to be an explorer too. Hearing that, Bjorn realizes this guy might actually get what his life is like. Bjorn gives his rough barbarian-style name, and the officer answers that he is Karl's Aramor. From the way Karl's talks, Bjorn feels right away that this man is one of the few decent people here. Bjorn thinks that Karl's might be a former explorer since he lacks the stiff pride most knights have. Relaxed, Karl's asks Bjorn what he thinks of the imperial capital so far. Bjorn tightens his grip on his helmet, thinking that the annoying butler should really take notes from Karl's. The butler storms over and scolds Bjorn for daring to sit down, but Karl's quickly steps in and tells the aide to back off. Karl's tells the butler that Bjorn is only resting because he told him to, and the stiff old man, sweating a little, grudgingly accepts it. As soon as he gets the chance, the butler leans in and hisses that Bjorn must get up, fretting over what others will think of a barbarian sitting down. Bjorn, keeping up his simple act, wonders aloud what else they would think besides him just taking a break. The butler explodes, shouting that if Bjorn keeps sitting everyone will see him as weak, and that today he must look like some iron-blooded warrior. Bjorn rubs his ears as the words pound on, cursing inside that if it were not for the 1,000,000 stones, he would have walked away already. Bjorn forces down his irritation, reminding himself of the 1,000,000 stones on the line. He grabs his horned helmet and straightens up, ready to act exactly like the wild brute they want. With both hands, the barbarian pulls the heavy red helmet down, like he is snapping on a mask for the part he has to play. Then he explodes into motion, barreling through the garden like a raging beast and sending the butler and nearby nobles tumbling across the grass. The nobles jerk back in shock, drinks sloshing as they stare. A child watches with wide eyes, more amazed than scared by the crazy barbarian. Bjorn throws his head back and laughs, shouting about how great it feels, like smashing things in front of nobles is the best kind of fun. Without any manners at all, the barbarian snatches up a giant roasted bone from the table, ready to tear into it like an animal. The nobles whisper that this is exactly what they expected from a barbarian, amazed that he cannot even hold back while eating. Bjorn tears through the meat in one bite, crunching straight through the bone, and the butler watches with shining eyes, convinced the brute cannot control his own strength. Feeling Bjorn's heavy hand clap his shoulder, the butler grins with flushed cheeks, thrilled that the barbarian is acting even wilder than he had hoped. Bjorn looms over the butler, bone still in hand, and calmly tells him he feels like crushing his skull right now. The barbarian's eyes shine with a cold light, and the butler's head is slick with sweat as he realizes this might not be a simple act anymore. The butler's face goes pale as he stammers that Bjorn must be joking and that things are going too far. Then it hits him that Bjorn is just repeating the same twisted joke he made earlier, and his stomach drops. The butler's mind flashes back to the guild, to Bjorn crushing men like toys and tearing through fights without a hint of control. He had forgotten just how insane that strength really was, and now it is standing right in front of him again. Shaking, the butler turns on his heel and hurries off across the lawn, mumbling that he has urgent business, and that Bjorn should relax here without him. As the butler bolts, a young noble stays behind, half amused and half stunned that Bjorn could make such a scary face. The noble eyes Bjorn's mouth and asks if his teeth are okay after biting straight through the bone. Bjorn answers without worry, saying he is totally fine and that his body can handle far worse than a bit of bone. Hearing that, Maha bursts into laughter and says this banquet is finally getting interesting, while Bjorn lets a small grin slip under his helmet. Time passes as Bjorn tears into food and drink like a real barbarian, roaring with laughter and soaking in the stares around him. Before long, a few curious nobles drift over, staring at the food stains on his huge muscles and shyly asking if they can feel how solid his arm really is. Bjorn casually holds out his arm, and the girls grab on with bright faces, squealing about how huge and hard his muscles are as if they are touching some rare beast. The nobles were not done with him yet, begging Bjorn to roar like before while the girls gushed about how soft his skin felt on their hands. Bjorn lifted both hands like some stage singer and unleashed a long, drawn-out howl that shook the garden and lit the air with color. An old couple watched the barbarian's overblown shout with misty eyes, saying it somehow brought back memories of their youth and bright spring days. The crowd swelled tighter around Bjorn, and a flustered young noble pushed forward, begging for him to look their way just once more. Bjorn kept roaring for the laughing nobles like a hired mascot, and a group of knight apprentices off to the side snickered that he looked less like a famed explorer and more like a silly clown, even spreading rude rumors about him. The loudest of the apprentices laughed hard at his own joke, flashing the insignia on his chest even though, as a mere trainee who could not use aura, he had no right to look down on someone like Bjorn. The Baron finally tracked Bjorn down, laughing as he broke through the crowd, and politely apologized for spoiling their fun before saying he needed to borrow the Barbarian to introduce him to someone important inside. Inside the banquet hall, the Baron led Bjorn up to a mustached Viscount, proudly introducing him as the little Valken who had been making waves among explorers, and the Viscount eyed him with curious surprise, wondering what business had brought such a man here. Bjorn stayed quiet, while another noble marveled that someone had a barbarian like him guarding their back, even admitting he was jealous of that kind of protection. The Baron laughed it off, saying Bjorn really did not have to follow him around like this. Bjorn then raised his voice and declared that a warrior never forgets a favor, playing his dumb brute role to make his loyalty seem simple and honest. The well-dressed noble, called Bjorn's way of thinking noble, repeated his full name as Jandal's son, and promised to remember it. That talk went so well that they ended up having more than a dozen almost identical chats with other nobles. Each time another noble warmed up to him, the system chimed in, bumping his fame stat up by 10 points again and again. Looking over the hall, Bjorn figured out that fewer than 15 people here actually held titles, which matched how rare they had been in the game. Thanks to the Baron, he had just been walked around and introduced to every single one of them, way earlier than he ever expected. Once the round of noble introductions ended, Bjorn turned to the people who had come to see the Baron, letting them crowd around while he bent some fancy metal piece in his hands to keep them amused. Mid the laughter and small talk, the firm step of someone in bright armor hit the floor, drawing attention as a new presence entered the gathering. The knight in white armor greeted Baron Martoin with a polished blessing, and the Baron smiled back, saying he was glad the man had come and hinting that something important still needed to be talked about. The Baron cheerfully pulled Bjorn over to the knight, asking if he knew Captain Kravitz. The man in white armor smiled, saying he had not expected to meet Bjorn Jandal here. The knight laughed and admitted he now served as a captain, even if he felt unworthy of the title. The Order of Lietla's god of exploration and stars named him Paul Kravitz, captain of their third paladin order. People around them burst into laughter, brushing off Paul's humble act and praising him like he was stronger than most top explorers. Bjorn, now knowing this guy was a big-shot paladin captain, wondered why someone like that had been stuck with grim side work like holding bodies. With the goddess's statue shining over them, Paul told Bjorn and the Baron that the Order would back Bjorn anytime he needed support, saying they would never forget what he had done. The Baron, confused, pressed him to explain. Paul laid out the whole story of how Bjorn had helped the Paladins, ending by saying the Order held their bond with him as something precious. The nobles gasped and clapped, while Bjorn stood there stiffly, feeling the praise pile up. Hearing all that, Baron Martoin's eyes softened as he studied Bjorn, admitting that this barbarian was far more impressive than he had first imagined. The system chimed again and again, pushing Bjorn's fame up by another 10 points, then 10 more. By the time half an hour had passed, his name had spread even further through the hall. Polished shoe touched the floor, the soft step cutting through the chatter as a high noble made his entrance. The nobles lit up the moment they heard Count Ferdihilt was here, laughing like the party had just truly started. Baron Martoin urged Bjorn to follow, saying the Count was eager to meet him, while Bjorn frowned, already getting a bad feeling about it. Count Ferdihilt grabbed Bjorn's arm with both hands, beaming as he said he had been wanting to meet this famous barbarian. The Count marveled at Bjorn's size and even called him Big Valken, laying on the praise so thick that Bjorn's gut tightened, sure the old man wanted something. Still clutching his arm, the Count warmly urged Bjorn to take part in an event, and Bjorn's mind tagged it as a sudden quest that set every warning bell ringing. Out on the training grounds, Bjorn waited on a bench while nobles whispered about the barbarian they were eager to watch, some scoffing at his short career even as the prize money made the offer hard to ignore. The prize was the No. 7,777 Garpa's necklace, a relic that burned any magic crystal placed inside it and turned it into a brand new random material. A treasure so rare it only dropped in a brutal fifth-floor rupture. In Bjorn's mind, the necklace spun in a burst of light just like the frost spirit ring he knew. It was a low-number relic, crazy rare and unique but not worth much money, so most people treated it like junk. He remembered how the frost spirit ring had opened a hidden event, something no one else saw coming. With that in mind, Bjorn's grin turned sharp, his low laugh making the nearby nobles flinch as they watched this hulking barbarian enjoy a joke only he understood. Bjorn grabbed his head, thinking about all his bad hunches and how he should play it safe. Then he tossed that fear aside and decided that, for this prize, he would stop worrying and go all in. One of the nobles turned to Bjorn and calmly asked how strong this barbarian really was. The blonde noble admitted he did not really need Bjorn to win, but begged him not to lose too fast or it would hurt his own image, then promised a huge bonus if Bjorn somehow pulled off a victory. Bjorn answered in his usual blunt way, saying he could crush most men in 10 seconds, and the older noble nearby clutched his head, sweating as he tried to laugh it off. To Bjorn, that noble suddenly looked like a shining savior, and he could not believe this random rich guy was throwing money at him just to fight a little harder. The thought of all those extra stones hit him, and Bjorn's fist tightened as fresh drive surged through him. Now he was ready to give this duel everything he had. Before he could enjoy that rush for long, Bjorn looked up to see Sylvania standing over him, the knight hinting that he had heard the cocky talk from earlier and was more than ready to put this loud barbarian in his place. Bjorn stared at the buck-toothed knight, remembering how this guy had laughed at him and called him a little clown in front of everyone. Then he fixed on the second knight, the one who had sworn he would take Bjorn out in 10 seconds and sneered at his pride as a warrior. By the time he looked at the grinning third knight, Bjorn could only wonder if there was something seriously wrong with all of their heads. Bjorn jabbed a finger at the three of them, calling them cowardly rats and mocking how brave they suddenly were now that their baron was not standing beside them. The barbarian threw his head back and roared that their heads were clearly messed up, his voice so loud the knights grabbed their helmets and staggered. The leading knight clenched a fist over his chest, face burning with anger, yet deep down he knew they should be ashamed for ganging up on a single opponent. From the stands, the nobles whispered that if the barbarian was actually serious, then these knights were the ones in the wrong, since real knights were not supposed to bully a single fighter like this. As the nobles muttered that this was not how a knight should act, the leading knight's face twisted, the mix of shame and wounded pride hitting him even harder than Bjorn's. The knight spat out a shaky threat about paying him back next time and stormed off, clutching at what was left of his pride. Bjorn just laughed, patting his chest, more interested in fixing the nonsense in that guy's head than anything else. A shout went up as Arfian was named the winner, his opponent already crashing to the ground in a spray of dirt and red. Hearing the name, Bjorn felt a jolt of relief. The matchups were lining up exactly the way he wanted. They were told to take their positions, and Bjorn walked out onto the grass, facing the knight who had stepped forward. Seeing which one it was, he almost laughed, realizing his first opponent was one of the three little musketeers who had been barking at him earlier. His grin widened as he remembered this was the loudest one, the guy who had mocked him as less of a man while being soft as any human. Bjorn welcomed the chance to settle that insult with his own hands. Sylvania lifted his sword high and loudly swore on his honor and pride as the sword of Baron Hessen. He wanted everyone watching to believe this would be a clean, noble match. He finished by promising to use only fair methods to take the barbarian down, as if a few fancy words could erase how dirty this whole setup had been. Bjorn's answer was not a speech but a roar that shook the air, his huge body swelling with power as wild energy burst off him in waves. Any talk of fair or unfair suddenly felt small next to that raw force. The nobles shot to their feet, shouting as the air over the field seemed to crack under Bjorn's roar. Every eye locked on the two men in the center, the polite banquet turning into something that felt a lot closer to a real battlefield. The orange-haired knight sneered at Bjorn's roar, acting like the barbarian's raw show of power was beneath him. Bjorn just scoffed at that, joking to himself that anyone expecting manners from a barbarian had picked the wrong opponent. The referee sliced his hand through the air, giving the signal that the match had begun. The knight exploded forward the moment the signal came, hurling himself at Bjorn with his sword raised for a full-force finishing strike. Steel crashed between them as the knight's blade tore into Bjorn's arm, but the barbarian barely slowed, twisting his body to knock the strike aside while driving his own heavy blow straight at the knight. Bjorn grinned under the helmet, feeling his body move on instinct like a real barbarian now, even as sweat slid down his cheek. The knight kept darting in across the grass, trying to use speed to break through that wall of muscle. Bjorn's gut tightened. This flashy noble was stronger than the loud mouth suggested. The knight sprang high and brought his sword down in a bright blue arc, pouring everything into a single crushing strike. Bjorn let the rage skill tear through his body, pushing his strength past its limits as wild outburst kicked in. The knight's eyes widened at the sudden surge of power, realizing too late that under these rules, he was the one at a disadvantage. With his power tripled, Bjorn caught the charging knight like a toy and drove him into the ground. The impact shook the arena, flames curling around his body as if the rage itself was burning out of him. Bjorn remembered bragging to some nobles that most men would not last even 10 seconds against him. Back then, it had sounded like empty talk, but now he was about to prove every word. Back in the arena, the barbarian leaned over the knight with his axe ready, calmly pointing out that the 10 seconds were not even over yet. He invited the man to keep coming, as if this brutal beating was nothing more than a warm-up. The knight stiffened as that strange pressure rolled over him, sweat running down his face. For a second, he could not understand why the barbarian in front of him suddenly felt so much more dangerous. Bjorn knew this power made those who were already scared crumble even more, like that mage who could only back away and beg for space. But for fighters who loved danger, it did the opposite, pumping them up and making them rush in with even more wild courage. In the end, the knight chose to lean into the rush, roaring as he threw everything into a straight strike meant to finish Bjorn. Bjorn braced without a shield, already annoyed at how exposed his side felt. Steel carved into Bjorn's bare forearm, a sharp sting running up to his shoulder, and he felt the warm trail on his skin. Fighting without a shield was annoying, but he still chose to let the blow land so he could keep his grip and press in closer. The knight stared at the gash on Bjorn's arm, stammering as if he could not grasp why anyone would just take that hit. Bjorn only met his eyes, wondering how this man still did not understand what kind of monster he was facing. Quick jab from Bjorn smashed past the knight's guard and sent him reeling, hands flying to his face as he cursed the cheap move. The barbarian just stood there like he had barely moved at all, acting as if the knight had tripped over his own feet. Bjorn decided the knight's head really was messed up and reached out without patience. His spiked gauntlet clamped around the man's throat, drawing a strangled sound as the knight's body twisted in panic. Remembering the promise he had made to sort out this knight's head, Bjorn loosened his grip on the axe and let it drop into the grass. He wanted both hands free for what came next. Bjorn yanked the knight in by the throat, deciding that any real barbarian would see one clear fix for a broken head. To him, getting rid of the problem up top was the most honest answer. The knight's face twisted in pure panic as Bjorn's grip tightened. Whether this worked or not, Bjorn was clearly ready to accept whatever happened next. That one blow marked him with a new title, the kind of brute who could bring down knights without even trying. Later, Bjorn headed to the followers of Lietla's medic tent to see how badly the knight had ended up, and whether the man had even survived that punch. Inside, the priestess worked over the knight's limp body and told Bjorn the man was still alive, though barely. She complained that Bjorn should have held back, admitting she never guessed a full knight could be this fragile. Bjorn folded his arms and pointed out that he had only used his bare fist, not even his axe, and had no way of knowing the knight would black out from that alone. The priestess answered that it was more than a simple knockout, saying he had hit hard enough to shake the man's brain. The priestess just stared at him, too tired to even argue, feeling like she was dealing with the brain power of several barbarians stacked together. Then the knight's eyes fluttered open and he let out a weak groan, asking where he was. The priestess straightened in relief, knowing at least that Bjorn's latest victim had pulled through. The knight groaned that he had been on his way to the duels, clutching his aching head. The priestess told him the blow had messed with his memories during the match, but said she had healed him and they should come back soon. He nodded stiffly, trying to stay calm, and thanked the priestess for saving. Bjorn stepped in, asking if the knight really did not remember anything, but the man flinched back and told him to stay away, saying just being near him felt awful. Bjorn studied his face and decided the fear was not an act, then said he would walk out right away if the knight did one small favor. The barbarian calmly repeated, word for word, the rumor the knight had shared before and told him to say it again. The knight stammered that this was really all Bjorn wanted, and the barbarian answered that it was, while the priestess watched nervously from the side. Bjorn told him to start, and the knight, voice shaking, began to repeat the gossip about how a certain man only got the word little in his title because his private part was tiny. As the words left his mouth, the knight grabbed his head and gasped, his memory slamming back into place. Bjorn calmly pointed out that it looked like everything had come back. Bjorn leaned in with a wide, hungry grin and told the shaking knight to keep talking, clearly planning to squeeze every bit of that rumor out of him. The knight dropped to his knees, shaking and begging Bjorn to spare him, admitting he had been in the wrong. Bjorn watched calmly and pointed out that whatever was wrong in the knight's head was gone now, while the priestess sat frozen, unsure what to say. The knight scrambled under the bed, crying that he did not want to die and yelling for someone to get Bjorn away from him, even babbling about assassins coming. While the priestess tried to calm him, Bjorn just touched his chin, quietly pleased that he had fixed a problem even she had failed to solve. Outside the infirmary, a blonde noble finally found Bjorn and said he had been searching everywhere, demanding to know where the barbarian had slipped off to. Bjorn shrugged and said he had only gone to see how the knight in training was doing. The noble stared up at the huge barbarian, baffled that this was the same man who had been pounding the trainee without a shred of mercy moments ago. Bjorn added that if it had been inside the labyrinth, he would not have bothered with his fist at all and would have swung his axe instead. The barbarian scratched his cheek and admitted he had never guessed the knight would be that fragile, since slow fighters were usually sturdy. The noble laughed and told him he was not at fault at all, saying the real problem was nobles who sent out knights that soft. The noble glanced at Bjorn's spiked boots and quietly asked if it was really okay to rough up trainees from noble families like that. Bjorn answered that this was exactly why these matches existed in the first place, telling him not to worry about it. Soon after, Bjorn faced a fresh knight in shining armor as the referee called out Sir Quartain of Surfia against Bjorn Jandal. Hearing the names, the barbarian grinned to himself, happy he had drawn another one of those three clowns, and the match kicked off with the order to begin. The knight raised his sword and barked at Bjorn, accusing him of having no shame for leaving the last trainee in such bad shape and warning that this match would not be as easy. Heartbeat later, the knight's voice shook as he tried to save face, mumbling that, even if he hated to say it, Sir Sylvania was actually the weakest of their group while Bjorn closed in on him. The knight staggered back with a weak cry when he finally noticed the barbarian's horned helm right under his guard, Bjorn already inside his reach before he could even swing. The referee hurriedly called Bjorn the winner, stunned that it had ended barely 3 seconds after the start, while the barbarian lifted his beaten foe and roared at the sky like a wild beast. Up in the stands, the nobles jumped to their feet, pumping their fists and chanting Bjorn's new nickname, treating him like a hero for tearing through yet another knight. System window popped up, showing his fame climbing by another 10 points, and Bjorn quietly wondered which side here was supposed to be the real savage anymore. With another lazy swing, the barbarian sent the next knight spinning into the clouds, the man screamed trailing behind him as if he weighed no more than a toy. Bjorn clicked his tongue as the announcer declared yet another win for Bjorn Jandal of Baron Martoin, annoyed that the last member of the so-called Three Musketeers never became his opponent, and vowing to give that one some hands-on treatment someday. The priestess leaned in half joking and half serious, asking the shaken knight if he wanted to join her faith after watching that display. The knight, still buzzing, called Bjorn amazing and said that last move even gave him chills, begging to know where a barbarian learned something like that. Bjorn just answered that he picked it up from stories and told them he was going to rest until the next match, leaving the knight to hurry off while the nobles stared at him in awe. The trainee knight in the red helm took a slow breath, counting the fallen and realizing there was only one challenger left. That meant the next fight would be his. The announcer's voice boomed across the grounds, calling Sir Albatross of Count Ferdihilt's house and Bjorn Jandal of Baron Martoin to take their places. The crowd buzzed, knowing this trainee knight was the Count's own pick to stop the barbarian's rampage. Sir Albatross strode up with a confident grin and offered a polite greeting, which Bjorn returned. While they spoke, the barbarian replayed the earlier matches in his head, noting how this knight had stacked a great orc warrior, a giant golem, and even a cyclops essence into one body. To Bjorn, that lineup screamed a textbook strength build, all muscle and brute force. He decided he already understood the count behind this trainee, thinking the noble clearly loved to flex through his knights. Sir Albatross glanced at the lack of armor and asked where all Bjorn's equipment had gone, surprised to see him so bare. The barbarian just swung his axe onto his shoulder and said the gear felt annoying, deciding it would only get in the way if he wanted to fight the way he liked. Seeing Bjorn grip his weapon properly, Sir Albatross relaxed a little, saying he had feared this would be over in a flash but was glad the barbarian seemed serious. The call to begin rang out, and the two of them raised their blades as the air between them tightened. Sir Albatross planted his feet and waved Bjorn in, clearly trying to look generous by offering the first move. The barbarian watched that smug grin and the way the knight angled his sword, already seeing through the bait and thinking the plan was painfully easy to read. Bjorn watched the knight relax and smiled inside, glad he had saved his real trick for when the man dropped his guard. Sir Albatross let out a wild shout as he triggered gigantification, his power exploding outward in a blinding surge. Right after that, Albatross piled wild outburst on top, and Bjorn's eyes went wide as the knight's presence spiked to a whole new level. Flames and raw energy rushed across the training grounds, turning the calm arena into a blazing storm of strength. The giant knight crashed a foot into the ground, towering over everyone as he noted that this combo even pushed his body stats higher. His massive weapon slammed into the grass and stayed there, as if the enlarged knight no longer even needed steel to crush his foe. The swollen knight now stood like a walking fortress, his back covered in glowing circles while the crowd shrank away from his shadow. One of the senior knights forced his way through the nobles, urgently calling for a healer and muttering that this sudden turn actually made things simpler for him. Bjorn rested his axe on his shoulder, calm again as the heat faded from the air. The judge below shouted that Sir Albatross had stepped out of bounds and the match was over. The armored knight shrank back to normal size, sweat running down his face as the crowd stared. Sir Albatross stumbled toward the judge, waving his arms and insisting he had not meant to leave the field, begging for another chance. The judge raised a hand and cut him off, saying the result would not change. The knight froze mid-step, realizing there was no way to fix this. Sir Albatross's eyes shook as the truth sank in, and he wondered if using gigantification had been a huge mistake. The shame of losing in front of everyone pressed down on him harder than any blow. Night settled over the city as lights burned inside Erwin's house, hinting that her day was far from over. Inside, Erwin sat surrounded by roaring fire, water, wind, and stone as one thought pounded through her head over and over. She had to get stronger, no matter what it took. She told herself that only by growing stronger could she keep the people she loved close and hold on to the easy life she wanted so badly. The door swung open and an older elf woman stepped in, stopping short when she saw Erwin training in the middle of a room filled with fire, ice, and shattered stone. The older elf studied Erwin's pale face and shaking body, asking carefully if the girl was really all right. Erwin flashed a bright smile and claimed she was just chatting with the spirits, asking to keep training a little longer as if nothing was wrong. Hearing that, the older elf backed down, agreeing to leave her to it for now. Out in the hall, the older elf pressed her back to the door, torn over whether she should tell Erwin the truth right now or keep it to herself a little longer. The older elf stood frozen at the door, thinking how everyone in town was whispering about the little Valken while Erwin stayed clueless, and it felt more and more wrong. Erwin had already bound herself to all 4 elemental spirits, even going so far as to give 3 of them minds of their own, which was so crazy that it made the older elf wonder why it had taken her this long to reach that level. On top of that, Erwin was a beast with a bow in close combat, and even with daggers, strong enough now to face a TH-rank monster by herself and come out on top. The older elf's eyes widened as she realized Erwin had only reached this level recently, and guessed it had to be because the girl had taken that essence. Wanting proof, the older elf grabbed a thick volume that listed basic essence analyzes for everything from 9th to 7th rank. In the quiet library, she found the page on Canabero, a 7th rank essence that boosted agility and senses during movement and granted tricky skills like mana trap and tracking arrow, but also came with a dangerously high obsessiveness. She flipped through entries for the Steel Valley Guardian and even a lowly goblin archer, seeing the same obsessiveness stat show up again and again, usually only nudging ambush power or stealth instead of warping a person's whole mind. Biting her thumb, the older elf finally understood that this one's stat, obsessiveness, was what kept pushing Erwin to chase power like nothing else mattered. Now that the older elf had pinned the blame on that twisted obsessiveness, she felt the problem finally had a handle she could grab. Erwin lay in bed, eyes open, thinking that if the device proved he was still around, everything about him could come crashing down. On the ride back to the 7th district, Bjorn caught himself wondering what Erwin would cling to once that crazed hunger for strength was stripped away, then stepped down as the coachman dropped him off. Soon after, Bjorn stood before piles of stuffed money bags as the noble's side cheerfully moved to break down just how much he had earned. The scroll listed fee after fee from Baron Martoin's request, and when Bjorn saw the total hit for 3 million stones, he knew he had just made a fortune in a single day. Baron Martoin laughed loud and proud, certain that Bjorn's rampage would keep the nobles talking for months, and he told the barbarian to lean on him if any of that attention turned into a problem. Looking at the money and remembering the fights, Bjorn figured the Baron had plenty of reason to be pleased. But the memory of Count Ferdiehilt's sour face made him wonder what kind of mess might be waiting next. Out on the balcony, Count Ferdihilt shook Bjorn's hand, calmly congratulated him on the victory, and said he would call on the barbarian again once everything on his side was ready, leaving Bjorn unsure what the old man was really planning. Bjorn had only nodded back, deciding that was safer than saying anything clever when the Count's eyes looked that dangerous. He watched as Garpa's necklace was lifted into the light, stunned that an item this rare had fallen into his hands so early. Staring at the necklace on the table, Bjorn wondered just how high his luck had climbed, and decided that from now on he needed to move through life like even breathing could trigger something huge. Later, Bjorn flipped through a stack of letters and saw they all wanted the same thing, inviting him to banquets with rewards that, while nothing to nobles, were enough for him to live on. With the Count's cold face hanging over his thoughts, Bjorn sat down and answered every letter, carefully turning them all down because he feared both the Count's anger and what these nobles might do if he handled it wrong. As he pulled his shirt on, Bjorn kept circling back to the Count, deciding that men who stayed calm until they finally snapped were the ones you had to fear the most. He headed down the hall with a plan forming, deciding to dig up whatever he could about the Count at the next community meeting. He rapped on the door, remembering that this was the last month he was bound to help Raven with her research. Bjorn opened the door to find the blonde mage smiling nervously, asking who she was supposed to help, and then trailing off as she spotted someone behind him. The old mage beamed like they were old friends, joking that Bjorn had come to help his seniors and not an actual senior like him. The mage girl let out an awkward laugh and apologized, explaining that her master had pushed hard for this and telling Bjorn not to worry since it was nothing serious. Bjorn's eye narrowed as he understood that the old man had pushed this meeting through. The master calmly said he only wanted to see if the magical tool he had made could pick out the soul of an evil spirit. Bjorn's heart jumped at the mention of a magical tool, but he forced himself to calm down and assume the worst, deciding that if this old man already suspected him, then he had to focus on the tool itself and never on the words evil spirit. The master's eyes hardened as he asked if Bjorn doubted him, reminding them that he led the Altemian school and insisting they relax because his student Alua would show that the tool was safe. Alua pointed at herself in surprise when her master volunteered her. Then, after a beat, said it was not that hard as long as she only had to check the formulas. Bjorn guessed Alua would back her master and decided neither of them could be trusted, yet the way the old man kept pushing told him the guy was not certain himself, which meant a real tool that could expose an evil spirit probably did not exist. Bjorn stared at the device and decided the tool itself was probably fake. If it really worked, the old mage would have already used it to trap him, so he chose not to back out, knowing that trying to escape now would only spring whatever trick was waiting. The old mage told Bjorn the test was safe and would be over in a few minutes. Alua backed him up, adding that it really would not take long. Bjorn waited for a breath, then agreed to go through with it. The master forced a smile of relief, even as a bead of sweat slid down his cheek. He agreed quickly, eager to move things along now that Bjorn had taken the bait. Bjorn frowned and reminded the master that he had been the one worried about danger and had said Raven would handle the check. The old mage laughed it off, waving his hands and acting like it was no big deal now. Bjorn rubbed his neck and said they should hurry so he could go crash in bed. Inside, he swore he would not fall for the old geezer's games, but by the time he looked up, the master had already slipped out. Once Bjorn left, Alua faced her master and asked what that whole act had been about. The old mage let out a weak laugh, clearly caught off guard by her tone. The master pointed at the odd carved chair and told her it only looked strange and was nothing more than a normal seat. He said Bjorn had gone along with the act just like he wanted, then asked if she really expected him to share every detail. Lua stepped in close, furious, and said it was clear he had thought Jandal might be an evil spirit, even dragging him through questions about what happened in the labyrinth because of it. The old mage raised his hands and begged her to calm down as sweat ran down his neck. The master let out a tired breath and admitted that his doubts about Bjorn were gone, confessing he had been wrong. Alua said she could see why he had been suspicious since Bjorn was so unusual, but then she demanded that her master answer one thing. She asked him straight out why he had done something like that in the first place. The master pictured the tool being used for real, along with all the people it had already taken, and admitted that if he had gone that far, Bjorn would not have survived. He cut her off, claimed he was worn out, and started to leave the room, while Alua called after him in frustration. Lua covered her mouth as it hit her that the device only worked on something still alive, meaning her master needed a living evil spirit for whatever he was planning. Night settled over the quiet city, hiding the trouble brewing inside its walls. Bjorn lay flat on the bed, replaying the day in his head, feeling drained and jumpy as the knot of worry in his chest refused to loosen. Bjorn lay there and told himself he had handled everything just fine, that he had not slipped up. A thought about the old man's disappointed face poked at him, but he forced himself to act like he did not care. His attempt to rest snapped apart as a cat-eared girl leaned right over his face, cheerfully asking if he was asleep. Bjorn jerked in surprise, his heart jumping faster than it had in the arena. The cat girl's tail flicked as she complained about being dragged out at this hour, whining that it was too bright and she was not even ready yet. Moments later, Bjorn had her seated across from him, both of them buried in stacks of sealed letters as he ordered her to start writing replies to the nobles. The cat girl frowned at the letter in her hands, nervously asking if sending something this blunt to high nobles was really okay, warning that it could cause trouble. Bjorn barely looked up, saying the draft was fine and telling her to write that he was too busy to attend, that they should find another barbarian, and to sign it as Jandal's son. Before long, a small hill of sealed envelopes covered the table, proof of how many nobles Bjorn had just brushed off. As they worked, she grew impatient with his silence, and demanded to know why he was not saying anything about what had happened yesterday. Elsewhere, a grim dwarf at a tavern table announced he would not be taking part, warning that if the rumored dimensional collapse was real, none of them would survive, and several others quietly agreed. One robed man cleared his throat while the man in the suit said that with so much smoke, there was likely real fire, and that the wise choice was to rest this time instead of joining the venture. Nyan narrowed her eyes, clearly annoyed as she was put on the spot about what she planned to do next. Bjorn's lips curled into a small smile as he admitted to himself that he could easily change everyone's minds with what he knew from the community, but that there was no real need to step in. His thoughts drifted back to the blood-tinted castle, realizing it had already been 3 months since he last stepped inside that place. He remembered how any player who knew what they were doing would always clear the first floor rupture whenever the game gave them a bit of downtime at the start. Bjorn knew he could not just hand over the trick to opening the rupture, so he decided to keep that part to himself and simply bring Misha along instead. In his mind, the next run would be just the two of them. When Bjorn mentioned going with Misha, Nyan almost jumped out of her seat, upset that he had been ready to head into the rupture without her. Bjorn frowned back, saying she had made it pretty clear she wanted no part of it. As Bjorn tried to say he could just go by himself if she was that worried, Nyan exploded, calling him a thick-headed barbarian and insisting he should at least ask her first and try talking like a decent person for once. Nyan's voice dropped as she waited, cheeks warming, clearly expecting him to try again the way she had asked. Bjorn straightened up and with an awkward stiffness that did not suit a barbarian at all, asked her as politely as he could to go with him. Nyan burst into a smug laugh, saying she would never let him charge into the rupture alone in the first place. The nervous scholar finally said it out loud, declaring that they would head into the rupture this time. Even the dwarf beside him looked tense, knowing there was no backing out now. The next day, papers rained over the marketplace as newsboys shouted about a special edition. The royal family was denying the talk about a dimensional collapse, and everyone rushed to grab a copy. On the street, the dwarf read the headline and stiffened as it blamed a magic tower school for spreading lies. Around him, others muttered in relief and annoyance, angry that they had been scared for nothing. Later, Nyan burst in laughing, thrilled that they could dive into the labyrinth together now that the scare was over. Bjorn cracked the door and shot him down, saying he had already taken on another job and could not join him. The door closed in Nyan's face, leaving him alone in the hallway, scratching his head and sweating as he tried to process Bjorn's flat refusal. Inside, Bjorn pressed Misha about the bodyguard request, wondering when Nyan had even picked up such work. She waved it off as a lie and calmly admitted she had been planning to head into the rupture this time herself. Bjorn leaned forward, surprised that she had figured out a way inside and guessing she had dug it up in the library. Misha, caught off guard by how fast he understood, admitted he was right. Misha frowned, asking why they were keeping the rupture plan from Hikurod when going as a full group sounded safer. While calmly wiping his blade, Bjorn pointed out that she had never told anyone how she used the frost spirit ring to bind her spirit beast, hinting that this new trick needed the same level of silence. Bjorn stared ahead, running through each of his teammates in his head, judging who would crack and who would stay quiet. Misha met his gaze without flinching, already guessing that this was not just idle talk but a careful test of who he trusted most. Bjorn pictured Hikurod roaring with laughter over a mug, and he knew the dwarf would spill everything the moment he got tipsy. Bjorn went down the list, saying Dwaki would probably let it slip without meaning to, and that even Rottmiller was a question mark. Misha mulled it over, realizing how few people he truly trusted with this. In his mind, Bjorn pictured a steady warrior who would lock the truth inside, yet spend every step in the dark wondering how Bjorn had learned it, and whether that made him dangerous. Misha suddenly understood that he had stayed quiet to avoid both loose lips and sharp suspicion. Then she tilted her head, eager to know what made her different. As Misha pushed herself up, Bjorn admitted to himself that she was careful with details, rarely shared other people's business, and made for a surprisingly safe vault for something this big. Facing her across the table, Bjorn decided the best part was that Misha could not lie to save her life. So if the rupture news ever spread, her face alone would tell him exactly who had talked. Bjorn watched Nyan fuss around the room, acting like the heat was the problem, and calmly told her to cool down and drink. In his head he marked it clearly, only 8 days left until the labyrinth opened. A faint smile tugged at Bjorn's lips as he thought about what came next. He knew the last days before the labyrinth would be packed with nothing but preparation. Later, Bjorn headed into the city with Nyan at his side, his huge shield strapped to his back. Nyan trotted along behind him, grumbling that they were really going to spend more money on equipment again. Bolts of blue lightning wrapped around their weapons as the enchantment took hold, turning plain steel into crackling thunder for a limited time. Bjorn had poured 2 million stones from the joint account he shared with Misha into this, cutting their savings in half with a single choice. A towering barbarian elder chuckled when he heard the numbers, saying Bjorn was doing well to pull in 4 million stones in just 2 months. Coming from someone like him, it was real praise, and it proved Bjorn's rush for funds was paying off. The system flared to life as Immortal Seal reached level 4, flooding Bjorn with tougher will and stronger magic. His mentality and skill stats each jumped by 40, and his shout shook the house as his body adjusted to the sudden surge. Bjorn sat cramped in the room in his giant form, muscles still buzzing from the training, and could only mutter that he wanted food. Nyan rushed in with a basket, telling him to wash up and eat, while he noted with quiet pride that his boosted MP now let him stay like this half again as long as before. Later while he ate, Bjorn mentioned he was heading to the library, and Nyan instantly asked to tag along. He stared at her, honestly surprised she read at all, which made her bristle and loudly insist that she did pick up books sometimes too. Bright blue spell bloomed over their heads, twisting like living light. Bjorn stared up trying to guess what the mage was doing, while Nyan frowned and asked why this spell was even needed today. The mage sat across from them, and calmly said her usual spell was something she only used for Bjorn in secret, so she could not cast it with others watching. Nyan muttered that the mage could have just told them that alone, but the answer still made Bjorn feel how special that favor had been. In the cluttered lab, Bjorn rolled his shoulder and said the training was finally over, thanking the blonde mage for dealing with him even though it had been rough. She pouted at how blunt he was, but still told him to stay alive out there, and he could tell she meant it. Ven pressed a carved token into Bjorn's hand and asked if he planned to give back his pass to the magic tower. Before he could answer, she told him to keep it and come find her whenever he needed help, adding with a grin that she wanted to see what kind of trouble he dragged in next. Bjorn agreed without making a fuss, tucking the pass away. In his mind he marked it clearly. This was the last day before everything started. Near the roaring purple gate, a band of barbarians raised their weapons and shouted their thanks to Jandal's son Bjorn for the advice he had given them. They promised to watch out for humans, guard what mattered most, and swore they would not forget his warning. Off to the side, a blushing guard wiped at his eyes and said it was amazing how the barbarians even took time to thank them. Nyan glanced up at him, half amused and half embarrassed, thinking they really were strangely polite for people heading into danger. Laughter broke out nearby as someone joked that Bjorn had really become a dependable mentor if even other barbarians were thanking him like that. The mood around the gate lightened for a moment, cutting through the weight of what was coming. The guard tried to brush off Bjorn's help as nothing special, but Rottmiller cut in, loudly saying Bjorn had done more than just point the way and should stop acting so modest. The guard told Rottmiller to stay sharp inside and to doubt anyone who acted too friendly, saying he was not like those naive young barbarians. Rottmiller laughed it off, while Nyan quietly thought he really did look just like them. Bjorn told Rottmiller he was counting on him, then said he and Nyan would head into the rupture now and asked if Rottmiller's group was joining them. One of Rottmiller's attendants answered awkwardly that their party could not go in yet, because they were still waiting for their client to arrive. Bjorn simply said he understood and that he and Nyan would head in ahead of them, which made the cat girl brighten up at the thought of going first. Half an hour later they still stood before the roaring portal, and Nyan nervously asked if they were ever going in. Bjorn kept his arms crossed, told her to just wait, and muttered that this kind of fuss was why people got annoyed with rookies. Bjorn watched the portals glow and thought to himself that this timing trick would double the experience they earned. Then his eyes sharpened as he finally gave the order to move. A system message popped up, stating that he was the first to open the portal and granting him extra experience, and Bjorn pressed his hand against the glowing surface, satisfied that his little trick had worked. Nyan stares at the glowing block, shouting in shock when she learns it is a portal straight to the second floor. Bjorn just raises the torch and starts to explain how this weird, unstable space can be used. Bjorn calls it an unstable dimension trick that hunters can abuse, saying even he does not fully get the theory. Nyan's eyes spin as she tries to follow, amazed that he is using something this broken just because he knows it exists. Bjorn looks off to the side and admits he kind of feels bad for Rottmiller, who is still working the hard way. He says Rottmiller would probably feel like all his effort was pointless if he found out a shortcut like this existed, the same way Bjorn once did after using that ring. Nyan nods slowly, admitting she gets what he means. Bjorn thinks that if Rottmiller learned about this bug, he would feel robbed of his own job. He remembers the scout talking about how he wants to one day open a portal with his own hands and how that dream is tied to his class. Bjorn has to admit Rottmiller takes being a scout very seriously. The system announces they have entered the second-floor stone desert as they step out into a dry, rocky wasteland. Bjorn clicks his tongue, annoyed, since he needs the beast's lair to farm a magic crystal, and that means taking an east portal instead, so they turn around to go back. The light shifts and the system now says they are back in the first-floor crystal cave. Bjorn checks his compass by torchlight and decides they will have to march east for 2 full days to reach the right spot. 3 hours later, their path is packed with H-rank monsters that look like little dolls made of mud. These things stay hidden with a stealth skill called unification and only show themselves when they are almost on top of you. But Bjorn and Nyan smash into them the moment they appear. Nyan bends down to grab another red magic crystal, while Bjorn mutters that taking the monsters down is easy, but picking up every shard is annoying, and that Dwaki would normally handle this kind of work for them. Nyan suddenly stiffens, her ears twitching as she spots a group of people sprinting toward them and hurriedly calls out to Bjorn about it. Bjorn watches the distant figures and quietly asks Nyan what move they should make, while she admits she is unsure, since reaching this place in only 3 hours means those hunters are moving at a crazy pace. Full party and heavy gear barrels pass through the cave, and Bjorn realizes these people are not just passing by, but are racing the dungeon like a speedrun team. Bjorn sets his jaw and surges into motion, agreeing to speed up since, even if that other party is still the fastest, the portal they opened will not stay waiting forever. Watching the well-armed hunters vanish into the distance, Nyan marvels at how good their equipment looks and asks if you have to be that loaded to handle portals. Bjorn brushes off her shock and says they will reach that level someday too, even as he notes to himself that she still thinks of them as the bottom of the food chain. As they walk between the glowing crystals, Bjorn comments that Nyan is surprisingly ambitious and jokes that maybe it is a barbarian thing, which makes her narrow her eyes and demand to know if he is trying to insult her. Nyan drives her elbow into Bjorn's side and snaps back with a quick insult, turning his joke into a small, rough bit of payback. Bjorn quickly backpedals and tells Nyan he actually meant she was cool, and her ears perk up as she turns with a shy, pleased grin. Bjorn clears his throat and tightens his fist near his mouth, suddenly aware of how cheesy he just sounded. As Nyan dashes off with a huge grin, Bjorn watches her and thinks she is way too straightforward, almost like she believes she is a barbarian just like him. As they hurry along the crystal path, One of them keeps talking about how huge Bjorn's mace was, and even guesses his pack has some rare space magic built into it. The knight watches Bjorn's back and wonders why someone that strong is still stuck on the first floor, then admits to himself that he never planned for monsters like that sharing this place with them. In the blue glow of the crystals, Bjorn's rough team and a few nervous rookies stare after the armored veterans, who look like they belong on much deeper floors, not walking the same path as them. Asura glances back when he hears a soft laugh and asks Nyan what she is smiling about while they march. Her mind drifts back to when she was forced to bow her head in front of stronger hunters, thinking about all the awful things she went through before she ever met Erwin. She pictures Erwin laughing beside her well-dressed sister and guesses the elf is living comfortably now. Yet she still wonders how her first party member in this place is really doing. She's just thinking that maybe she should try to find Erwin again when Asura stiffens up mid-step, snapping her back to the cold cave around them. Bjorn catches the orange-haired hunter staring at his gear with open greed, knowing this guy would be easier to deal with than a goblin. Yet for some reason the longer he holds that gaze, the more annoyed and heavy Bjorn's chest feels. Bjorn stops in the middle of the path and turns on the orange-haired rookie, asking if the guy has something he wants to say to him. The rookie freezes up, shaking under Bjorn's shadow and Nyan's watchful eyes. Nyan clutches Bjorn's arm, insisting the rookie has done nothing wrong, but her voice shakes as she realizes this whole mood feels familiar. Her mind jumps to a memory of Bjorn back in the city, puffed up and furious at some stranger just for staring at him while she tried to calm him down. She suddenly worries this might blow up the same. Bjorn's eyes harden behind the helmet as he tunes out Nyan's panic. He decides to start simple and demands to know the rookie's name. The rookie swallows hard and stammers that his name is Hanst Ivan, his voice barely steady. Hearing it, Bjorn links that name to something ugly from his own past. Bjorn leans in and coldly tells him not to lie, asking again if he is really Hanst. The rookie's face goes pale as he insists it is, sweat running down his cheeks while his mind races. Bjorn studies him and admits to himself that this guy is not the Hans he had in mind, so maybe he jumped too fast. The rookie quickly explains that his name used to be Hans, but he changed it because too many people shared it. The realization hits Bjorn like a punch, and his hand curls into a tight fist. He understands now that the sick feeling in his chest came from that old name and the memories tied to it, not from this clueless rookie. Bjorn grabs Hans by the shoulders and tells him to forget the name Hans forever, ordering him to keep living as Hans from now on. The rookie nods quickly, agreeing to anything just to get out of his grip, while Nyan stares past them and hurriedly points out something up ahead in the cave. Bjorn explodes into a sprint, Nyan clinging to his back while Hans stumbles after them, frozen with fear. He yells for everyone to run, knowing there is only one reason the labyrinth would shake like this. The rupture is about to open. He runs, Bjorn grits his teeth, thinking that changing a name does not erase what it stands for. The word Hans still crawls under his skin, no matter what the rookie calls himself now. His mind jumps to the rules of ruptures, knowing they should take 3 days to open on their own. This one is lighting up on the very first day, which means someone else forced it open with the same method he spent a fortune preparing. Bjorn wonders if the one who forced the rupture is another player like him, or just someone unusually smart. Nyan shouts that the glow is right in front of them and Bjorn pushes harder, deciding he will figure it out once they are inside. Nyan reaches out and calls for Misha, panic rising as the light swallows the tunnel. Bjorn grabs her firmly, pulling her close so she does not get left behind when they dive into the rupture. Bjorn roars for her to hang on and throws his full weight into the blazing crack in space. Shield first, he smashes through the red light, dragging Nyan with him into the unknown. The system calmly announces that a character has stepped into the first floor rupture, locking in the move that cannot be taken back. Bjorn crashes down into a blinding white wasteland, still holding Nyan as snow swirls around them. A nearby trio of hunters watches the new arrivals, quietly judging that a barbarian and a beastkin together look like a pretty reliable pair. The 3 hunters step up with easy smiles, giving their names and saying Bjorn and Nyan look strong enough to pull their weight. The woman adds that she will try not to slow anyone down, clearly nervous but eager to help. Nyan tries to keep a straight face, but her cheeks burn bright red and sweat beads on her skin. One of the hunters laughs and points out that this is a terrible poker face. The group stands around the cracked ice, trading quick summaries of what they can do. Gensha explains that she grew up as a scout and even boosted herself with a goblin archer essence. Another hunter notes that Nyan feels like a first-floor rookie, while Bjorn seems closer to a second-floor fighter. The armored leader studies Bjorn and Nyan in silence and decides they really are just beginners. He thinks back to the blood-tinted castle and notes that this time, the setup is completely different. In his mind, the leader runs through the rules of ruptures, counting how they show up only every 5 or 6 labyrinths, or a bit sooner when someone forces them. That timing means no veteran from the higher floors should be wandering the first floor yet. His thoughts lock onto the brutal red rupture, and he works out the math. If this gate was opened just a few days after the labyrinth appeared, then everyone who rushed in should be people who have never even touched the second floor. He tells himself that at least a full day has gone by, which makes this rush a little less crazy. Even so, one person in this mix still feels off to him. Avman steps closer to the huge barbarian and asks what part he plays in a fight. Bjorn answers in his rough, simple way, keeping up the act while he weighs how much to reveal. Avman eyes the massive crossbow on Bjorn's back and gives a rough thumbs up, but he clearly wants to know if that thing can really be used, or if Bjorn is just bluffing. On the cracked ice, Avman asks what Bjorn and Nyan are even doing down here, but the barbarian just shrugs it off and throws the same question back at them, refusing to let himself be grilled. Avman crosses his arms and explains that his usual party ran into trouble, So only this small group came in, and without a scout they had been stuck on the first floor until the rupture opened. Bjorn says it is the same for him, that he has been on his own for a while now, and Nyan watches him with a small frown, wondering if he is actually telling the truth. Bjorn studies Avman and admits to himself that an archer tough enough to run alone sounds crazy. But with that build and gear, plus the fact he is already mining high-rank crystals on the second floor, it actually adds up. They run through each name, asking who stepped into the rupture first, but every one of them swears it all happened at almost the same time, leaving Bjorn thinking this is turning into some weird guessing game. Avman wraps it up by saying that he, Michelle, and one more will each take a full share while Bjorn's pair splits one, promising them all the extra essences, and explaining that they had already planned to let Misha take the Guardian Essence unless a rare stone or numbered item dropped. With the plan settled, Bjorn hoists the heavy crossbow over his shoulder and steps forward, ready to follow the others deeper toward the rupture. The knight at the front calls for everyone to get into formation, and the whole party bunches up behind him as they march into the blinding snow. As they step out onto the cracked ice, Bjorn thinks how weird it is to fight in a place this bright, after getting used to the pitch-black maps inside the labyrinth. Their boots scrape over the cracked ice, every step reminding them how thin the ground under them might be. More boots join in, the whole group moving in tight formation as they cross deeper into the frozen field. Bjorn thinks it is lucky that the rupture someone forced open turned out to be the same one they had planned to visit anyway, meaning all the items they brought are still useful as they trek on for another half hour. A towering yeti bursts out of the ice, a 7th-rank elite that only shows up in caves like this, and the barbarian tells the others to hang back while he handles it. One of the armored men glances at Bjorn's broad back and asks if he is really fine taking that thing on alone, and the barbarian answers without doubt that it is okay. The barbarian grips his weapon and steps ahead of the others, deciding he will go in first. The crossbowman plants his weapon, cranking it back with steady hands as he lines up a shot through the swirling snow. With the string drawn tight, the crossbowman fixes his gaze on the distant yeti and holds his breath, ready to fire. The bolt tears through the air like a beam of light, carving a blazing path across the frozen field. At the end of that blinding trail, the yeti looks up too late as the shot closes in on its chest. The bolt slams into the yeti and its body jerks back, red spraying across the snow as it lets out a shocked roar. The crossbowman watches the hit and mutters that of course, a gatekeeper of that rank would manage to block at least part of the shot. Near the cave, two smaller yeti thrash around, clawing at the arrows lodged in them, but unable to pull them free thanks to the binding skill on the bolts. As they watch Bjorn facing the wounded yeti, one of the hunters quietly reminds the others that he hates it when people slack off and expects everyone to step in and finish the job. The wounded yeti lets out a furious roar and barrels straight at Bjorn, snow exploding around its feet. Bjorn plants his shield in front of him and waits, choosing to meet that charge head-on. Bjorn charges with a roar of his own, ramming his shield into the yeti's chest instead of backing away. One of the hunters below stares in disbelief, realizing Bjorn really plans to trade blows with that thing. The yeti's clawed foot slams into the ice, cracks racing out under its weight as it digs in for the counterattack. Using that footing, the gatekeeper whips its huge arm around in a wide arc, a blow heavy enough to crush a normal fighter in one hit. Bjorn meets the swing with his shield and mace, and the impact sends a shock through the frozen ground. The ice around them bursts apart, turning the whole field into a storm of shards and spray. The frontliner grits his teeth against the force and yells for Michelle, signaling that it is her turn to move. Michelle shouts back in quick agreement, making it clear she is ready to jump in. With Bjorn locking the yeti in place from the front, Michelle flips through the air behind it, both blades ready to drive down into its exposed back. Their timing is perfect, turning his reckless charge into a clean opening. The agile warrior lands on the yeti's face and drives both blades straight into its gaping mouth, cutting off its roar. Bjorn's reckless charge finally pays off as her strike ends the monster's rampage in one brutal move. System window pops up, calmly stating that the yeti has been defeated and that the party gains a small chunk of experience for bringing down the gatekeeper. The cat warrior sprints across the shattered ice, blade still in hand, not waiting around to admire the fallen yeti. Snow whirls around her as the frozen ground slowly stops shaking from the fight. The armored fighter glances back at the others, still stunned by how clean that finish was. He starts bragging that what they just saw is basically his specialty, hinting that if they understand, they should remember who made it possible. The young warrior, the bearded veteran, and the girl all stare wide-eyed as the harsh advice hits them. Whoever is leading them makes it clear that if they plan to keep that secret power, they can never afford to get caught. The cat warrior rides the yeti's head down and slams both blades straight through its jaws, ending the beast in one savage drop. The monster's roar dies in its own blood as its body goes limp under her weight. The bearded leader lets a crooked grin slip, clearly pleased. He admits that the two of them actually make a pretty good team, even if he says it in that teasing way of his. Frost Wolf's skull bursts under a crushing blow, its body thrown aside like ice shards. The system calmly notes the kill and adds a single point of experience, a tiny reward for another life or death clash. The party pushes deeper into the ice cave, blades and spells flashing as Frost Wolves leap at them from every side. They cut down one pack after another, which makes sense when these are the only monsters that show up in this first part. Down in a narrow gap of the cave, the cat warrior dances between snapping jaws, twin blades keeping 3 frost wolves from tearing through their line. Every step she takes sends more ice and blood spraying across the frozen floor. From the way the battles played out, it was clear that Misha and the barbarian were doing most of the heavy lifting. While the others scrambled to stay alive, those two were the ones actually tearing the frost wolves apart. Bear Man reloads after dropping a couple of frost wolves, his heavy crossbow clearly strong but too slow to handle a whole pack. The Barbarian keeps swinging up front, yet even with all this strength, no one has really stepped up to guide the group. They gather around the ice pillar while the Barbarian quietly runs through the route in his head. From this marker it is left, left, right, right, left, then 7 straight paths before another left. With those turns memorized, this whole chapter would take barely an hour to clear, and the path is simple enough that even a so-called brute could keep it straight. The Barbarian weighs the Mafia's behavior, deciding they are either not real players or just acting clueless. The party reaches a glowing stairway that feels all kinds of wrong, but he pushes past their nerves and orders everyone to head down. Step by step, the whole party files down the stairs, weapons ready. The deeper they go, the more the blue light around them feels like they are walking straight into a trap. One of the younger fighters looks around in shock, taken aback by how bright it is even though they are far below the surface. The group steps into a wide chamber where the floor and walls shine like blue glass, almost too pretty for dungeon. The cat warrior and the girls gush over how sparkly everything is, but one of them points out the real focus here. A lone pillar rising from the center of the room. One of the party members reaches out to the pillar, barely brushing the ice. The moment her fingers touch it, the whole thing flares with light, and she yelps as the glow races up around her hand. The twin-tailed girl stares at her glowing hand shaken, but the bearded leader stays calm and calls it exactly what it is: a key. He figures that touching it will call out some monsters, and once they deal with those, a new path will open. The armored crossbowman thinks that the leader's guess sounds exactly like how a gamer would break down a dungeon. He agrees with the logic but knows better, bracing himself for more than just a small group, because this feels like it will call out an entire boss mob. A cold message rolls through the air, announcing that a long-sealed tyrant has finally awakened. The key has done its job, and the real boss of this place is now on its way. Frost wolves burst out of the ice, yellow eyes glowing and fangs bared. The air fills with their howls as they race straight toward the party. The twin-tailed girl stares at the rushing wolves, clearly shaken that things are worse than she thought. She urges everyone to fall back toward the stairs, knowing that tight ground is their only hope to hold the line. Dozens of white shapes sprint over the slick ice, claws scraping as they close the gap. It is just the first wave, and already around 20 wolves are rushing them. An ice golem lumbers out behind the wolves, its body made of solid blue stone. The shield warrior knows this thing can stack a slowing curse with every hit, so it has to be crushed before the whole party gets frozen in place. The warrior roars and swings his heavy weapon with both hands, putting all his strength into one clean blow meant to shatter the golem before it can move. His mace slams into the ice body, blasting it apart in a storm of shards. The golem collapses on the spot, and the system calmly notes that it has been defeated and gives a small chunk of experience. Misparts to reveal a massive white beast hanging over the chamber, its mouth full of twisted fangs. The system names it Frost Lord Cthulhu, an intermediate boss-rank Yeti mutant packed with dangerous tricks. Frost Lord Cthulhu lets out a furious roar, and a heavy force rolls out from its body. The system warns that it has used suppression, and the air itself feels like it is pressing down on everyone in the chamber. The shield warrior had felt this crushing pressure before when fighting plunderers. He knew it was a skill that locked a person's body in place, and the system confirmed that everyone was now trapped under suppression. As one girl tried to push forward with her blade, the swordsman beside her felt his muscles turn to stone. Panic hit him when he realized he could not move at all. The red-haired warrior forced her jaw shut on her own tongue, tasting iron as blood ran from her lips. She copied Misha's trick, using sharp pain to shake off the weight pressing down on her body. For the shield bearer, it was simpler. He had poured points into resistance from the start. The system calmly noted that his resistance was high enough, and the suppression slid off him like water. He unleashed wild outburst, letting raw power explode through his body. Fire-like energy wrapped around him as he drove forward with his shield, ready to smash into the frozen monsters. The red-haired fighter and her partner were already in the thick of it, blades flashing as frost wolves and a hulking yeti snapped all around them. She ignored the scolding about charging in alone and focused on cutting a path through the pack. Cold light crashed against his shield, numbing his arm and making his skin sting. Even so, his eyes stayed sharp. This was pain he could live with. He decided that a little pain was a fair trade and swung with everything he had. The huge mace carved a blazing arc and slammed into the white beast, smashing it apart and ending its charge in a single hit. White-furred beast's chest caves under the blow, red spraying out as its roar breaks into a ragged gasp. For the first time, the so-called boss looks like it might actually go down. The shield warrior rams forward, his whole body behind the steel wall on his arm. The yeti stumbles back, claws flailing, as the shockwave tears through the icy hall. Power wraps around his swing and rips across the beast's side, leaving a long, burning gash. The yeti's massive frame twists under the hit, its strength clearly starting to fade. Even hurt, the yeti surges up with a furious roar, red power rolling off its body. The shield warrior feels sweat run down his cheek as he realizes this thing is not finished yet. Far behind them, a massive crossbow locks onto the yeti, its limbs wrapped in blazing energy. The hunter manning it triggers reinforcement, pouring mana into the shot to boost every skill he has. Different fighter erupts in red light, power bursting out like a shockwave. With a single step, they launch forward blade first, riding the surge straight toward the front line. The beast-eared girl shoots past in a streak of red light, blades drawn and eyes locked on the yeti. The shield warrior barely has time to glance back as she rockets past his shoulder toward the monster. The yeti's single red eye snaps wide as it catches the flash of that red dash. For the first time, the towering beast looks less like a hunter and more like prey. The red blast erupts across the ice field, swallowing wolves and ice in one huge wave. Shapes of monsters twist inside the light before they are thrown away like scraps. The frost wolves closest to the Yeti are ripped apart by the spreading force. Even those farther back are dragged into the storm, proving the blast does not spare anything in reach. The shield warrior and the beast-eared girl stare at the chaos, eyes wide. They had pegged the archer as a simple burst hitter, and now they are trying to wrap their heads around this wide-range skill. The bear man lets his bow arm drop, a bored look on his face. He seems more annoyed than proud, as if this kind of attack has always been part of his kit and everyone else is just slow to notice. The massive Yeti crashes onto the frozen floor and lies still, its breath gone and its body no longer fighting. The party gathers around the fallen Yeti, steam rising from its body in the cold air. With the bear man's blast wiping out most of the pack, the ninth wave ends far faster than anyone expected. Two bright essences, one red and one blue, swirl up from the Yeti's remains. The party quickly agrees on how to split them, dividing their rewards much sooner than they had counted on. The ranger girl and the swordsman trade excited looks, already planning how to split the two essences between them. The bear man watches without concern, more focused on what this haul means for the next step than on the shiny prizes themselves. Bjorn points at the drifting red essence, casually telling the others they can keep the frost wolf stuff while he claims the real prize. The shield warrior stares at the swirling blue light and nervously asks if that one is the Yeti's essence that Bjorn plans to take. Bjorn confirms it is the Yeti's essence and coolly asks if anyone has any complaints about him taking it. The swordsman and his partner flail their hands and insist they have no problem, and Bjorn brushes it off, saying that if they feel bad about the split, they should just grow strong enough to bargain next time. With the others settled, Bjorn turns to the beast-eared girl and tells her the Yeti essence is meant for her, leaving her frozen in shock. The beast-eared girl fidgets with her fingers, admitting in a small, shaky voice that she wants the essence more than anything, but feels awkward just taking it. She gulps and carefully asks if he expects anything in return, begging him not to misunderstand as she inches toward agreeing to take it. She finally blurts out a question about how much she owes him if she eats the essence, and Bjorn just stares at her in blank disbelief, wondering how she even reached that idea. Bjorn just stares ahead as she keeps babbling about how pricey essences are, and he quietly wonders what kind of greedy monster she thinks he is. In his head, the Yeti turns into this goofy, sparkling mascot, but Bjorn only cares that monsters like this usually give really solid stats. The system lays it out. The Yeti's essence boosts stamina and agility, hardens bones, and piles on cold resistance and cold affinity, and Bjorn knows a package like this stays useful for years. Bjorn thinks about how an affinity stat is vital for anyone who throws elements around, and right under his nose the little beast girl tugs at him, begging him to just say how much he wants. The system shows a passive that makes every attack carry cold damage and weaken cold resistance, plus an active that spikes cold affinity for a while, and Bjorn is thrilled because this is exactly the high potential setup he wanted for her. Bjorn clicks his tongue, thinking the essence would be insane if her base stats and the Yeti's rank were higher, and calls the game way too balanced, while the girl beside him stammers out another question about how much he plans to ask for. Shaking so hard her fingers barely work, the beast girl reaches out and grabs Bjorn's arm, too scared about the price to just stand there anymore. She looks up at him with wet, shaking eyes and begs to know how much he is going to charge, and Bjorn finally snaps back to the moment, stunned that she has been working herself up over money this whole time. Bjorn tells her to forget about paying him back, saying this much investment is only natural for someone he plans to keep close for his own safety. The catgirl's face burns as she drops to her knees, stammering while she asks what that even makes the two of them. Hearing that all he wants is for her to stay by his side, Misha's thoughts spin and her face goes bright red. She laughs weakly and asks why he keeps saying things that sound so nice, clearly not sure how to handle it. Misha cuts off her own flustered babbling and reaches out, grabbing the glowing lump of power. Blue light explodes around her as the Yeti's essence sinks into her soul and locks in as hers. Misha hugs herself and says the power feels strange, since it has been years since she last took an essence. Bjorn just tells her that feeling will fade, then turns to the other rookies and calmly asks what they plan to do about it. The two rookies trade a quick look and force awkward smiles, before saying that neither of them is going to take it. Bjorn's jaw tightens under his helmet as he watches them back away from the offer. In his head, he curses at how they are throwing away a precious essence, even though they are still just clueless newbies. The young swordsman laughs nervously as he explains that Miss Gensha said the essence came from a frost wolf, and that kind of power just did not feel right for him. Beside him, the girl keeps her eyes down, sweat running down her cheek, clearly not sure if turning it down was the right call. Bjorn rests his massive club on his shoulder and calmly asks what they even know about frost wolves, pointing out that most people barely know anything about them. The rookie admits he does not really know either and just guessed that, since it was a 9th rank essence, he might get a better one later, which only makes Bjorn nod and file that away. Bjorn studies them in silence, thinking that their excuses feel a bit off but not enough to call them out yet. He reminds himself that this rupture spits out essences all the time, which means chances for them, and for him as well. The rookie girl forces a shaky smile and says essences are too pricey to erase, so after taking the wrong one before, she is scared of messing up again. Bjorn remembers then that she is a swordsman stuck with a goblin archer essence inside her, and suddenly her caution makes a lot more sense. Bjorn shifts his grip on the huge club, swearing to himself as a new thought hits him that these people might not even be working toward the same goal. Before he can sort that out, someone asks if everything is finally over, and for a brief moment the ice cave feels almost calm. Before anyone can relax, the ice high above them splits open with a sharp crack and starts raining down in huge chunks. Misha stares up in horror as the calm they just felt shatters along with the ceiling. Someone shouts for Nyan to look up just as a huge white claw punches through the falling ice. The harmless cave collapse turns in an instant into a direct attack. A massive white wolf hauls itself out of the wrecked ice, red eyes burning as it grips a pillar of frozen stone like a weapon. The group had been calmly talking about its essence moments ago, and now the real thing stands before them, ready to tear them apart. Bjorn and the others stare up, stunned that the towering wolf is even gripping a weapon like a person. In a heartbeat he understands this is not some random beast, but the final boss they were never meant to face yet. This monster was supposed to show up much later, but Tyrant Tarunbas has already locked onto the intruder. The white giant howls in rage, its whole body bristling as it prepares to crush whoever broke into its den. Tyrant Tarunbas swings its frozen pillar and triggers its skill Ice Destruction. The blow rips through the cave, exploding ice and stone in every direction like a storm. The floor breaks open under them, and the group is yanked off their feet into a roaring spiral of icy water. Weapons, shields, and bodies spin helplessly as they are dragged down. The icy floor splits under their boots, trembling and slick as water bursts through the cracks, leaving nothing solid to stand on. The system flags that they have entered a special ice cave field, slapping hypothermia onto everyone. Their movement slowed to a crawl, and any hit from ice will now hurt twice as much. Bjorn bursts out of the freezing water, coughing hard as his gear bangs against the rocks. He curses the new reality patch, remembering how in the game used to start with him already out of the water, only missing some HP. In his mind it plays out like an old game stage, his body getting bounced off one icy wall after another before the river finally hurls him over a waterfall. By the time he hits calmer water, he honestly thinks he barely survived. Bjorn slumps onto a rock, drenched and aching, rubbing the back of his head. Now it clicks for him why always began with his health already low. In reality, the river had just treated his body like a toy. As the others drag themselves out of the water, one rookie coughs on his hands while the dark-haired girl leans in worried. Bjorn answers that he is fine and asks back about their condition, making sure no one was lost in the fall. The beast-eared hunter calls out to anyone still awake and tells them to come closer. A bright campfire roars to life in front of him, and Misha stares at the flames in surprise, amazed he already has a proper fire going down here. Bjorn steps up to the fire while the hunter calmly feeds it with dry wood pulled from his pack. The man explains that he always brings his own fuel since he usually travels alone, and Bjorn files it away, convinced now that this guy really is a solo player. Wrapped in makeshift towels near the flames, the two rookies huddle close, their teeth chattering nonstop. One of them tries to say something but can barely get the words out through the shaking. Huddled right over the fire, they keep trembling, eyes wide as they admit the cold in this cave feels wrong. Bjorn agrees from his spot nearby, realizing his own body is staying stiff and numb no matter how long he sits by the flames. The hunter studies the icy walls and the way their bodies refuse to warm up, then calmly says this has to be a special region. Misha links it to other strange zones she has heard of, like the Witch's Forest, where the land itself bends the rules. The hunter rubs his neck and says the chill makes sense, but the way his joints feel heavy and slow does not. Misha admits she hardly feels anything, and Bjorn guesses her cold resistance must be sky-high, high enough that this place would have to be truly deadly before she even noticed. Bjorn frowns and admits he does not really get what Misha means, saying his whole body is shaking from the cold even though it does not actually hurt. Misha lets out a sharp breath and calls him a dumb barbarian, annoyed that he still has not caught on. The beast-eared girl shifts closer and pats the space beside her, telling Bjorn to come over so he can warm up properly. Soon Bjorn finds himself wrapped up with Misha in his arms, his face burning as the hunter across the fire gives a playful whistle. Bjorn is sure he is not imagining things, and with everyone acting relaxed, he decides this spot is safe enough to use as their camp for the night. The tattooed barbarian stands up and says her group will sleep farther off, refusing to lie down beside people when she still does not know which one is the hidden killer. Misha points out that it will be freezing away from the main fire, but Einar answers that they brought their own firewood, even if it is not much. Later, as they settle on their blankets by a small fire, Misha tells Bjorn he should sleep first. Bjorn shakes his head and says he needs to speak with her before resting. Across the flames, Misha leans back on her hands and asks what he wants to talk about, her tail flicking as she waits for his answer. Misha thinks back over the three rookies, then remembers one small, strange thing she noticed and decides it might be important. Bjorn listens to her story in silence, then turns toward the man she pointed out, deciding that this one is most likely the killer. 6 hours later, the party leaves their camp and starts marching again across the frozen ground. The hunters file through a narrow ice passage, relieved that there is only one route to follow even if it twists like crazy, knowing they just have to stay on the main path. When an ice beast lunges out of the wall, Bjorn meets it head-on and crushes it with one heavy swing, clearing the way just like they planned. Misha darts in beside him, eyes sharp as she throws herself into the clash against the ice creatures. The system warns that this area inflicts hypothermia, slowing anyone without cold resistance and making every ice strike hurt twice as much. The shield bearer shouts for Nathan to be careful as a blow rattles through his guard, and the swordswoman gasps, finally understanding that this special region makes every hit feel far heavier than it should. Bjorn feels the air shift behind him and whirls around, shield already rising as the ice wall explodes outward. A huge icy limb slams into the ground, blasting shards everywhere and proving this new foe hits far harder than the beasts before. The hunters stare at the shapes locked inside the ice, and one of them points out a white-skinned ice orc, brushing it off as only a low-rank threat. Misha stiffens at the thought of facing even more of these things, but Bjorn just smirks, acting like they are nothing to worry about. Deep inside the ice, a pair of eyes blaze red as the trapped creature snaps awake, proving these things are not just frozen trophies. Cracks race through the pillar and the furred brute tears itself free, ice raining down as it steps into the tunnel. More shapes rip out of the ice beside it, and in a heartbeat a whole pack of snarling ice beasts is charging straight at the hunters. Bjorn stares at the charging horde with a baffled look, grumbling to himself that these things will not even give them a moment to breathe. The shield warrior yells for everyone to stop freaking out and form up, lining the rookies where Misha can watch their backs. The ice brutes thunder down the tunnel toward them, and one of the rookies screams a warning as the whole pack closes in. Bjorn watches the clash start and admits the stranger might really just want this rupture cleared, but he still plans for the chance that things go bad. As he rushes in, Bjorn decides this wild melee would be the best time for that guy to turn on them if he ever meant to. So he swings his weapon while carefully limiting his strength, deciding to keep his true power hidden for now. His axe carves a bright arc through the ice beast in the ground, sending shards and even a nearby hunter flying with a single half-hearted swing. While Nyan jokes about Misha's crush, Bjorn keeps her from joining the brawl, using the frontliners as a shield until he knows what else might jump them from the dark. The rookie and Misha stand there gasping, sweat and white breath hanging in the cold air as they try to pull themselves together for whatever comes next. The red-cloaked archer grits his teeth, fed up with how little the others are doing, and decides he has to step in himself. In answer to his will, a gigantic golden bear clad in glowing armor bursts into the icy field, roaring as it charges toward the ice brutes. The iron bear barrels forward on all fours, its claws tearing across the frozen ground as it throws itself into the fray. The spirit bear meets the front ice brute head-on, its glowing bulk smashing into the monster's pale body with brutal force. With a single sweeping strike, the bear's glowing limb smashes through the brute's head, wiping the creature out like it was nothing. The iron bear grapples another brute and drives it back, and the shield warrior watches in shock, finally understanding how the archer has been running this place almost solo. One of the ice brutes slips past the chaos and lunges toward the hunters, its jaws opening wide as Bjorn quietly shifts to his backup plan. The brute's frozen fist crashes into the shield warrior and sends ice spraying everywhere, knocking the man back with a pained grunt as the line starts to buckle. A blinding blue force ripped across the ice, and Misha's eyes went wide as she realized someone had just taken a direct hit. The shield warrior's head snapped to the side under the crushing blow, dark fluid spraying from his mouth as the impact tore through his guard. He crashed onto the frozen ground and lay still, his shield half buried in the snow, leaving the front line suddenly wide open. Under a huge full moon, Erwin and Misha twirled in flowing festival dresses with Bjorn's dull face hovering between them, a silly reminder that outside the dungeon's horror, they still dreamed of calmer days. The shield warrior hit the ice hard, blood spilling from his mouth as his shield slipped from his grasp. For a second, it looked like he might not get up at all. Misha bolted toward him, eyes shining with tears and raw fear. She screamed his name, terrified that the front line had just lost its shield. Flat on his back, the shield warrior slowly came to his senses, tasting iron on his tongue. He figured out that his helmet, thick bones, and natural healing had kept his skull intact, leaving him only lightheaded instead of gone. Still staring up at the icy ceiling, the warrior forced himself to think straight and accepted he could not move yet. He decided to leave the rest of their plan to Misha, trusting her to handle what came next. One of the hunters spun around, face drained of color as he saw the shield warrior on the ground. He yelled out in panic, desperate to know if the man was still all right. The ice orc warrior lifted its massive hammer with a cruel grin, lining up a crushing swing. The hunter dropped to his knees and threw up his shield, shouting for it to stop even though he knew the blow would break him. Before the hammer could fall, a red beam ripped through the ice orc's skull and dropped the monster where it stood. The hunter stared up in shock, hardly believing he was still alive as the system calmly announced that the ice orc warrior had been defeated and his experience had gone up. Farther back, a larger ice sorcerer threw its head back in a twisted grin, claws digging into the air. A swirling mass of purple power grew over its hands, warning everyone that the real danger was only just starting. A massive wave of purple magic slammed down from above, tearing through the ice tunnel. Two hunters bolted sideways, one of them shouting in panic for everyone to move before they were swallowed by it. While the others were tossed around by the shockwave, the crossbowman planted his feet and pulled the trigger. A red, twisted bolt shot out, carrying the strange power of his skill straight toward the sorcerer. The red shot smashed into the ice and then burst upward like a spike. The ice orc sorcerer threw its head back in rage, only for that same power to punch straight through its skull and snuff out its spell for good. The frontline hunter stared wide-eyed at the fallen sorcerer, hardly able to believe it was over so fast. Behind him, the crossbowman knelt with a calm look as the system announced that the ice orc sorcerer was down and their experience had climbed again. One of the armored hunters watched the fight with a tight jaw, thinking that the man with the crossbow might actually wipe out every monster by himself. He even wondered if this calm stranger was some hidden high-rank archer playing down his strength. With that, the armored hunter finally understood the real core of their strength. Relaxing a little, he decided he could go ahead with his own plan now that the hardest part was being handled for him. Farther away, a sly woman grinned as the system confirmed she had used. Light traced over her body, and in an instant her gear reshaped into a lean, deadly set built for speed and close combat. She then triggered, and the system granted her high-rank stealth and a burst of speed for a few heartbeats. Her smile lingered as her form blurred into the mist, ready to move while the others stayed focused on the orcs. The crossbowman let the system flood him with the power of revenge. turning his next shot into something that could punch through almost anything and leave the target bleeding out. Before he could even fire, a red strike ripped into his side, leaving him badly wounded and throwing all his plans into danger. The agile woman pressed her glowing blade into his side and grinned, thinking about the 30 million stones this job would bring and how the mafia had finally decided to act through her. Out of nowhere, a handful of purple vials crashed down on her head, shattering on impact and cutting her off before she could enjoy her victory. The traitor jerked around, stunned, as the red-haired cat warrior snapped at her about the strange stuff that had just been thrown, and then shouted for Bjorn to move now. Bjorn answered the call by letting wild outburst explode through his body, his muscles swelling with fiery power as he charged straight at the traitor. Bjorn's wild strike crashed into the ice like a falling star, shattering the floor and hurling the traitor and the others back in a storm of shards. Shaken by how neatly Bjorn had answered her plan, the traitor decided she had to disappear and once more called on Beastly Walk, letting the system wrap her in high-rank stealth as she slipped from sight. The traitor slid across the ice, staring at her own hands in shock as the blue veil around her tore apart. The system calmly told her that her stealth was gone thanks to the witch's lamp solution, turning her perfect escape into a trap. Bjorn thought back to how she had walked them through this place like she already knew the route, even while pretending to be scared. She kept asking if they really had to deal with every monster and pointed out tricks like how touching the wall made it glow. By the time they were laughing in front of the open cave, he had already decided that someone who kept hitting every key point while acting dumb was way too suspicious. He realized she had to have slipped through the beast's lair on her own before this, or the ice cave would never have opened. That kind of hidden run was not something a clueless rookie could pull off, so in Bjorn's mind Genshin Nafrin was now mafia, no question. The red-haired cat warrior lunged in with a furious shout, her sword carving a bright arc through the cold air. The traitor barely managed to twist her body away, her stealth gone and her options shrinking fast. The cat warrior did not slow down, driving her blade straight toward the traitor's chest. The black-haired woman stared up at the flashing steel, panic finally breaking through her fake smile. The last second, the traitor twisted her body and shot sideways, leaving only a fading blur where the sword should have landed. The strike tore open the ice behind her instead, while she hit the ground running with her blade still glowing. Before she could vanish into the ice, Bjorn stepped in and hooked an arm around her from behind, locking her in place. The traitor jerked in his grip, her sword still raised, as she tried to stammer out a protest. Bjorn lifted her like a rag doll and drove her straight down, red light bursting from the impact as the ice shook under them. He did not give the mafia agent any chance to beg or bargain. With that one slam, her part in this hunt was over. The traitor's eyes bulged as she spat blood, somehow still awake after that brutal slam. Pain twisted her face, but under it there was a flash of stunned disbelief that her body had held together at all. Her hand slapped against the ice and held firm, fingers digging in as she forced her shaking body to move. For someone who just got driven into the ground, her grip was way too steady. Bjorn hurled one of the women aside and barreled after the traitor as she sprinted across the ice, cursing them all as mindless game characters. Watching her tank that slam and still run, he figured she must have poured a ton of points into defense. Behind the helmet, Bjorn's jaw tightened as everything clicked into place. Only a player would talk like that and build a body that sturdy, so in his mind her cover was gone. Bjorn raised his shield and locked his gaze on her, cold light burning in his eyes. Player or not, she had already tried to get him taken out, and that was all he needed to know. A massive axe orc lunged out of the icy dark, weapon raised high as it dropped toward Bjorn's back. The fight with the traitor had barely shifted when this new threat crashed into the mix. The axe orc loomed right over his shoulder, but Bjorn only tightened his grip on the shield, more annoyed by the cold than the monster breathing down his neck. He figured that once he dealt with this one, the real prize of the floor, the final boss, would finally show up. The traitor stared at him, mouth hanging open as the axe orc swung down behind his back. To her, his calm talk about bosses and spawns in the middle of this mess was completely insane. While Bjorn held his ground with the shield, the traitor spun on her heel and sprinted across the ice, trying to slip away from the fight. The runner skidded to a stop, staring at solid rock where the tunnel should have continued, stunned that her own escape path was now a dead end. Bjorn remembered that once the ice orcs woke up, the ceiling would drop and seal this passage, so he told himself not to relax even for a second. As he tightened his guard, a snarling ice orc rose right behind his shield, close enough to breathe on his neck. The axe crashed down on Bjorn's helmet with a sharp clang, but he barely flinched as the red-haired hunter yelled that she would handle this ice orc herself, and begged him not to finish it off. Bjorn sounded confused for a moment but agreed, deciding to just soak the hits and leave this monster for her. Bjorn watched her without a word, eyes flat behind the helmet, while the traitor swallowed hard, sweat running down her cheek as she realized he had not forgotten what she did. Bjorn took a slow step toward her, each heavy footfall in the cave saying more than any threat could. Izha backed away with her glowing sword still drawn, hand raised as she rushed out excuses about some big misunderstanding. But every shaky word was just her trying to drag out the clock. Bjorn watched the blow burst against his shield and reminded himself that she had already burned her revenge skill, which meant its boost would not come back for a few minutes. He figured there was no way she could break through his guard for a while, but the traitor still hurled herself at him with a wild, glowing swing, forcing him to plant his feet and take it head-on. Right after soaking the hit, the barbarian snapped his arm forward, driving the heavy shield straight toward her like a battering ram. The shield crashed into her in the cave wall at once, blasting stone apart and folding her body back under the sheer force. Her sword spun out of her grip and clattered across the ice, its glow trailing behind as it slid far from her reach. Now on her knees and shaking, the traitor rushed out a tale about it all being a mistake, asking if he would actually trust her, and Bjorn replied that he would judge her story himself. As she spoke, her body edged forward, muscles tensing under the armor, like she was getting ready to bolt the moment she saw an opening. Bjorn watched her without a hint of worry, letting out a slow breath as he thought about how she had swallowed his act whole, and wondered how someone that crafty could still be this stupid. Bjorn stared down at the scattered armor and glowing sword, calmly sorting through what he had taken. The gear was built for straight brawls, and he wondered if he should pass some of it on to Misha. As he tightened his grip on the mace, Bjorn paused, realizing there was one more thing he should mention before talking about sharing the loot. He remembered how he had wrecked her body so badly that she had no choice but to trigger armor change, then calmly took every piece of beginner gear she had been wearing. With Bjorn's hand locked on her, the battered woman gasped that she would do anything if he spared her. He accepted her plea for now and pressed her to explain why she had come after them in the first place. She hurriedly confessed that rumors about her were already all over the Explorer Guild, so she had decided to silence whoever walked in before they could spread more. Bjorn listened without pity and then pressed her on why she had opened the rupture itself. She explained that this was the only spot to get a Heart of Frost and that she had expected, at worst, some low-rank explorers she could handle. Bjorn mulled it over and had to admit her goal and plan fit what he knew about this place. As she kept rambling, Bjorn suddenly stopped her and the woman froze mid-breath, eyes wide, sensing that he had caught something wrong in her story. Bjorn calmly asked her how she had known that he was the one who opened the rupture in the first place, a detail she should never have been able to guess. That single question turned her excuse into a trap closing around her. The woman suddenly guessed that Bjorn was a player like her and clung to that thought as if it might save her. As the word player left her lips, her mind jumped to the stories about evil spirits, and raw panic twisted her. Flat on the ground, she babbled that she had only attacked because she thought he was just part of the world, swearing she would have begged forgiveness if she had known he was a real player like her. While she raged inside and demanded he answer, Bjorn just watched her in silence, feeling no sadness or pity at all as he quietly labeled her an evil spirit. Not long after, the stone pillar stood smeared with dark stains and broken shapes, marking how completely he had dealt with her. System window popped up, calmly praising him for taking down his first player and promising a permanent boost to his mentality as her body lay still on the cold ground. The story paused here with a bright banner that had nothing to do with Bjorn or the dungeon. The white ogre crashed into the frontline hunter, tearing through his guard and sending him flying in a burst of blue light. As he tumbled back across the ice, he could only choke out a desperate call for help. While the ogre played with the fallen hunter like a toy, Misha turned to the tattooed barbarian and asked if she should step in. He calmly told her to handle it and even suggested she try out her new skill, warning her not to finish the monster too fast. Misha agreed at once, answering in her usual playful tone as she got ready to move. The system announced that Misha Karlstein had triggered enhancement, then followed it with cold concentrate. Frost swirled around her blades as her cold affinity shot up for a short but deadly burst. The ogre roared up at the ceiling, only to meet a pillar of freezing light crashing straight down on it. The fallen hunter screamed as a bright band of ice raced past him, locking the ogre and its axe in a block of frost. At the far end of that frozen path, Misha stood with her glowing blade lowered. The ogre grabbed its arm in shock as the flesh turned pale and stiff, the wound eaten away by biting frost. Whoever was watching could tell that strike had left deep frostbite damage. The system laid out the real strength of cold affinity. It seals wounds, shuts down a monster's natural healing, and most importantly, locks their body in place. Against the right target, that one hit can turn a raging beast into a helpless statue. Bjorn watched the ice orc clutch its ruined wrist and calmly judged the damage, thinking that any normal monster would have lost its whole forearm to that frost. Bjorn narrowed his eyes and told Misha to go for the monster's neck this time. Misha answered in a playful tone and dashed past the raging ice orc, her twin blades blazing with cold light as she lined up a strike on its throat. Her blades cut across the ice orc in a single blinding arc, leaving a streak of blue light and dark spray in the air. With the ice orc staggered between them and the front-line hunter still on the floor, Bjorn decided he had seen enough and told Misha to get ready, because the real boss fight was about to start. The ice orc's head burst under the final blow, its single red eye glaring for heartbeat before its body went limp. Cracks raced through the frozen walls as bright blue symbols flared to life, and a surge of power rolled through the cavern like a storm. Gigantic white beast burst out of the ice and let out a roar that shook the cavern, while the system calmly announced that Tyrant Tarunbas had awakened with all of its powers fully restored. Bjorn sizes the tyrant up, noting that this lycanthrope is huge even for its kind, and that its numbers are almost twice what they should be. He notes the ice club in its hand, a weapon built to hit like a truck and chill anyone it touches until their body slows down. The tyrant roars, but Bjorn just shouts back that even with all that, he can still bring it down in 10 seconds. The beast lunges like a white blur, and Bjorn meets it chest first, his shield and body taking the full weight of the charge. As he grabs for the item at his side, Bjorn answers his own question, hinting that he came in already holding the perfect counter. Wolves slam into him from every side while the towering tyrant bears down, turning the icy cavern into a storm of claws and fangs around his single stance. The system confirms that Bjorn has eaten a lightning herb, flooding his body with power and boosting any lightning he uses for the next 10 seconds. He chews the last of the crackling herb and readies a lightning scroll, fully set to hit the tyrant where it hurts most, since this monster is famously weak to lightning. Tyrant Tarunbas hangs frozen mid-roar, its whole body wrapped in crackling light. Even paralyzed, the beast looks ready to tear the cave apart the moment it breaks free. Misha whips more lightning orbs at the tyrant, trusting her memory of the game. Since the beast only wipes the effect instead of gaining real resistance, she plans to keep pinning it in place over and over. A chain of lightning bombs erupts around the tyrant, the same storm explosions Bjorn used to spam in the game. When the glare fades, the system marks Tyrant Tarunbas as fully unconscious, turning the rest of the monsters into cleanup work. The system declares Tyrant Tarunbas defeated and drops a chunk of experience into the party. One of the fighters just stares at the message, stunned that they actually cleared a Guardian-level monster and even got bonus rewards for it. From the spot where the tyrant fell, a blue flame-shaped essence rises and spins slowly in the air. This is its true prize, the monster's own core, something most hunters would never even see drop in their whole lives. Bjorn raises a hand behind Misha and tells her to take the essence now before it disappears. She flares up in shock, clearly not expecting him to hand over something this valuable so casually. Blue energy surges around Misha as she accepts the drop, and the system records that her soul has taken in the lycanthrope's guardian essence. In one move, she jumps from ordinary hunter to someone carrying a boss monster's power inside her. With the essence settled, Bjorn relaxes a little and looks around the cave again. Misha stands at his side, while their wounded teammate lies shaking on the ground, reminding them the fight's rewards still came with a price. Avmin suddenly stirs, clutching his torn side as red spreads across his armor. Barely able to breathe, he reaches for his bag and begs them to grab his potion, while someone nearby panics that he had just gone still a moment ago. They pour the potion over him, but the wound only gushes harder, painting the ground bright red. Instead of closing, his injury looks like it is tearing open from the inside. Avmin's breaths come out in weak white puffs as blood leaks from the corner of his mouth. Someone lifts his head and forces an antidote between his lips, desperate for anything that might slow the poison. Bjorn studies the wound with a hard look and explains that this toxin is made to rip injuries wider, not to be cleaned by a simple antidote. He already knows the medicine they just used will not stop what is eating Avmin's body. One of his teammates splashes through the growing pool around Avmin and shakes him, shouting for him to wake up. The red on the ground keeps spreading and his body gives no answer. The cat-eared girl whirls toward Bjorn, eyes shining with fear, and begs him to use the top-tier potion they have been saving. To her, burning their best item is the only hope left to keep Avmin alive. Bjorn stares down at her, jaw tight, the weight of her plea written across his face. That potion is worth a fortune, but Avmin's fading breaths make it clear he has to choose now. Bjorn pulls out a wrapped item and presses it toward the shaken fighter, telling him he did well and should take it as his share. Even with Avmin on the edge, Bjorn keeps the promise to divide the spoils fairly. The armored fighter stares at the heavy pouch in his hands, shocked that his share of the loot is this big. Bjorn grips his pack and calmly tells him to just take it, reminding him he did not even get an essence this run. Bjorn thinks the guy loves to poke his nose into other people's business, so he decides to be overly generous, planning to use the extra share as payment for keeping quiet about what happened here. Bjorn adds that if the man feels guilty about taking so much, he can make up for it by never telling anyone what went on today. After the man hurries off with his payout, the cat-eared girl leans in with a sharp grin, and Bjorn stiffens, wondering why she is staring at him like she just caught something. Bjorn thinks how lucky it is that Mr. Bear finally woke up only after Carlson was gone, since at least the man is clear-headed now, even if it means he and Misha lost the huge payout they would have gotten if Avmin had not made it. As the empty potion bottle lies on the ground, Bjorn agrees to let Avmin pay him back and casually names 5 million stones as the price for the top-tier potion. Avmin notes that such potions normally go for a fifth of that, and Bjorn, lips curling into a quiet grin, pretends he must have been ripped off before, even as he pockets the huge profit. The older hunter chuckles and says that what something is worth always changes with the situation. He remembers how Avmin, short on cash, had pressed this eerie bracelet into his hand as collateral, an artifact that freezes its user in place and keeps them safe when they should have gone down, which explains how Avmin lived through that last hit. Misha's eyes go wide as she yelps in surprise that he figured it out so easily, but Bjorn just acts like it is nothing and tells her to move. When she points out that the path he takes is not the way back, Bjorn tells her there is still something they have to pick up, and she hurries after him down the icy tunnel, calling for him to slow down. Bjorn opens his hand to show a small red crystal he had pried from the ice, and Misha leans in, asking if this is the thing he snatched back there. Bjorn tells her it is a pretty great find, and adds that he already grabbed another one for himself. Later, by the campfire, Misha swallows her ice crystal while Bjorn takes his own fragment, and the system calmly reports that both of their cold affinity stats have gone up for good. When Bjorn suddenly starts laying out blankets near the fire, Misha tilts her head and asks why he is setting up a place to lie down. Bjorn settles down under the blanket and says they should rest here for a while, since nothing is safer than a rupture that has already been cleared. Far away in the cave, the armored hunter stares ahead and admits to himself that when he took down that other player, he kept seeing his own past in her. He remembers her broken body at his feet and admits he had secretly hoped she would open her eyes again, so that this harsh place would turn out to be her real world and not just some cruel trap. Thinking about that wish makes his jaw tighten, and he realizes how disappointed he has become in himself. Even with all that on his mind and knowing exactly what he has done, the man calmly opens the bottle, choosing to keep going instead of turning back. Under the wide, frozen sky, Bjorn calls Misha closer so she will not freeze, and she answers in a flustered voice, hardly believing he is being this gentle with her. Curled up beside the fire, Misha realizes Bjorn has actually drifted off, his huge body relaxed under the blanket. For someone who treats every minute in the dungeon like a fight, this short nap feels almost unreal. By the third day in the crystal cave, the calm night is gone and they are back to work, freezing and cutting through crystal wolves like it is routine. Later, standing over a fading wolf body, Misha tests her new blade and can tell right away that this thing is on a whole different level. Maybe even one of those numbered treasures people dream about. Her ears twitch as it hits her that if it really is numbered, she is swinging something worth a fortune. Bjorn just shrugs and tells her to use it without worrying, saying he has not even decided whether to sell it. The barbarian cannot help but scoff at how quickly people assume someone like him would grab it back. Another crystal wolf bursts out of the dark, jaws wide, forcing them to drop the talk about money and focus on staying alive. Moments later, the wolf hangs limp from Misha's new sword, and she beams like this is all a game. Bjorn just checks the time and says they should move on to the second floor so she can really break in both the blade and her new power. Misha answers without a hint of doubt, ready to follow him down to the next floor. Kneeling between the fallen crystal wolves, Misha says her body has finally caught up to the new power, but she still asks if this really is the best way for them to fight. Right after asking, she panics, unsure if he still wants her on the front line, and hurriedly says she will just keep pushing forward. Misha forces a shaky smile and half jokes that she needs to know he is not just dumping all the work on her, because he cannot be bothered to swing his own weapon. Bjorn gives her a sharp look, asking if she really doubts him, and Misha waves her hands with a nervous laugh, insisting she trusts him completely and pushing to get going again. Watching her stand there wrapped in cold light, Bjorn feels a rare bit of pride, never thinking they would walk out of this floor with a guardian essence boosting her even further. The lycanthrope guardian essence turns out to be on the same level as a yeti's, stacking her agility, defense, and most important for blade user, the power to drive each strike deeper thanks to its broken passives. On top of that, the Blood of Frost card cranks her cold affinity up by half again, a boost that will only get scarier over time and links perfectly with the Yeti's cold concentrate already running in her body. The system shows how icy destruction hits much harder against chilled or frozen targets, making it perfect for follow-up blows. Another skill, Fortitude, can wipe away anything that locks you down, trading a big chunk of mana for safety when crowd control would normally end a fragile damage dealer. Bjorn tries to plan a neat combo, telling Misha to fire off icy destruction right after using cold concentrate. When she smashes another wolf into frozen chunks with a single glowing punch, she points out that everything already drops in one hit, so the test is pointless. Misha agrees to try but admits the wolves still fall to a single casual strike, no matter what order she uses the skills. Bjorn clicks his tongue, knowing there is nothing more to learn from these weaklings. Bjorn says they will just test the combo on the second floor instead. Misha trails after him with a sulky tail, grumbling that she has to keep grinding just as hard down there too. Bjorn starts to remind her that he is not giving breaks for a reason, about to drop his usual line about easy paths. Misha jumps in first with a bright grin, finishing the saying for him and proudly showing she has his mindset memorized better than he does. With a cocky smile, Misha tells him it is time to move and marches ahead like she just won something. Bjorn follows, frowning as he wonders why she is suddenly so fired up over a simple look. Bjorn decides she is just thrilled about stealing his words and winning their little back and forth. He figures she will cool off if he lets her win on purpose after he slips up, quietly filing this away as his 13th tactic for handling Misha. Side by side, the barbarian and the cat warrior walk between the shining crystals, leaving the broken wolves behind. Every step takes them closer to the second floor, where the real test for her new power waits. As they walk, the crystals ahead flare into a harsh red glow. Bjorn and Misha stop short, and she stammers that this only happens when someone has summoned the Floor Lord. Bjorn stays relaxed and tells her it is not a big deal, so they should just keep going. Misha lets out a shaky laugh and says she will follow his lead. The cat warrior snaps and yells about the Floor Lord at the top of her lungs. Bjorn flinches at the noise, thinking that his ears are taking more damage than anything else. Bjorn thinks back to Ryaki's and wonders if that raid left her with a deep fear. He lays a firm hand on Misha's shoulder and tells her to calm down. The barbarian explains that the first floor's lord is calm, nothing like the third floor's monster. It only shows up after 3 days when more than 5 people gather, the portal stays open, the usual monsters keep spawning, and if a raid fails, the lord just fades away instead of wiping everyone out. Hearing that, Misha slowly relaxes as he tells her they can keep moving. As they pass the glowing crystals, Misha mutters that no one sane forms big groups here, since everyone knows the risk. Bjorn shrugs and says it might be a clan that summoned the Floor Lord on purpose. He remembers the old days, when a clan had thrown 70,000 GP at a post begging for tutorial on this first Floor Lord, right next to other ads asking about higher floors. The buyer who grabbed that guide only had 2 weeks to get ready, and Bjorn figures whoever called the boss now is just as impatient, making him wonder if he should dig into it later. The pair step through the portal into the second floor, a bleak forest lit by cold blue light. Bjorn lets out a breath, surprised it took them almost a full day to get here, and notes how much slower they move now that Rotmiller is not with them. Bjorn looks around the dead forest and notes that it has been a while since they were here. Misha tilts her head, agreeing that a lot has happened since their last visit. His mind jumps back to when he and Einar tore through skeletons and even took down a death fiend together, swinging like it was all just a game. Remembering those fights makes this cursed forest feel almost familiar. Then he thinks of the cold-eyed hunter who treated him like prey, warning that he would only walk away if he kept quiet about what he saw. That brush with her madness had come way too close to getting him erased. Thinking about that woman makes Bjorn's stomach twist, and he mutters that he suddenly feels sick of this place. Misha glances up worried and asks if he really hates this land of the dead that much. Her boots sink into the wet, glowing soil while Misha admits she does not like this place either, saying she would rather be in the stone desert even if that area is trickier to handle. Bjorn tells her there was a reason he picked this rotten forest, explaining that clearing this path will make reaching the third floor much easier. All they have to do now is keep heading north. A wall of twisted demons charges at them, shaking the ground. Bjorn plants his feet and tells Misha he will stop the rush, ordering her to focus only on pouring out her consecutive attacks. Misha brightens as she realizes he means the combo he pushed her to practice back on the first floor, and she eagerly agrees to try it here for real. Bjorn agrees without holding back anymore and moves to start the plan they drilled so many times. Misha and Bjorn bare their teeth in the same wild grin, thrilled to finally unleash the move for real. The pair drop from the sky like twin streaks of light, aiming straight for the biggest demons at the front. Bjorn hits the ground like a falling boulder, his strike crashing into the lead demon and shaking the whole front row. The hulking demon twists toward Bjorn, not noticing until too late that freezing light is already climbing its body from where Misha's blade bites in. Cold rushes over the creature's flesh, its roar turning harsh as its legs and waist freeze solid in a thick shell of ice. Misha pours every drop of focus and mana into her blade, driving the twin skills together into one sweeping arc of frozen power. The frozen shell around the demon bursts outward, and its massive body cracks under the blast as the combo tears it out of the battle. The ground splits open and a swarm of undead claws its way out, all shrieking as they rush straight for Bjorn and Misha. The Death Fiend drives its new army forward, and Bjorn finds himself grabbed and clawed at from every side, while Misha yells for him to be careful. One of the undead lunges past his guard and sinks its teeth deep into Bjorn's arm, hanging on with a crazed glare. The creature gnaws harder, tearing into flesh and proving that even Bjorn's thick body is not safe if they pile on him. Bjorn growls, rips the undead off his arm, and hurls it through the pack, making even the Death Fiend pause at how fast he recovers. Misha dashes to his side, eyes wide at the bite on his arm as she quickly asks if he can still fight. Before her eyes, the torn flesh on Bjorn's arm knits back together, leaving only a faint mark. Misha blurts out that he heals like a monster and orders him to stop staring at her and keep swinging, while Bjorn quietly wonders if, at this rate, she will stop seeing him as human at all. With the Death Fiend's remains fading behind them, Bjorn and Misha keep heading north, cutting down any undead in their path and using each fight to sharpen their skills. For time, Misha learned to tune her cold magic, knowing exactly how much power would chill an enemy and slow them down without locking them in solid ice. When a chimera wolf tried to lock her down with its strange control skill, Misha pushed through the pressure and, in the struggle, figured out how to trigger fortitude. Bjorn told her that fortitude drained a lot of mana and should only be used when it really mattered, but Misha just laughed it off, acting like he was treating her like a kid. Not long after, Misha sagged in his grip and admitted something felt wrong, her body hollow from burning through too much mana. Bjorn carried her through the dead woods, telling her to just rest and promising that next time she needed to watch her mana, while Misha weakly admitted she had thought it would be okay. Later, in the broken shelter they used as a camp, Misha slept soundly while Bjorn sat by the fire, quietly agreeing with the last thing she had said before drifting off. As he watched the flames, Bjorn admitted to himself that her little stunt had nearly gotten her killed, and that they could not afford that kind of mistake down here. He peered over the broken wall and saw another party had set up camp just beyond the ruins, unaware of them, and he reminded himself that in this place, other people could be far scarier than any monster. Bjorn watched Misha snore on the makeshift bed and decided it was about time he woke her. He also figured he did not need to bother chasing off the other hunters anymore. Not far away, a group of hunters whispered that the barbarian was out cold, joking that he looked so gone he would not notice even if they tore his heart out. One of the hunters scoffed at the idea and told the others to just let the big guy sleep. Bjorn's eyes snapped open as he caught them talking about how mages like their living materials fresh. That one line crossed the line for him, and a cold rage rose up inside. Bjorn pushed himself to his feet, muscles tense, no longer the sleeping brute they thought he was. He was done pretending to ignore the hunters who had just marked him and Misha as easy pickings. He thought back to the day he stood in that crowd of young barbarians, all of them sure they would conquer the labyrinth. Now, only a small part of those faces were still alive. Sitting in the dark, Bjorn counted the ones who had walked this path with him and realized almost all of them were gone. The labyrinth had already taken most of his generation. In the twisted forest, Misha finally lay back down, trusting Bjorn to handle the watch for now. He agreed, fingers tightening around his weapon as he kept the other party in mind. Part of him wanted to just walk over and erase that whole group, ending the problem in one brutal swing. But he forced that urge down, knowing that for Misha's sake and his own cover, he needed a plan that would pay off later, not just feel good now. He reached over and shook Misha awake, telling her to get ready. She blinked up at him, still half asleep, not yet knowing he had already chosen their next move. Bjorn drew in a deep breath and let it burst out, his chest rising as he shed the act of a sleeping brute. He was ready to face the hunters as the monster they had just joked about. Zana flinched at the sudden roar and snapped back, annoyed that her quiet watch had just turned into a noisy mess. Bjorn strode down the path with his helmet blazing like a torch, the red-haired girl at his side, while the explorers at the fire just stared, unsure if they were looking at help or trouble. Man in the red bandana lurched to his feet, clutching his hammer as he shouted to the others that someone was walking straight into their camp. But the fear in their eyes said they already knew who had come, drool still on his chin, as someone yanked hard on his shoulder to pull him up. Rubbing sleep from his eyes, the barbarian grabbed his axe and asked if monsters were on them, but the orange-haired explorer just yawned and said it was only another group of explorers. The orange-haired explorer trudged forward, grumbling that his sleep had been fine, but the barbarian behind him reminded him that other explorers could be just as deadly as beasts, which finally wiped the laziness from his face. When they got a clear look, the tattooed barbarian lit up, thrilled to see that the giant with the flaming helmet was another barbarian, while his orange-haired partner just stared, not sure why this suddenly felt like good news. The barbarian burst into a huge grin and threw his arm high, calling out to Bjorn with the kind of loud, friendly shout that treated this deadly forest like a happy reunion spot. The barbarian with the helmet burst into a huge grin and greeted Bjorn like they were old friends, his voice way too bright for a deadly forest. Their hands slammed together in a rough grip, both barbarians acting like they had just found a long-lost brother. Karen proudly shouted his name and Bjorn matched him, laughing along like this was the best meeting ever. The red-haired explorer just stared, sweating as she wondered what on earth these two barbarians were doing. Throwing an arm around Bjorn, Karen yelled to the others to lower their weapons, swearing that Thor's son was no threat. Bjorn played along, loudly backing up the claim like a harmless musclehead. One of the worn-out explorers started to call him just barbarian, but Bjorn jumped in, loudly correcting him to use Thor's son Bjorn instead. He even pointed out that Thor was only his father's name, acting like names and titles were the most serious thing in the world. Bjorn leaned in with a wide grin and boomed that they were not close enough for nicknames, insisting they always call him by his full, flashy title. With his burning helmet almost touching the man's forehead, Bjorn stared down at the explorer and calmly asked if there was any problem, making the poor guy shake like his legs might give out. The armored explorer quickly backed down and told Bjorn they could move on together and share a resting place. Bjorn agreed with fake cheer, only to freeze for a second when the man called them overnight companions, wondering what kind of setup he had just walked into. The explorers already look worn out and annoyed with him, but Bjorn is just getting started and plans to drag this talk about overnight companions even further. Clutching his weapon, the explorer snaps that no one looks for casual partners past the first floor, and that you are supposed to come here only with people you trust. Bjorn calmly asks if that means there is no need for them to become overnight companions at all. The explorer agrees and snaps back, wondering if the two barbarians even use their heads for anything. The explorer points out that there are 4 of them and 2 barbarians, and says that if all 7 share the night watch, the burden will spread out. The bandana explorer stares wide-eyed as it hits him that this way everyone would get more sleep, and he wonders how explorers never thought of such an easy fix before. The explorers trade looks, and while the bandana man beams like he just found a genius plan, the other two decide there is no point trying to explain anything more to these barbarians. When the bandana explorer nervously suggests they can just take care of themselves, Bjorn cuts in with booming praise, calling it a smart plan and hailing him as a fine warrior, leaving the man too flustered to refuse. The bandana explorer glances over as the red-haired explorer watches the barbarians with a thoughtful smile, clearly sensing that there is more to these so-called dumb brutes than they let on. The cat-eared explorer mutters that she is not fully sure about these guys, but reasons that anyone traveling with a barbarian cannot be all bad. Even while she says it, her hand curls into a tight fist, showing she is still on guard. Standing next to Bjorn's huge frame, the cat-eared explorer complains that he lost his weapon, so she could not put him on night watch. One of the explorers blurts out in shock, wondering how a barbarian manages to misplace something that important. Bjorn hides a crooked smile, admitting to himself that he just made that excuse up on the spot. He thinks about how useful it is that people expect barbarians to be careless idiots. The two explorers finally agree that the barbarians can stay the night, saying it might be odd but they can make it work. Their smiles turn sharp and their eyes gleam, giving away that they already have their own plans for how this night will go. Later, the explorers tell the barbarians to sleep first and promise to wake them for the last shift. Bjorn stretches out on his pack, the other barbarian already snoring, while the cat-eared girl nestles against his chest and drowsily calls his name. Half asleep, the cat-eared explorer whispers that she is not sure they should really be doing this. Bjorn tells her to bear with it and promises to grant her a wish later, and that small bribe is enough to make her relax and agree. While the barbarians sleep, a figure steps into the edge of the firelight, and the explorers on watch stiffen. One of them hisses that their visitors are finally coming and that they should handle everything in a single move. Feeling movement nearby, Bjorn's hand shoots up and clamps around the cat-eared girl's arm, holding her against him. He keeps her from making a sound, already bracing himself for whatever is about to hit their camp. Bjorn jerks up with a raw hand at his throat, acting like he just woke from hunger or a bad dream. Behind him, the explorers stand in the dark with weapons drawn and eyes glowing, already set on carrying out their plan. Bjorn stands up, rubbing his stomach, and casually asks if they woke up because they are hungry too. The armored explorer stiffens but quickly offers beef jerky, trying to keep the big barbarian focused on food instead of the strange mood. Bjorn leans in with a greedy grin, saying he wants the jerky right now and crowding the man in the bandana. The explorer's face tightens, fear turning to anger as he spits out an insult and decides to spring their plan. Bjorn's arm blurs and a bright arc cuts through the air as he slams into the bandana explorer. The man is hurled sideways by the sudden strike, their neat surprise attack broken in an instant. The bandana explorer staggers, staring at his weapon like he cannot believe he missed. Bjorn looks over his shoulder with a hard glare and sneers that only a fool would stop swinging after getting the drop on someone. Bjorn narrows his blue eye, pretending to accept that the man's hand just slipped while clearly not fooled at all. Behind that dull barbarian act, he is already measuring the gap between them. The bandana explorer forces a shaky grin as Bjorn chides him for messing up just because he is hungry. He stammers out an apology, trying to pass the failed ambush off as a simple mistake. Before the explorer can finish calling it a mistake, Bjorn's fist crashes into his face and sends him spinning through the air. The man's words die with the impact as Bjorn ends the fake friendly talk in one clean blow. The armored explorer stares at Bjorn in panic, sweat pouring down his face as he clutches his weapon. He babbles that he was hungry too and his hand slipped, then snaps back, asking if Bjorn really thinks all barbarians are that stupid. Bjorn twists around with his axe raised and barks at the archer behind him to fire. He demands that Louis shoot the man who just tried to stab him, acting like this is the only fair answer. Bjorn roars and drives his fist down with all his weight, not waiting to see if anyone follows his order. The hit lands like a hammer, making it clear he is done playing dumb. An arrow slams into Bjorn's face, stopping just short of his eye and snapping his head to the side. His pupils shake as he realizes someone behind him chose to shoot him instead. The arrow sticks out of Bjorn's body and into the small orange-haired explorer behind him, staining both of them. Louis stares up at Bjorn in terror, stammering that he did not mean for it to end up like this. Bjorn's eyes turn bloodshot as he grits his teeth, more angry than hurt. In that glare, Louis can see that any chance to talk their way out of this is gone. Bjorn's arm flares with power as he hauls Louis up by the neck, squeezing until the smaller man's face turns bright red. He orders Louis to explain why he shot him, promising to let him go only if he talks. The blonde explorer stumbles back with a choked gasp as his comrade slumps over in front of him, Bjorn's weapon clattering away. With one look at the lifeless eyes, he understands that their plan has completely fallen apart. Louis claws at his own neck, eyes rolling as Bjorn's grip crushes the air out of him. Spit sprays from his mouth as his body starts to give out. The cat-eared explorer stares at the mess with a shaken look and a bead of sweat on her cheek. She admits that Bjorn had judged them correctly, calling the others nothing more than raiders. The orange-haired explorer shakes like a leaf, sweat pouring down his face as he realizes Bjorn expects him to keep talking. Bjorn clamps down on Louis' hands, glaring as the smaller man babbles that it was all a joke and begs him to stop. With tears streaming and breath coming in short gasps, Louis clutches his notebook while Bjorn orders him to keep spilling everything about those bastards. Louis breaks down and admits that his comrades are nothing but walking monsters, as dumb and reckless as the creatures they hunt. Louis finally names Victor as one of the ringleaders, and Bjorn, taking that in, coldly tells him to go on. Louis explains how the group had decided there was plenty of profit even without the barbarian, sneering that the Reincarnates woman was just as foolish as he was. He stammers that they still saw value in her looks, hinting that the men talked about using her even though she had been close with the barbarian. The Reincarnates woman erupts, face burning with rage as she roars at the insult and the thought of what they had planned for her. The Reincarnates woman snatched the notebook and scanned the lines, cheeks burning as she searched for the bastard who had written that about her. Even as his mind raced through the options, forcing him to admit which of his buddies had said it. And when he finally choked out a name, Bjorn just watched in silence, whining that he was sick of being looked down on just for using a bow and that Karen had no idea what was coming. And Bjorn, not arguing, flipped past the filthy lines to the part where they calmly planned who to get rid of and how. Bjorn lowered his eyes and in his usual thick-headed tone, asked what a warrior like him was supposed to do now, even as his mind raced through the options. His answer came in silence as the heavy axe rose, its edge already darkened from past fights. The axe carved straight through and the archer did not survive the blow. Their leader got no mercy either, as Misha stomped him so hard he would never stand again and then finished him off. The last plunderer lay tied up on the ground, shaking so hard his armor rattled as he begged them not to finish him off and promised he would change. Bjorn crouched in front of him and calmly asked if that meant he would just become a nicer kind of bandit from now on, leaving the man stammering in confusion. The captive babbled that he would do whatever they wanted if they just spared him, but Bjorn clamped a hand over his mouth, thinking how stupid it was to talk about a kind plunderer in the first place. His eyes rolled in shock as something sharp and cold hit him, and a broken gasp slipped out as he tried to understand what was happening. Bjorn looked down at him without a hint of doubt, because for a group that preyed on others, he saw only one way to deal with the last one too. Later, Bjorn uncorked a potion and let the red liquid run over the cut on his side, careful to use only a small amount so the mark would not vanish completely. Bjorn raised his arm, letting the half-healed wound burn and shine, and the other hunter noticed he had held back the potion on purpose. Among barbarians, scars were like medals, marks they kept to remember their mistakes so they could push themselves to grow stronger. Their broken armor and scattered weapons lay in a heap, and Bjorn told Karen to grab whatever he needed. But Karen, staring at the mess they had made, muttered that he had not earned any of it. Bjorn points out that Karen did take one of the enemies down, so he has every right to claim something. Bjorn thanks them and says that if his axe ever fails, he will just swing this new hammer too, bragging that real barbarians fight best while holding a weapon in each hand. Cat-eared hunter waves more axes at him, telling him to grab extra. But Bjorn explains that most of the gear is too small for his size. The armored hunter tells Bjorn to just take the extra pieces anyway, since he can always sell them for coin later. With the loot settled, the pair say it is time to move and promise to guide Bjorn up to the first floor. Before long, they step out at the southern portal of the first floor's crystal cave, blue light from the crystals washing over their boots. Inside the crystal cave, Bjorn reintroduces himself under his true lineage as Jandal's son, and the two hunters suddenly recognize him as the so-called Little Valken, treating him like a well-known figure. Bjorn laughs and says he will gladly accept their offer, planning to sell the pile of weapons and armor so he can buy the equipment he really needs. Karen grabs Bjorn by the chest, fired up by the idea that getting stronger will make life easier for the younger warriors. Bjorn thinks about how barbarians sit at the bottom, crammed together in cheap rooms, known as the weakest race in the city. He knows each barbarian can grow insanely strong on their own, but without real teaching or support, that power is wasted. He thinks of all the young barbarians who never last, picked off early by crooks and monsters who see them as easy prey. Bjorn pictures Karen growing into a veteran, then more young barbarians following after him, living long enough to become real explorers instead of fading out early. He figures that if this cycle starts, barbarians as a whole will finally gain real power. And since he is one of them now, their rise will only make his own life better. His mind jumps to the magic tower, proof that when a group builds something solid and backs each other, they turn into a force so strong they can act proud toward everyone else. Back in the cave, Bjorn leans in and starts laying out real advice, telling Karen how to pick safer teams and sharing every trick he can think of, hoping this small push might be the first step toward that stronger future. The cat girl thanks Bjorn, calling him Jandel's son, and says his way of hiding a weapon behind kind words is a clever move. She wonders if what happened today rattled him that much. Karen decides that from now on he will only spend his nights with humans, and if any of them ever show their true ugly side, he will smash them without mercy. Looking into Bjorn's eyes made him realize how far he is willing to go. Karen says that if he meets any young warriors, he will tell them what happened to him and share this advice for the sake of their people. Bjorn, a bit taken aback by his passion, just gives a short answer and lets him have the moment. In his mind, Karen decides that anyone who dares to mess with Bjorn is already done for. 2 days later, Bjorn and his feline partner trek through the gloomy land of the dead, the ground glowing faintly under their steps. As they wander the dead land, Bjorn wonders if he should just drop the Death Knight hunt since they have not found a trace of it. The cat girl tells him not to look so down. She brings up the book's claim about a huge gravestone that calls out the Death Knight on the 7th day, and admits she has never heard of anything like that before. She says not every book can be trusted anyway, and tells Bjorn to stop locking himself in the library and hang out with her once in a while instead. Bjorn trudges on, wondering how that somehow became the only other option. The cat girl keeps chatting, but Bjorn suddenly stiffens as the flame on his helmet flares, cutting her off mid-sentence. Both of them shiver in the dead forest, and the system warns that resentment has touched them, slowing how fast their bodies can heal. Bjorn tastes iron on his lips and clenches his jaw, annoyed that even small wounds will now take longer to fade. He begins to count under his breath, marking each second as he tracks how long the effect has been active. The numbers climb, and with each one he waits for the moment the real fight will start. Once his count ends, their feet slam into the ground as they sprint through the twisted trees toward the Death Knight. As he charges, Bjorn realizes the Death Knight's resentment skill is already raging, which means it was pushed into fury the moment it appeared. Checking the time, the barbarian guesses that someone had been waiting for the Death Knight and hit it the instant it showed up, probably a player. And he calmly runs through ways they can still steal the experience. The cat girl clung to Bjorn's back, freaking out and begging to know what they were supposed to do as the fire on his helmet roared higher, showing he had already decided. Up ahead, the Death Knight stood in the middle of the clearing while hunters hammered it from all sides, their blades and spells lighting up the twisted trees. A blazing arc tore through the air from behind them, a wild new strike crashing straight toward the Death Knight. His giant blade crashed down on the Death Knight, breaking its body apart in one brutal hit, and the system calmly announced that the monster was defeated and he had gained 4 points of experience. Bjorn threw his head back and shouted that they did not need to worry, bragging that he had just saved them all as he cranked his stupid barbarian act to the max. The elf archer snapped at him in disbelief, while the other hunters just stared, caught between shock and fury that this loud barbarian had barged in and taken their boss. The cat girl froze under their glares, sweating as she tried to calm Bjorn down and stammered out an apology on his behalf. In the quiet that followed, the others stood around the fallen Death Knight grumbling that he had messed up their plan, while Bjorn kept insisting he had only helped until someone dragged him back and the cat girl bowed over and over, saying sorry. The nervous hunter's eyes lit up as it finally clicked. This loud barbarian was that little Valken from the 3rd floor, the one everyone had heard stories about. The hunter raised his hand and blurted out that some old record warned everyone here would be wiped out if they did not escape in time, just like during a past battle. The cat girl remembered that same story about a brave guide who led the explorers out and realized it sounded a lot like Bjorn. The armored warrior sighed and admitted that if Bjorn was really that little Valken, then they had all jumped to the wrong idea. The mage agreed that the barbarian had only rushed in to help, leaving Erwin struggling in the hunter's grip, stunned by how fast the mood had flipped. Bjorn watched the crowd calm down and wondered if this was what being famous felt like, half amazed that leaning on that old title had actually worked. The cat girl stood stiff beside him, sweat still on her cheek but no longer bracing for a fight. Calling it fate that they had met here, the nervous hunter rushed forward and suggested they at least share names. Bjorn grinned, grabbed the man's hand, and loudly introduced himself as Bjorn, son of Jandal, while the cat girl watched with a small, tired smile. The hunter leaned in with an almost giddy smile, reaching out as he told Bjorn his name was Hans, and their hands met in a firm grip that turned former anger into a rough new partnership. The girl jumped off Bjorn's back and ran straight into her father's arms, laughing with tears in her eyes while the man hugged her like he never planned to let go. Bjorn's eyes went wide as it hit him that this was Tarson's family, the very people tied to the story he had been using as his cover. The nearby barbarians turned toward the shout, blinking as they realized the girl's father had just called out Bjorn's full name like he already knew him. Bjorn stood there grinning, buried in bags and weapons, while the others stared up at the mountain of gear and blurted out that there was no way all of that came from a normal run. Karen laid out everything that had happened inside the labyrinth, and the barbarians exploded, yelling that they were not some mindless raiders but proud warriors who had fought to survive. They shouted that little Valken, Jandal's son Bjorn, had read the plunderers like a book and saved them, and the system quietly bumped his fame up again and again. Bjorn threw his fist into the air and roared along as the others chanted his title and called him a great warrior, even while he grumbled inside that their loud mouths were useless compared to their insides. As a pair of explorers whispered nervously behind his back, the truth hung in the air that until now barbarians had always been stuck at the very bottom of the labyrinth's food chain. The barbarian leader bared his teeth and swore that from now on he would pass down every trick and lesson they had earned inside the labyrinth, finally admitting that this harsh world had forced them to change. The barbarians roared together, shouting that Jandal's son Bjorn had called this their first step toward true greatness and swearing that from today on, their kind would never live like prey again. By the afternoon of the 9th day, their steps carried them to the mouth of the River of Darkness, and the system marked that they had crossed into the 3rd floor, Pilgrim's Passage. The armored warrior stepped out of the portal beside his cat-eared partner, admitting that they had only found this path by tailing another band of explorers, and promising that next time they would bring a proper scout of their own. The red-haired catgirl frowned and asked if, with that name being such a bad omen, they should have turned back to the 1st floor instead, admitting that the whole thing left her with a really bad feeling. The warrior kept walking and reasoned that if the so-called Hand's curse was real, hiding in the city would not protect them anyway, so they might as well keep to their plan, while his partner groaned that he should never have told her because now the thought clung to her like slime. The warrior let out a small, crooked smile, admitting that he was not exactly thrilled either, but saying it out loud somehow made the weight of that curse rumor a little easier to carry. The torch blazing over his helmet, the warrior puffed himself up like he was sure of everything, and the catgirl snapped back that only a crazy barbarian could act so confident after dropping a curse like that on her. The catgirl curled her paw into a fist, loudly insisting she really meant what she had just said. She trailed off for a moment, trying to find the courage to say what was actually on her mind. Then it slipped out. She admitted that somewhere along the way she had started leaning on him without even noticing, and the realization left her bright red and wide-eyed. The catgirl stumbled over her words, praising him for opening up and saying he should lean on her instead of carrying everything alone, her face still burning. The warrior chuckled that he was only messing with her, and she grumbled that this so-called Crazy Bjorn title really did not fit him at all. Still flustered, the catgirl suddenly took off down the gorge, barking at him to quit it, and the warrior splashed after her through the rising water. Their boots broke the surface of the river with a heavy splash, a clear sign that the water was already climbing higher than was comfortable. Climbing up onto the rocky bank with her in his arms, the warrior told her they had reached the mouth of the River of Darkness resting point. He could tell from the swollen current that they had cut it close, and most of the dry, comfortable spots were already claimed by other explorers. Settled on his lap, the catgirl huffed that she was only forgiving him out of pure kindness, and that it definitely was not because she hated getting soaked, even as she clung to him and laughed. One of their companions muttered that even little moments like this could grow into something huge, but reminded the others that there was still someone else they had to think about. Someone from a nearby group snapped at them to quiet down, saying people were trying to sleep. The warrior stiffened, and the catgirl perked up, quickly apologizing while thinking the voice sounded oddly familiar. They followed the voice to a small campfire and found Hikurod's team sprawled on a blanket, just as shocked to see them. The catgirl joked that their parties had to be tied by fate, and from then on they moved together as one big group. Later by the fire, Hikurod leaned in and asked what had happened with Bjorn's request, and Bjorn explained it was a simple first-floor job, and the client had already gone back to the city. Bjorn adjusted the strap on his shield and pointed out that he thought Hikurod's party was going to stick to the 2nd floor. Hikurod gave a sheepish grin and said they had finished their 2nd floor business faster than planned, so they came down here to tackle a spare request they had picked up just in case. Their next target was written on a bounty sheet, a twisted frogman shaman whose eye alone was worth 2 million cent, and they cleared that 3rd floor request in less than 3 days. Soon they were standing over the fallen frogman, the catgirl double-checking that the job was really done while Misha bounced with joy, thrilled that her spellbendy had worked and being treated like a walking good luck charm by the others. One of the mages said they were probably seeing things too kindly and claimed all this good fortune had to be thanks to Bjorn, since luck always seemed to trail after that barbarian. The stocky warrior beside him scoffed inside, refusing to accept that their success was just Bjorn's luck at work. Their leader wiped sweat from his cheek and suggested they not stop here but head straight for the 4th floor. He admitted the timing would be tight, yet if they left right away, they should still be able to make it. With the plan set, everyone circled up by the riverbank and began breaking down their little camp. Both parties agreed to tackle the 4th floor together, already shifting their minds from rest back to climbing. They set off at once, boots thudding in rhythm as the river faded behind them. 3 days of hard marching later, the system announced that Bjorn had stepped into a special area, a cursed place known as the Witch's Forest. Pushed through the twisted woods until, with only 3 hours left before the 3rd floor shut down, they finally stood before the roaring portal. Lined up shoulder to shoulder, they braced themselves and stepped forward toward the next floor. Bjorn did not wait for anyone to hesitate. He grabbed the nearest teammate and sprinted straight into the blazing gate. The The golden light swallowed their bodies as they crossed the line between floors. As the light wrapped around his armor, a small, shaky call reached his ears from somewhere beyond the glow. The sudden cry made him tense, cutting through the rush of magic like a needle. His eyes widened as he placed the owner of that trembling voice. Realization hit him in the middle of the blinding light, turning a simple floor change into something far more personal. Bjorn stomped out of the blazing portal as the system told him they had reached the 4th floor, the Sky Tower. Over the roar of magic, that familiar voice still rang in his head, nagging at him like an unfinished thought. For a heartbeat, he pictured Erin's bright smile and wondered if she could really be here in this huge tower. A teammate snapped at him to stop spacing out and move, warning that in the Sky Tower monsters start pouring in the moment you are. Bjorn snapped back, muttered a quick apology, and barreled ahead with the others. Orc shamans, stone golems, living armor, even a Dullahan were already closing in, turning their welcome to the Sky Tower into a full-on brawl. The 2 shield bearers slammed into place side by side, metal ringing as they caught the first heavy blows. They dug in, buying the rest of the party a precious moment to set up. High above them, the Dullahan's armor burned with sickly purple light as it drew in power. That cursed energy twisted around its weapon, promising that anyone caught in it would not walk away. The monster's power crashed down in a roaring arc, tearing up stone and blasting dust into the air. The nearest fighter barely kept his footing behind his shield as the whole tower seemed to shake. The bearded fighter's eyes went wide as the Dullahan's spiked flail whipped toward him, close enough to feel the cursed heat. One bad move here and he was finished. With a desperate roar, the warrior caught the flail on his weapon, purple sparks exploding around him. His arms shook under the weight, and everyone watching understood that even these so-called low-rank monsters could end them in an instant if they slipped. The bearded warrior stared at the fading threat, wondering how a trial that scary had ended so easily. The system announced that the trial was complete, and 4 glowing portals flared to life, each one promising a different way deeper into the tower. The group stood in the middle of the ruined floor, turning between the glowing exits and asking which path they should trust. The scout reminded everyone that they were short on time and needed to climb the tower as fast as possible. The cat-eared mage pointed out that the lower floors were too easy and paid almost nothing, and the armored fighter agreed that they needed a better route. They chose the Stairs of Wisdom, a shortcut packed with traps and hidden monsters that demanded a sharp scout, and Bjorn stepped up to the blazing portal, telling the others to keep up with him. As the emblem of their chosen path burned before him, Bjorn found himself wondering what their fate would have been if they had stepped through a different portal. His mind flashed with a twisted, blood-red image of a grinning monster, hinting that if they had chosen another way, they might have walked straight into something far worse. Bjorn hit the cold floor on his hands and knees, still dizzy from the jump. As his eyes adjusted, he noticed a twisted red mark burning on the ground ahead, wrapped around what looked like a fallen explorer. In that instant, he understood that the Stairs of Wisdom were not just a shortcut, they were a graveyard for people who thought they were ready. They had picked the Stairs of Wisdom right from the first floor, trusting their brains more than their gear. They stacked the Stairs of Courage on top of more wisdom and climbed all the way to the 12th floor, where this monster was waiting for them. On that floor, they ran into a troll, the kind everyone in the tower hates facing because it is the toughest monster among the TH ranks. The cat-eared mage stared up at it, stammering in panic, unable to understand why a troll was showing up in this place. The armored fighter ground his teeth, swearing about their luck, then snapped that TH rank monsters could show up in the Sky Tower too. In his head, Bjorn added that it almost never happened. The odds of this kind of monster spawning here were insanely low. Bjorn thought back over 10 years of grinding this game when he had only seen a handful of 5th rank monsters, and those were all past the 100th floor. So having a boss rank troll pop up on floor 12 felt completely broken. A warning floated up in his memory about a man named Hans, and as that eerie grin flashed in his mind, Bjorn cursed to himself, blaming this broken troll spawn on the damned Hans effect. The air felt like it tightened around them, as if the whole floor was holding its breath before the fight truly began. The armored fighter roared at the others to snap out of it, saying he did not care how unlikely this troll was. The bearded warrior, the red-haired mage, and the 2 robed casters all flinched, shock giving way to grim focus. The system announced that the armored fighter had triggered. He hurled himself at the troll with his shield raised, deciding that if they were stuck with this monster, they had to hit it before it hit them. The troll threw its head back and roared, its yellow eyes burning as it swung down with enough force to crush anyone stupid enough to stand in front of it. The troll's strike crashed into the shield, blasting sparks and dust everywhere as the armored fighter dug his heels in just to stay upright. The armored fighter's arms shook as the weight pressed down, and he swore to himself, knowing that if his fingers had slipped, that one hit would have flattened him. While the troll kept grinding its strength against the shield, a bearded warrior darted in at the side, yelling that he would back the front liner up before that wall finally gave way. The bearded warrior twisted his body and brought his shield up, trusting its, and to keep him standing as the troll's burning power rushed straight at him. The bearded warrior locked his shield in place as the troll's power crashed down on him, metal screaming under the strain. His teeth ground together while he forced his legs to stay planted, knowing that if he budged even a step, someone behind him would not survive. Blue light burst across the bearded warrior's chest as the healer fired off, knitting cracks in his armor and flesh in one go. The caster snapped that this was exactly why he had begged him to swap out that worn shield, but for now, the fix would have to. With the pressure on the shield line eased for a heartbeat, the armored fighter exploded forward, boots hammering the stone. He roared as he closed the gap, determined to turn that brief support into real damage. The armored fighter brought his weapon down in a blazing arc that smashed into the troll's jaw, yet the monster only staggered and kept howling. He cursed that he could not even get real damage in and yelled for the others to get their big moves ready now. The troll twisted toward the casters, yellow eyes burning, but the armored fighter sprinted across its front, shouting for it to look at him instead. Behind that moving wall of metal, the two robed casters finished weaving their power, one of them stammering that there was finally ready to fire. Cold rushed out in all directions as their combined spell locked into place, shaping into a huge spear of ice that hummed with power. The air turned sharp and white, promising that whatever it hit would not shrug it off like the earlier blows. The mage and the ranged fighter drove their weapons forward together, sending the giant ice spear crashing straight into the troll's chest. Chains and arrows bit deeper as the monster was blasted off its feet, its roar turning into a raw scream as frost tore across its body. The troll's huge frame spun through the air, dragged by the force of the frozen blast until it slammed away into the darkness. For the first time since it appeared, the monster was not pushing forward but being driven back. The troll tumbled through the storm of ice, its gray body cracking under the frozen blast yet still refusing to fall apart. Even this huge spell was only grinding it down, not ending it. The mage stared with one wide green eye, sweat sliding down his cheek as he watched the troll endure the hit. He could not believe that monster was still moving. The red-haired warrior darted in under the troll's bulk, her ice-coated blade carving bright arcs across its legs. Shards flew, but the monster's skin barely split, its defense shrugging off what should have slowed its healing. The blonde mage's voice cracked as he blurted that they needed to run, certain they would never defeat this thing at this pace. He screamed Dwaki's name, begging for some kind of answer. Shield warrior slammed his feet into the stone as another brutal strike crashed into his guard, blasting dust and rock in all directions. His arm shook, but he held firm, knowing a single step back would open the rest of the party to disaster. The party stood pressed against the twisted red walls while the troll's huge body filled the passage, leaving no gap to slip past. Dwaki's calm thought cut through the panic. Even if they wanted to run, there was nowhere to go. Dwaki remembered the last time he faced a 5th-rank monster, when a 6th-rank mage stood at his side, her power treated as even higher than that on paper. Back then, it had felt like having a top-ranked damage dealer covering him. In that memory, sun-bright magic rained down as he fought under the blessing of the goddess Tears, a potion that had boosted him enough to finish a death knight in a single blow. Standing before this troll with none of that help, he knew just how outmatched his party really was. He remembered a vampire that kept moving even with its chest torn open, its heart still beating in the air. Even that thing with weak defense but crazy healing had been a nightmare to take down. Now he thought about the troll in front of them, a monster with the best healing and defense out of all 5th-rank creatures. Against this bastard, if your stats were lacking, you would not even land a lucky hit. The frontline tank ground his teeth and told himself it was still barely doable. They had almost no chance in a drawn-out fight, so from here on they needed a tight plan and perfect timing. 15 long minutes crawled by, feeling like an hour as they set everything up. When the signal finally came, power burst out and the real fight began. Lear Wu of Dwaki poured every drop of mana into curses, stacking, and on the troll. If this did not drag its stats down, nothing would. Ikurad Murad triggered, forcing broken bodies to knit just enough to stand. He and the other tank dug in, their only job now to hold the troll in place no matter what it threw at them. Rotmiller danced around the troll's head, his blows sparking off its hide as he baited its rage. As long as the monster chased him, the others could work without getting crushed. With the troll locked in place, Misha charged in, her ice blade carving bright crosses through the air. She focused only on damage, hacking at every weak point they had opened on the monster's body. Misha slammed her ice blade across the troll's chest, leaving a deep, frozen gash. The monster jerked back, stunned that something had finally pierced its hide. The troll threw its head back and roared, rage and power spilling out like a storm. Its eyes burned hotter, promising that the next hit would be far worse. The troll lunged straight for Lear, its fist big enough to crush him in one blow. His teammate grabbed his arm and dragged him back, yelling for Dwaki to move. The ground burst open right behind them as the troll's fist crashed down. Lear stumbled in his ally's grip, knowing that if he had been a step slower, he would already be gone. The system flashed that had been triggered, and raw power flooded into the two tanks. They roared as their muscles swelled, trading safety for the strength they needed to hold that monster. The lead tank planted his feet and raised his shield, meeting the troll's punch with everything gave him. The impact shook the whole floor, but this time the line did not break. Lear gasped for breath, fingers shaking around his staff. His whole body screamed to stop, but the fight was nowhere near done. Someone shouted over the noise, asking how much mana he still had. Lear squeezed his staff tighter and forced out that he could maybe keep the curses up for 3 more minutes, and that would have to be enough. The lead tank barked back that they would drop and just go for it. He stomped forward hard enough to crack the floor, fully aware that from now on they were racing the clock. Misha hurled another massive ice slash into the troll, freezing and shattering flesh. She yelled back that shouting would not help, because even with everything she had, she still could not carve deep enough. Misha shouted that the real problem was the troll's bones and called for Hikurad to take over. Hikurad lowered his shoulder and rushed in with his mace raised, demanding to know what she was planning as he moved to the front. Hikurad slammed his mace into the frozen wound, aiming straight for the bone Misha had weakened. For anything that needed to break, he trusted raw blunt force more than any blade. The system warned that the troll had triggered. Its eye burned like fire as it threw away pain, its body surging with even more brute strength. Supercharged by, the troll swung its arm in a brutal arc toward the front tank. The warrior dug in behind his shield as the blow crashed down, sparks and stone flying everywhere. Hikurad stepped into the swing and smashed his mace straight into the troll's frozen arm. Power from both sides exploded on impact, the weakened limb cracking under the force. Ikirad roared and spun into a wild chain of swings, his mace slamming down again and again on the same spot. He poured everything into breaking that limb before the troll's power boost and regeneration could steal their chance. The troll's frozen arm finally gave out, bursting into chunks of ice and flesh under the brutal strike. For a second, it looked less like a limb and more like a storm of shards ripping through the air. While the troll staggered, Misha slid down the frozen path she had made, racing past its huge body. She aimed herself like a falling spear, ready to push the attack before it could react. Misha tucked in and dropped even faster, using gravity to add weight to her strike. She knew this might be the only clean shot they would get at that broken side. Her power crashed into the troll's other arm, ice biting deep as the limb cracked and blew apart. With both sides ruined, the monster's strength finally started to look manageable. The system announced that the troll had triggered, pouring twisted energy into its ruined body. That power could rebuild any one part completely, no matter how badly they had torn it up. Watching the torn flesh already start to knit, the frontliner cursed at how true the skill's name was. Even blown clean off, that arm would be back in about 2 minutes. They quickly worked it out. After fixing that one spot, the troll could not use anywhere else for at least 2 minutes. For that short span, any new wound would have to stay open. One of the barbarians answered by triggering, his tattooed body swelling with green light. If they could smash the troll's brain or heart before those 2 minutes were up, even that monster would not get back up. The giant barbarian swelled with power, green light burning off his skin as he faced the troll's twisting purple aura. He clenched his fist and stepped forward like this was already his fight to win. In his mind, the plan was simple now. They had a real chance to take this monster down for good. The beast girl hurled herself at the troll, eyes glowing and fangs bared, swinging her chained blade with savage force. She poured everything into breaking it before that healing could save it again. The giant barbarian wrapped his arms around the troll's head and neck, crushing it in place while power spun around them like a storm. With the monster pinned, his partner hacked away at its body, trying to stop it from ever standing again. A crimson arc tore through the air, the strike dropping faster than the troll could even brace. The troll let out a broken scream as its huge body was slammed downward. Stone and dust followed it, the beast crashing toward the floor with no way to stop its fall. Their struggle sent both troll and barbarian hurtling toward the rear line, straight at the mages who thought they were safe. Someone shouted that Dwaki was in its path, panic cutting through the roar of battle. Dwaki and his companions stared up in horror, unable to believe the troll was charging straight at them. They yelled that it should not even be able to see and begged each other to move before it crushed them. The troll's massive claw smashed into the floor, ripping up stone where the mages had just been standing. Dwaki and his allies stumbled away, hearts pounding as they realized a single step slower would have ended them. The giant barbarian clung to the troll's head, but the beast still charged straight toward the casters, its ruined eyes useless. Someone watching finally understood that it was not seeing them at all, but chasing the mana pouring off their spells. The ice mage clenched her frozen weapon so hard her knuckles went white. Power rushed through the blade, cold enough to bite into her own skin. One of her comrades screamed her name, begging her not to stop now. Answering that plea, a wave of blue light exploded outward, swallowing the troll in freezing power. Misha Karlstein hurled herself down with a roar, her whole body wrapped in blinding frost. The skill Icy Destruction crashed through the troll, tearing flesh and ice apart while the backlash ripped into her as well. Driven by raw fury, she drove the icy pillar straight through the monster's body. The tunnel it left behind was packed with shattered ice and dark spray, and the system calmly marked that Misha Karlstein had used Icy Destruction. Misha's throat was raw as she kept pouring power into the fading ice. She glared up at the troll with wild eyes, desperate for this to be the hit that ended it for good. The giant barbarian wrapped both arms around the beast girl and hauled her back, muscles bulging as the ground split under their weight. He pinned her in place, keeping her from throwing herself after the fading monster. The system announced that gigantification was ending, warning that the borrowed strength holding his huge body together would not last any longer. His body shrank back to normal and the strength left his legs at once, sending both him and the beast girl crashing onto the cold stone. For the first time since the troll appeared, they could barely even move. The troll's massive hand slammed down, torn and stained, its strength finally leaking away into the cold floor. Bjorn dragged himself up on shaking arms, eyes locked on the troll's limp body, ready to move again if it so much as twitched. The troll's twisted face seemed to hang in the air for a breath before breaking apart into dust. Bjorn stayed crouched and tense, not trusting that this nightmare was truly over yet. Then the system cut through the silence, calmly stating that the troll had been defeated and that each of them had earned a small bit of experience. All that remained of the troll was a single red magic crystal, glowing softly on the cracked floor, a tiny reward for how close they had come to losing everything. Bjorn pushed himself to his feet, every muscle trembling, while the beast girl stared around with wide, shaking eyes, already shouting for Rotmiller and Dwaki to answer her. Cold sweat ran down Bjorn's face as he replayed his choice to charge in and pin the troll while Misha drove ice into its eye. That risky plan had worked, but it had also left Dwaki broken on the floor, proving this place was nothing like a game where mistakes could be reset. Misha dropped to her knees beside the green-haired caster, shaking his shoulder and yelling for both him and the fallen fighter at their feet to wake up, while the dazed man could only beg her weakly to stop jostling him. Bjorn limped across the shattered floor, relieved that Rotmiller's leg and Hikirad's collapse were things they could live with. The others crowded the fallen mage and begged Bjorn to forget them and check Dwaki instead. Dwaki lay sprawled on the stone, limbs at wrong angles and eyes staring, and it hit them that he was the real problem now. The beast girl shook Dwaki and sobbed that his chest was still, begging Bjorn to tell her what to do. Bjorn pushed past her with a growl and told her to move so he could try something, clutching a small vial in his fist. Bjorn forced the potion between Dwaki's lips, watching it mix with the red already running from his mouth, knowing this was only a temporary fix to keep him from slipping away right now. In Bjorn's mind, Dwaki's card floated up. Just a normal human mage, the kind of person everyone knew could not take hits. He pictured that spine bent almost in half, the shattered leg, and guessed the damage inside was even worse, judging by the red that kept leaking from Dwaki's mouth and nose. Rage spiked through Bjorn, and he drove his fist into the cracked floor, furious at how useless his strength felt against a broken spine. Bjorn ground his teeth, cursing himself for burning their best potion back in the ice cave. He hated that his mind kept drifting to lost value and bad timing when Dwaki's life was hanging by a thread. Then Rottmiller, pale and shaking with his bad leg stretched out, gave a crooked smile and pulled a red vial from his coat, saying he had bought it for emergencies and they should use it on Dwaki. Bjorn stared at the glow of the liquid, stunned that a real top-tier potion had just landed in his hands. Bjorn watched Dwaki's breathing steady under the blanket, and the beast girl finally let herself believe the potion had dragged him back. With Dwaki out of danger for now, Bjorn's thoughts started to move past simple relief. The beast girl hugged her arms to her chest as it hit her that every single one of them was still alive. For a moment, that simple fact felt like the greatest treasure in this dungeon. Tears poured down her face as she sobbed with relief, saying she was glad beyond words. But even as she cried, a knot of worry sat in her chest that kept her from feeling fully happy. Her thoughts jumped back to the frontline tank, to the way he had once told them to listen up because things would only get harsher from here on out. She remembered rushing in on the frozen troll, feeling proud and thinking they were winning because she had done her part perfectly. She thought of Hikurod, the mace wielder, dropping down with a perfect strike, and of how everyone had moved just like they planned and even kept up when the troll did things they did not expect. Lying there, Bjorn let out a slow breath and admitted to himself that none of that mattered as much as he wanted to think. They had just been lucky, and that was the only reason they were still breathing. He thought of the frontline tank getting torn up in an instant and finally understood what this life really was. Being an explorer here meant walking beside disaster every day and hoping luck did not run out. Bjorn's mind jumped back to that moment when a crazed caster loomed over him, her power ready to end him on the spot. Lying helpless under that glowing hand, he had felt how thin the line between living and not coming back really was. In his head, it felt like death itself had just walked past them and kept going, almost by mistake. Bjorn knew that kind of luck would not keep saving them forever. That thought hung over him like a dark curtain, heavy and cold. The frontline tank let out a shaky breath and said that every one of them was still here. Even with blood on his lips, there was clear relief in his tired face. The robed man slumped down next to the tank, forcing a weak smile as he said he owed the temple a fat donation after this. Under the joke, he was simply glad they had walked away from a troll at all. Bjorn lowered his head and admitted he was sorry, saying he had never guessed the troll would lash out like that at the end. To him, that mistake felt like his alone. The caster and the tank pushed back right away, saying they should be thanking him instead since his calls were the only reason any of them were alive. Bjorn listened in silence, thinking that Rottmiller, of all people, knew exactly what choice he had made in that moment. Their talk cut off when Dwaki's eyelids twitched, drawing a sharp call asking if he was all right. For the first time since the fight, the fragile mage actually looked like he might wake up. As Dwaki tried to lift his head, the cat-eared mage leaned over him, almost in tears, and told him everyone had made it. She begged him to lie still, too scared to risk him getting hurt again, while Bjorn watched in tight, silent worry. The cat mage's voice cracked as she called him the idiot instead, saying they were the ones who should be asking if he was all right. Her eyes shone with relief and anger mixed together, like she was only now letting herself feel how close they came to losing him. Dwaki let his head sink back into the pillow and forced a small laugh, saying he guessed that meant they were all okay. The sound was thin, but it was enough to finally let the others breathe. Bjorn joked that their story was so crazy no one would believe a small party like theirs had taken down a troll. It felt unfair that they could not even brag about the hardest fight of their lives. The cat mage slumped and grumbled that the troll had not even dropped in essence or anything worth showing off. One of the others reminded her that walking out of this room alive was the real reward, and the whole group seemed to agree in tired silence. Someone teased Rottmiller, saying he really had no greed in him at all after everything he had just given up. The robed caster chuckled and pointed out that Rottmiller had even burned a top-tier potion to save Dwaki, then promised they would all chip in for it. Rottmiller scratched his beard with a shy grin, saying it was a relief to hear they did not see him as stingy. As the laughter faded, the cat mage turned to Bjorn and asked what their plan was now. The others watched him with easy smiles, letting the barbarian decide where this battered party went next. The cat mage glanced at Bjorn with tired eyes, and nervously asked if he planned to drag them any higher into the labyrinth. Bjorn folded his arms and shot back in mock offense, asking if she really thought he was the kind of guy who would keep grinding after a mess like this. The barbarian finally put it to rest, saying they were stopping here and would wait until the labyrinth kicked them out, which made the supposed team leader grumble that Bjorn was stealing his job again. Misha backed down with a small sigh, and the group grumbled that the troll had given them almost nothing for all that risk. The system announced the labyrinth's closure, light wrapped around them, and they were sent back to Refdonia. A week slipped by, and just like that, their sixth expedition was over. The next day, in the late afternoon, the sun dipped low over a shop sign as the city buzzed like nothing strange had happened at all. A young woman stopped in front of the building, cheeks warm and breath quick, stammering as she asked if this was really the right place. Then her face lit up, golden eyes shining as she spotted the man she had been waiting for and cried out to him, overjoyed that she could finally meet him again. Dworki came down the steps laughing with the dwarf, moving like nothing hurt anymore. The others rushed to greet him, amazed that holy power had fixed what even the best potions had failed to touch. Bjorn watched in silence, glad the body was fine but already planning to check later if the man's mind had taken any hidden damage. Outside the temple, the scout admitted the ritual had taken longer than they thought and pressed Dworki about any side effects. Dworki just scratched his head and laughed, saying he felt so good he could head straight back into the labyrinth if he wanted. Hearing that, the cat mage burst into relieved laughter, her voice turning the heavy mood into something light again. With Dworki cleared, they agreed to split up for now, promising to meet again in 2 days. After everything that run had thrown at them, even Bjorn decided the whole party needed real rest. They broke off at the street corner with a simple agreement and started walking their own ways. Bjorn and the cat mage talked over the numbers, since they had pulled almost no magic crystals and would have to wait for the request payments before splitting what little profit they had. Even after the split, he figured it would barely be a few K stones per person. Bjorn's jaw tightened under the helmet as he did the math, already thinking about the next run and the poll tax waiting over his head. The cat mage ranted about the troll, saying a boss that stingy should at least cough up an essence. While Bjorn stewed in a dark mood over the wasted risk, she finally nudged him and asked what he was planning to do next. She cheerfully suggested they go back together, blurting out that they could even share a bath before sorting their gear. The meaning hit her a heartbeat later, and she went bright red and started yelling in embarrassment, while Bjorn just looked at her, not sure why she was suddenly freaking out. The cat mage's face burned red, but she could not hide how thrilled she was that she would be staying at Bjorn's place. As they walked through the quiet street, the cat mage cheerfully said she would just bathe at his place instead of going home first. Bjorn agreed, seeing no reason to waste time when they could sort gear and rest sooner. Inside his room, the cat mage jumped in surprise when she realized Bjorn was already done washing, her nerves spiking now that it was her turn. Moments later, her armor and clothes lay in a messy pile by the door as she headed into the bath, leaving Bjorn alone with her gear. While she soaked in the bath, Bjorn spread their loot across the floor, calmly sorting what he would sell and what was worth keeping for the next dive. Polite voice called his name from outside the door, and Bjorn paused mid-move, towel over his shoulders, wondering who from the guild had come looking for him now. Bjorn opened the door and stared down at the small guild clerk, asking straight out what he wanted. The clerk, thrown off by the half-dressed barbarian, stumbled through his greeting and tried to explain he was there on guild business. The guild clerk's hand shook as he pressed the papers to his chest, sweat running down his face, clearly rattled by whatever he had just seen or remembered about Bjorn's situation. The guild clerk finally managed to say why he had come, telling Bjorn that a barbarian named Karen Tarson had asked for him to act as his witness. The clerk started to repeat Karen's words, his voice catching as he tried to explain just how serious the request was. When he heard that a baby barbarian was in danger, Bjorn's eyes sharpened at once, the lazy mood from earlier gone like it never existed. He threw the blanket aside and shot out of bed, already moving before the clerk could say anything else. The door slammed hard behind him as he rushed out, not even pausing to think about the guests still using his bath. From the bath, the cat mage yelled in confusion, then grudgingly told him to handle his business at the guild and just come back afterward. Standing in the steaming water, the cat mage froze with the sponge in her hand, stammering as she tried to understand why he had rushed out so suddenly. Moments later, Bjorn was already storming down the hall with the clerk in tow, brushing off the distant scream from his room and telling the smaller man they were leaving right now. The clerk, sweating hard, could only nod and agree. The girl sprinted through the market, heart racing, certain now that he had survived after all. Her eyes shone like they were lit from inside, joy washing away every doubt she had carried. Days earlier in the witch's forest, an elf guide drilled into her student that they had to reach the 4th floor alone, teaching her to follow the faint sound of mana flowing from the portal. The young elf shut her eyes, let the strange hum fill her ears, then pointed into the trees, and her guide nodded for them to keep moving that way. After a while, the elf scout stiffened, telling her guide that the mana sound around them had suddenly grown louder. As she listened harder, the young elf's eyes flew wide when a rough yet gentle voice slipped out from inside the humming mana. The elf guide shouted into the glowing forest, demanding to know where the owner of that voice was, while fast footsteps sliced through the purple mist toward them. The young elf rushed through the trees, completely sure now that the rough but warm voice she heard belonged to Erwin and that he was still out there waiting. An armored explorer stepped into the roaring portal, his whole body swallowed by light. The young elf stared at his back and felt her heart jump. His gear had changed and the helmet hid his face, but she was completely sure it was Erwin. As the light twisted around him, she shouted for him at the top of her lungs, trying to pull him back from the portal. The elf girl sprinted toward the flames, reaching out as she begged to be taken along with him. She was ready to dive into the 4th floor if that was the only way to see him again. A sharp pull yanked her off her feet, and her guide slammed into her from the side. He wrapped his arms around her and dragged her away from the burning light before she could throw herself in. The guide held her tight and snapped that charging to the 4th floor like that would get her taken for a plunderer. She thrashed in his grip, crying that the man in the armor was really Erwin, even if she had barely seen his face. She swore she could just feel it and begged him to let her go. Tears spilled down her cheeks as she cried out, her voice cracking from how helpless and angry she felt. Later, the older elf sat there with a stunned look, softly admitting she had never expected Erwin to become so famous. Across the room, a group of explorers started talking about Bjorn Jandal, the little Valken. One said he had heard of him, another claimed someone spotted him on the first floor, and a third added that their team's Barbarian even knew which part of the city he stayed in. Erwin rushed through the streets, her mind racing with what she had just heard. She suddenly slowed, realizing she had been hiding in her room instead of looking for him. She guessed her sister had been in the dark too, busy with her own work. In the end, Erwin decided the reason did not matter anymore. What mattered was seeing him now. She stopped in front of his door and promised herself she would say sorry the moment they met. Erwin was sure he must have been trying to find her as well. When she thought about him not showing up at her place first, her cheeks burned. She hurried to tell herself he had simply forgotten where she lived. With a small breath to steady herself, she lifted her hand and knocked on the door. Erwin stood there with her heart in her throat, trying to smile as she waited for the door to open. Her chest tightened and her heart pounded so hard it felt like it might burst. Instead of Bjorn, a red-haired cat-eared woman swung the door open, staring at her in open confusion and demanding to know who she was. Erwin laughs weakly and claims she must have mixed up the rooms, then quickly asks if this really is where Bjorn Jandal stays. The cat woman's ear twitches, and she repeats that Erwin is here as Bjorn's guest, clearly curious about this visitor. Erwin stiffens as she hears that Bjorn had just finished bathing and gone out, her mind racing at what that implies. Realizing this really is Bjorn's room, Erwin feels dizzy, unable to make sense of why another woman is here. The Catwoman says that if Erwin does not want to wait around, she can just tell her who she is so she can let Bjorn know later. Erwin's foot slips in her heel as she flinches, stunned by how the Catwoman talks like she and Bjorn share this place. The Catwoman repeats that Bjorn really did just wash up and head out, then asks if Erwin plans to leave now. Erwin gathers herself and asks if she can wait for Bjorn inside, and the Catwoman steps back with a puzzled nod, letting her into the room. Erwin steps into Bjorn's room and freezes at the sight of clothes and gear tossed around. The Catwoman laughs it off as a bit messy, but Erwin already understands what kind of mess this is. The Catwoman casually adds that she has shared a bed with Bjorn too, and guesses Erwin must be an explorer as well. Erwin keeps walking deeper into the room without answering, her jaw tight as she tries to hold her feelings in place. Erwin presses a hand to her chest and reminds herself that Bjorn would never do something so low. She decides that wanting what belongs to someone else is what deserves blame, not him, and that harsh thought makes her mana roar out in a wild, colorful. When the mana settles, Erwin leans over the Catwoman with a sharp smile and eyes glowing gold, her aura thick and dark around them. The Catwoman stiffens, a drop of sweat running down her cheek as she realizes this quiet elf might actually be dangerous. While Erwin's mana still buzzes in that room, the story jumps over to the 7th District Explorer Guild, where Bjorn is about to get dragged into something else. Inside, Bjorn sits across from a guild officer, hearing that the woman he once held hostage is asking to meet him. He leans back, acting casual, but that sharp little smile shows he is already trying to guess what game she is playing. Bjorn cuts him off and says he has no plans to meet her, claiming he is too busy just trying to eat every day. The guild officer stares at him, stunned that he would brush off such a request so bluntly. Bjorn pushes himself up from the couch, ready to walk away, and the officer's hand shoots out to block him, panic written all over his face. The guild officer throws his hands up and rushes out that she is not trying to hurt Bjorn and that there is more to the story. But Bjorn shuts him down again before he can explain. Bjorn turns his back on him and heads for the door, forcing the officer to scramble around the table, shouting Bjorn's name and blurting that Karen was only used as bait to bring him here. Just a bit earlier in the same room, an official had told them that the mage's check proved it was self-defense, and that Bjorn could stay while the others were dismissed. Back in the present, the guild officer calmly says he had already meant to invite Bjorn here for a talk, even without the bait. Bjorn eyes him across the table, wanting to know what is so important. The guild officer raises his voice, spelling out that Miss Urbans, the woman Bjorn once held hostage, is the one asking to meet him. Bjorn's mind jumps back to that day, when he held the district manager's daughter in a tight grip while she screamed for her father. Back in the guild room, Bjorn just frowns and thinks the officer should have said she was the district manager's daughter from the start, then shrugs it off, acting like her wanting to meet him means nothing. Far away, the district manager curls his lips into a thin smile, as he thinks about his daughter shouting that she refuses to live like his pretty little doll. In his grand office, the district manager calmly tells his aide that a woman should live the life he planned for her, and guesses the branch manager picked his daughter, which is why she ended up caught in that prison mess. The aide reports that the young miss herself set up a meeting with the Barbarian, and the district manager scoffs at her, calling her foolish for stirring trouble just to push back against him. He thinks of her as his adorable daughter even in this rebellious phase, and quietly enjoys how the branch manager is using her to cling to his position, as if both of them are just pieces on his board. His fingers curl around a teacup beside a picture of his smiling wife and little girl, a calm touch that makes his talk of using them feel even colder. The district manager sipped his tea and coldly decided he would have to get rid of both the branch manager and the Barbarian. His mind lingered on Bjorn, the grinning Barbarian who kept piling up money and attention, and he decided that man had to be removed as well. Heavy clouds gathered over the city, rumbling as if warning that trouble was coming. Rain crashed down without warning, soaking Bjorn in seconds and leaving him swearing at the sudden shower while everyone else rushed for cover. Since it was about time to eat anyway, Bjorn ducked into a nearby tavern, planning to wait and see if the rain would ease up. Inside, a server set down a steaming plate of meat, and Bjorn's eyes lit up as he gripped his knife and fork, ready to dig in. He tore off some bread, soaked it in the rich sauce, then cut into the meat, chewing slowly as a small, satisfied smile formed. As the rain beat against the window, Bjorn asked for more rum and kept eating, thinking that Misha still cooked meat better and wondering what she might be doing right now. Watching the rain, Bjorn finds himself craving a spring onion pancake with rice wine, the kind he used to eat back home and knows he will never find in this place. He grips his glass and stares ahead, letting the small wave of homesickness pass as he reminds himself of where he is now. Bjorn takes another sip and quietly admits in his head that he does not really want to go back anymore. Looking at the messy plates, he realizes he has gotten used to everything here, from the squeaky bed to the cramped room at the inn. His mind drifts to long walks with his party through strange lands, and he knows he could spend all day listing how rough this world is. Yet those shared days still matter to him. As he tops off his drink, he finally admits that he has grown attached to this world, no matter how twisted it can be. Sitting alone in the busy tavern, he turns from warm thoughts to cold plans, thinking about what it will take to reach the higher floors of the labyrinth. Faces of a sharp mage, a steady scout, and a sturdy frontliner come to mind, and Bjorn knows he will have to build a new team if he wants to keep going up. Bjorn thinks back to the troll they barely took down, remembering how huge it was and how hard his party had to push just to survive. That memory makes it clear that the monsters waiting above will be even worse. In his mind, he lines up the beasts that live above, towering things with burning eyes and jaws wide enough to swallow him whole. If he stays with his current group, these creatures will end them. He admits to himself that their win against the troll was mostly luck, and luck will not keep saving them. If he wants to climb higher, he needs a team that can handle those fights on purpose, not by chance. Bjorn looks up as the bare-eared explorer corrects him, saying his name is Urigfried and that Bjorn can just call him Avman if that is easier. Bjorn nods, filing the name away as he studies the man. Avman admits he never thought he would see Bjorn sitting here as a paying customer, then explains that his wife is the one who runs this tavern. Bjorn blinks at that, caught off guard by how small the world feels. Bjorn points out that it sounds risky to keep exploring when he has a wife, but Avman just smiles and says the business has been rough, so it is on him to earn more. Hearing that, Bjorn holds back any judgment, knowing he is not in a place to question another man's reasons. Avman mentions he only ducked inside to get out of the rain and laughs at how they ended up at the same table. To Bjorn, it feels like the kind of chance meeting that can change plans. Calling it fate, Avman says running into Bjorn has helped him make up his mind about something. Bjorn leans forward slightly, wanting to know what the man has decided. The bare-eared explorer leans in and straight up asks Bjorn to take him into his team. Bjorn stares at him, thinking that at least this guy would never stab him in the back after being saved in that mess. In his head, Bjorn lines up Avman as a fighter with a bear summon guarding the front and deadly shots flying from the back. Someone who could really pull his weight on the 5th floor. Bjorn explains that there is a mix-up, that his group is not breaking up and they only split for that last run, so his team is already set. The words about an empty spot in his team linger in Bjorn's mind. Avman calmly says Bjorn knows exactly what he means. Then the two of them move on to planning how and when Bjorn will pay back the 5 million stones. They agree to meet here again in 10 days, and Bjorn steps out into the rain with a borrowed coat, feeling that it is only fair he keeps both this promise and the debt. Lightning tears across the night sky as rain pounds down, the storm outside matching the heavy thoughts Bjorn carries with him. Misha leads Erwin into a quiet room lit only by cold blue light from the window. The two of them stop in front of the lattice, each already thinking about the same man for very different reasons. Erwin stiffens as she hears herself basically admit she was eyeing someone else's partner. She hadn't meant to sound that bold, and now she is suddenly unsure what she even just implied. In her head, Erwin tells herself that no one actually stole Bjorn from her. He is not some item she owns, just a man who makes his own choices. She reminds herself that she was the one who chose to team up with her sister instead of staying by his side. Even so, something inside twists, and she cannot name this tight, ugly feeling in her chest. Erwin realizes to her own shock that she resents this woman and is already sizing her up as a rival she might have to beat. Misha, all smiles and sharp teeth, leans in with playful energy and asks for Erwin's name as if they are just new friends. Erwin answers with her full, noble-sounding name. Misha lights up, praising how even the name sounds lovely, then cheerfully tells Erwin to sit while she gets a place ready for her. Misha drops into her chair, her tail flicking behind her. Across the table, Erwin sits stiff and quiet, and a long, heavy silence stretches between them. Erwin's hands ball into tight fists on her knees as she forces herself to speak. She breaks the silence by asking if Misha is seeing anyone, needing to know where Bjorn stands. Misha jerks back from the table, face burning, and hurriedly insists that she and Bjorn are nothing more than teammates, acting like the very idea of them dating is crazy. Erwin laughs softly and says she only assumed they were more than teammates since Misha had said they showered together. Misha explodes in shock and stammers that she only used his bathroom, nothing more. Misha's smile sharpens as she points out that borrowing some other man's bathroom sounds pretty bold and guesses Erwin must live far away, while the elf quietly admits that is not really true. Erwin's bright mood drops as she stares at Misha, thinking that this woman is looking down on her and playing nasty little games behind that smile. When Misha asks how she knows Bjorn, Erwin explains that she and Mr. Bjorn used to be teammates, using that polite title without thinking and making Misha blink at how formal it sounds for someone his age. Misha lowers her head, then calmly claims that calling him Mr. is just a cute nickname, something meant to be shared only between the two of them. Misha's tail flicks hard beneath the table, but she brushes off Erwin's concern and insists there is absolutely no problem, laughing in a way that sounds a little too bright. Erwin's eyes soften as she says that she and Mr. Bjorn have a special relationship, since they were each other's first teammates and even shared their first drinks together after making it back alive. Misha glances back over her shoulder with a lazy grin, and says that all those memories with Bjorn probably only matter to Erwin herself. Erwin's fingers knot together and shake a little as she starts to answer, caught off guard by how blunt that sounded. Misha's smile curls sharper as she points out that she has spent months at Bjorn's side, and yet has never once heard him mention Erwin. Erwin's reply catches in her throat, the start of a word dying as the shock hits her. Erwin slams her hands on the table and leans in, loudly insisting there is no way Bjorn never talked about her, and reminding Misha that her name is Erwin. Misha's eyes narrow, and she says she could overlook Erwin's behavior once or twice, but warns that anyone would get annoyed if she kept flashing that grudge and treating them like a fool. Erwin stares at the fox girl, thinking of her as Misha Karlstein, and realizing it was only natural to see this woman as an enemy the moment they met. Even so, Erwin admits to herself that she is grateful for one thing. Thanks to this tense talk, she is now completely sure about how she feels and what she wants to protect. Rain pounds against the window, turning the world outside into a blur and matching the storm brewing in Erwin's chest. Erwin shoots to her feet, dagger in hand, and glares at the fox girl, telling herself that this woman is an enemy trying to steal something precious from her. Cold light erupts behind Erwin as a giant ice dragon roars into shape, leaving Misha frozen in place and proving just how far Erwin is willing to go. Erwin's hand shakes around the dagger, and in that moment she understands that Misha is far too strong for her and that she is the one at a disadvantage. As she stares, Erwin is dragged back to that day as a child, when she knelt alone among the fallen and watched everything important to her slip away. Back in the present, Erwin's lips part as she forces out the start of a word, her voice breaking under the weight of that old fear. Erwin presses her hands together and sobs, begging Misha not to take Bjorn from her and pleading again and again for just this one thing to be spared. And with Erwin's desperate plea hanging in the air, this part of their story comes to a close. Heavy steps climb the stairs, leaving dark wet marks behind as the barbarian finally heads back to Erwin. The door to Erwin's room creaks open, letting in a strip of light and the footsteps of the late visitor. Bjorn steps inside, still holding his coat, and freezes when he sees Erwin's red eyes and shaking hands. Erwin stiffens in shock, caught between wiping her tears and trying to act normal. Naya turns with a bright smile and welcomes Bjorn like nothing is wrong, acting as if she is just hosting a guest. Erwin stands by the table, shoulders tight, still rattled from what she just went through. All at once, Erwin bolts toward Bjorn, tears flying as she reaches out like she is afraid he might vanish if she hesitates. She crashes to her knees in front of him, hands braced on the floor, while Bjorn jerks back in surprise, unsure how to handle this sudden burst of emotion. Erwin grits her teeth, shame and anger mixing as she quietly wonders if Bjorn has been keeping away from her because of this other woman. Bjorn frowns and starts to ask Erwin who she is talking about, but Naya's sweet, drawn-out call of his name fills the room, teasing him for taking so long to get there. Naya leans in with a sugary smile, joking about whether anything actually happened. Bjorn listens to her curiosity tone and feels his skin crawl, wondering why she is acting like this. Erwin quickly explains that nothing serious happened, that Karen was only mistaken for plunderer, and she managed to clear him. Bjorn lets out a shaky breath of relief, still stiff with Naya pressed against him and Erwin glaring from the side. Naya cheers Erwin on for handling it well, but her hand slides to Bjorn's stomach as she says it, acting way too familiar. Bjorn's muscles tense under her touch, caught between staying in character and wanting to pull away. Bjorn frowns and asks Naya what her problem is, clearly weirded out by how she is acting. Naya just laughs it off, saying she is only praising him and reaches for his jacket, insisting he hand it over. Naya chirps that they are basically family, using that as an excuse to fuss over Bjorn. Erwin's face burns red as she tries to protest, her original question about what happened between them dying on her lips. Naya swings the jacket over Bjorn's head like a towel and tells him to dry his hair before he gets sick, clinging to his arm as she does. Erwin mumbles that she understands and tries to keep talking, but the way Naya treats him makes it hard to focus. Bjorn turns away from Naya and tells Erwin he is glad she is here, saying he had been planning to go find her. Erwin's eyes shine as she steps closer, confessing that she thought he had forgotten about her and feeling silly for worrying so much. Bjorn smiles and reminds Erwin that she was his very first teammate, so there is no way he could forget her. Erwin laughs through the leftover tears and asks if that time was just as special to him as it was to her, finally starting to relax. Naya's smile twists as she repeats the word special in her head, clearly not liking how close those two sound. Erwin stretches out her hands, calmly guiding fire, wind, water, and earth, bragging that she can now control all four spirits and has already bonded deeply with three of them. Bjorn leans forward with a drop of sweat on his cheek, blurting out how crazy it is that she reached that level already, and Erwin shyly insists she just pushed herself as hard as she could. Watching her laugh with fire, wind, water, and stone dancing around her, Bjorn admits to himself that this has to be real talent, thinking how rare it is to reach enlightenment with 3 elements in under a year, and how scary she'll be if she masters the 4th too. His mouth tightens as he thinks that her reaching all 4 elements could even open a huge path later on, if only her sister were not holding her back. Bjorn smiles from the bed and says he is actually glad she was too busy training to visit, while Erwin, fire dancing between her fingers, confesses she had feared he stopped coming because she moved to a different inn. Erwin's fingers clutch her shoulder as Naya agrees with Bjorn, saying that since Naya has only been an explorer for a year, she should focus on her own growth before worrying about visits. Naya rests a hand on Erwin's shoulder and talks lightly, and Erwin answers in a small voice, while Bjorn watches from the bed, thinking that Erwin really does seem scared of her. Naya leans on Erwin's shoulder with a playful look and asks if anything happened while she was away, while Erwin shrinks beside her and Bjorn answers quickly that nothing at all went on. Naya points out that the air between them feels like they just argued, but Bjorn brushes it off, and she cheerfully tells Erwin to drop the formal title and just use her name. Bjorn stares back with a flat face, refusing to explain anything and letting the awkward silence hang in the room. With the rain finally gone, Bjorn tells them they should head out because he wants to rest, even though he cannot explain why his whole body suddenly feels drained. Out in the warm evening light, Erwin asks if Naya is heading the same way, then awkwardly tells her to go on without her, saying she will follow a bit later. Naya laughs with her eyes closed and says there is no way she is trusting that excuse, making it clear she plans to keep an eye on Erwin. Erwin's eyes tighten as a bead of sweat runs down her cheek, knowing Naya has completely seen through her little plan. Naya watches her with narrowed eyes and a small drop of sweat, quietly deciding that whatever Erwin is hiding, something between her and Bjorn is definitely not normal. Naya suggests they walk together, and Erwin, clearly nervous, agrees because she knows there is no way out of this. Their steps fall in sync on the warm street, locking Erwin into walking with Naya whether she likes it or not. As they walk, Erwin quietly admits that if Bjorn had not stepped in when he did, she would have broken down completely. In her mind, she returns to that room where she had been shaking on the floor, ready to drop to her knees if it meant keeping Bjorn from walking out on her. Back in the alley, Erwin says she will head off on her route, and Naya, sounding almost relieved, points out that her own path leads the other way. Before they part, Erwin hesitates and asks if Naya will come again tomorrow, relaxing only when Naya promises she will. Naya covers her face and groans that she had just wanted a nice, quiet time with Bjorn, yet somehow ended up tangled in Erwin's drama instead. Left standing under the burning sky, Erwin presses a hand to her chest and thanks Naya from the heart for not telling Bjorn about her breakdown. Naya studies Erwin across the warm street and admits she cannot really stop her from visiting Bjorn. So instead she asks Erwin to promise her one thing. Blushing and rubbing her forehead, Naya asks Erwin to keep what happened between them hidden from Bjorn, pointing out that Erwin would not want to trouble him with it anyway. Erwin listens in silence, a single drop of sweat running down her cheek as she takes in the weight of that promise. Elsewhere, a short-haired elf woman turns toward the soft candlelight when someone calls out to her. Erwin throws herself into her older sister's arms, pressing her face into her chest as the woman holds her tight and strokes her hair. Wrapped in that hug, Erwin tells her sister that she met Bjorn and that he really is still alive, and the relief in her voice fills the quiet room. Her sister half jokes that Erwin might not train as hard anymore, but Erwin's eyes burn as she insists the opposite, declaring that she is going to become stronger. Far away, Naya stares into the dark with a hard look, thinking that there is someone she has to defeat if she wants to stop that girl from taking Bjorn away from her. Erwin's face darkens with a strange smile, and deep inside she makes her own claim, deciding that in the end she will be the one who steals Bjorn for herself. Morning light pushes through the heavy clouds above the inn where Bjorn is staying, marking the start of a new day. Visitor hammers on the door to Bjorn's room, shouting for Naya to get up instead of sleeping in. Bjorn jerks awake in his huge bed, rubbing his forehead while the banging keeps echoing through the room. He checks the tall clock and sees it is only 6:30, yet they already need to rush out and stop by the guild to divide their loot. A neat report lists how selling the plunderer's gear brought in a huge sum, and even after repairs and new top-tier supplies, Bjorn and Misha still clear 640,000 stones without touching their shared savings. Later that night, under a clear sky, Naya trots away from the inn and calls a bright good night over her shoulder, and Bjorn waves back before heading inside. Later, Erwin stands in the quiet hallway outside Bjorn's room, clutching the doorframe as she whispers his name and tries to steady her nerves. When the door opens, Erwin's face lights up, her cheeks turning red as she beams and greets him with the excited title she always uses for him. Erwin laughs softly, saying she has not been waiting long and asking if Bjorn had been out together with someone else. Bjorn tells her he had to stop by Camelby with someone, and Erwin nods, then asks why he has come to this place tonight. Erwin blushes and explains that she will start special training with her sister tomorrow, so from now on she will only be able to meet him about once a week. She admits she would love to drop by far more often, but if she did, the thing she is working toward would take ages to finish. In the guild manager's rich office, Braun Rottmiller reminds the explorer that it has already been 8 years since he first entered the labyrinth, while the man stands there wondering why someone this important wanted to see him at all. Braun smiles, saying he appreciates how the explorer holds back his questions even though he must be curious, and the man finally asks him to stop circling around and explain why he was called here. The next day, they meet up at a busy tavern for lunch, ready to settle everything from the last dive. One of the explorers does a quick count, and says each of them should get around 550,000 stones. Round the table, Bjorn and his team laugh over meat and beer, saying the frogman sorcerer's parts sold better than expected thanks to Rottmiller's careful work. Rottmiller clears his throat and admits he is not much use in a fight, so he makes himself useful with things like skinning and counting money, which the others tease him is way too modest. Breakdown of Bjorn's haul shows stones from the rupture, his split with Misha, and the request reward all adding up to 127 million stones, more than he has earned in the last 2 months put together. Feeling good about the numbers, Bjorn tilts his mug back and empties it in one go, leaving the dwarf staring at him in outrage. Bjorn lowers his mug with a guilty look, while the dwarf shouts that the first drink is supposed to be shared by everyone at once. All of them slam their mugs together, foam flying as they laugh and drink to making it back alive. The tavern roared with cheers as explorers yelled for more drinks and bragged about the troll they took down, laughter echoing off the wooden ceiling. The red-haired beast woman stood up with a casual wave, saying she had to visit her family and the others called after her, promising to meet again next time. As the noise faded around their table, the brown-haired man tensed up, a bead of sweat sliding down his cheek. He pushed himself up from the table, saying he was done for the day and had other business to take care of. Rottmiller spotted some familiar faces at the next table and slid over to join them, laughing loudly as he bragged that the troll had been nothing special. With the dwarf gone and the others scattered, Bjorn glanced aside and figured he could head out too, only to pause when the robed man called his name. The blonde mage clutched his mug with both hands, cheeks turning red as he stammered that Bjorn should stay a bit, since the two of them had never really talked alone before. Bjorn lifted his mug again, eyeing the mage with a calm face while wondering what this guy suddenly wanted to talk about. The blonde mage raises his mug and stumbles through a toast, already regretting not running away. Bjorn bumps his mug against it without a word, feeling the awkwardness stretch between them. Bjorn leans forward and asks if the mage is feeling all right after the priest's healing. The blonde man nods slowly, saying he had felt off before but now his body is fine. Bjorn taps his temple and reminds him of how his body had been bent in half back in the dungeon, asking how he feels about that now. Around them, the tavern stays loud and careless, nothing like that memory. Bjorn then asks if he thinks he can step into the labyrinth again. The mage's lips tighten, a bead of sweat rolling down as he struggles to answer. His thoughts snap back to that day when a giant beast rushed them and he ended up crumpled on the stone like a broken doll. He remembers how certain he was that he would not make it out alive. His eye trembles, but he tells himself that fear like this is something every explorer has to get past. He swears he will overcome it before their next dive, even if his heart is not ready. His fingers tighten around the mug when Bjorn asks why he is so dead set on this job. The question lands hard, because even he is not sure his reasons still make sense. Bjorn watches quietly as the mage admits his goal was not always like this. At first, he just wanted to become a famous explorer so his barren father's name would shine across the city. The mage forces a weak smile and admits that wanting fame was just a cover, that back then all he really wanted was his father's attention. But the man passed away before he ever got it. In his memory, a noble and his servant talk about him like some random mistake, brushing off the news of a bastard son as too minor to even report. And that cold dismissal still stings more than he wants to admit. Back at the table, the mage bangs his hands down and stammers that he managed to get over all that, then cuts himself off, suddenly scared that Bjorn might see him as pathetic. The mage leans over the table, face red as he insists he only got through it because his teammates were by his side. And Bjorn, jaw tight, decides he has dragged this pain out enough and drops the topic. He stammers that even after going through something like that he kept moving forward, yet right beside them a bunch of dwarves roar with laughter and slam their mugs together, the room's wild joy swallowing his quiet hurt. The mage gulps his drink and says Bjorn might look rough but is actually weirdly kind and caring, and Bjorn just sighs inside, already regretting not walking out before this turned into a heart-to-heart. He slams his mug onto the table, the sudden thud and splash snapping the mood back to something he can handle. After a breath, the mage looks up and says there is something he wants to ask, and Bjorn, still towering over the table, tells him to just spit it out. The mage stares at Bjorn and starts to ask if he is really just a simple barbarian, the doubt finally slipping out before he can stop it. Later, the mage walks through the warm evening streets, letting the noise of the crowd dull the thoughts spinning in his head. His jaw tightens as he thinks back to the meeting that changed everything. He remembers standing in the 7th District Manager's office as the noble calmly laid out his records, spelling out how 8 years of work had only inched him to 7th rank, while some random barbarian shot past him to 6th in half a year. The district manager chuckles softly and says he has no doubt the mage's teammates will keep climbing higher, with or without him. Then his gaze hardens as he points out that Bjorn and the others are not normal humans like the mage, and asks how long such people would really stay tied down to someone so far behind. Walking under the red sky, the mage hears the manager's last words in his head, telling him to think carefully and choose what is best for his own future. Night settles over the city, and at Bjorn's a few windows still glow, waiting for whoever will walk through the door next. Bjorn glares at the mess on the floor, annoyed that the mage slammed back a few drinks and then just collapsed. Babysitting a drunk partner was the last thing he wanted tonight. The district manager's daughter strides in with a bright smile, acting like his refusal to meet her never happened. She clearly came here ready to push her own agenda. Randall remembers sitting across from the district manager in that fancy office, listening to the man pick apart his record. Now he realizes the cheerful woman in front of him is that same man's daughter, and his stomach tightens. Bjorn starts to shut the door on her, saying he wants nothing to do with her family's business. She hurriedly drops Braun Rottmiller's name and claims he met with her father, and that one detail is enough to drag Bjorn back to the table. Sitting across from Bjorn, the daughter nervously says her father must have tried to twist Braun to his side and urges Bjorn to be careful. When he presses for details, she can only admit she has no idea what the old man is really planning. Bjorn lets out a tired sigh, thinking that her half-baked warning is no help at all. He decides to stop circling the issue and just ask the one thing he has been curious about. The daughter blurts out that her real goal is to drag her father down from his seat of power. If she fails, she says she will be stuck living like a pretty doll on a shelf, and she needs Bjorn's help to stop that. She leans in, trying to seal the deal and drag him into her fight, but Bjorn does not even let her finish. He flatly tells her to leave, making it clear he will not be used in her family feud. The daughter tries to sell it like helping her would be a huge win for him, but Bjorn just shoves her toward the door. In his head, he curses, knowing that siding with her would only turn the district manager into a personal enemy. From the hallway, she tells Bjorn to find her if he ever changes his mind, saying she is the only one who can block her father's plans. The door closes, but her warning about those schemes hangs in his mind. Bjorn pushes himself up on the bed and lets out the breath he was holding, glad the pushy guest is finally gone. His mind drifts back to Rottmüller, and Bjorn decides that man is someone he needs to watch closely. With that choice made, his life settles back into its usual pattern. Every morning, Misha loads his plate with grilled meat, and Bjorn tears into it like a man who never has to worry about running out. After lunch, he heads to the library and buries himself in books, slowly learning how this world twists away from the game he remembers. Once a week, Erwin drops by, and the three of them crowd around a table, trading light jabs about who hangs around too much while they eat together. Their team meetings go on like normal, but Bjorn keeps watching Rottmüller, waiting for him to bring up that visit to the district manager. When the man stays quiet, Bjorn starts to wonder if he should be the one to break the silence. The bear-like merchant drops a heavy pouch of stones on the table and holds out his hand, calmly asking for the bracelet back. Bjorn turns the fancy ranged bracelet in his fingers, thinking the man could have just lent him a normal one since it never fit his fighting style anyway. Days slide by until the clock hits the night of the 15th again. The familiar pull starts, dragging his soul out of his body and toward the other world. For him, this strange jump has become part of a set routine. Back in his cramped room, Lee Hansu sits at his desk and logs into the game. He decides to leave the trade records for later and instead starts digging through the different chat rooms. The player scrolls through lists for wizards, beastfolk, and elves, but there is nothing for barbarians. He frowns, guessing most people who picked his race must have quit early thanks to how hard and unpopular it is. He flips to the next list and spots rooms for nobles, treasure hunters, and swordmasters, but only 3 shielders. Seeing how few tanks there are, he feels a chill, knowing parties in this game already struggle to stay alive. When he notices rooms clearly made for Koreans, his heart jumps. Before he can stop himself, his finger clicks into one of them, and the world around him shatters into pixels as his view shifts to a grand, golden hall. Hansu blinks at the fancy hall, expecting some plain starter room instead of this royal setup. A grin tugs at his face as he realizes how serious these people must be, and he fires himself up, ready to jump into the chat. Across the hall, a man in a sharp uniform turns, the name Sergeant Lee floating near him. Hansu breaks into a run, eyes wide, hardly believing he is looking at a fellow Korean he might actually know. Hansu steps in close, almost shouting as he checks if the soldier really means what he just said. The man in uniform nods hard, saying it was the day he left the army. Thinking about that discharge day, the soldier suddenly breaks down, crying so hard his voice cracks. For him, that was the last time his life felt normal. Hansu takes a careful step toward him, stunned that things were this bad for another Korean stuck here. The two of them start yelling over each other, cursing how unfair their timing and luck were. That shared anger pulls them oddly closer. A few minutes later, after they had both yelled and cried themselves out, the mood finally settled. Hansu clears his throat and suggests they at least share who they are. Hansu gives his name and age, then laughs when he hears they share the same family name. He reaches out a hand, suddenly feeling like this stranger is a lot closer. The soldier grins, gives his own name as Lee Biko, and admits he was only 23 at the time. He takes Hansu's hand, a little shy but clearly relieved to meet someone like him. Still smiling, Biko adds that more than 10 years have passed since he first arrived in this place. The words hang there, and his smile falters as even he feels how heavy that sounds. Hansu starts to point out that Biko is actually older now, but the soldier snaps his hand up and shuts that down fast. Biko insists that once he goes back, only his real-world age will count, so Hansu better remember it that way. Biko tugs at his collar and gives a sharp grin, asking Hansu to promise he will treat that real age as the only one that matters. Hansu agrees, a bit thrown by how serious he is about something so small. Riding that weird burst of energy, Biko starts striking silly poses in front of Hansu and says there is something he wants to try. He apologizes in advance, but asks if he can run a quick test on him. Biko turns away with a crooked smile, saying he does trust Hansu. Even so, he admits he wants to double-check, just in case his gut feeling is wrong. Hansu straightens up from the couch, while thinking that Biko is talking about some kind of Korean test. Biko admits it is a bit embarrassing, but Hansu realizes this guy is actually pretty well known in the game community back home. Hansu recalls that a few people have even faked being Korean just to get Biko's help, which is why the soldier came up with this check. Biko says the test is simple, and that Hansu just has to blurt out the first thing that pops into his head when Biko gives a word. Biko laces his fingers together, leans in, and calmly asks if they should start the test now. Hansu swallows hard, a bead of sweat running down his cheek, and admits to himself that he suddenly feels oddly nervous about this little test. When Biko throws out the word kimchi, Hansu instantly thinks of a steaming stew. Then another prompt makes his mind jump to a cow's head, and he blurts that out without thinking. The next word is soup, and Hansu's brain somehow connects it to Saudi Arabia, picturing a man in desert gear as if that makes perfect sense. Biko suddenly straightens up and roars a stiff military chant, shaking the room while Hansu just stares up at him. He is clearly enjoying turning the silly test into a full-on drill. Hansu awkwardly explains that he was just a public servant, not some hardened warrior, and Biko's proud chant hangs in the air like it has nowhere to go. Biko's hand tightens on his knee for a second, then he brushes off the slip and says they should move on anyway. Biko leans back on the couch and says this will be the last one, while Hansu eyes him warily, confused by how intense his expression just got. With his fingers locked together and eyes glowing, Biko says all the earlier words were just jokes, and finally brings up the name Lee Wanyang, watching closely to see how Hansu reacts to it. Hansu shoots to his feet, raging that dragging out a traitor's name like that is crossing the line, and Biko bends over in front of him in guilty silence. knowing he pushed the test too hard. Biko relaxes in his chair and says he trusts Hansu now, certain he is really Korean. Behind that grin is a man who was dragged here the day he left the army, and has somehow stayed alive in this world for more than 10 years. Hansu stares at him, thinking Biko seems like a decent guy, but wondering if the years here have messed with his head and which side of him is real. Biko waves his hands in a flustered rush, saying he got carried away playing out the moment he had dreamed of, where someone finally cleared his little test after more than 3 long years. Beaming, Biko says meeting Hansu makes him glad he kept going, and Hansu realizes this guy has been stuck here alone for years, starved for normal talk, just like even he had started to miss. Hansu figures there probably was no community at all when Biko first got here, a setup harsh enough to drive almost anyone crazy. Hansu leans forward and says he is willing to talk about himself if Biko wants, and the soldier sits up, flapping his hands as he blurts that his own case is pretty much the same. Biko studies him, hoping Hansu now knows he is different from the usual newcomers, then casually asks what difficulty he cleared the game on and claims he chose the easier setting too. Biko throws his head back, bragging that Koreans would have crushed the hardest version of the game if it had a proper Korean patch. Hansu just nods along, thinking Biko is a serious patriot who has clearly been stuck hanging out with non-Koreans for way too long. Trying to be helpful, Biko offers Hansu some GP, then scratches his head and admits he is not even planning to turn it into real money. When he realizes that is all he has, the room goes a bit awkward, because there is not much else he can do for this newcomer. Hansu thinks back over what Biko has said and done, noticing that Biko has avoided the same risky moves he has. Under that easy smile is someone who hides his true self and weighs every choice, and Hansu figures that quiet caution is exactly how the guy has stayed alive here for so long. And Hansu says they can just meet up and chat now and then. Biko's eyes water and his face turns red as he clasps his hands. For a man who has been alone for years, that simple promise feels big enough that he proudly treats Hansu like a sworn brother. Riding that rush of brotherhood, Biko jumps up and tells Hansu to ask him anything, saying it is the least he can do. Hansu does not waste it and calmly asks who is actually in charge of this strange place. Biko's smile tightens as he admits he is not actually sure who controls this realm, only that it is probably one of 3 powerful mages he has heard about. To Hansu, it is a clear sign that even veterans here are mostly feeling around in the dark. Biko suddenly turns serious and tells Hansu that even if he seems safe, he must never reveal who he really is in this community. When Hansu asks why, Biko explains that a few people here cozy up to the royals and would gladly sell someone out if it earned them favor. Hansu quietly wonders if whoever runs this place has some hidden way to look into his past, but Biko shakes his head and says there should not be any method like that. Even so, the sharp look in Biko's eyes makes it clear that betting wrong on this could cost Hansu everything. Hansu repeats the word in his head, trying to wrap his mind around the fact that this place was only rebuilt on top of something older. Biko explains that evil spirits have been roaming Rafdonia for at least a century, long before anything like dungeon and stone ever existed back on Earth. He says those spirits were people from another dimension, pulled into this world in all kinds of weird ways, even just by reading some book about Rafdonia. There were only a handful of these outsiders, but each one carried a power that bent the rules of this world, and one of them used that power to build the very realm Hansu is standing in. Biko adds that the original creator is gone now, and people assume the current administrator simply took over the finished realm like someone inheriting a strange lab. All this lore clearly works in Hansu's favor, but he cannot help wondering how a lone public servant knows so much, so he treats Biko's excitement as a chance to keep milking him for details. That flow of answers suddenly dries up when Biko sheepishly admits he has been hiding away for a while and does not know much about what has changed lately, leaving Hansu a bit thrown. To make up for it, Biko promises to point Hansu toward a chat room packed with people who live for gathering the newest rumors. And the idea of that kind of info hub makes Hansu sit up fast. Observer of the round table was not some open chat room. It was a hidden hangout for veteran players, locked behind strict rules and tight access. Biko walked him through every step, like a dad packing his kid for school trip, making sure Hansu would not mess it up. Then he apologized and said he had to leave already. Hansu learns Biko can only stay thanks to some early pill he took after hitting the secret police base, and his brain just stalls. He suddenly wonders what kind of insane life this so-called public servant has been living. Once Biko was gone, Hansu sat down at his desk and pulled up the address he had been given. A window warned that observer of the round table only opened for 10 minutes, and as he clicked through, the system greeted him as a new member and promised full anonymity. In the next blink, Hansu was standing in a bright hall full of masks and clothes, like some strange costume shop. He understood this was the customization room, and even if he did not love the idea, he knew he had to hide his real face if he wanted to play by their rules. Soon the heavy doors to the assembly creaked open, spilling warm light into the hall and calling the new member inside. Wearing a sharp suit and a fierce mask, Hansu adjusted his grip on the ring and headed down the red carpet. He had made up his mind to step into this hidden world and see what it could offer him. His shoes sank softly into the red carpet as he walked forward, each step sealing his choice to join the most secret circle of players in the realm. Hansu's shoes sank into the thick red carpet, each step pulling him deeper into the secret world he had only heard about. He pushed through the doors and found a huge round table waiting for him, ringed by masked figures who had clearly arrived long before him. Every mask around the table turned toward him at once, their stares so sharp it felt like they were trying to peel away his disguise. The jester masked member leaned forward, pointing out that no new faces were supposed to appear here, and pressing him to explain how he had slipped inside. Hansu's hand curled into a fist at his side as they pressed him to state who he was and who had vouched for him. He stood under the stained glass as they reminded him that this place only allowed the truth, and that anyone who lied once the assembly began would be thrown out the moment their mask cracked. He noted that none of them bothered to warn him properly, which meant they all understood the rule already, and were choosing to just watch how he handled it. Staring back at their unreadable masks, he wondered if they were setting him up together or if they were just bored and eager to see what kind of newcomer had slipped into their circle. Back in training, Lee Biko had shouted at him to go in with full force and not hesitate, no matter what waited inside. Now, with every masked gaze locked on him, Hansu finally understood why Biko had pushed that point so hard. When one of them made it clear they meant him and no one else, Hansu jolted, and the crystal on the table cracked like it was answering that call. The lion-masked newcomer calmly said he was here because Biko's mother had pointed him to this place, and added that Sergeant Lee had already told him plenty about their group, so they had no reason to mess with him. One of the members in a fox mask stiffened and demanded to know what he had just said, but the lion mask only repeated that Biko's mother had recommended this place, still sounding almost casual. The fox masked member felt power surge around them and realized this had to be that special skill they had only heard about. They remembered that this ability only worked inside Ghostbusters, a world that moved according to clear will and thought, and they told the newcomer to repeat those words one more time. Red energy flooded the round table as the fox masked member bore down on the lion mask, turning a simple answer about a mother into a test that could decide whether he was allowed to stay or forced out. The lion mask turned slightly, thinking about how hard he had worked to look cool and dangerous. Now, facing real veterans, he had to admit that what he just showed was nothing amazing for people who had seen far worse. The fox-masked woman trembled, feeling like he was making fun of her. In her mind, her view of him twisted into a mix of interest, arrogance, pity, and pure annoyance, and she felt that what he had shown still was not enough to earn a place here. Back in the briefing room, Ko waved off Hansu's request to see the power again, saying a second dose could mess up his mind for good. Hansu stared at him, stunned that a single skill could be that harsh. But went on, saying the force of that power swells with the target's mental strength, which is why it is meant for veterans who have taken many lives and stared at death more times than they can count. Hansu listened in silence, realizing this was a weapon built to crush people who were already used to horror. Even knowing how brutal it was, Hansu still pressed for the details, wanting to know exactly how he was supposed to use that power. Ko's eyes narrowed and a thin smile formed as he answered that the trick was simple. He had to see the person in front of him as an enemy, not a partner or stranger. In Hansu's mind, the idea twisted into a brutal picture of a foe he had to erase no matter what, someone whose very existence he refused to let stand. That was the kind of target this power demanded. That lesson about choosing an enemy burned into him. And from here on, everything would test whether he could stand among true veterans and use that power without losing himself. The fox-masked woman dropped to the floor, body shaking as the red haze wrapped around her. She could barely breathe and begged him to stop, unable to handle the pressure crushing her mind. Her eye twitched as she wondered why this strange force was tearing through her so easily. Across the table, the antler-masked man watched the red aura coil around her, a bead of sweat sliding down as even he felt how hard it was hitting. Hansu's body jerked as the same twisted energy burst out from his back, and he grabbed his head like it was splitting open. Using that power was not just crushing his target, it was tearing into him too. Inside, Hansu felt like his brain was being squeezed dry, every thought grinding together. He cursed Ko for leaving out just how bad the recoil on this skill really was. Hansu knew he had hit his limit and could not hold the bloodlust any longer, no matter how much he pushed. In front of him, the fox-masked woman gasped for air and pleaded for it to stop, her body barely holding together under the pressure. Ko leaned back from the table, saying that for a simple test, Hansu's reaction was something else, and that the kid would be trouble to handle. Even so, he admitted it was fun to watch and wondered how many more lives he would have to take before his own bloodlust could reach that kind of intensity. The veterans looked over the table at the drained fox-masked woman and the faint glow still clinging to Hansu. One of them admitted he did not fully understand what had just happened, but it was clear enough that the test had been a success. Hansu slouched in his chair, mind still throbbing, and thought back to the choice he had made the moment he realized they meant to push out the newcomer. By pushing his bloodlust this far, he had turned himself into a lunatic they would think twice about touching, exactly the mask he needed to survive here. The huge doors slammed shut on their own, locking the room in with a burst of light. Hansu realized the secret meeting was starting whether he liked it or not. The fox-masked woman steadied her voice and said the meeting was starting, then pointed out that this was Lion's first time here. She admitted his bloodlust had made her think he was some long-time member instead of a rookie. Their eyes went to the lion mask on the wall, a piece that had been hanging there since this group first formed. They asked what Lion wanted to say and pressed him, wondering if the mysterious master had been the one to invite him in. Crescent Moon offered to pay if Lion would share who brought him here, though he hinted that matching any demand might be tough. As he listened to Hansu's careful reply, he noted how polite and guarded the newcomer sounded, and wondered if this was why first impressions mattered so much. The jester in yellow chuckled that Fox had tried to feel Lion out and ended up getting crushed for it. He added that this so-called master, the one who gathered them all, had to be the one who set up a group like this in the first place. After tossing out one more half-hearted guess about the master, they gave up on chasing that answer and pushed to start the meeting instead. Hansu felt his pulse pick up as they said the rules for this room were simple. They explained that each person would share a piece of information, and the crystal in the middle would judge it. If at least half the group had not heard it before, the stone would shine green, but if it was already common or just a lie, it would flare red and the speaker would have to offer something else. The jester went first and tossed out a lazy rumor about Rafdonia's king growing sicker, something everyone already knew. The crystal flared bright red in front of him, and the others told him to stop wasting time and share something actually useful. One of the members broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had never even heard rumors about the Rose Knight captain dying. He tried to tell himself to just sit tight and not draw attention, hoping things would settle. The crystal shone bright green with Lion's image trapped inside, proving his news was fresh and real. He knew this meant chaos was coming to the palace and that he also needed to start getting ready. With Lion's turn settled, they pushed the talk forward and called for the next piece of information. Lion thought back to how the Jagan clan had been the ones to buy his information, something he never could have learned out in the city. He felt a quiet thrill, knowing this hidden group was already paying off for him. Once his turn ended, they wasted no time and called for the next person to share. Crescent Moon leaned forward and revealed that triggering a hidden feature on the Silent Fairies Island would call out up to 3 Lavganis at once. A dream chance for anyone chasing that monster's essence. The crystal flared red in front of Crescent Moon, cutting off any chance to dig for details and forcing the group to move on. Lion watched the red glow and heard someone tell Crescent Moon not to take it too hard, since hardly anyone would know a trick like that. Inside, he adjusted his plans, realizing he now had 2 sharp people he needed to keep in the dark when choosing what to share. The masked arbiter calmly shares that the fairies have picked up traces of whoever stole the divine relic, shifting the talk from hunting monsters to chasing a true top-secret target. They agree that any clue about the relic thief is already high-level secret, and the jester masked member casually points out that this proves Crescent Moon really belongs to the fairy group feeding that intel. Lion smoothly pushes the talk to the next person, while the man behind the simple mask braces himself, wanting to keep a mysterious image by sharing something almost no one else would know. He shares that when exactly 3 people take down a half-demon, the essence is guaranteed to drop, and the crystal lights up bright green to mark it as real, valuable knowledge. Seeing the green glow, the masked barbarian finally exhales, glad that his carefully chosen tip passed the test. Crescent Moon shoots up in shock, and even the jester masked member breaks into a sweat, both struggling to believe that just 3 people could handle a 3rd-rank half-demon. Lion narrows his eyes behind the mask, honestly puzzled by their panic, because to him a half-demon is a simple target to deal with. Lion admits to himself that he chose this as his first tip exactly because half-demons are hard to even find and even harder for small party to finish, which means the trick sounds amazing but helps almost no one here. After the antler-masked man shared his part, the first round wrapped up. The crystal stood quiet again, waiting, while everyone had to decide if they wanted to play another round or walk away. When they asked who wanted to continue, Lion said he was done for the night, even though one member was fine with just the 2 of them. The others were caught off guard since he seemed confident enough to keep going. Inside, Lion admitted he was backing out because staying would only make it easier for the others to figure him out. If the masked barbarian tossed out a test fact and the crystal turned green, they would know Lion was new to this secret circle. As the talk of ending spread, every masked face turned toward the hooded barbarian. Their looks made it clear they were waiting for him to say something before he stood up. The barbarian could feel all that attention and told himself that tonight he had been the star of this little game. To keep that image strong, he searched for one last line that would fit the bold, arrogant mask he had shown them. On his way out, the barbarian casually asked if that tiny bit of knowledge was really all they could bring to the table. The words hung over the crystal, and Lion lowered his head slightly, weighing what that bold attitude said about this newcomer. Crescent Moon tried to steady her shaking hands as someone assured her that the pressure on her mind would fade soon, since he had not kept it up long enough to leave lasting harm. She could not stop thinking about how close she had come to losing control if it had gone on even a little longer. What truly rattled Crescent Moon was not the force itself, but how the barbarian had cut it off the moment she hit her limit. In her mind, she replayed that instant and understood that he had read her condition with frightening speed and control. Lion replayed the barbarian's boast about beating a half-demon with only 3 people and felt a chill. Even knowing it was supposed to be from the game, the claim sounded way too crazy to swallow. He guessed it might barely be possible on a joke-level setting, something like 50 times easier than normal. But Lion doubted a guy like that would ever bother playing on such a weak mode. The masked host cut in, asking if Lion was just guessing that the barbarian had learned all that from the game. The question hung there, making the idea of another source feel suddenly real. With a sharp click of his tongue, the host brushed the doubt aside and told them to focus on the next meeting. He ordered everyone to come better prepared, making it clear he expected real information, not scraps. The host slammed his fist into the table, anger finally spilling out. He snapped that when he said to prepare, he meant real information, and demanded to know what that pathetic display had even been. He leaned over the crystal, almost frantic, saying that someone of that level had finally joined them. If they bored the barbarian into walking away, they might never hear the other secrets he could share. The host turned on Lion, asking how they were supposed to keep that man interested when he had already left sounding let down. He reminded them that the barbarian's last words had dripped with disappointment. The host's eyes gleamed behind the mask as he laid out his plan. If they had no real secrets, he told them to invent something tempting, because he refused to lose an opportunity like this just because the others came empty-handed. The members of the round table sat in their hidden hall, proud of belonging to a secret meeting that normal players did not even know existed. But for the barbarian who had just dropped in, even this proud secret gathering was nothing special at all. Later, Bjorn lay on his bed and thought about that strange meeting, deciding it was the best place yet to dig up rare information and even planning to thank Biko for leading him there. Bjorn reminded himself that deals last longer when you do not cross the line, then frowned, wondering if using bloodlust was the reason his body felt so drained. His eyes drooped as the tiredness settled in, heavier than he had expected. Naya burst into his view, ears perked and eyes shining, loudly greeting Bjorn and cheering that he was finally awake. Bjorn asked if she had stayed there all day. Naya waved her hands in a panic and rushed to explain that she had trained hard since morning before coming by. Naya went on about meeting Dwaki and stopping by her family home, and Bjorn stiffened, his voice rising as he asked again if she had really met Dwaki. Naya happily shared that Dwaki had pulled her aside, saying he had something on his mind, and she planned to ask her friend what that was about. Bjorn listened and in his head marked it as a bad sign, knowing that romance between party members in this world was the fastest way to end up gone. Bjorn leaned forward, fingers locked, and calmly asked what Dwaki had actually wanted to talk about. Naya fidgeted and started to say it was Dwaki's business, then quickly added that they were just friends trying to brush it off. The barbarian did not buy it and kept weighing how this could mess with his plans. Later, in a far lighter moment, Bjorn and the others gathered in bright sweaters, crowding around a table stacked with drinks and cake. Naya spread her arms wide with a huge grin, while the rest of the group laughed beside the glowing tree, turning their brutal dungeon lives into a warm Christmas party for one night. The sun poured over Bjorn's place while Naya stalled, mumbling that this was his room and trailing off before finishing her thought. Inside, Bjorn sat leaning forward while Naya waved her hands, rushing to say they were close and that of course they were friends, even as her voice cracked with nerves. Seeing that Bjorn had been a little hurt by her earlier slip, Naya blushed, fidgeted with her fingers, and agreed to tell him what Dwaki had pulled her aside to talk about. Naya calmly shared that Dwaki had asked her whether he should confess to the girl he liked, and Bjorn froze, hand over his mouth, shocked that people actually use this kind of move outside of stories. Bjorn admitted to himself that her answer was exactly what he had expected. Naya really did not seem to care about romance at all. Then the catgirl grew tense, saying that since they were close, there was something else she wanted to bring up. When Naya finally blurted out that her father wanted to meet him, Bjorn stayed steady and just said it was no big deal, asking her what day she had in mind. Naya almost jumped out of her boots, stammering in shock and asking if he truly meant it, while Bjorn only tilted his head, repeating that he was serious and just needed a time. After a long breath, Naya confessed she was not ready and needed to speak with her father before anything else. So Bjorn leaned back on the bed and told her to take her time and just tell him when she was ready. Bjorn frowned and pointed out that she always seemed too busy to just hang out, yet she was oddly fine with him going to see her father. To him, meeting a parent was a big deal, something that made more sense than her avoiding simple time together. Naya's face burned red as she stammered that he was right and of course it mattered. Her ears twitched, giving away how nervous she was about him meeting her family. Naya squirmed, tail wagging wildly as she muttered that he should not say things that embarrassing. Bjorn scratched his cheek, baffled by how flustered this pure-blooded girl got over what felt to him like basic manners. The next afternoon, Bjorn stepped out into the bright camp, body finally feeling light again. After sleeping for 36 straight hours, he decided he should hold back on using bloodlust and just focus on clearing today's tasks. A violent roar tore through the quiet air, turning the peaceful camp into a blur of noise and pressure. Inside the dark sanctuary, Bjorn gritted his teeth as glowing patterns burned across his skin and the immortal seal rose to its 5th level, swallowing 8 million of his hard-earned stones. The shaman's chant faded and he felt his energy spike, his mind sharpening as his mentality jumped by 80, leaving him just one level away from unlocking the secret skill he had been aiming for. Later, Bjorn studied the route on the wall, realizing the trip to Naya's family's sanctuary took 6 hours there and back, and that the next level down was locked to outsiders. Naya, buzzing with energy, tugged at him and said they had reached the Reincarnates sanctuary, urging him to get ready to step off. A heavy boot hit the wooden floor, marking the first step into the Reincarnates sanctuary and the start of a meeting that could change everything for Bjorn. Bjorn walked beside Naya, staring up at the neat stone houses and busy streets. He had heard this place was advanced, but seeing a real city built for beast folk still blew past what he expected. As they passed a wolf-eared family, the little kid tugged on his father's hand and blurted out that there was a barbarian here, even asking if families like theirs lived together in this place. The father's hand snapped over the kid's mouth, cutting the word short as sweat ran down his fingers, clearly worried about the way his child was talking about Bjorn. Bjorn asked if she already wanted to head back, but Naya grabbed his arm, face burning, and rushed out that it was way too late to turn around and that she had just been startled. He could not help but remember the bare dirt camps and worn tents that barbarians called home, a sharp contrast to the clean streets and solid walls around him now. The sanctuary felt like a proper city shaped around beastfolk, not the wild forest village Bjorn had pictured. He had always thought the Reincarnates lived out among trees, raising animals far from stone roads like this. Naya quietly said that maybe long ago her people really had lived that way for tradition. And Bjorn, frowning, wondered why barbarians were the only race that never seemed to move forward. Naya stopped in front of a towering iron gate and told him this was her home. Bjorn craned his neck at the mansion rising behind it, barely able to process how huge and fancy the place was. Bjorn stared at the mansion gate and cursed to himself, thinking how even his tribe chief still slept in a tent. He noticed Naya shaking beside him and tried to steady her, saying nothing bad was going to happen. Naya stammered that her father was a fan of famous explorers, but her tale and voice gave away how tense she was. Bjorn pointed out that she was the one freaking out and told her to just open it, so she yelled that she was fine and marched at the gate anyway. In her mind, Naya went back to the day she first told her father about the contract. Sitting behind his desk, the stern beastfolk lord calmly named it, calling Scadia a glacial magical beast. Her father leaned back in his chair and asked if anyone else knew about this spirit beast. Naya stood stiff in front of the desk and muttered that no one did. The beastfolk lord said they would keep this between the two of them and ordered her not to tell anyone yet. Even as he spoke, his eyes stayed distant, studying his own daughter like she was just some outsider who had walked into his office. Naya's fingers twisted together as she wondered if he had already guessed that she had not formed the contract the proper way. Then her father casually added that she should bring that barbarian to see him one day, which only made her stomach sink further. Naya jerked her head up, eyes wide, and blurted out a shaky question, unable to understand why her father suddenly wanted to meet Bjorn at all. Back in the present, Naya admitted to herself that she had never brought any of this up with Bjorn. Even as she laughed and drank with the others, she kept her father's words and the strange contract locked away, visiting home more often so she would not have to lean on him with her problems. Naya kept going back to the mansion, even though her brothers and sisters clearly hated how often she showed up. Meals turned into quiet torture, with her stuck alone at the huge table while her family, and even the servants stared like she did not belong there. She pushed food into her mouth and held back her anger, reminding herself of what Bjorn had shown her about facing problems head-on. In her mind, she repeated his simple rule that running away would not fix anything, and she decided she would endure until things changed. Her father kept asking her when that barbarian would finally show up. The beastfolk lord finally laid it out, ordering Naya to bring Bjorn to him within a month, and hinting that only then would he admit to the family that she had a spirit beast and treat her like his real child. Naya still did not get why her father was so fixated on Bjorn. She just clung to the hope that if her family finally accepted her, she could stand taller beside Bjorn. She also told herself that having her powerful family behind her would make things easier for Bjorn. And when she finally asked, the barbarian just nodded and calmly asked when they should go, instead of turning her down like she had feared. Naya's brief joy faded fast as she remembered the visit home, and panic crawled up her spine at the thought of her secret spirit beast contract being dragged into the open. Outside the gate, Bjorn told Naya to keep her cool no matter what they faced inside, while her shaking fist and twitching tail made it clear she was not sure she could promise that. The heavy gate swung open, and a wary voice from inside the grounds demanded to know who had come calling. Naya stepped through the gate with Bjorn at her back, already met by a cold presence inside that silently cursed her for daring to show up again. Naya tried to promise that no one here would dare look down on him, but Bjorn's lips curled into a sharp, hungry grin that made her flinch, because it felt less like a smile and more like a warning. Trying to ignore how much his smile scared her, Naya forced out that her father had sworn he would soon announce her spirit beast contract, telling herself she only had to hold on a little longer even as she called Bjorn's name in worry. Bjorn's hand curled into a tight fist as he realized that the man calling himself her father had just watched while she was treated like trash, letting his own child suffer so he could use her later. His jaw tightened as he decided the beastfolk lord clearly saw him as some dumb brute he could toy with, and Bjorn quietly promised himself he would prove just how wrong that was. Bjorn stared up at the mansion, and the place felt wrong, like a dungeon packed with monsters hiding behind those red windows. The rich walls and shiny gate did nothing to soften the heavy, hostile air pressing down on him. Someone inside drew in a sharp breath, already sensing that Bjorn was about to cause trouble the moment he stepped further in. Bjorn moved first, bursting forward like a fired arrow and crashing into the guard at the gate. The quiet yard turned wild in an instant as his charge ripped through the still. The impact sent a shock through the ironwork, and even the proud crest above the gate shuddered as if the whole mansion had just been slapped awake. The beastfolk gatekeeper snapped at him, furious that a barbarian would smash around without showing proper respect. Bjorn only scoffed inside, wondering what kind of barbarian worried about manners when standing in front of an enemy stronghold. The gatekeeper tried to call him crazy, but his voice shook as Bjorn folded his arms and leaned in. The barbarian's steady glare made it clear who actually held the power at this gate. Bjorn's arms stayed tightly crossed, muscles twitching under the skin as he forced himself not to swing first again. He finally spoke, saying that if anyone's head was messed up, it was the one who dared talk like that after what they had done. The calm in his voice felt more dangerous than any shout. The red-haired beastfolk grabbed Bjorn's thick arm, staring at him in shock as she realized he was serious about crushing the gatekeeper. Both of them shook with fear, suddenly aware that the brute at their door was far beyond anything they could handle. The system laid out Bjorn's numbers, showing him at level 5 with a combat index already over 1200. His mind and abilities had jumped again, and he now carried essences from a corpse golem, a vampire guardian, and even an orc hero. For someone still called a low-level barbarian, his growth was flat-out broken. Bjorn studied Naya in silence, weighing how far he could push her. Naya stared back with stiff shoulders and a nervous face, already bracing for whatever he was about to say. Bjorn told her straight that sometimes she needed to do what she wanted, not what her family expected, because holding back like this only hurt her. Naya grabbed onto him and mumbled that they were still her family, torn between his words and her loyalty. Her boot hit the stone with a sharp step as she finally moved, choosing to follow his lead instead of freezing in doubt. Bjorn hauled Naya along by the scruff and told her to just watch, certain the disaster she feared would not come. The cat-eared elder blocked their path with an annoyed glare, demanding to know what all this noise was about. Naya's steps turned quick and sharp, her boots tapping fast as the news about the barbarian at the front gate pushed them into a hurry. At the gate, her relatives hissed that their father would be furious when he learned she had brought a barbarian here. Naya pushed past them with Bjorn at her side, saying they would just have to see how this played out. Bjorn's eyes narrowed as they finally realized he was the barbarian Naya had dragged home, and he braced himself to handle whatever came next. He crossed his thick arms over his chest and stated that, just like they said, he was their patriarch's guest, so they had no right to talk down to him. Bjorn glared down at the servant he had dropped, pointing out how a lowly helper had treated him like trash and even dared to mock Misha, the patriarch's own daughter. He pressed the family to admit that letting a servant act like that was the real problem here. The cat-eared elder clicked his tongue, annoyed that his own people could not even act decent in front of a guest. Bjorn realized this mess was even worse than he had imagined, and any hope of a polite visit was gone. When the noble promised they would deal with the servant and told him to just be content with that, Bjorn bent forward and let out a rough laugh. He rolled the word around like it tasted wrong, clearly not planning to drop the matter so easily. Staring at the flustered noble and the nervous guards, Bjorn wondered if this man was also missing a few pieces in his head. If he backed down here, he would be no different from any other barbarian, so he chose instead to press one step further. Bjorn's jaw tightened as he held back his words, then forced himself to commit. He knew he was pushing it, but he had already decided to go beyond the line they thought a barbarian would never cross. Bjorn shot forward, snatching the noble by the collar and lifting him as power and water burst around them, freezing everyone in place. In one move, he made it clear that this was no longer a polite talk, but a demand they could not ignore. The noble's legs shook so hard his fancy shoes scraped against the wet stone, and he could barely stand. Panic slipped into his voice as he called out to Talon for help. Wrapped in a burning red aura, Bjorn fixed his stare on the elders and nobles and demanded an answer. He asked if they treated Misha like dirt simply because she had not formed a contract with a spirit beast, even though she carried the same blood as their precious heirs. The noble tried to brush him off, telling Bjorn to mind his own business. Bjorn leaned in and calmly asked what he would do if all of this turned out to be a misunderstanding. The fox-eared noble froze for a moment, thrown off by the question. Bjorn pressed him, asking if Misha did form a contract, would he take back everything and finally accept her as family? The noble's hand tightened around his shield, his pride clearly stung. He scoffed that Misha was already 25, acting like that alone made the whole idea impossible. Bjorn cut him off and demanded a straight answer, promising to back down if he just replied. The noble finally said that if such a thing happened, he would apologize, though he called it a miracle that would never come to someone he saw as an useless loser. His lips curled into a crooked smile, sure he had nothing to fear. Bjorn's mouth pulled into a slow grin as he accepted the answer, as if the trap he wanted was now set. Later, Nyan grabbed Bjorn's back, stammering that their father would never forgive her if this went wrong. Bjorn looked toward the mansion and told her to just apologize, saying that was how family was supposed to work. Nyan fell quiet, her worry still not fully eased by his words. Misha walked beside Bjorn, shaking as the family guards closed in around them. Up on the balcony, her own blood watched like they were looking at trouble, not at their daughter. Bjorn stood calm in the middle of it all, letting them see exactly who they were dealing with. Misha's fingers twisted together so hard her knuckles went white, a drop of sweat sliding down her cheek. She tried to calm her breath, reminding herself that this was the crazy patriarch everyone whispered about. Inside the vast library, Karlstein welcomed Bjorn with stiff formality, calling him Jandal's son. Bjorn answered with smooth thanks of his own, his manners sharp enough to make the old fox rethink his picture of a dumb barbarian. Crushing wave of terror slammed into them, turning the world blood red as Karlstein's skill wrapped around their bodies. Bjorn's mind knew it was just a trick, but his muscles still locked and his heart pounded like prey. Then the system coolly confirmed it could not break him, his resistance, will, and spirit all far above what the skill was built for. Bjorn loosened his collar with a bored look, like the terror had been nothing more than a stuffy room. He calmly warned Karlstein that people who toy with others should be ready to be treated the same way. He thought back to Misha tearing through monsters with her freezing power, the ring on her hand shining like a star. If her family suddenly opened their arms to her, she could walk away from the party at any time, and with a clan that strong, bigger groups would line up to take her. Bjorn had poured too much time and risk into her to let that happen. The frost spirit ring flashed in his mind, the real reason Misha had awakened. If the patriarch ever linked that power to Bjorn's actions, questions would follow that he could not afford. He had come here to spin a clean excuse before anyone got close to the truth. Even now, the household still pushed Misha aside like she was a burden, servants stepping in to keep her at arm's length. At the same time, the patriarch, a former high-floor explorer, was busy puffing himself up and trying to put Bjorn in his place. All it really did was show how little had changed in this family. Karlstein's jaw tightened as he scoffed at the idea of losing to Bjorn. What really bothered him was that if Bjorn actually took him out, his own tribe chief would never let it slide. Bjorn listened to the rant about how no one could ever take down the great barbarian guest in this holy place. His eyes stayed cold, but a small, crooked smile crept up like he was already planning to prove him wrong. Karlstein shoved the doors open and strode inside, his cloak snapping behind him. Bjorn and Misha followed in his shadow, the air around them tight with the fox's barely hidden anger. The patriarch stood in the glow of the library lamps, shoulders stiff as his ears twitched. He tried to play the gracious host again, but every small movement screamed how much Bjorn's earlier words had gotten under his skin. Bjorn crossed his arms and tilted his head, acting like the confused musclehead everyone expected. He pushed Karlstein to spell things out, buying time while he kept playing dumb about the Frost Spirit Ring. Karlstein calmly laid out the item that let someone bond with the glacial beast Skadia, acting like Bjorn could not possibly pretend not to know it. Bjorn stared back, still denying everything, and inside he marked the patriarch as just another schemer trying to shake him down. Misha shook where she stood, ears flat and eyes on the floor, while Karlstein hinted that one honest answer from Bjorn could clean up every problem. Bjorn finally saw it clearly. The fox had paraded this whole ugly household just to push his weak spot and make him talk. Bjorn understood now that the patriarch was ready to squeeze him for answers, even if Misha ended up broken in the process. Rage burned through him, but under it he calmly reached for the one flawless skill he could use to flip this game on its head. Bjorn slammed his fist against his chest, reminding himself why he had picked barbarians in the first place. Pure, overwhelming strength that no trick could fake. Karlstein watched Bjorn's act and felt sure the barbarian had walked right into his trap. He decided to keep pressing the game, certain that sooner or later he would drag out the secret of that hidden item. The sun sank over the Karlstein's estate, painting the towers in deep orange. For a moment, the house looked calm, like nothing strange had just happened inside. Inside, Karlstein studied the shredded pages of his relic report, annoyed that the awakening had been natural. That ruined research had once explained how to bond with the glacial beast Skadia, and he had invited the barbarian here expecting some cheap trick with an artifact. He remembered how Bjorn had leaned in, making it clear he wanted Misha's troubles fixed first. Watching the girl flush behind that huge back, Karlstein's had to admit the barbarian's worry for her had not felt fake at all. Staring out at the burning sky, Karlstein's admitted to himself that the barbarian's warrior oath had meant nothing to him. What had mattered was that Bjorn's blank look seemed real, and his worry for Misha had come from somewhere honest. A slow grin tugged at Karlstein's lips as a new thought formed. If even a lowly barbarian could awaken like that, then maybe he was dealing with a rare talent worth using. His thoughts were broken by hurried steps outside the room. Karlstein's turned as a servant announced that Misha had come back and wanted an audience. He gave a short order to bring his daughter in. Misha stepped into the room, ears twitching as she faced her father. She admitted there was something important she had not managed to say earlier. Karlstein tells Misha that he will keep his word and that no one in the Karlstein's family will treat her like an outsider anymore. He even adds that this makes her his daughter now, yet she just stands there frozen. Karlstein studies Misha's face and wonders why she is not reacting at all to being called his daughter. Her silence bothers him more than if she had shouted. Misha keeps her mouth shut, her eyes clouded as she thinks about what happened earlier. Karlstein presses her gently, asking why she is so quiet and what exactly took place. In her mind, Misha goes back to when she chased after Bjorn outside the mansion. He turned, confused, as she reminded him that he had sworn on his honor in front of her father. With the sky blazing behind them, Misha looks up at the barbarian and asks if that proud oath of his was just a lie. Bjorn's calm face suddenly feels very far away from her. Bjorn hesitates, a bead of sweat running down his cheek, then quietly admits that it really was a lie. The words hang between them and neither of them knows what to say next. Bjorn finally explains that he lied because she is more important to him than any warrior's honor. Misha stares up at him, shaken by how simply he throws his pride aside for her. Misha's eyes fill with tears as she realizes he had been thinking about how hard her life was in that cold house. For the first time, she feels someone truly understood the weight of that environment on her. Misha wonders why she is still holding back, even though her chest is full of things she needs to say. Her eyes harden as she admits to herself that Bjorn's broken promise is not why she came. She is here for something much heavier. Facing the clan chief, Misha corrects herself mid-word, saying he is not even her father, then asks if he already knew the truth her mother confessed before she was gone. Misha tells him her mother revealed they share no blood at all, and she admits she both resents him and in a twisted way feels sorry for him. Karlstein throws out his hands, shouting that if she had kept silent he would have welcomed her as true family, and he demands to know why she is tossing that chance aside. Misha takes a breath, letting the word hang as she digs for the real reason in her heart. Then she laughs, saying she chose this path simply because she wanted to, speaking with the full pride of Albany Karlstein, the supreme chief of the Red Cat tribe. Left standing in the empty hall, Karlstein spreads his hands in disbelief, unable to understand why she would throw away comfort just to follow her own will. 10 days pass and the story shifts to a quiet tavern in the 7th district, where someone is already grumbling that this whole thing is a hassle. Bjorn sits across from Rottmiller at a small table, barrels of ale between them, thinking how ridiculous it is to doubt a party member just because of what an outsider said. Bjorn remembers Misha quietly insisting that she could not picture Rottmiller turning on him, guessing instead that her father must have tried to twist him. And she had urged Bjorn to be careful, even while admitting she knew nothing concrete and felt guilty for doubting Rottmiller at all. Back in the tavern, Bjorn asks why Rottmiller went to the guild after their last run, and Rottmiller stiffens around his mug, clearly not ready for that question. Rottmiller lowers his drink with a dull thud and says he had wondered why Bjorn had been meeting him so often lately. Now seeing that this was the real reason, Bjorn lifts his mug and explains that someone he knows in the guild told him about Rottmiller's visit, adding that this means something definitely went down there. Rottmiller swallows hard as he thinks back to that day, when the district manager of the 7th district had asked to see him in private, smiling in a way that made it clear this was no simple chat. Gripping his mug, Rottmiller admits that the district manager promised him rewards if he turned on Bjorn, but he told the man he would act like he had never heard any of it. then asks if that settles Bjorn's doubts. Rottmiller admits he kept quiet because he had already brushed the offer side and feared it would only poison the mood between them. Bjorn raises his mug, saying he understands and thanking Rottmiller for finally laying it all out. Their mugs meet with a dull tap, and Bjorn decides out loud that nothing is changing. Rottmiller will still join the next expedition like always. The next day, Erwin beams at the doorway, promising to drop by again after the run and telling him to come back in one piece. Bjorn leans back with his arms crossed, staring at the door as it shuts, letting the room fall quiet around him. The door flies open and the red-haired cat warrior storms in, snapping that she only came to say hi and adding that once she gets her unity magic, she barely has to prepare for trips like this. She lets out a weary groan, saying she meant to nap until it was time to head out, then looks at him and asks what he plans to do until departure. About 7 hours later, Bjorn stands in the lamplit street with the cat warrior at his back, eyeing the empty road and noting that Dwaki and Hikurad are running a bit late. Bjorn follows the cat warrior's gaze and spots a pack of young barbarians shuffling down the street. She nudges him, calling them baby barbarians and wondering if they are lost. Bjorn steps up and tells them to just trail the explorers ahead if they are unsure where to go. The youngsters stare back, asking who he even is and why he is telling them something so obvious. Bjorn calmly gives his name and adds that he is Jandal's son. The lead youngster suddenly lights up, shouting that he is Little Valken, and the whole group looks starstruck. Once the shouting dies down, Bjorn asks what they meant earlier and if they really are lost. The youngster looks confused and says they just plan to follow the explorers like they were taught at the sanctuary. Bjorn frowns and asks if the sanctuary really taught them that, not just handed them some strange map. The kids admit they cannot read maps anyway, then add that they were also told to guard their hearts and stay wary of humans, which they treat as common sense. The youngsters pump their fists and shout that they need to protect their own hearts. The cat warrior watches this with wide eyes, saying the barbarians have really changed, then asks which teacher at the sanctuary drilled all this into them. The youngsters proudly say it was Karen, Tarson's son, who taught them all this. Bjorn pictures that man's unhinged grin and can hardly believe it, while the kids wave goodbye and hurry off toward the dungeon. As the rookies disappear into the night, they shout that meeting Little Valken was an honor. Watching their steady steps and clear eyes, Bjorn feels a strange breeze in his chest, like a wind of change starting to blow through the barbarians. Bjorn watched the youngsters go with a faint smile, then turned his thoughts back to the dungeon waiting for him. Two of their companions sprinted through the dark streets, desperate not to hold the party up any longer. The late pair finally reached the plaza, the robed mage panting out an apology while the dwarf cheerfully blamed their delay on the mage's long bathroom break. The mage turned bright red and yelled at him to stop, but the dwarf only laughed harder as the others smirked. Still flustered, the mage cut the talk short and urged everyone to get moving. Bjorn clicked his tongue, the cat warrior frowned, and the rest of the party lined up behind him. A surge of light swallowed them as the portal flared, and the system calmly stated that they had entered the first floor's crystal cave. With the path now open beneath the blue glow of crystals, the order to move out came at once. Inside the cave, the party moved in a neat line, blue crystals lighting their way while Bjorn trudged forward with the robed mage clinging to his back like extra baggage. Before long, the lead explorer broke into a run, boots slamming against the stone as the whole party picked up speed behind him. As they rushed through the cave, Rottmiller remembered the talk from a few days ago when he had surprised everyone by asking to seriously try a speedrun. He had admitted the portal might still stay closed, but he wanted to know his own limits, and because he was always so quiet, the others had agreed without much fuss. They tore through the crystal cave, Bjorn hauling the mage while the others sprinted ahead. Even with lungs burning, someone laughed that doing a speedrun in real life was actually pretty fun. The armored fighters pushed even harder, armor clanking as they ran. The cloaked explorer in the back gasped for air, already close to falling behind. The cloaked explorer suddenly bolted ahead, shouting that the path was this way. The cat warrior's ears twitched as she watched him rush off on his own. Their leader yelled for everyone to pick up the pace, turning the run into a full-on sprint. The cat warrior spotted a cluster of goblins blocking the path and yelled a warning to Rottmiller. He had rushed out alone and was now running straight into their reach. Before he could slow down, the cat warrior kicked off the ground and shot past him, blades ready. Rottmiller stared back in shock, realizing how badly he had messed up. As she flew past, the cat warrior shouted that he was supposed to stay with the group, not dash off alone. Her blade drew a bright arc through the cave, cutting down the goblins before they could reach Rottmiller. He hunched behind her, shaken but safe thanks to her quick move. Rottmiller gasped for air, sweat running down his face as the fear finally hit him. Rottmiller muttered that he was just dragging everyone down and tried to call for a break. But the dwarf in the back barked at them to keep running and not even think about stopping. Biting back any more complaints, he leaned forward and forced his tired legs to match the group's pace. The party thundered down the tunnel, someone in front shouting turns and orders, while the others spread out to guard the left, right, and center. Bjorn knew their essences made their stamina far higher than any normal person's. Yet after running for hours, even they were soaked in sweat. As Dwaki complained that his passenger felt heavier than before, the flustered mage stammered that Dwaki had told him Misha preferred bigger men. He remembered cramming food at a tavern, while his buddy pushed more plates at him. Only now learning that the talk about Misha liking bigger men had just been a trick to keep Dwaki from confessing too soon. Leader just nodded at that little trick and said it had been handled well. The dwarf gasped for breath, face slick with sweat, but he still kept his legs moving as fast as he could. All that effort was about to clash with a problem none of them had planned for. The party finally reached the chamber, only to find the portal to the second floor already roaring with light, proof that another group had beaten them here. Rottmiller collapsed to his knees and let out a raw shout, finally facing the truth that the gap between him and the others was only growing, and that the day Misha and the narrator would walk away from this team was getting closer. Rottmiller's fist tightened, but instead of breaking down again, he forced himself to think. He stared at the portal's fading glow and said that 3 parties had already gone ahead, with the first one entering about half an hour earlier. He insisted they could still overtake the others on the next floor, sounding more certain the longer he talked. Fired up by that confidence, the mage, the dwarf, and even the cat warrior all shouted that they were in and refused to give up here. The barbarian snapped at them, asking if they had lost their minds, and reminded them that just reaching this place had already drained their strength. He pointed out that with a 30-minute head start, the lead party would only pull farther away on the second floor, no matter how hard they chased. The barbarian told Rottmiller to stop forcing things, saying that if he kept chasing stronger parties out of pride, he might drag his own friends to their deaths. Rottmiller's teeth ground together at that, but he could not deny the fear behind those words. Rottmiller let out a breath, admitted he had lost his cool, and asked the others to forget his little outburst. The barbarian answered that it was already forgotten, and the matter was dropped on the surface, even if the tension still hung there. The cat warrior, the dwarf, and the mage all let out tired faces, as if saying that everyone had their own hang-ups and there was no fixing it. In the end, they just accepted it and got ready to move on. They stepped through the portal into the stone desert, and before long the path carried them up into the 3rd floor Pilgrim's Passage. Even with doubt gnawing at him, the narrator had to admit that Rottmiller was still reading the routes and leading them as smoothly as ever. As they walked between the cliffs, the barbarian decided it was safer to keep a close eye on Rottmiller for now. His mood had been off ever since the trouble with the district manager, and the narrator could not shake the feeling that something about him was starting to twist. They stopped on the cliff and just stared up at the glowing sky, finally letting themselves enjoy how unreal this place looked. The cat warrior joked that it only felt this special now because they were sharing it, and for once, no one argued. The cat warrior called Dwaki's words cheesy, but his face went red as he insisted he was serious. One of the others cut in, saying they felt the same way, and the mood shifted from teasing to something warm and real. The cat warrior called out to Hikurod, suddenly shy about how honest she had been. Hikurod told her not to make a big deal of it, and they just stood there, sharing the 3rd floor's sky the way they always did before climbing higher. When he stepped out of the light onto solid stone, he already knew what waited here. Every monster on this floor was burned into his memory from the game. He rushed the monsters without slowing, already thinking in stages instead of rooms. In the Sky Tower, every group you clear forces you to pick one of several stairways if you want to climb to the next floor. He knew there were 4 kinds of stairs here: bravery, wisdom, patience, and the rare fate path. Only some of them showed up each time, though on the very first stage you always got to see all 4 at once. Bravery was the simplest route, since you mostly just fought straight ahead, but it ate up time. After clearing everything, you had to sit around for 4 whole hours before the next stairs even showed up. Wisdom floors forced you through traps and winding halls packed with monsters, turning every step into a puzzle. In return, they could launch you up 5 floors at once, with no waiting at all before the next choice of stairs. The patience route is the one everyone dodges, because it drags you through a trial where you have to relive every awful memory you carry. Just thinking about it leaves the dwarf and mage looking crushed, while the cat warrior clings to the others, begging them not to leave her behind. Finishing that mental trial can spawn a special chest, and if luck is on your side, it can hold a numbered item or even a 6th rank essence. The warrior checks the prize and finds only common magic crystals, and his face says exactly how much of a letdown that is. By the 19th day at dawn, the party finally takes a breather on the cold stone, with the cat warrior snoring nearby. Bjorn looks over in confusion as the explorer beside him gathers himself, about to say he plans to leave the team after this run. Bjorn stiffens for a moment, but it is not pure shock. He had always known this day would come sooner or later, and he has already run through in his head how he might handle it. The explorer shakes his head and says the choice is on him, not on Bjorn, then holds out his hand and asks for a piece of food as if they are just sharing a normal snack. He bites into the strip of meat with a grin and thanks Bjorn, then admits the district manager's offer from a large clan has been tugging at him. He says he is not free of greed, and that a real position in a big group is hard to turn down. He admits he knows the offer is likely empty, but the fact that it still thrilled him made him realize it was time to leave. In his mind, he walks through old memories of climbing with other parties, and he tells Bjorn not to feel burdened, since watching groups form and fall apart is something he has gone through many times. He thinks of how people like him used to stand in the shadows while those born with real talent, especially the otherworldly ones, climbed the ladder with ease and vanished into the light above. The explorer finally lets it out, saying that in 8 long years he has joined many teams, only to be dropped again and again whenever he slowed them down. He says some groups pushed him out, and other times he walked away first so he would not have to sink any lower, calling that ugly habit the only reason he is still working as an explorer. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with Bjorn, the explorer admits that turning his back this time is not easy at all, and Bjorn can tell this is not just another casual goodbye. The explorer says it hurts because he has grown to truly like everyone here, and had hoped their climb together could last much longer. With a faint smile, he adds that no matter how good a journey feels, everything has to end sooner or later. Bjorn reaches out and grabs the crest of the explorer's helmet, wanting to say something, but the words stick and only the tight grip shows how much he wants him to stay. A glowing watch chimes the new day, and the explorer brushes off the mood, telling Bjorn it is time to wake everyone and start getting ready again. As Bjorn rouses the others and the cat warrior complains about the early hour, He quietly decides to wait until they are back in the city before telling the explorer that she and Misha plan to leave too, since their choice will not change no matter what he says. A surge of light washed over the chamber as the system calmly announced that their trial was over. The twisted bodies of the monsters lay scattered, still leaking white smoke, and the explorer muttered that this weird mix had been tougher than it looked, and a sharp reminder that letting your guard drop in the labyrinth is how you end up dead. They started to talk about heading into the next room, but the words died as all three froze, sweat running down their faces at whatever was waiting ahead. In front of them, 3 blazing portals burned with the same strange crest, and the explorer stammered that he had never seen anything like this in all his years down here. Each glowing doorway carried the mark of the Stairs of Fate, and the party could only stare, stunned that all 3 choices were bound to that dangerous path. Bjorn remembered that in the game a fate stairway only showed up around 5% of the time, and smart players almost never picked it because the results were wild and hard to plan around. The cat warrior tilted her head and said they could just pick any portal, explaining that the one time she tried a fate stair, it had only thrown monsters at her and nothing special. The mage explained that, like Misha, most people who choose the Stairs of Fate still end up with the usual trials of bravery, wisdom, or patience, but that the system sometimes throws in a rare, unknown trial that no one can predict. The warrior narrowed his eyes, thinking hard, and said the real problem was that there was still a big chance the trial would be something completely different from the usual 3. Bjorn remembered that the game had 32 different trials, ranging from brutal fights to boring time traps and even ones that just threw you back to the first floor. The mage pointed out that standing around would only waste hunting time, and the dwarf agreed they could still earn a huge pile of stones today, while the cat warrior grinned and offered to pick a portal herself. After tossing ideas around, the others all looked to Bjorn, asking what their barbarian leader wanted to do. Bjorn just smiled and said they were going in, reasoning that if every stair here was marked as fate, it had to mean a special stage with rewards worth the risk. With Bjorn's answer settled, the cat warrior stepped up to the glowing threshold, saying she would open it and reminding them that these fate doors could hide 3 different kinds of secret fields. Red light twisted around them as the fate doorway answered, and the system calmly stated that they had entered a hidden field called Laruka's Maze. Bjorn felt around with his senses and noted there were no enemies nearby, but the long torch-lit hall was nothing like any place he remembered from the game. The cat warrior hugged herself, asking if this strange maze was really safe and groaning that of all things, the door she chose had to lead into Laruka's Maze. The system announced a field called Guardian of Balance, saying that everyone who entered would have their stats adjusted to match each other. One of the explorers suggested they could just camp here until the labyrinth closed in 4 days, since no one knew how this place worked and it might be like the Rupture. The cat warrior freaked out at the thought, shouting that they might end up stuck in this maze forever. The armored warrior said they would not be trapped here like in the Rupture, but with this lineup they also could not hope to clear it in time, so he told everyone to check themselves and asked Misha if she felt any change. Misha flexed her fingers and said her body felt lighter than before, though she was not sure if it was real or just her imagination. The explorer shook his hand in surprise, saying he felt strangely full of energy and that his mana had jumped so much he could probably use top-tier magic now. Bjorn understood that the strength he felt now was only his normal power, and that this Guardian of Balance field was dragging his stats down while pushing everyone else up until they all sat at the same level. Bjorn knew he could not explain the field without exposing himself, so he settled for a hint, gripping his shield and saying his body felt strange and weak, which made Misha stare at him in alarm. Rotmiller calmed himself and reasoned that if everyone did not just feel better for no reason, then there had to be some hidden rule at work, maybe even their stats getting shuffled around. The dwarf glared up at him, grumbling that he had trusted Rotmiller to figure this out. The armored barbarian asked what they were supposed to do now and turned to Bjorn, pushing the choice onto him. The torch crackled in the stale air while Bjorn decided they should move through the maze and search for a way out. The hallway stretched into darkness between rows of weak flames, and Bjorn figured that if this place was unknown, whatever waited inside had to be worth the risk. The mage brightened and said they should scout the place before their 4 days ran out, suddenly guessing that this maze might be a special trap laid by the last great sage. The cat warrior's ears shot up as she linked it to a famous hidden arrangement she had only heard about in stories. Bjorn admitted the sage theory made sense, since every stair they had taken was marked as fate. Rotmiller laughed nervously, saying that since they had entered from the 4th floor, they probably would not meet anything far beyond them. With 4 days left before the labyrinth closed, the outcast team set off on what would become their last expedition. Their boots struck the stone in a steady rhythm as they left the safe spot and marched into the maze. Side by side, the odd party moved forward, the mage staff tapping the floor in time with their steps as they headed deeper into the unknown passages. The cat warrior's ears twitched as she glanced into the dark, saying it felt like something could jump out at them any second because the maze was way too quiet. The mage tried to calm Misha by saying he would keep her safe, but the cat warrior puffed up and argued that she was the one who should be guarding him. They finally settled on watching each other's backs, while Rotmiller trudged behind them, wondering how they could fool around like this during an expedition. Rotmiller's face went red as he giggled to himself, cheering Dwaki on in a way that felt way too warm for the moment. Dwaki stiffened in his armor, wondering what on earth the dwarf was doing in the middle of a life or death run. A massive goat-headed beast stepped out of the smoke, clutching a heavy axe, and the system marked it as Vikendirth, a 6-rank monster, making the nearest warrior freeze in shock. Vikendirth roared and swung its axe with both hands, the blow carrying enough force to crush anyone who failed to block it. As the monster rushed in, Dwaki shouted that it was coming and hurled himself forward, his shield and weapon wrapped in bright energy as he slammed into Vikendirth's attack. Kevi dug his heels into the stone and caught the axe on his shield, the impact blasting dust and cracks across the floor as he strained just to hold his ground. His boots scraped across the floor as the force pushed him back, and Kevi cursed to himself, knowing he was actually weaker than this thing. Sharing his stats with the others had dragged him down so much that Vikendirth felt closer to fighting a 5th rank than the 6th rank threat it was supposed to be. Dwaki tightened his grip on the staff and poured mana into it, first boosting the chill with a support spell, and then shaping it into a massive ice spear meant to end the fight in one go. The cat warrior shrieked at Bjorn to get out of the way, and the big barbarian snapped his head around, sweat running down his cheek as he realized something was racing toward him. A blinding spear of ice ripped across the hall, close enough that Bjorn could feel the cold on his face as it shot past his shield and drove straight for Vikendirth. The spear struck and burst apart, turning the monster and its axe into a frozen wreck as ice spread over the floor, and the system calmly announced that Vikendirth had been defeated. The group just stood there, eyes wide as the ice settled, and even Dwaki clutched his staff and stammered, unable to believe that he had been the one to fire off something that strong. Bjorn admitted to himself that the truth had clicked the moment he saw how huge that ice spear was. Dwaki remembered checking his numbers and noticing how much more mana he suddenly had, enough to cast high-rank spells. And it hit him that in this place he was no longer the burden of the team, but the one who had just unleashed that monster of a spell. Bjorn let out a shaky breath that turned into a grin, thinking that he had expected this floor to be rough. But with a mage who could fire off spells like that, their chances had just gone way up. For a moment, it felt like the world itself was wishing them luck. A masked guardian wrapped in flowing robes and coiled serpents standing over the bright numbers of the new year, as if blessing every step they would take from here on. The scout dragged his dagger across the wall, leaving a fresh mark so they would not lose this path like the others had before. Watching Rotmiller guide them through the maze on his own notes, Bjorn had to admit he was wrong about him and that the scout was far more capable than he first thought. Rotmiller held out his hand for the map, calmly saying he needed to update it, and the others passed it over, surprised that he handled this job so smoothly. While the others caught their breath, Rotmiller knelt on the floor and calmly redrew the maze from memory, explaining that just walking and counting his steps was enough for him to fix every turn in his head. He pushed himself back to his feet with a quick apology for the delay, and with his boosted stats, the once timid scout now moved like someone ready to stand beside them in battle. Sword in hand, Rotmiller stiffened and calmly warned the team that 4 enemies were closing in from their flank, just like a seasoned high-rank scout would. Dwaki answered without hesitation, telling them to leave it to him as he began shaping a pair of reinforced ice spears in his mind. Twin pillars of ice tore through the passage, curving mid-flight under the 8th rank support spell as Dwaki's magic hammered the charging beasts and left even his own party staring up in shock. The twin goat beasts leaned out, confused by the sudden rush of power in the passage, not knowing it was already too late for them. A blinding wave of blue ice erupted down the tunnel, swallowing the beasts and shaking the maze like it was about to crack apart. Bjorn and the other fighter watched the blast fade, stunned that Dwaki had not only double cast but even thrown in a support spell on top of it, which meant his talent had been held back only by low mana until now. Rotmiller counted the mana pulses, said there were only 2 left, and told Bjorn that he and Miss Karlstein would each handle one so they could wrap this fight up fast. Bjorn tightened his grip on his shield, a bit ashamed that after months together he had barely bothered to learn who they really were. So he was only now catching that Dwaki was slipping back into his annoying team play quirks. Dwaki, buzzing with power, yelled that the strange field in this maze was made for mages, and he could feel it pushing his spells far past what he was used to. In Bjorn's mind, Dwaki's mana looked like a roaring blue flame, and he reasoned that since mages could not absorb essences, this place must be multiplying their stats, especially mana, yet even with that logic the way everything lined up felt almost unfair. Dwaki laughed beside him, saying it felt like every shackle on his body had been cut, while Bjorn, after watching them all day, quietly judged that even if he had taken the biggest hit himself, the whole party was now moving at about double their old strength. He thinks back to when their formation always broke the moment danger showed up, leaving people to scramble and drag each other out. That kind of teamwork, where one person carried everyone, is exactly why he had wanted to leave that party in the first place. Bjorn stares ahead, admitting to himself that this 20th day in the maze will probably be the first and last time he ever does proper team play. An hour into their rest, the mage is already snoring loudly on his blanket, while Bjorn counts the hours, sure he will be able to grab the item he wants once this is all over. Sitting beside his shield, Bjorn figures that with how high their stats are now, finding and clearing the boss room should not be a problem. Even so, he can't help thinking it is a waste, since with just one more week in this maze he could have farmed far more rewards. Bjorn's deep thinking is cut off when one of his teammates calls his name in a nervous tone, unsure how to start the talk. The mage with the round glasses swallows hard, clearly nervous as he gathers the courage to bring up what has really been on his mind. Sitting beside the sleeping dwarf, the mage admits he had planned to ask if Bjorn was serious, but now feels it does not really matter. He says he does not care what kind of men the girl he likes prefers, because trying to win her heart without showing his true self would just be cowardly. Bjorn listens in stiff silence as the mage openly admits he likes her and hints that, if they make it out alive, he plans to say so. A bead of sweat runs down Bjorn's cheek, because this is exactly the kind of talk he wishes the guy would drop. The mage's face twists in panic as he stammers, asking if Bjorn likes the same girl and even wondering if he should just knock him out to solve it. Bjorn cuts him off, telling Dwaki to stop and that no matter what he thinks, nothing between them or the girl is going to change, leaving the mage shrinking back under his sharp stare. Party marches down the corridor and stops at a solid wall, the dead end that marks the boss room. Someone says they are finally here and wonders which of the 4 bosses will show up, but with their current stats, it feels like they can handle whatever comes. Bjorn eyes the dead end and worries about how to uncover the hidden space without making his knowledge look suspicious. When a strange feeling crawls up his spine and he realizes something here is off. The scout steps up to the wall and studies it with calm focus, and Bjorn has to admit he is surprised, wondering if the man's sixth sense stat or keen eyes are what let him notice something wrong so quickly. As the scout runs his fingers over the stone, Bjorn relaxes inside, realizing that thanks to this guy's instincts, he can just stand back and let him uncover the hidden path without lifting a finger. With the way forward revealed, Bjorn grips his shield and calmly says he will go first to check it out. They walk into the chamber and are met by a huge red magic circle sprawled across the floor, with a goat skull mounted at its center, giving the whole place a heavy, ominous feel. One of the explorers steps up to the goat skull, its white bone stained with dark spots, and the air around it feels nasty and wrong. The front warrior lowers his hand toward the sticky floor, already stressing over how he is supposed to use this blood for the summoning without everyone catching on. The cat mage quietly tells Bjorn not to pull anything, while he frets that spraying blood here in plain sight would look way too suspicious. Before he can decide what to do, a violent surge of power crashes down on him from above. Bjorn staggers as a wild energy floods his body, and he can barely process how overwhelming this power feels. Staring at his own hand, the barbarian realizes this change is something he never felt even when stacking giantification and wild outbursts together. Bjorn turns toward the mage and points out that this can only mean other explorers have entered Larukaz's maze, since a team of just a few people is allowed into this place. Dwaki swallows hard and says it could be any kind of group out there, but he is sure of one thing. The Guardian of Balance field is active, dragging everyone's stats toward the same level and turning those other explorers into monsters in human skin. Far deeper in the stone chambers of Larukaz's maze, another small party stands before a blazing doorway. A black armored warrior and a robed priest hold their ground while their scout drops to one knee, gritting his teeth, proving that whoever shares this field with Bjorn's team is anything but weak. The horned warrior stepped into the brutal glow of Larukaz's maze, lips curling into a pleased grin as if this nightmare place was exactly what he wanted. The old priest clasped his shaking hands and begged his god to explain why a man this twisted had been trusted with such terrible power. The horned warrior leaned close and warned the old priest that if he kept running his mouth, he would happily make him pay in a very painful way. The priest's fingers tightened and then jolted, fear spiking, as the warrior calmly added that the one to suffer might be the priest's own grandson instead. The young scout knelt on the floor, clutching the place where his arm used to be, while the horned warrior brushed off his agony as if it were nothing more than whining. The horned warrior smirked down at the shivering scout, joking that the maze god must have a sick sense of humor if all it wanted in return for showing the way was 1/5 rank scouts. The priest stared at him, stunned that he could treat the bleeding scout like this. But the horned warrior only said the man was useful baggage and told him to get up because they had already entered the maze later than the others. The armored brute drove his boot into the kneeling scout to make him move, and the priest rushed toward them, begging him to stop since the poor man had already lost an entire limb. The 5th rank scout hugged his ruined shoulder and forced out that he was fine, even as his whole body shook. The old priest stared at him in horror, knowing that was a lie but too scared of the horned warrior to argue. The horned warrior stepped forward, thinking about the so-called Guardian of Balance. This power was supposed to even things out, but what he was feeling now was way too strange. The high priest closed his eyes for a moment and tested his own strength, reaching for the divine power he always trusted. To his shock, it felt thinner than before, like someone had quietly turned it down. The horned warrior asked if the priest was sure his power had gone down instead of up, since balance should have helped him. The high priest nodded weakly, certain that his strength had indeed been cut. When the horned warrior asked about his condition, the 5th rank scout glanced back, breathing hard, and said he also felt weaker. Even his basic strength and senses seemed dulled, as if the maze itself was pressing him down. The horned warrior thought it over and decided the priest's case fit, but a 5th rank scout getting weaker meant something else was off. With a low, pleased grin, he guessed that someone in this maze had slipped past the Guardian's rules and muttered that they had rats to hunt.